then concealed his undisguised expression. He guessed it, Tiger Mom probably just wanted to see Professor Wang cry, but he couldn't say that. Professor Wang, it likes to play with you, Lin Feng said seriously. However, these words caused Wang Quan immense harm. So, the way it treated me before was because it wanted to play with me? Lin Feng's expression was extremely sincere. Wang Quan took a deep breath, then another. My esteemed Tiger Lord, I only have one life. South China Tiger tilts its head, so what? There's nothing to say. Wang Quan really has nothing to say. He's now praying that he hasn't broken any ribs or anything, and that the bruises on his body will disappear before he gets home. Otherwise, his wife would really take away his hobby of going into the mountains to photograph birds. Wang Quan's tearful expression pleased Tiger Mom immensely. Alright, I've had my fill of entertainment for my savior, now I'm going home. It must be exhausting for a tiger to raise its cubs in the mountains for so long. I'm outta here. The South China Tiger roared, gathered its 3 cubs together, and then walked away with elegant steps. Lin Feng ignored it and hurriedly helped Wang Quan up from the ground, saying with concern, alright, I won't let you get away with this anymore. Let's go back and have some dinner, shall we? Eat? Shall we go to your place? Wang Quan asked. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Quan pointed to the South China Tiger, which was satisfied and left with its cubs. Did that family also come to your house for dinner? Lin Feng nodded again. Wang Quan picked up the machine, shaking his head vigorously. Then I won't go. Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng. Finally, the 3 reached an agreement. Professor Wang would go with Zhou Cheng to rest in Officer Lin's tent. Upon arriving at the tent, Wang Quan asked Zhou Cheng for a needle and thread and began mending the pockets of his pants that had been torn by Tiger Mom. Zhou Cheng xiao. I was terrified at the time, but now it seems that it was careful not to hurt me, as it didn't even break my skin. Don't even mention it, it scared me half to death, but it turned out it just wanted to play with me. What a joke. Wang Quan is fine now, but recalling the feeling of being on the verge of death still leaves me with lingering fear. He made up his mind, he would go back and find a master to examine him and have his soul called back. Otherwise, he would have a hard time falling asleep. This has to be done secretly, no one else can know about it. Wang Quan thought about many things for a while, and finally, he asked, how come the farmers here aren't afraid of tigers? They're hugging and cuddling them without their legs even flinching. Could they have been raised from kittens? I remember it's illegal to keep a tiger as a pet. Wang Quan only knew that there were tigers on the farm, but he didn't know any further details. When asked, Zhou Cheng, considering that Wang Quan was practically an insider and that the matter wasn't exactly a secret, explained. Lin Feng saved this tiger's life. A life-saving grace? Yes, this tiger had a difficult birth when it arrived. If it weren't for Lin Feng, it probably would have died. Zhou Cheng recounted the events of that day to Wang Quan in detail. Wang Quan nodded repeatedly as he listened. So, he's actually quite bold and meticulous. Not only that, Zhou Cheng said to Wang Quan, that's because you haven't known Lin Feng well enough. He was able to save the South China Tiger from a difficult birth, not just because he's brave. Also because he has a special affinity for animals. That's Kamikaze, a well-trained police dog. You can't help but wag your tail just by looking at him. Wang Quan paused for a moment, silently memorizing Lin Feng's characteristic. Having dealt with various birds for many years, he knows that this kind of physique is extremely rare. Who knows, if something really happens in the future, they might have to ask Lin Feng for help. The two were talking about Lin Feng's heroic deeds. The main character they were talking about was currently watching the weather forecast. Our county will experience heavy rainfall tomorrow afternoon, with the amount expected to break this year's rainfall record. Please take precautions. Lin Feng felt a little nervous upon hearing this news. The harvest is in full swing in the fields. Will the sudden heavy rain affect everyone? He got up and went to the edge of the field. Then, they were driven back by the students and the fresh fruit picking staff. We don't need clumsy farmers, you can just wait to collect your money, thank you. Lin Feng expressed strong condemnation of this. It's just that I was a little too rough when picking the fruit and a little too slow when putting on the protective bag, right? He's already tried his best, hasn't he? Lin Feng shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and went home. Nothing much to do today, so I'm petting my cat by the window. Among the 4 cat heads, 1 large and 3 small, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a question. Did you sense it was going to rain because you suddenly rushed back to the farm? The big cat remained silent, but Lin Feng had already made up his mind. How do you tell? Could you teach De Tuanzi? That guy, every time it rains, I have to go out into the woods to catch him. In the bamboo forest behind the mountain, De Tuanzi sneezed. It could sense that the moisture in the air was beginning to condense, and according to its mother's teachings, it should take its food and find a place to shelter from the rain. However, the bear is not afraid, because it has something to shelter from the rain. The big dumpling lovingly handed half an apple to the little dumpling. That's what it left over. Little Nachuan never imagined that one day she would be able to eat fruit from her mother's mouth. Even though it was only half, I was already very satisfied. Aha! Thank you, Mom. You're so wonderful. The weather forecasts we see now are fundamentally different from those when Lin Feng was a child. It was said that it was going to rain, and when the time came, the sky, which had been sunny in the morning, was gradually covered by black clouds that seemed to have drifted in from nowhere. Knowing in advance that it was going to rain, Lin Feng called Zhang Ming in the morning to quickly clear the remaining grass in the orchard. Anyway, Professor Wang won't be coming for a while, so there's no worry about him finding out where he is. When the grass was being cut, the insects that had been hiding in the grass because they smelled the rainstorm were all doomed, scattering in all directions in a panic. It attracted quite a few daring birds to come and enjoy the buffet. Seeing Lin Feng's tacit approval, the crested eagle family and the peregrine falcon remained still, letting the birds eat. Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng was deeply moved. If Professor Wang had known this trick, he wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved disaster. After cutting the grass, Lin Feng went to the pigsty to check on the piglets, who had been fed to a plump and healthy state by his classmates. It's going to rain, so we can't block the drainage in the pigsty. Otherwise, rainwater would flow back in, mixed with pig manure, and Lin Feng didn't even want to think about that scene. After inspecting the pigsty, I went to inspect the chicken coop and counted the number of chickens to make sure they had all been brought back. The chickens have all been brought back, but a problem has been discovered in the chicken coop. Because of the hot weather, the straw on the chicken coop had already rotted a bit. Lin Feng estimated that it probably wouldn't be able to withstand the heavy rain, so he quickly reinforced it. The South China tiger, with its 3 cubs, lay on its oversized cat tree, quietly watching Lin Feng busy himself. It also knew what Lin Feng was doing. In the mountains and forests, whenever you smell this moisture in the air, you should find a warm and dry cave to hide in, but that's no longer necessary. Lin Feng will prepare everything for it, it just needs to focus on taking care of the baby. This realization made the South China tiger happy. Its large paws opened and then retracted, opened again, and retracted again. It's really important to follow the right people. The South China tiger swung its tail back and forth, expressing its heartfelt gratitude to the big ball of fur that carried it back. But, what about the big dumpling and its babies? The South China tiger was trying to get up to find the 2 creatures when it didn't notice the kittens playing behind it. With a quick movement and a flick of its tail, all 3 kittens fell off the cat tree. Meow, meow. The babies cried out, trying to argue with their mother, but it was too late, they all fell to the ground. The 3 little ones, which landed on the ground, were stunned for a moment before shouting even louder. It didn't hurt, because Lin Feng had already anticipated the scene of the baby falling and had placed grass underneath it. The 3 of them were just angry. Mom is becoming more and more unreliable. Lin Feng, who witnessed the entire scene, shook his head speechlessly. As the ancients said, one who is near vermilion gets stained red, and one who is near ink gets stained black. This statement also applies to animals. Tiger Mom is already showing signs of becoming a big dumpling. The thought of the big dumpling sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. I told it this morning not to go out, so where are the bear and its cub now? Lin Feng figured he'd gone to the back mountain again, and was about to go call him when the fine rain started to fall. Lin Feng, do whatever you want, just learn your lesson. Lin Feng moved a deck chair over, sat under the eaves, and began to enjoy the rain. The rain curtain, forming a breathtaking scene, enveloped the green mountains, creating a unique and beautiful atmosphere. Unlike in the big city, where rain would only affect his commute and prevent him from getting full attendance bonuses, Lin Feng now focuses on how rain affects his commute. My heart is filled with anxiety. Unlike now, people don't even have the leisure to take out their phones to capture beautiful scenery. Looking at the mist rising from the distant mountain stream, swirling around the verdant mountainside and exuding vibrant life, Lin Feng felt as if he too had been nourished, and his body and mind felt more relaxed. Just then, the big dumpling rushed in, carrying the milk dumpling on its head. It completely ignored Lin Feng, who was enjoying the rain, rushed to the eaves, and frantically shook its body to shake off the water, splashing Lin Feng's head and face. Lin Feng, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I should have kept a close eye on you this morning and not let you go out. If you don't go out, it won't affect my enjoyment of the rain, and it won't soak me. Lin Feng immediately channeled the spirit of Manager Tong, staring at the big dumpling with a mournful expression. Big dumpling, what are you looking at? After shaking off the water, it confidently lay down next to Lin Feng. What were you looking at just now? Let me see. The big dumpling quieted down, but the little dumpling started whimpering, wanting Lin Feng to get justice for it. With a thud, it snuggled into Lin Feng's arms. Great, the t-shirt is wet. Lin Feng was completely helpless with the mother and daughter. He could only go back to his room, change his clothes, and find a clean towel. Lin Feng, the hairdryer, is online. As he wiped the rain-soaked fur off the baby, a huge red umbrella, the kind merchants use to shade refrigerators outdoors, squeezed into the house. Lin Feng? The umbrella was lifted up, revealing the faces of Jiang Ming, Wu Yong, Wang Li, and the others. Brother Feng, I've got something good for you. Wu Yong lifted his clothes up, and Lin Feng subconsciously took 2 steps back before stopping. Thank goodness, he's not a pervert, he just hid the thing under his clothes. What's this? Lin Feng looked at the silver machine and asked curiously. This is a projector that can be connected to a mobile phone to play movies and TV series. Wu Yong presented the items like a treasure, and then discussed them with Lin Feng with a smile. It's raining so hard, and we have nothing to do, can we watch a movie at your place? Lin Feng nodded. Wang Li then added, could you give me some snacks while we're watching the movie? Like dried apricots or sunflower seeds? Jiang Ming also smiled along. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly a few times. I told you, you could have watched this anywhere, why did you have to come here in the rain? So that's what you were planning. He was complaining, while 3 pairs of eager eyes stared at him without blinking. Lin Feng took back what he had said. Alright, let's go to the living room. I'll go find you some snacks. There were still some dried apricots left that didn't look very appealing, so Lin Feng packed them up and then went to the warehouse to take another look. You can also roast some sweet potatoes and potatoes. However, it felt like the atmosphere wasn't quite there. Lin Feng's gaze fell on an old-fashioned popcorn machine in a corner of the warehouse, which was covered with a layer of dust. How can you binge-watch TV shows without popcorn? Do you eat that old-fashioned kind of popcorn? Lin Feng returned to the living room and gestured to ask the students who were fiddling with the machines. It's the kind of popcorn that doesn't have cream or caramel, it's just popped by the pressure of the machine. It's not sweet, but it has a strong corn flavor. Lin Feng guessed that these students, given their age, had probably never seen popcorn before, so he described it in more detail. However, he understood the students' knowledge, but not their appetites. People didn't care at all what old-fashioned popcorn was, they just blindly agreed. Eat, 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 eat. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Feng was neither surprised nor unsurprised by this result. Then you wait here, I'll move the machine out and wash it, it hasn't been used in a long time. Long live Brother Feng. I'm here to help. I knew it. Coming to Brother Feng's house to watch TV series was the wisest decision I ever made. Ha ha ha, besides Brother Feng, who else treats us like treasures? Wu Yong and Wang Li ignored the projector, figuring Jiang Ming would handle it anyway. They were more interested in the food, so they immediately followed Lin Feng outside. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Lin Feng brought out the old-fashioned popcorn machine that had been sitting there for who knows how many years. Wu Yong and Wang Li stood around the large, black iron lump, marveling at it. Lin Feng smiled and looked at the two of them. No, you two really haven't met before? The two shook their heads, then nodded. Well, does seeing them in period dramas not count? When we eat popcorn now, even if we want to make it ourselves, we buy the processed corn from the supermarket, put it in a frying pan and fry it until it pops and crackles. I've never seen this kind of popcorn with a cavity that can rotate in real life. As they talked, the two walked around the large iron lump, touching it repeatedly. They don't mind the dust that has accumulated on them at all. His eyes were filled with longing for delicious food. Lin Feng shook his head at the sight. One of you stay here with me to clean the machine, and the other go over there and bring over some corn, pick out the good stuff. In the corner was a large iron bucket filled with golden corn kernels. Those were bought by Lin Feng to feed the chickens and pigs. However, it's also possible to feed college students now. With everything ready, Lin Feng recalled the movements of the old master craftsman he had seen when he was a child. He awkwardly put the corn kernels into the machine, sealed it, and then placed the machine on the brazier. Then, crank the handle at a steady pace until the machine heats up evenly. Meanwhile, he kept his eyes glued to the pressure gauge on the machine, fearing it might explode. He was being very cautious, but the college students next to him were very excited. Brother Feng, can you give me a couple of spins? Does it mean we can turn it on once the pressure gauge needle is in the correct position? I can't wait for that bang sound. In period dramas, the female lead should cover her ears coquettishly and fall into the male lead's arms. The last person to say this was Wu Yong. I successfully earned a few eye rolls. Lin Feng did not participate in the students' discussion, nor did he let the students get hands-on experience. His thoughts drifted off to a distant place. When I was a child, every year during Chinese New Year, my grandfather would pack a bag of rice for me and take me to a family with a rice cooker to make a pot of rice popcorn as a New Year's snack. At that time, he would gather a few friends, carry small cloth bags, and walk together across the long dirt road to that house. However, his companions' bags contained corn, while his was filled with rice, which made him inferior, and everyone laughed at him. Back then, he would tease his grandfather, saying he didn't want rice but corn, and his grandfather would laugh and affectionately tap his head with his pipe. Time flies, and years pass quickly. Now, even if they wanted to make trouble again, they could never go back to the way things were. He didn't even know who bought this machine or how long it had been sitting in the warehouse. Brother Feng? Brother Feng. Wu Yang patted him on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? Your eyes are wandering far away. Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses. It's nothing, watching you guys fooling around just brought back memories of my youth. Wu Yang scratched his head as if he had seen a ghost. Really? How much older are you than us? Lin Feng smiled without saying a word, only glancing at the pressure gauge. Very good, almost there. Make way, everyone, move aside, we'll be there soon. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the students not only did not move aside, but instead moved even closer. Lin Feng. He waved his hand to shoo the group away, turned off the fire, and picked up a cloth bag that had been prepared beforehand, covering the popcorn outlet. Then, hold the machine's pressure relief cover and pull it. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and a white blast of air rose up, making way for the raindrops falling from the sky. Several students who didn't believe in superstitions suddenly felt a ringing in their ears. However, they were somewhat prepared for this and did not take any further action. However, the big dumpling, which was hiding under the eaves on the other side eating bamboo, was startled and rushed towards Lin Feng with a yelp. The bear is so scared, the bear wants a hug. The big dumpling rushed into Lin Feng's arms, making him fall on his bottom. Lin Feng. Wu Yang, I told you the female lead is a real person. Not only was the little dumpling frightened, but even the tiger mom, who was taking care of her child in the backyard, was frightened. Without a second thought, it rushed to the front yard, wanting to find Lin Feng. Amidst the rising steam and the strong aroma of corn, Tiger Mom successfully chose the wrong person. Wu Yang held the fluffy creature in his arms. Your male lead is over there. Tiger Mom. Without hesitation, he abandoned Wu Yang and turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had women on his left and right, while others' mouths twitched. What TV dramas have become reality? And there's more than one female lead. Snort. Everyone tacitly opened the cloth bag, grabbed some popcorn, and started eating. But why does it taste a little sour? Looks like I'll have to add some sugar to the next batch. Brother Feng, go and coax your leading lady. Oh no, I mean the panda and tiger, we'll handle things here. Wu Yang bowed respectfully, indicating that they could leave the manual labor to them. Lin Feng was caught in a pincer attack by the giant dumpling and the South China tiger, and there was nothing he could do. Okay, keep an eye on the pressure gauge, don't get hurt. Don't worry, we're college students, we know what we're doing. Several classmates waved together, working together to chase Lin Feng away. What else could Lin Feng say? We could only take the big dumpling and the South China tiger and prepare to go to the backyard. However, both of them came over and ignored him, squeezing straight into the living room. The two guys completely ignored Zhang Ming in the living room, looked around, and then casually pushed him away. Then, I sat in the best viewing spot in the middle of the sofa. Zhang Ming? Lin Feng watched helplessly as several flower patterns instantly appeared on his spotless sofa. These two guys didn't wash their feet, they went up there with rainwater and mud on them. Hey, that's too much. Weren't you just scared out of your wits? Why are you acting all lazy now? Faced with Lin Feng's accusation, the South China tiger and the little dumpling tacitly turned their heads away. I was scared, I was just pretending, so what? Just as Lin Feng was about to say something, another person in black and white and three people in gold entered the room. No one held an umbrella for them, and when they came over, they were all more or less wet. Start shaking immediately. Lin Feng's lips twitched violently, but he finally managed to suppress it. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, we can't just send people outside, can we? You're not afraid of people, and people aren't afraid of you, so just make do with it. Lin Feng compromised. Zhang Ming skillfully picked up his phone and started tapping away. Then, the projector started playing an animated film in a spectacular fashion. With your intelligence, this is just right. Zhang Ming smiled ingratiatingly at the few furry creatures. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Ming, then at the students laughing and popping corn under the eaves outside, and thought that everyone was hopeless. He was laughing, he was making a scene. The heavy rain became exceptionally lively because of the students' participation. Each person had their own pot of popcorn, which filled the entire coffee table, and the room was filled with the rich aroma of corn. Chewing on steaming hot popcorn, Wu Yang said he wanted to watch The Godfather. Wan Li said that only The Shawshank Redemption has style. Zhang Ming said that watching documentaries is more suitable for this rainy weather. However, the little dumpling and the tiger mom, who had just been watching Boonie Bears on their phones and had a good time, joined forces to suppress them. Wu Yang, who released the bear before I even came in? Wan Li looked at Zhang Ming, who looked at the ceiling. Lin Feng stood up, it's time to cook. I'll go to the kitchen and see what we should eat. Rainy days like this are perfect for slow cooking. The bubbling sound of the casserole, blending with the sound of rain, creates a beautiful prelude. The students who braved the heavy rain initially thought the weather was terrible. However, the tempting aroma of braised meat in the humid air makes me want to chop it up. Lin Feng heated the stove in the kitchen until it was hot, and then greeted each student. Quickly, go to the kitchen and dry your clothes and hair, don't catch a cold. Then it's not practical for everyone to take the food back to eat. There are disposable bowls and chopsticks in the cupboard, so everyone can take them and eat here. Lin Feng pointed to the storage cabinet high up in the kitchen. When he first returned to start his farm, he saw a camping video and on a whim, he bought a lot of disposable supplies. It's been sitting for a long time, but it's finally come in handy this time. However, these disposable items are all for outdoor camping, so the sizes are a bit unusual. A petite girl looked at the aluminum barbecue bowl, which was almost as big as her head, and scratched her head. You're just going to eat from this pot? Beside him, the tall male student nodded. Don't be disgusted. Smell the fragrance in the air. Don't you need such a big bowl? The two students looked at each other, and the little light bulbs on their heads lit up with a ding. No kidding, this aroma is so enticing, they could easily eat 2 bowls of white rice. Agricultural students are just that terrifying. Wu Yong waved his rice spoon and talked to his classmates. Tell me how much rice you want, and I'll make sure you get plenty. Being in a good position, those who were watching TV here have already eaten. Lin Feng assigned them the tasks of serving rice and vegetables. Wu Yong served his rice in a very generous manner, even to the point of wanting to stomp the rice down with his feet. However, Wang Li, who was making braised pork, looked very reluctant to part with it. After eating Lin Feng's braised pork rice, he felt that the ones he had eaten in the past were just making do. He hoped that there would be some left over from the pot of braised meat in front of him, so that he could cook it again and have another meal. Wang Li, have you been possessed by the cafeteria lady? Why are you shaking like that? A loud shout from a classmate brought Wang Li back to his senses. Then, he blushed. Mistake, mistake. Wang Li pressed his left hand against his right, restraining his impulse, and smiled at his classmate. Seriously, it's like they have no morals at all. But I can't, boo-hoo. Wang Li's heart was bleeding. The bowl that Brother Feng gave us was already quite large, but the spoon in his hand was even bigger. Following Lin Feng's standards, a spoonful of meat was poured down, completely covering the rice. The students who had gotten their meals had nowhere to eat and were crammed together under the eaves. Then, while admiring the distant rain curtain and verdant mountains, I ate large mouthfuls of rice. Beautiful scenery and delicious food, what a delightful experience. Mom, I'm so happy again. Ever since I came to Brother Feng's farm, I've never been disappointed with this food. Even though there weren't even any seats available, the students' happiness was still overflowing. The braised pork is tender and savory, with a hint of very appetizing spiciness, creating a wonderfully layered flavor. The more you eat, the more you realize that all the hard work during this period was worthwhile. Some students even felt they could rush into the rain right now and continue working. Deliciousness is just so exhilarating. Lin Feng was stunned to see his classmates holding bowls and chopsticks, their eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Are students these days so motivated? When we met this morning, we talked about how it was going to rain in the afternoon, and everyone said they should take the opportunity to rest. Only a few hours have passed? Lin Feng was starting to have an existential crisis. Oh no, am I getting old? This problem vanished the moment a classmate skillfully pulled out some digestive tablets and distributed them to everyone. Lin Feng confirmed and affirmed this. These students are just bored and have nothing better to do. It seems I need to control the amount in the future. Lin Feng thought to himself. Even after the students had left, the heavy rain continued. However, Lin Feng really liked this natural white noise. Accompanied by the sound of rain, Lin Feng, with Dabao on his left, Bao on his right, and Sanbao curled up on his head, drifted off into a sweet dream. In my dream, the heavy rain brought a bountiful harvest to the farm, and the fields were full of gold coins. Lin Feng woke up laughing. But when I opened my eyes, I didn't see the sun, but rather a still foggy sky. The amount of rainfall this time was no joke. After a night, the rain showed no signs of stopping. The plants in the yard grew even greener after being cleansed by the raindrops. It's tough on Tiger Mom and Big Dumpling's huge cat tree. The rope got soaked in water, and it will probably need some repairs once the rain stops. The Tiger Mom, who was happily listening to the rain by the window yesterday, now looks at her cat tree with a face full of disgust. We can't go hunting or play, it's so boring. Fortunately, the two-legged creature brought that strange box yesterday, which can hold moving animals. Tiger Mom's nimble tail hooked around Lin Feng's wrist, leading him toward the projector. I want to watch Bear in the Woods. Lin Feng understood the Tiger Mom's look. Okay, whatever, as long as you behave and don't go out for a run and then come back and splash me with water. What's wrong with watching TV? Since animals don't need to study or work, it can't be considered a waste of time or energy. Lin Feng skillfully turned on the projector for the South China tiger. I took a moment to check the weather forecast again. This rain will last until around 2 p.m., so let's enjoy the rain and scenery while we wait. However, Lin Feng never expected that someone would still knock on his gate in this kind of weather. Lin Feng, are you home? It's Zheng Yu from Fresh Fruit. It had been a long time since they last met, and Zheng Yu was afraid that Lin Feng wouldn't remember him, so she called out to him from outside the door. Lin Feng never expected that Zheng Yu would still be able to come in this kind of weather. He immediately found an umbrella in the corner and loudly agreed. Yes, please come in. Lin Feng held up an umbrella to pick up Zheng Yu, who was indeed in a terrible state. Although he was wearing a raincoat, he was soaked to the bone, and his suit pants were splattered with yellow mud. You came all this way in the rain, is there something important that you need to do? Lin Feng handed Zheng Yu a towel while asking him a question. I'm here on a business trip. I remembered that your cabbages and radishes were almost ripe when I came last time, so I thought I'd stop by and ask if they've been sent for testing yet. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Ming, who was watching cartoons with the South China tiger. Zhang Ming nodded. Zheng Yu laughed, no matter what the test results are, I want them all. Lin Feng's farm is now being eyed by several high-end retailers, and Zheng Yu feels there's no time left to look at the reports. Since you're so willing to gamble, what can I say? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and that was it. However, when signing the contract, he still made one request. Regardless of the weight, you have to leave me 2 mu of land each for these radishes and cabbages, so I can eat them myself. Radishes and cabbages are easy to store, and each farm keeps a portion for its own consumption, which Zheng Yu knows. But wouldn't leaving 2 acres for each be too much? Zheng Yu asked. Although we haven't weighed them yet, the vegetables in your house are all bigger than usual. Are you sure you can eat all of them? Lin Feng pointed to a corner outside. It's not just me eating, I also have to feed the pigs and stuff. Zheng Yu followed his finger and saw a vegetable cutting machine there. Next to the machine, there was a pile of cabbages and radishes that he had rushed over in the heavy rain to buy. Wait a minute, you're feeding these cabbages and radishes to the pigs? Zheng Yu cracked her neck and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Is there a problem? Zheng Yu was somewhat devastated. Although the test results haven't come out yet, you should have confidence in the products from your farm. These cabbages and radishes are guaranteed to be of good quality. Aren't you worried about wasting them feeding the pigs? Lin Feng scratched his head. I don't feel bad about it. You may not feel sorry for me, but I do. Zheng Yu clutched her heart and said to Lin Feng, if all else fails, why don't you go to the village and buy radishes and cabbages from other families to feed the pigs? Your radishes and cabbages cost over 10 yuan a pound, while others only sell them for a few cents a pound. You're making a killing off the price difference. Speaking of this, Zheng Yu recalled the beginning of their conversation and immediately said, they won't leave you 2 acres of land, so just do as I say and buy land from someone else to raise pigs. Lin Feng pressed down with both hands. I know you're excited, but don't get excited yet. I just want to see if pigs raised on such good cabbage and radishes will have meat that far surpasses the quality of pigs on the market. Zheng Yu was speechless. These words piqued his curiosity. What should he do? He paused for a moment, then quickly shook his head, trying to shake off his curiosity. Wait a minute, with the yield of your farm, if you leave 2 acres on each side, are you going to feed the pigs cabbage and radishes as their staple food? Will the pigs even understand what that means? Lin Feng nodded seriously. How can you not understand? Pigs have taste buds too. Zheng Yu was completely numb and still wanted to say something, but Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. And what's wrong with leaving me 2 acres each? You said it yourself, my farm has a large output, and you keep bringing in new products. Can you sell them all? At this point, Zheng Yu's chest puffed out. He nodded with a touch of smugness. Why can't they sell out? Yes, I admit that our Fresh Fruit Express is a niche app, and our user base can't compare to Dobayo or Pinduoduo, but our users have high stickiness and strong spending power. They are not afraid of spending money, but they are afraid of spending money and not being able to buy good things. Therefore, as long as we control the quality of our procurement well, orders will keep coming in. Speaking of this, Zheng Yu has to thank Lin Feng. In previous years, these purchasing agents had to travel all over the country to find agricultural products that met the required quality standards. They were literally running themselves ragged. This year, Lin Feng sat down here and placed an order without thinking. Lin Feng's farm has now gained recognition from higher UPS, so it's essential to maintain good relationships and ensure continued business. Otherwise, how could a mere purchasing manager have the authority to sign a contract before even reviewing the test report? Zheng Yu directly began to plead and cajole with Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng was forced to agree that each of them could keep 1 acre. Zheng Yu was satisfied, feeling that she had completed another successful negotiation. His main concern was that Lin Feng's high-quality farm would be snatched away by someone else. After signing the contract, Zheng Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and drank a glass of water. Looking at the sky gradually brightening, he suggested, since I'm already here, why don't I take a look around your farm? Let me open my eyes wide and see if any have slipped through the net. Of course, he kept that last sentence to himself. Lin Feng, unaware of the seriousness of the problem, readily agreed. As long as you don't mind that it just rained and the ground is wet and slippery, it's fine. The two walked unsteadily through the farm, Zheng Yu's eyes constantly shining. Do you still have sesame seeds at home? I tried planting a little bit, thinking that I could press it for oil or something after the harvest. I want it. No, the sesame seeds were planted on less than 2/10 of an acre in total. So what? I want it. Zheng Yu is as willful as a 5 or 6-year-old child. However, even a child is the kind who is holding a gold brick. Lin Feng compromised. Okay, I'll give it to you if you like it, but there's not enough. You'll have to send it for testing yourself. Zheng Yu made an okay gesture. Then, he took a liking to the sunflower in the corner, which was shyly bowing its head. I want this one too. Lin Feng. Alright, so your main goal is to have everything, leaving no stone unturned, huh? Lin Feng had a complicated situation, but in Zheng Yu's view, silence meant consent. Then it's settled. By the way, those are peanuts, right? There aren't many, but I want some too. Lin Feng took 2 steps back and gestured for him to proceed. You might as well just bulldoze my land and take it all away. Sure enough, Zheng Yu was smitten, but Lin Feng grabbed his shoulder in a second. I saw a mouse fall into the rice jar today. After seeing off Zheng Yu, who wanted everything, Lin Feng wiped away imaginary cold sweat from his forehead. I used to think it would be great to have a large purchasing agent with whom I could have a long-term partnership. Looking back now, it wasn't that great. Because it was almost pushing him, the farmer, to the point where he would have to buy agricultural products from outside to eat. Terrifying. Lin Feng swayed his head as he walked home, muttering to himself as he went. You'd better keep a close eye on your things, or you might end up leaving me with nothing. Lin Feng had just reached the entrance of the courtyard when he saw a figure peeking out. He recognized her immediately. She was one of the aunties who had helped him make apricot jam before, Aunt Wang. Auntie, the rain just stopped. What brings you to my house? Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the familiar figure. When Aunt Wang saw Lin Feng, she quickly took out the fruit that was tightly packed in a plastic bag from her basket. Xiaofeng, if it weren't for you this year, all my apricots would have rotted on the ground. I had been meaning to come and thank you for a while, but I was too busy in the fields to find the time. The rain just stopped, so I rushed over here. Here, have a taste of this reward. Aunt Wang enthusiastically stuffed the whole bag of fruit into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng was a little stunned, because he couldn't immediately recall what kind of fruit Hua Hong was. However, after seeing what the fruit looked like, he smiled. Actually, this is a crabapple. It looks like a small apple and smells like an apple, but it's not an apple, and it tastes rather sour and astringent. Therefore, they are rarely seen on the market now. However, it's still good to eat this stuff when it's fresh. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Feng looked at the small, neatly cleaned fruit, picked one up, and stuffed it into his mouth. In my memory, the taste of safflower was sour and astringent, but the one in his hand was surprisingly sweet. Auntie, your red flower is quite nice. Hearing Lin Feng's praise, Aunt Wang felt a little embarrassed. There's nothing of value at home, just a few early ripening crepe myrtle plants. I specially picked out some of the good ones. As long as you enjoy them. I was worried you wouldn't like the taste of the safflower itself. Lin Feng smiled. How could that be? This fruit is not available outside these days. I haven't eaten it for many years. Thank you, Auntie. The hawthorn fruit was only about the size of a pastry, and Lin Feng ate one in a few bites, then picked up another one. After talking with Zheng Yu for so long, I'm actually quite thirsty. However, upon entering the second mouthfeel, the astringent taste from the combined effects of the florets overpowered the sweetness. It can only be said that the market is wise. Everything that is eliminated has its reason for being eliminated. Lin Feng stopped eating and licked his dry mouth. Aunt Wang knew the characteristics of this fruit and was a little embarrassed. Just eat it with sugar when you get home. I'll bring you some glutinous corn when it's harvested at my place. No need. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand and refused. He knew about Aunt Wang's family circumstances. Her husband had been killed by a crazed ox while plowing the fields when he was young. She and her son depended on each other for survival, but her son was also disappointing. While working, I picked up a bad habit, got arrested, and haven't come out yet. So, even though it was such a small thing, he accepted the apricots from her family, and Aunt Wang would be so grateful that she would come over to thank him. Even a few hundred yuan is a large sum of money for Aunt Wang. There's no market for the safflower fruit. Lin Feng can take it. However, he couldn't accept glutinous corn, a hard currency. Seeing Lin Feng's repeated refusals, Aunt Wang was clearly saddened. Are you disgusted by it? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then quickly interrupted her. That's not true. I have glutinous corn at home, but I really don't have any cashews. Auntie, could you give me some more? Lin Feng smiled and explained to Aunt Wang. Don't you know how to make apricot jam? This hawthorn jam would be good too. After all, it has a strong aroma, and the addition of sugar masks the astringency, leaving only its advantages. The more Lin Feng talked, the more convinced he became that this was something that could be done. After this heavy rain, apricots are no longer in season. The provincial trade fair is still in full swing, and the village party secretary will definitely come to him to discuss the next batch of supplies. Aunt Wang was immediately delighted upon hearing Lin Feng's words. You can make jam from safflower. I have 70 or 80 safflower trees, all planted by my husband when he was alive. So even though they don't taste good, I haven't been able to cut them down. If they could be made into jam, wouldn't I be? At this point, Aunt Wang suddenly stopped talking, her face slowly turning bright red. Fengguazi, I'm giving you this bonus for no other reason than that we don't have anything good at home, and I thought I'd let you try something new. I really didn't mean to sell you the flower berries. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, interrupting Aunt Wang's rambling explanation. Auntie, you're overthinking it. You saw that the flowers at home were growing well and wanted me to try some. This is a sign of kinship among neighbors. Why do I only want to go back to my hometown and not go anywhere else? It's because I can't let go of this feeling. Right now, I just happen to have a market for my jam, so I'm thinking of giving it a try. Even if I don't buy from you, I might buy from another store someday, since this kind of fruit is indeed suitable for making jam. Lin Feng said to Aunt Wang half-jokingly. Besides, even if I were deliberately helping you, so what? Fellow villagers, who hasn't helped you and whom haven't helped me? If I ever need anything and come to your doorstep, you can't deny knowing me. These words made Aunt Wang chuckle. I'm relieved to hear that. I'll go back and pick some fruit for you. Okay, I'll be waiting. Aunt Wang came happily and left in high spirits. Hello, fellow villagers. Without the help of her fellow villagers, she, a widow, would not have been able to raise her son to adulthood. Hello, Lin Feng. They're all college students, yet they still care about the village's development and are willing to come back. Reading is good too. College graduates returning to their hometowns are truly intelligent and have genuinely helped their villages become prosperous. Her son went astray because he didn't get enough education. Aunt Wang was both happy and heartbroken. But in the end, all those words boiled down to one sentence. She couldn't let Lin Feng's help go to waste, so she had to carefully select the best fruit for him. The price can't be too high, we need to let Lin Feng earn more. It must be said that the villagers' feelings are just that simple and genuine. Once I accept you as a person, I will definitely treat you with my whole heart. So when Lin Feng heard Aunt Wang's price for the hawthorn fruit was 2 cents a pound, he was shocked. Wait a minute, Auntie, I remember the price I quoted you for apricots was 2 yuan and 50 cents a pound, right? Why is it so low for huaheng? The apricots can be sold at the market, but the chrysanthemums can't be sold directly. Aunt Wang and Lin Feng explained. In previous years I would give them to relatives, but they got tired of eating them and stopped wanting them, so I just let them rot in the ground. Tell me, can I really charge you a high price for this? Even so, after thinking about it, Lin Feng still raised the price a bit. With apricot jam already on the market, this safflower jam is unlikely to be priced below 48 yuan per jar. Otherwise, our regular customers who bought apricot jam before will have complaints. We can't let the villagers take advantage of our honesty to drive down the price. When poor, cultivate your own virtue. When successful, benefit all under heaven. Lin Feng believed that learning should be applied in practice, and that's how it should be done. He was a farmer, a businessman, and a scholar. This was the first time Aunt Wang had ever seen someone proactively raise the price while doing business. Unable to refuse, she smiled happily. Maple boy, show me your shoes, and I'll make you a few pairs later. I guarantee they'll be very comfortable. When I was young, the shoes I made were famous throughout the surrounding villages. That's a good idea. Lin Feng also misses the comfortable feel of those old-fashioned cloth shoes. I won't stand on ceremony, thank you Auntie for making it black for me. Black is less likely to get dirty. Even in doing business, there is a strong sense of warmth involved. Lin Feng felt that going back to the village was definitely the right decision. This kind of human touch is something you don't find in big cities. When the first batch of safflower jam was delivered to the provincial capital, Lin Feng also received 2 pairs of old-fashioned cloth shoes. It's obvious that Aunt Wang stayed up all night to make it. Along with the cloth shoes, a firm piece of beef shank was also delivered. Lin Feng couldn't refuse, so he casually asked where Aunt Wang had bought it. He learned that a cow had slipped and rolled down the hillside while a family in the village was plowing their land and had died. The villagers raise cattle, and they all feed them properly with grass and grain. Lin Feng quickly went and carried half a cow back. No exaggeration, it really was half a cow. The bones were removed and boiled into beef bone broth. The tenderloin, brisket fat, and shoulder were sliced thinly and used for hot pot for the students. Everyone ate until they were sweating profusely, and they were so satisfied. As for the rest, they were naturally made into beef jerky. The earthen bread oven at home is once again producing large loaves of bread. The rich aroma wafted from the scorching firewood, keeping the animals awake even though it was almost 11 p.m. Needless to say, the big and small dumplings, the tiger mom and her 3 cubs, and even the weasel all rushed over to guard the bread oven. Lin Feng knew what everyone was thinking. All I get is a little bit of beef jerky after it's cooked. So instead of sending everyone back to sleep, we stayed together to watch over the bread oven. The other animals were relatively well behaved, though they drooled and let the fur on their chests get wet. The 3 South China tiger cubs, who were pampered by Lin Feng, were not so sensible. Meow, meow. Led by Dabao, the 3 kids went together to collect the burning firewood. The kitten didn't understand what waiting meant, it only knew that when the firewood went out, it was time to open the kill. Watching the little ones fly like moths to a flame, Lin Feng would grab one, and the other would run away, grab another, and the first would slip away. I almost wish I could grow a third hand. Helpless, Lin Feng looked at the South China tiger mother. The South China tiger mother approves of her cubs' resistance and also wants to eat the delicious beef as soon as possible. When their eyes met, tiger mom calmly turned her head away. Lin Feng. Okay, the 3 tiger cubs are now in chicken coop confinement. After dealing with the 3 troublemakers, Lin Feng went to the bread oven, opened the lid, and checked the drying process of the beef. The moment the lid was lifted, an even richer aroma of beef wafted out, enveloping the nostrils of all the animals. It was so delicious it was almost unbearable. The tiger mother's large paws opened and closed, then opened again, expressing her joy in a hidden place. The big dumpling wasn't so reserved, drool dripped from its mouth, and its eyes were crossed from staring so intently at the bread oven. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow as he watched its intelligence evaporate along with the moisture in the beef jerky. Other animals become more intelligent the more they interact with humans. This thing, though, seems to be getting sillier and sillier. Those crossed eyes are truly cruel to look at closely, even the beauty of a national treasure can't save them. Unable to bear looking closely, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, calmly picked up his tools, and pulled out a piece of beef jerky. As the head chef, he has the right to taste the food first. Lin Feng recoiled as soon as his fingers touched the beef jerky, scalding him. In this weather, food can't just cool down as soon as it comes out of the oven. However, after observing the shape of the beef jerky, Lin Feng felt that it was almost done drying. I simply grabbed an iron hook and dragged all 4 baking trays out. The bright red beef had turned completely brownish red, and its shape was no longer the straight one it had been before. Instead, it was curled and crooked, each with its own unique characteristics. The fragrance in the air grew stronger, and all the animals took a step forward. Then, Lin Feng ruthlessly blasted it away. I got burned. How can you guys stick your mouths out like that? You can't let it burn you. Let's wait together. The wait makes the already delicious jerky even more delicious. In the eyes of the animals, Lin Feng distributed a piece of jerky to each of them. These are snacks, so regardless of size, each one is the same. A large dumpling can be eaten in one bite, but a weasel can gnaw on it for a long time. Now everyone knew what kind of person Detuanzi was, so they grabbed the beef jerky and ran off, not caring why Lin Feng only gave them one piece. Lin Feng ignored everyone else, he was just too tired. Covering his mouth and yawning, Lin Feng walked into the bedroom and plopped down on the bed. Before drifting off to sleep, he did a quick review. The safflower jam was ready, and there was nothing for him to do with picking or planting vegetables. There's nothing planned for tomorrow, so I can sleep in a little longer. If it were like going to work, where you have to get up on time the next day no matter what time you go to bed at night, that would be awful. Lin Feng was happy, but Detuanzi was not. It waited all night, hoping all night long. As a result, I got a piece of beef jerky that could only fit between my teeth. Not only did I not get enough to eat, but my stomach was also rumbling loudly. Even the bamboo on the back hill doesn't smell good anymore. The little dumpling wanted to eat something else, like the fruits and vegetables piled up in the kitchen. However, having already made a mess of the kitchen and been beaten up by Lin Feng, it dared not act rashly. The big dumpling sat under the eaves, gazing sadly at the sky. How can a bear eat its fill? Bears cannot think. Because, after much worrying, the big dumpling actually came up with a solution. The gaze shifted from the starry sky to the farm, and the big dumpling licked its lips. With such a large farm, Lin Feng probably wouldn't notice if some fruits and vegetables were missing, right? Just like humans, a thinking bear can become enlightened in an instant. Dumpling rubbing hands, JPG. However, it did not act immediately, because Lin Feng had repeatedly instructed the farm animals not to eat in the fields. Therefore, even if the probability of being discovered is very low, it is still necessary to find someone to take the blame. For example, the 3 cubs of the South China tiger. The big dumpling secretly thought that, given how much they were pampered, even if they were blamed, it shouldn't be a big problem. As for the baby, since children shouldn't do bad things, we won't tell it. Big Dumpling had made up his mind, but he didn't immediately release the 3 chicks from the coop, because it had to wait until Lin Feng was asleep, and also until the South China tiger mother and the baby tiger were asleep. Even a fool knows that there are some things you can't tell your parents. He he he. The little dumpling was thinking about its plan in its mind, its chubby body jiggling. How can I be so smart? The big dumpling was so pleased with herself that she even thought that if she wasn't discovered tonight, she could do this all the time. Bamboo? Even a dog wouldn't eat that. By the way, speaking of dogs, we'll have to wait until Lang Ching and his wife are fast asleep. Big Dumpling added another patch to its plan. Everything is ready, all that's left is for the night to fall and for people, dogs, and tigers to be quiet. The Big Dumpling leaned against the wall, happily munching on its bare paw. However, on this night, there were a few other two-legged creatures who shared the same thoughts. A dilapidated second-hand pickup truck is currently parked on the road outside Lin Feng's farm. If the village party secretary saw this, he would definitely be on his guard immediately. Because this car doesn't belong to their stone village, and the license plate was covered up, it's obviously suspicious. Unfortunately, the village secretary was not there, and the entire road was deserted, with only the soft sound of the wind. In the passenger seat, the younger brother was taking deep drags on his cigarette, puffing out thick smoke that disappeared into the night without a trace. The next second, the younger brother's head was slapped hard by the boss in the driver's seat. Damn it, stop smoking. Be careful you don't leave cigarette butts behind and get tracked down. The younger brother was caught off guard by the slap, and the smoke choked his lungs. Cough 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 cough. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. The two were in a chaotic frenzy, which ended with the younger brother in tears. He struggled to speak from under the boss's palm. Hey boss, why do we have to wait until late at night? The eldest brother rolled his eyes. Such a big farm, how could it not have a dog or something? Going in before the dog is sound asleep, do you think you've never been to jail? The little brother blinked his eyes. Then let me smoke a few more cigarettes, I'm really sleepy. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss removed his hand from his mouth and instead slapped the back of his underling's head. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The sound of a hand slamming against the back of the head was incredibly crisp in the darkness. The eldest son was extremely disappointed in his son. Are you awake now? The younger brother covered the back of his head, shook his head, and then nodded. This reaction left the boss speechless. He took out his phone and started tapping. Read a novel to perk yourself up. I sent it to you, it's a supernatural novel. Reading it with this kind of setting will really refresh you. The younger brother also took out his phone, tapped around, and then was startled by the cover image. Boss, you're amazing, you even came up with this kind of idea. Having gained his underling's approval, the boss grinned crookedly. When you encounter a problem, use your brain more, don't act like an animal and only act on instinct. The younger brother rubbed his still aching back of the head, thought for a moment, and asked somewhat uncertainly. It's good to use your brain, but no matter how hard I try, I can't figure out why we're stealing vegetables from the farm in the middle of the night. Radishes and cabbages are being harvested in abundance right now, and they're only a few cents a pound at the market. Even if we fill this pickup truck to the brim, we won't make much money from it. The eldest brother glared at the youngest brother. All you do when you use your brain is question me? Do you even know how valuable Lin Feng's vegetables are? They sell to the high-end market, to rich people. The younger brother scratched his head. A rich person? The eldest nodded. Yes, rich people. You have no idea, the food that rich people eat is not ordinary, it costs hundreds of dollars per kilogram. If we loaded a truck like this, wouldn't we be rich? As he said this, he seemed to see glittering gold coins swarming towards him, and his mouth twisted into a smirk. The younger brother then moved his head, which had gone numb from being slapped. After we succeed, where will we sell them to rich people? That's a good question. The boss fell silent. After a long pause, he suddenly smacked his younger brother on the head. I've been around here for so long, how could I not even have a market? Stop spouting nonsense. Brother. This time, he dared not say anything more. He felt like his head was about to be smashed open. Fortunately, at that moment, the boss's phone vibrated, easing the silence in the carriage. I picked up my phone and saw it was an alarm clock. The boss turned it off and gave his underling a wink. The younger brother gave an okay sign, skillfully pulled out 2 pairs of work gloves, and handed 1 pair to the older brother. The two put on gloves, took out woven bags, and, using the faint starlight in the sky, made their way towards Lin Feng's farm in the dark. As I walked, a gust of wind blew by, bringing a cloud. Now, there wasn't even any starlight left. No, the weather is working against us too. The younger brother complained to the older brother and instinctively reached for his phone to provide light. At that moment, I received another familiar tap on the head. Very well, it's quiet now, with only the howling wind in the night. Accompanied by the howling wind, the 3 tiger cubs, locked in the chicken coop, curled up their already huddled bodies even more tightly. Meow. Mommy, please let us out. The South China tiger rolled over, relaxing into a perfectly flat, pancake-like position, and continued to doze off. Just kidding, if this kid is let out, my peaceful nights will be over. With her eyes closed, half asleep, Tiger Mom's ears suddenly twitched. What's that noise? Tiger Mom opened her closed eyes a crack and saw the big dumpling sneaking towards the chicken coop. Tiger Mom? Just as I was about to stop to Tuanzi, I heard him pat the chicken coop and gesture something to the children. And, don't let the big, chubby appearance fool you, those bare paws are surprisingly agile. With a slight tug, the chicken coop opened, and the 3 chicks crawled out. Be quiet, I'll take you to a fun place. The big dumpling, with 3 small dots trailing behind it, walked out of the yard. The Tiger Mom believed that the big dumpling wouldn't harm the cubs, but she was curious why this thing was taking its cubs out in the middle of the night. Moreover, it only brought the tiger cubs, not its little dumpling. Now, the South China tiger also perked up, tiptoeing and silently following behind. Zhou Cheng was awakened from his sleep by the alarm from the tracker. Upon getting up, I noticed that Tiger Mom's location was moving, and the speed of this movement, the intervals between pauses, and the direction of its movement were all different from usual. This direction, it looks like we're heading into a village. For the safety of the villagers, the tiger mother, and the cubs, Zhou Cheng took it seriously and immediately got dressed and left the tent. He headed towards the location and, unsurprisingly, ran into the big dumpling first. Looking at the 3 tiger cubs that the big dumpling was with, Zhou Cheng realized that there might be something funny to watch. As everyone knows, this guy is only so-so at taking care of a baby, so how could he be so kind as to take a tiger cub out for a walk in the middle of the night? Not to mention, according to the locator, Tiger Mom is following her suspiciously right now. Zhou Cheng was no longer sleepy, so he quickly and quietly returned to the tent, took out his military-grade night vision goggles, and began to observe silently. He wanted to see what kind of fun a bear and 4 tigers could have tonight. Waking up from Zhou Cheng's noise, Shen Feng, still half asleep, tried to stand up by leaning on Zhou Cheng's leg, but Zhou Cheng pressed his head down. It's okay, you can continue sleeping. I'll call you if I need anything. Even though it's far away, what if we disturb the big dumplings? Zhou Cheng thought this way, because the distance was so far that Shen Feng did not notice anything amiss. It lay back down on the mat and closed its eyes. I just had a dream where the farmer gave it lots and lots of delicious food, and when I go back now, I can still enjoy it. Kamikaze smacked his lips. Under the observation of night vision devices, behind the big dumpling were 3 little tiger cubs, who were extremely happy, jumping around and kicking any passing frogs. Tiger Mom, on the other hand, crept forward furtively, as if afraid of being discovered by the big dumpling. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but laugh. The animals at Lin Feng's house are really so interesting, etc. Why is it Lin Feng's family's? They run a farm, not a zoo, and they don't keep any animals. This is a principle. Zhou Cheng shook off this untimely thought and continued to observe the big dumpling and the others. As the giant dumpling got further and further away from Lin Feng's courtyard, Zhou Cheng finally saw clearly the direction it was heading. It is that field of fruits and vegetables that is currently being harvested. Then, thinking about the gluttonous nature of the big dumpling, Zhou Cheng slapped his forehead. He seemed to know what the big dumpling was going to do. But tiger cubs don't eat vegetarian food either. What are the last 3 and the very last one supposed to do? Zhou Cheng took out his camera and started filming. He needed to record this scene and send it to Professor Sun so that he could analyze it. Oh, and I also need to tell on Lin Feng, so he knows what Tuanzi has been secretly doing late at night. Zhou Cheng was engrossed in recording when he suddenly noticed that the night vision goggles seemed to capture something in the shape of 2 people. I'm not sure, I'll think about it some more. Zhou Cheng adjusted his position. Then he realized that 2 people had indeed sneaked into the farm. Humans, big dumplings, tigers. The smile on Zhou Cheng's lips vanished instantly. Because Lin Feng's family owns pandas and tigers, they have repeatedly warned the villagers not to approach them without reason. There's definitely something fishy going on if they sneak in like this in the middle of the night. I just don't know if these 2 people are from this village or from another village. What exactly are they trying to do by sneaking in here at this point? However, whatever the other party's intentions are, they definitely have ill intentions. Wait, could they be trying to steal the tiger cubs? The thought of this possibility made Zhou Cheng serious. He gently nudged Shen Feng and whispered, "Go, wake up Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf, and also wake up Lin Feng, but be quiet." Kamikaze flicked his tail, turned around, and crawled out of the tent. Before long, Lin Feng was awakened from his sleep by Shen Feng's wet nose. Wolf Green. He sat up groggily, rubbed his eyes, and by the faint starlight, he realized that the figure was not right. Kamikaze? Woof. Kamikaze bit the corner of the blanket and pulled it down, signaling Lin Feng to get up. Lin Feng knew that Kamikaze wasn't a police dog that would act recklessly. Although he didn't understand what was happening, his body had already responded. He groped around on the ground for a while before finally putting on his slippers. While he was exploring, Kamikaze also grabbed the wolf cubs, Blue Wolf and Black Wolf cub, from the kennel. Led by Kamikaze, the group of one man, two dogs, and a wolf staggered to Zhou Cheng's location. Seeing Zhou Cheng with one hand on his night vision goggles and the other on his hip, Lin Feng yawned and asked, bewildered, "You sent Kamikaze to wake me up? What's up, in the middle of the night?" Zhou Cheng glanced at him. "Wake up, someone's broken into your farm." Lin Feng was stunned, the chaos in his mind was instantly dispelled. "Stealing vegetables? Cabbage or radishes? How many are here?" "Two of us plus two dogs and a wolf, is that enough?" After a pause, Lin Feng slapped his thigh and frowned, saying, "I should have brought Big Dumpling, no, I should have brought Tiger Mom over. I didn't prepare anything." If there were South China tigers around, just their presence alone would be as intimidating as 10, no, 20 strong men. You know, villagers aren't afraid of dogs, and Chinese people aren't afraid of pandas, but everyone is afraid of the South China tiger. This is also why, ever since the village chief posted the news about the South China tiger in the group chat, the number of people coming to his field has decreased by more than half. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Lin Feng's tone became uncertain. Could they be here to steal the tiger cubs? The most valuable thing on his farm, the thing that would attract the covetous eyes of bad people, is probably those 3 tiger cubs. Even the giant pandas can't compare. These tiger cubs, still alive, were smuggled abroad and sold off one by one without a word. Zhou Cheng shook his head. If they're really after the tiger cubs, they're in for a world of trouble. As he spoke, Zhou Cheng handed the night vision goggles to Lin Feng, indicating that he should see for himself. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Lin Feng picked up the night vision goggles and squinted to look. In the night vision footage, a figure that is clearly a large dumpling is rummaging through the vegetable patch, moving slowly and leisurely, obviously not taking the theft of vegetables seriously. The 3 tiger cubs happily played around it, occasionally pulling at the vegetables. A complete little troublemaker. Not far from the vegetable patch, a red figure lay prone, its breathing barely rising and falling, clearly lying in ambush. Further away, at the edge of the cornfield, 2 red figures were sneaking towards the plot of land where the big dumpling was. The nights in the countryside are not like those in the city. There are no streetlights, no neon lights, and on cloudy days, even the moonlight is scarce. People with poor night vision will stumble over weeds after taking just a few steps. The clumsy thief stumbling around on the screen is the best proof of that. This is really going to be a real headache. Lin Feng frowned, silently mourning for those 2 foolish thieves for 3 seconds. Why did they have to come at a time when both the tiger cub's godmother and biological mother were present? If Zhou Cheng hadn't been wearing night vision goggles, and if he hadn't noticed something was wrong and called him over, tomorrow there would only be blood on the ground. "When should we make our move?" Lin Feng asked Zhou Cheng. "To catch a thief, you need to catch him red-handed. Let me gather all the evidence first." Zhou Cheng shook the camera. The young man who came to steal vegetables had no idea that in other people's eyes, he had gone from stealing vegetables to stealing protected animals. He simply tore the vines binding his feet and asked the eldest brother irritably, "Boss, how far is that vegetable patch? I should have brought a flashlight, it's pitch black here, it's like I'm blind." The eldest brother lowered his voice and cursed at him. "Are you out of your mind? Who steals vegetables with a flashlight? Are you afraid the dog won't bark? A dog barking will wake you up." He added, with a sense of disappointment and frustration, "Go back and buy some walnuts to nourish your brain, you idiot." The conversation coming from not far away made Zhou Cheng grab Lin Feng. "Shh, listen to what they're saying." Lin Feng listened intently and whispered, "They brought the vegetable patch. It seems they came for the farm's vegetables, not to steal the tiger cubs." That makes sense. Since the farm began harvesting, fresh fruits trucks and workers have been arriving in droves. Although Lin Feng never revealed the price of the vegetables he sold. But nobody's a fool, just by looking at the food, everyone knows it's good. And look, we've attracted a thief. This thief must be poorly informed, otherwise he wouldn't know that his family has pandas and tigers. It's not that people are smart, it's that they're smart but not in the right place. Lin Feng stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Of course, it's also possible that they were set up. They didn't know anything, yet they dared to steal. Zhou Cheng glared at him. "What time is it? You still have time to think about this?" On the other side, the big dumpling, who was sneaking around in the vegetable field, was also startled by the sudden voice. It's feeling guilty. Sneaking around to the vegetable garden to cook for someone else behind Lin Feng's back. What if they get caught red-handed? The big dumpling remembered the broom that used to wreak havoc on its rear end. Lin Feng is not lost. And, most importantly, it just sneaked in and hasn't even started eating yet. It's often said that people who do bad things are quick-witted, resilient, and patient. In the brief moment of panic, the big dumpling didn't move. It tilted its head back, sniffed the air carefully, and then discovered the blind spot. The person speaking was not Lin Feng, and there was also a faint scent of tiger mom in the air. The little dumpling blinked its bird-like eyes, checked several times, and then glanced in the direction the sound came from to confirm. We really don't know each other, we're two complete strangers. And Tiger Mom is there too. One layer of guilt fades, but another layer of guilt rises. Tiger Mom wouldn't know what I'm going to do to her cubs, would she? Just then, the scent of Tiger Mom grew closer and closer, so close that even Detuan's nearsighted eyes could see it. Hey, two strangers have arrived. Maybe they're here to steal vegetables too. The big dumpling fell silent, then its defenses crumbled. Wait, I haven't stolen it yet. How can something be called stealing if you haven't even stolen it? The tiger mother didn't speak, she simply curled her three cubs together with her tail. Then, she stared innocently at the big dumpling. Big dumpling, actually, I came here to protect the vegetable garden. I knew those two were coming. To demonstrate its legitimacy, the big dumpling squeezed its bare paws and stood up. I, Xiong, will represent the moon and teach these two blind fools a lesson. The little dumpling turned around, and Tiger Mom, with a smirk, tiptoed after it. The two beasts silently crept towards the two humans. The eldest brother led the way, with the younger brother following closely behind. Suddenly, the younger brother touched a handful of hair coarse, stiff, and prickly, completely different from the feel of grass. It was somewhat like his older brother's buzz cut, but much stiffer. He subconsciously touched it a couple more times, wondering to himself, could it be that my older brother fell? But how come there was no sound when he fell? The big dumpling was sneaking closer, but it never expected that before it could even make a move, this blind fool would start acting like a hooligan. Touch its thigh, and touch it several times. The big dumplings first stood on end. Only Lin Feng can touch its long legs. Very well, you found a way to die. The usually docile little dumpling is really angry. He roared furiously at the audacious two-legged beast. Roar dash! Get out of here, you scoundrel! When it cried out, the mother tiger didn't react, but the three tiger cubs started crying out as well. Meow! Get out of here, you scoundrel! Although he still has a childlike air about him, he still exudes the aura of the king of beasts. The roars of bears and tigers terrified the eldest brother and his henchmen. Just as they were about to look for cover, the silent tiger mom made her move. True beasts are always silent when they hunt, my child, learn from this. With a single leap, its weight of over 100 kilograms knocked down two humans. As soon as it opened its mouth, a blast of hot, foul-smelling air rushed straight to their faces. The eldest and the youngest felt a dizzying sensation, and then they met a pair of eyes, no, 5 pairs of eyes that were shining in the darkness. A piercing scream tore through the night sky. Upon seeing what was in front of him, the younger brother rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground like a mushy noodle. The eldest wasn't much better off, his crotch was instantly soaked, and he shivered as he muttered, Tiger, tiger, there's a tiger. And there's a panda too. Help me. Zhou Cheng and Lin Feng knew they would definitely have to face off against the big dumpling and its companions, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It was almost as if the big dumpling went there on its own. It was actually the tiger mom who launched the attack first. Lin Feng's usual strict rule against the two of them getting close to humans has been broken. Oh no! I didn't mean to kill anyone. Zhou Cheng's heart tightened, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Giant pandas and tigers are not docile pets. If this leads to someone's death, it could be disastrous. Without thinking twice, he immediately turned on his flashlight, shining the bright light directly in the direction from which the sound came. This luck is unbelievable. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. At this time of day, Detuanzi would usually be eating bamboo on the back hill, and Huma should be quietly taking care of the baby in the yard. These two were acting crazy today, insisting on sneaking into the vegetable patch for a snack, and they just happened to run into a vegetable thief. The sudden bright light caused the animals to squint instinctively. Once their eyes adjusted to the light, they immediately spotted Lin Feng standing not far away. Oh no! The little dumpling froze on the spot, its eyes darting around like a primary school student caught cheating by the teacher. Run or not run? Before it could make a decision, the 3 tiger cubs, who were in the middle of the situation but had always been on the sidelines, had already happily run towards their father. Meow! Meow! Daddy, Godmother took us out to play. The 3 little ones eagerly hung their arms on Lin Feng's trouser legs. The big dumpling stood up straight instantly. Yes, I just brought the kids out to play, I definitely didn't steal any vegetables. Even when you're in the wrong, you're still full of bravado. Lin Feng laughed as he looked at the large ball of dough that had instantly sprung up. Don't think I don't know what you're doing in the field. I'll deal with you later. His straightened back collapsed instantly. A world of extremes. The big dumpling is ice, but the vegetable thief is fire. Upon hearing this, the eldest brother, who was lying on the ground, burst into tears. They cried because they were caught red-handed while trying to steal vegetables, and they also cried because someone came to rescue them from the jaws of death. Those 2 are yours. Lin Feng said to Zhou Cheng. I'll go deal with Big Dumpling and Tiger Mom. Lin Feng knew very well that if Zhou Cheng approached, Tiger Mom wouldn't let go of his claws, and Big Dumpling would put up a stubborn resistance. What can you do when the two of them are only nodding acquaintances with Zhou Cheng? Lin Feng sighed and slowly walked towards the vegetable patch. We need to think carefully about whether we should separate the tiger mom, tiger cubs, and Big Dumpling. There's no way around it. Following the Big Dumpling really makes you stupid. Look, even the tiger mom has gone from being aloof to a troublemaker. But then I thought about it again, although it was wrong of Detuanza to steal vegetables behind his back. But at least I did accomplish something tonight. The effect of scaring the thief so badly that he wet himself without firing a single shot is much better than making the thief spend 7 or 8 days in jail. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's expression softened slightly. He went to the field, rubbed the tiger mother's head, led her aside, and glared at the big ball of fur. The Big Dumpling obediently followed. Once he was far enough away from the two thieves, Lin Feng crossed his arms. Tell me, how are we going to settle this tonight? Tiger Mom stood tall and proud, while Big Dumpling lowered its head and drew circles on the ground with its paws. Lin Feng's lips twitched wildly at the sight. Very well, Tiger Mom doesn't know where she went wrong. The little dumpling knows it made a mistake, but it doesn't intend to change it. It's driving me crazy every single day. Lin Feng gazed at the two ferocious beasts in different poses and the three adorable, innocent creatures that were eagerly wanting to be hugged. The clenched fist tightened and then loosened, and then tightened again. Finally, he decided that he still needed to reason with them properly, otherwise, if they really caused trouble later, there would be no way to clean up the mess. Ahem, Tiger Mom. Lin Feng glared at the South China tiger first. Why? Because it was the first to attack people. However, he called it the South China tiger, and the first thing he shook was his large, round body. Its entire body of flesh trembled and shook in layers because of this sudden shudder. Then, after realizing that it wasn't him being called, the little bird's eye circles are flying up. Wah-ah-ah. The Big Dumpling decisively pushed with its bare paw, shielding the South China tiger mother in front of it. Tiger Mom? Is that correct? Lin Feng was also baffled by the Big Dumpling's actions, so he simply grabbed its ears with both hands. It wasn't referring to you, was it? Who told you to steal vegetables? Ha! Lin Feng originally wanted to twist it hard, but in the end he couldn't bring himself to do it. He paused for a moment, then let go of her hand and poked the Big Dumpling's forehead hard with his fingertip. I've repeatedly warned you against stealing vegetables from the field, but have you listened to nothing but a pig's stomach? The Big Dumpling lowered its head guiltily. A bear's belly is not a pig's belly, no. However, it still dared not make a sound. The Tiger Mom, who was standing nearby, was satisfied with what she saw. It knew that the one who did wrong was the Big Dumpling, not it. However, just as the mouth opened, Lin Feng's fingers arrived, albeit late. And you! I told you not to get close to humans, and what did you do? You attacked first, didn't you? Well, that's it. Tiger Mom lowered her head too. I've already begged for forgiveness. Lin Feng was initially angry and overwhelmed, but when he saw that Detuanzi and Tiger Mom had actually backed down, he felt sorry for them. You too, sigh. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Although tonight one was stealing vegetables and the other was poking at someone, both were wrong, but at least it worked out by accident. If it weren't for those two, he would have to call the police to catch the thief when he found out the vegetables were stolen tomorrow, and there's no guarantee they would be caught. After all, this is a remote rural area, and surveillance coverage is not as extensive as in the city. Most importantly, neither of them actually hurt anyone, which is commendable. This will not be allowed to happen again. As Lin Feng spoke, he strode into the field, the beam of his flashlight tracing a path in the darkness. Big Dumpling and Tiger Mom? After seeing Lin Feng carefully selecting radishes and cabbages, an unbelievable thought slowly crept into Detuanza's mind. Is this for me to eat? The little dumpling stared longingly, its mouth practically watering. Lin Feng, holding a handful of fresh radishes and cabbages, called out, "Come home with me, I'll prepare some vegetables and beef jerky for you both." The little dumpling and Tiger Mom could hardly believe their ears. I was caught red-handed stealing vegetables / I tackled someone, and this is how I get treated? Seeing that the two of them didn't dare to move, Lin Feng found it amusing. Weren't you pretty brave when you were stealing vegetables and pouncing on people? Now you're acting like a coward? He pointed to the two unfortunate souls being dragged away by Zhou Cheng and Shenfang. Although you two were wrong, I'm very grateful to you for helping me catch those two petty thieves tonight. The little dumpling and Tiger Mom exchanged a glance, their eyes immediately lighting up, and they followed along eagerly. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng and Shenfang discovered that dragging people by brute force was too tiring. The man and the dog stopped, pondering how to deal with the two thieves whose legs were as weak as noodles. The main problem is that neither of them wants to touch the one who wets his pants. While the two of them were thinking, the eldest brother was completely dumbfounded. He watched as Lin Feng taught the ferocious tiger and the giant panda a lesson. My worldview has completely collapsed. This. The eldest brother pointed at Lin Feng incoherently, his face ashen as if he had seen a ghost, wishing he could faint right then and there. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng deliberately spoke in a casual tone. "You're not locals, are you? Locals know that tigers and bears roam around here at night. They appear and disappear without a trace, who knows, they might just snip your neck." At the end, Zhou Cheng made a gesture as if he were cutting his own throat. That's it, the boss's body, which was already out of control, started shaking again. And it's even reverse shaking. The hands, which were originally so soft they couldn't be lifted, are now wavy, moving between the South China tiger and the little dumpling. I don't know, and that person didn't say anything. That person? Zhou Cheng astutely grasped the key words and immediately followed up. Who is that person? The eldest brother's face was ashen, and he didn't listen to Zhou Cheng's words, only repeating himself over and over. I've been set up. Wah! How can there be such wicked people in the world? They're so despicable. If he had known beforehand that there were tigers and pandas on the farm, he would never have come to steal vegetables. Now look what's happened, some troublemakers are really trying to harm me, etc. Perhaps, it wasn't the troublemakers who wanted to harm them, but rather the farmer? After all, someone who can control bears and tigers has to use unconventional methods. Did that person come for my life from the very beginning? What a vicious scheme. And this farmer, who requires others to risk their lives to trip him up, what kind of extraordinary power does he possess? At that moment, all the supernatural novels he had ever read flooded the mind of this vegetable thief. He finally realized that he was not living in the city, but truly living in the supernatural world, or just another nobody who has no access to the core secrets. They were utter cannon fodder. This grown man, who has lived for over 20 years, has suddenly come to a complete understanding. Then, to Zhou Cheng's bewildered gaze, he grabbed Zhou Cheng's leg, tears streaming down his face. "Officer, help! You're the only one I can rely on right now." Zhou Cheng racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. This petty thief had concocted a whole drama in his mind, treating him as the only person who could protect him from the influence of supernatural forces. After all, in supernatural novels, the badge on the shoulder represents the nation's destiny and the invincible righteousness. The eldest brother was incredibly determined to cling to Zhou Cheng's coattails. Just then, the younger brother, who had fainted from fright, slowly woke up and discovered that some animal was carrying his belt and dragging him along. My younger brother immediately burst into tears and wailed, "Boss, did we get dragged away by a tiger to be snacks? I have an 80-year-old mother, children, and more, and I'm still a virgin." Wah! As soon as he said that, a flock of crows flew by. The leader, who had already latched onto the leader's coattails, snapped at him irritably. "Shut up! The police rescued us." Even as he said this, he still looked at Lin Feng with some fear. Lin Feng, along with the big dumpling, tiger mom, and tiger cubs, had already walked quite a distance away without looking back. However, the eldest brother only had one thought in his mind. A true man never looks back, he simply steps over the corpses of everyone else to ascend his throne. That's it, the eldest brother was so scared he shuddered again. Could it be that they just seemed to let them go, but actually planted some kind of tracking device on them, waiting for them to leave the police's sight before being eaten by wild beasts? Or, it could simply be a poisonous plant that causes sudden death when the time comes, leaving the police clueless. It would have been better if he hadn't thought about it, but once he did, he felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. His cold hands reached out to touch his body. Hey, there really are ants crawling. An overwhelming fear rose from his heart and swept through his entire body. His body went limp again. Her hands, however, gripped his thigh even tighter. "This is our only lifeline, we can't afford to miss it." Zhou Cheng dragged the two terrified thieves back to the tent. Looking at the two people who were as limp as noodles, Zhou Cheng thought for a moment, then took out handcuffs and cuffed them. No matter how frightened they are, they'll probably have the strength to run again after a while, so we can't be careless. He was all prepared, taking out the handcuffs, ready for the two men to resist. It was like a final burst of energy before death. But unexpectedly, the two petty thieves, especially the leader, put on the handcuffs with a grateful and reverent attitude. It was as if those weren't handcuffs, but a 2-pound gold bracelet. Sure enough, whether it was a person or an animal, they would all act strangely once they came to Lin Feng's farm. Zhou Cheng mentally complained. I checked the time, there were still about 3 hours until dawn. Moreover, stealing vegetables from farms is not under the jurisdiction of the forest ranger. Zhou Cheng decided to get a good night's sleep and wait for the police to come and handle the situation when they were on duty. Just as he laid down, Lin Feng, who couldn't sleep, came over. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the two petty thieves were so frightened that they screamed incessantly like monkeys on Mount Imei. Lin Feng? Zhou Cheng, okay, wake up. He got up again, and luckily, thinking he had to get up early, he didn't take off his clothes. Zhou Cheng greeted Lin Feng. Why did you come here? Are you settled in at home? Lin Feng nodded. After settling you in, I thought you might need some help since you caught 2 thieves, so I came to check on you." As he spoke, Lin Feng lowered his voice. "Are they behaving themselves? They didn't resist, did they? He's very honest, more honest than any criminal I've ever arrested." Lin Feng smiled upon hearing this. "You forest police usually arrest criminals like illegal logging, poaching, and smuggling. 2 vegetable thieves don't seem like a big deal. They were just unlucky to end up in your hands." Lin Feng shook his head, feeling sorry for the 2 criminals, and then asked Zhou Cheng, "By the way, did you find out anything? Why did they come to steal my vegetables?" Zhou Cheng shook his head. "Judging from the current situation, it seems that someone is instigating this. However, I will have to hand him over to the relevant departments at dawn, and the interrogation authority is not in my hands. No, you should go back to sleep first. I'll let you know what happens tomorrow." That makes sense, and Lin Feng can understand it. There's no rush. I'm going back to sleep now. I'm exhausted today. Lin Feng yawned and waved goodbye to Zhou Cheng. 2 trembling eyes watched him go. "Although I don't understand what this big shot said to the police, I managed to save my life for another night." The 2 men, with their 4 eyes, took turns standing guard until the police officers who were changing shifts arrived. "Comrade Zhou Cheng, hello." 2 uniformed policemen, one with a buzz cut and the other with a round face, saluted Zhou Cheng and then took out their tools. "So it was a failed attempt to steal vegetables, right?" "Yes. This charge is relatively minor, so we will proceed with the simplified procedure." "I'm fine. Do you need any assistance? Could you please help us set up the surveillance equipment and connect it to the network?" "Thank you." After a brief exchange, the 2 policemen, who were ready, stepped forward and woke up the dazed thief. "Wake up! Wake up!" After showing their identification, the police officers sternly informed the 2 individuals, "We will now question you both. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used against you in court." The 2 dazed people, bloodshot eyes, from confusion to clarity, and then to surprise. "Your honorable official, you've finally arrived." If they weren't handcuffed and unable to move around easily, the 2 petty thieves would have kowtowed to the 2 policemen. "2 police officers? No, the way you 2 are acting makes it seem like you've been wronged." The 2 policemen exchanged glances in the air, both feeling somewhat puzzled. "Forget it, let's review it first." The voice recorder started recording, and the camera and body camera started working together. The policeman with the buzz cut looked serious. "Tell me, what exactly are you 2 trying to do, breaking into someone's farm in the middle of the night?" "We just wanted to steal some vegetables." The eldest and the youngest were practically fighting to answer. "The pickup truck is still parked outside the farm. The license plate is fake, and there are several woven bags in the truck. We are all honest and law-abiding thieves. We heard that the radishes and cabbages on this farm are valuable, so we wanted to steal some to sell." The 2 of them went back and forth, revealing their motives, methods, and so on, completely exposing their crimes. The 2 policemen looked puzzled. "No, then why did you 2 look at us so strange just now? That's all the inside story?" The round-faced policeman slightly bent his index finger and gently tapped the table. "Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely. You 2 are in the best position." Before he could finish speaking, the bandit leader cried out in alarm. Yes, there's more to it than meets the eye." "Oh." The 2 policemen exchanged a glance and then sat up straight. Then, an unbelievable description was heard. "This is a long story, and it may start from our world, not the real world. No, our world is real, but there are forces that ordinary people cannot access. Simply put, it's just cough cough cough, you know." The bandit leader, looking terrified, opened his mouth mysteriously. "My brother and I were set up, they're using our lives to bring down a big shot." In his vivid description, Lin Feng is a reclusive master who lives in the wilderness and can control beasts. He didn't know why, but he became enemies with another force that also controlled the world's secrets. In the tug-of-war between the 2 sides, he and his younger brother were unfortunately used as pawns. The thief explained his guesses in detail, and the more Zhou Cheng listened, the more interesting his expression became. Honestly, to be able to concoct such a dramatic plot in less than a night, it's a shame this petty thief isn't writing novels. However, the 2 policemen's expressions grew increasingly serious as they listened. Finally, the 2 looked at each other and simultaneously put away their notebooks. The 2 asked Zhou Cheng, "Were they given urine tests after they were arrested?" Zhou Cheng was startled. Having a wildly imaginative mind isn't necessarily good for writing novels, it could also mean you're addicted. "I have a multi-part drug test kit here, and the results will be available in 8 minutes." Zhou Cheng hurriedly rummaged through the medical kit. Fortunately, he was a forest ranger, and he had all the necessary equipment. 8 minutes later, Zhou Cheng and the 2 policemen, looking at the test strip which showed everything was normal, fell silent. The bandit leader looked determined. "I told you, I wasn't hallucinating, everything I said is true. 3 sharp glares flew at him simultaneously. He remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. There might be a little bit of artistic embellishment, but it's definitely close to the truth. Zhou Cheng pinched his thigh hard. You can't laugh. Not only could he not laugh, but he also had to repeat all those words he had just said to Lin Feng. This will let Lin Feng know what it means to have a good reputation, both positive and negative. Ha 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 ha. Although he had been tossing and turning all night, Lin Feng still fought off his sleepiness and got up. After cooking breakfast, he yawned and prepared to go find Zhou Cheng to see how to deal with those 2 petty thieves. But before he even left the house, Zhou Cheng walked in with a smile. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Zhou Cheng winked and made faces, just like the expressions he used when sharing gossip with his classmates back in school. Lin Feng smirked. Is there something you want to tell me? Zhou Cheng didn't speak, but his eyes darted around before he bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Please allow me to first pay my respects to the esteemed leader. May the great leader live forever and rule the city. Lin Feng closed his mouth and looked at Zhou Cheng with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Are you crazy, or am I still dreaming? Zhou Cheng quickly straightened up and smiled. It's all because of those 2 petty thieves. You have no idea how awesome you are in their mouths. You can tame beasts, and in this Dharma ending age, you have the backing of a protected area and control the wild beasts in the 100,000 mountains under the guise of running a farm. Whether the 10,000 mountains are chaotic or not, it's up to Brother Feng from your farm to decide. So, do you think I should worship you or not? Lin Feng's lips twitched a few times, and he looked at Zhou Cheng with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't look at me like that, I'm just relaying what you said. Why did they come to your house to steal vegetables? They were instigated by someone to be cannon fodder in a factional struggle. They were sent here, and unfortunately, they stumbled upon your secret as soon as they arrived and were almost silenced. At the critical moment, it was I, a righteous and shining police officer, who saved them. At this point, Zhou Cheng straightened his back, adjusted his epaulets, and continued. They suspect, no, they report you, that you may be conducting unseen experiments on the farm, and engaging in murder and robbery. By the way, the reason your vegetables grow so well is because they are nourished with human blood and flesh. In short, you're a huge monster. Zhou Cheng raised his pinky finger and pointed at Lin Feng, his voice firm and resonant. Lin Feng's lips twitched violently. No, did they take some kind of drug they shouldn't have? This is outrageous. Zhou Cheng shrugged. The drug test came back normal, it was all fabricated. By the way, after searching their personal belongings, we found that the person who made up this story liked to read supernatural novels. When Zhou Cheng and the 2 policemen discovered this hobby, they all breathed a sigh of relief. An explanation is all that's needed, otherwise, they'll have to send them to a psychiatric ward. Lin Feng shook his head. If you have the skill, why steal vegetables? Writing books would be more profitable than this. Zhou Cheng xiao. Who knows? Everyone has their own ambitions. I just came to tell you that the handover has been completed, and the police will be taking him away soon. Do you still want to ask any questions? Lin Feng shook his head. Professionals should do professional things. However, I'd like to meet them, from afar. It's unpleasant to be the subject of rumors, but when the rumors are so outrageous, that's another story. Lin Feng leaned over and began to conspire with Zhou Cheng. It is common knowledge that people don't mind the trouble when they are doing bad things. So, as the police car sped away, the 2 petty thieves saw Lin Feng standing alone outside the crowd through the half-open car window. Before they could even look away from their guilty consciences, Lin Feng suddenly smiled at them. Then, 2 sharp canine teeth were exposed, gleaming brightly and reflecting a cold light even on this overcast day. 2 streams of dark red liquid also flowed down Lin Feng's lips. Lin Feng slurped the unknown liquid back up with a flick of his tongue, raising an eyebrow at the 2 men. Officer, he's got his eyes on us. He even eats people. Inside the police car, screams rose and fell, almost lifting the roof off the vehicle. The villagers who had gathered to watch the commotion were all startled. The policeman turned his head, glanced at Lin Feng, and tried hard to suppress his laughter. We're all professionals, unless we can't resist. The police car sped away from Stone Village without stopping, and the villagers who had come to watch the commotion slowly dispersed. The village party secretary pushed his way out of the crowd, walked towards Lin Feng, and asked him, "So early in the morning, police cars came, and those 2 handcuffed men looked unfamiliar. What did they do to your farm?" Lin Feng swallowed the thick, blood-red syrup in his mouth with difficulty, then turned to look at Zhou Cheng. "It doesn't feel right when I say it out loud, so you should say it." "That's a good idea," Zhou Qingli nodded happily. "This is a long story, let me tell you in detail." After hearing the whole story, the village secretary also showed the same expression as Lin Feng, and it took him a long time to digest it. Young people these days are reading all sorts of trashy books, it's ruining their brains. Zhou Cheng nodded. "Why not? But listening to this story, besides being entertaining, is still worthwhile. At least we know that these two petty thieves were instigated by someone. That man is Wang Bao, the 5 guarantee household at the entrance of the village. Party secretary, you should be careful. Speaking of this person, even the party secretary has a headache. Why don't they arrest him? I'm annoyed by this troublemaker too. It would be best if he were sentenced and not sent back to the village. Even in the most authentic and simple villages, there will inevitably be a few bad apples. Wang Bao is the rotten apple of Stone Village. Having no relatives or friends, and having developed a tough and unyielding nature, he was difficult to deal with when he was young, and now that he's old, he's even more troublesome. Zhou Cheng sighed. Whether it was stealing vegetables or an attempted theft, the two people who actually did it might only get a few days of administrative detention, let alone the elderly man who instigated it. Luckily, those two petty thieves were scared out of their wits and will never dare to come again. This is why Zhou Cheng didn't explain that Lin Feng wasn't the one who controlled the 100,000 beasts. It instills fear in people from the bottom of their hearts, so naturally they dare not come again. After these two leave, they will inevitably give a speech, which will also serve as a deterrent. The village party secretary thought for a moment and understood Zhou Cheng's meaning, then sighed. I'll go talk to Wang Bao about this. But to be honest, it's a headache for me too. It's been a chronic problem in Stone Village for decades. Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng nodded in understanding. Zhou Cheng understands the difficulties of working at the grassroots level, and that some people are simply impossible to communicate with. Lin Feng, on the other hand, grew up in the village and had witnessed the fighting power of this elderly person receiving government assistance. Uncle, just give him a warning and let him know that we already know about this. That's enough. He doesn't dare to come in person because he's afraid of the animals on my farm. Lin Feng said to the village party secretary. It's unrealistic to expect that a bad apple can be picked off in one go after decades of bad behavior. He'll have a lot of trouble later. Putting everything else aside, other families in our village have become rich by selling fruit and doing business, but he's still poor. I don't believe he's not upset. The village party secretary nodded. That's true. Anyway, don't accept fruit from his family in the future. It's not to get revenge on him, but because of his character, he might put something unethical on the fruit and ruin the reputation of our Stone Village's specialty. Lin Feng nodded knowingly. Okay, then it's settled. Come on, let's go to my house for breakfast. In the past, the village party secretary would have readily agreed to this invitation. However, today he looked at the sky and waved his hand reluctantly. It looks like it's going to rain, so I don't have time to come over for a meal. I still have to harvest in the fields. The semi-dried wheat and rice will sprout again after being soaked in rain, so we can't delay it. The autumn harvest is always a major event, so Lin Feng didn't insist that the village secretary go to eat. Okay, uncle, then you go ahead with your work. The sky was already overcast, and now with that gust of wind blowing in layers of dark clouds, it looked even darker. Upon returning to the farm, Lin Feng's first action was to retrieve a light jacket from the wardrobe. It's hard to imagine that at this time of year, he was working like a beast of burden in a city known for its scorching heat. Even in the air-conditioned room, it was so hot that people were sweating profusely. Now, she skillfully changes into her coat and tends to the farm. The rain came sooner and more intensely than he had anticipated. At first, it was just a few drops falling, but later it became a continuous, drizzling sound. Lin Feng ran to the eaves, patting the rain off his clothes while looking up at the sky. He didn't take the animals in today. I wonder how everyone is doing now. When the rainwater gathers on the ground in the yard, forming small streams that meander towards the lower-lying areas outside the yard, Zhou Cheng, along with Shen Feng and Lang Qing, with the little black wolf, rushed into the courtyard. Zhou Cheng went to get a towel as if he knew exactly what to do and brushed the rain off himself, while Shen Feng skillfully used his water-shaking technique. Anyway, its fur is waterproof, so a shake will clean it. Rain was falling heavily. Lin Feng silently retreated to avoid the splashes, while Lang Qing thoughtfully stood to the side of the little black wolf and barked a few times at Shen Feng. Kamikaze, you think you're the only one with a wife? The only one showing off your love? Humph. The autistic creature silently walked to the side and continued to shake, shaking even without water. The little black wolf touched the wolf's green coat with its nose before shaking off the water. Lang Qing didn't flinch at all, but just looked gently at his wife's belly. After my wife finished shaking off the water and wiped her nose to make sure it wasn't wet, I walked far away and started shaking off the water myself. After wiping the rain off himself, Zhou Cheng smiled and pointed at Lang Qing. I really love my wife. Lin Feng laughed. You have a wife, don't you cherish her? Zhou Cheng waved his hand. Love is for dogs. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't continue the topic. He simply asked Zhou Cheng, you came all this way in the rain, is it because you haven't dealt with those two petty thieves yet? No, it's because water is seeping under my tent, so I came here to take shelter. Zhou Cheng brought himself a stool and grabbed a few red envelopes from the kitchen, munching on them while gesturing to Lin Feng. Do whatever you want, don't worry about me. Since they were already old acquaintances, Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony with him and went into the kitchen to start making crabapple jam. The provincial authorities have sent word that the jam supply is insufficient and more needs to be sent over. Therefore, we cannot rest even on this rainy day. Lin Feng thought for a moment, took out his phone, found a supernatural novel, and started listening to the audiobook. The sound of rain, eerie background music, and storytelling, it really does go well together. While listening to the novel, Lin Feng peeled and pitted the clams, showing no signs of being at work and instead enjoying a leisurely pace. Seeing Lin Feng working so leisurely, Zhou Cheng's hands started to itch to join in. Watching the rain while playing on your phone is pretty boring, let me help you. Lin Feng handed him a paring knife, and the two sat facing each other, chatting and working at the same time. Zhou Cheng asked Lin Feng, "This rain is really going to delay your autumn harvest, isn't it?" Lin Feng is honest. "I don't know. I have absolutely no say in the autumn harvest." The chat was dead. Zhou Cheng remained silent. After a long pause, he changed the subject. "I don't know much about your farm, but this heavy rain is a good thing for us forest rangers." Lin Feng paused in his peeling motion, somewhat puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "We forest police also have forest fire prevention duties," Zhou Cheng and Lin Feng explained. "Autumn weather is dry, making it very easy to start wildfires. A wildfire can cause losses of at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions. So, putting everything else aside, we all really like rain, especially heavy rain. The forests soaked by rain are the most lovely. But it can't be too big either, otherwise it will cause landslides or floods, and the fire prevention task will immediately turn into a flood control or disaster prevention task." Lin Feng nodded. "I understand. I've seen on the news recently that our eastern part was flooded, causing huge losses. The village party secretary has been spreading flood prevention knowledge in the group chat, just in case our area suffers too." Both of them sighed when they talked about it. Neither dry nor wet will work. I used to think that only agriculture was dependent on the weather, but in recent years, with the development of the internet, I have seen all kinds of natural disasters in various places, in various countries, and I have realized that all of humanity is insignificant in the face of natural disasters. Sigh, let's not talk about such heavy topics. Lin Feng smiled. Given the vastness of heaven and earth, and the insignificance of all things as small as mayflies, we should focus on doing what's in front of us and living our lives well. Zhou Cheng also laughed. That makes sense. We just need to live each day to the fullest and cherish the little joys of the moment. Lin Feng nodded, and Zhou Cheng pressed further. "So, could you secretly sell me a few jars of your jam?" Lin Feng. Okay, you were waiting for me here, I knew it." Seeing Lin Feng's speechless expression, Zhou Cheng put down the peeler and looked pitiful. "I'm going back to my team for a report in a couple of days. I don't know when I'll be back. Are you sure you won't even let me take a jar of jam with me? Are we still good buddies?" Lin Feng nodded. "Stop talking, yes. Besides jam, I'll make you something else too, so you can show off when you get back to the team." Zhou Cheng was about to laugh when Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him. "Also, let me emphasize one point, your team is in the protected area behind my farm. As for whether you'll come back or not, or whether you'll see me, you're a grown man, stop playing the victim." Zhou Qinbei went back. Cut. The two chatted and laughed as they worked together, and time passed quickly. The first batch of hawthorn jam was successfully made, and the rain stopped. Zhou Cheng, concerned about the leaky tent, bid farewell to Lin Feng. "The rain has stopped, I have to go back." "Go away, don't bother seeing me off," Lin Feng said without any hesitation. "However, it's normal to dislike your buddies, and it's also normal to miss them." When Zhou Cheng left, Lin Feng packed his luggage full. When he walked into the brigade with bags and packages, his colleagues were all stunned. "Didn't you go to the farm? It sounds like you went to raid the supermarket." "What supermarket?" Zhou Cheng proudly shook the bundle on his body. "These are small snacks such as jams, dried fruits, meat sauces, and dried meat produced by Lin Feng's farm. Let me tell you, it's incredibly delicious. Everyone in the brigade knows that the vegetables supplied by Lin Feng's farm are top-notch." However, since none of them had ever tasted Lin Feng's cooking, they didn't quite understand Zhou Cheng's boasting. "Extremely delicious? Is that an exaggeration?" "Yeah, you beast, how could we possibly get a share of the good food? Brothers, this might be a trap." Faced with the questioning, Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes. "If you don't want it, that's fine. Kamikaze and I can finish it." "No, I was just kidding." Yes. Several teammates changed their tune in a second. Living deep in these mountains every day, who wouldn't be a hungry megalodon? Even just gnawing on the fish skin is delicious. Zhou Cheng sneered, remaining silent, but he had already made up his mind. Let everyone have a taste first. Once you get addicted, you'll kneel down and call me daddy. While Zhou Cheng was plotting his own fatherhood, Lang Qing had actually become a father. Lin Feng hung up the video call with Professor Sun and looked at the little black wolf with amazement. It feels like a dream to me. In the past few days, the little black wolf has become increasingly sleepy, and its nipples have also gradually swelled up, turning into a row of bright buttons. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the size of a thumb during breastfeeding. However, Lin Feng still saw her while she was sleeping on her side in the sun. This startled Lin Feng. He thought the little black wolf was sick. We immediately contacted Professor Sunday. As a result, Professor Sun's scream startled him. I know that there is a possibility of interbreeding between wolves and dogs, but there is a difference between hearsay and first-hand observation, Professor Sun immediately stated. He took care of all the nutrition for the little black wolf throughout her pregnancy, as well as the delivery work. All I ask is that Lin Feng record the data. Lin Feng, who had taken over the work, reached out and patted the little black wolf's head. For the time being, you should put your work aside and just stay at home to take good care of your pregnancy. Little black wolf looked at Wolf Green, who puffed out his chest. It's okay, honey, just listen to your master. I'm here for the farm. It's a pity that Kamikaze returned to the team, otherwise we could have taken advantage of him. At that moment, Shenfeng, far away in the Lin police team, shivered. Who's talking badly about me behind my back? Of course, none of this concerned Lin Feng, who was about to go into the kitchen to cook some meat soup for the little black wolf. At this moment, Zhang Ming came in, clutching his lower back and groaning. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. What happened to you? Did you fall? No, I didn't manage to pull up the radish, and I ended up hurting my back instead. This is a case of a seasoned expert being caught off guard and tripped up. Lin Feng laughed mercilessly. Haha, no way, it's that bad? Alright, you're laughing at me, aren't you? Well then you'd better go and try pulling up a few yourself. I've never seen a radish that grow that deep. Zhang Ming originally wanted to come back and lie down for a while, but now he's dragged Lin Feng straight to the vegetable garden. Lin Feng stood in the radish patch, which was higher than his knees, and gave a polite yet slightly awkward smile. I was careless and forgot that the radishes at home have grown quite large. I really need to put in some effort. But surely it shouldn't be serious enough to strain your back? Just as Lin Feng was wondering, a shout of 1, 2, 1 came from the side. Lin Feng was taken aback. He looked over and saw that Wu Yong was sticking his butt out and shouting 1, 2, 1. He braced his feet on the ground, gripped the radish leaves tightly with both hands, and his body was taut. Lin Feng, Wu Yong, no matter how big this radish is, only a small part of it should be buried in the ground, right? If you pull like that, you'll fall. Wu Yong straightened his legs, tensed his waist, and tried his best to lift himself up, his teeth clenching so hard they were grinding together. Feng, brother Feng, you really don't know your own radishes at all. Didn't you see that senior brother John twisted his back? Only by combining waist and stance can we defeat this giant radish. Hey, get up! Lin Feng heard a crisp sound of a leaf breaking, and then his eyes blurred as he saw Wu Yong lying on the ground. Ouch! He looked down at the vegetable leaves in his hand, then at the bald radish, and for a moment he didn't know who to feel sorry for. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry of ouch rang out. The people in the field looked in the direction of the sound and saw a worker wearing a fresh fruit uniform rushing over. You can't pull this radish out like that. Tisk tisk tisk, a radish that could sell for more than 10 yuan is being wasted like this. The worker looked at Wu Yong, scratching his head anxiously. That's not how you help. Come on, let me teach you. Wu Yong, Zhang Ming, and the others were immediately struck by a strange feeling. They're the ones who usually teach others, but now they're the ones being taught. However, the radish harvesting was indeed outsourced, and the workers were more experienced than the locals. Then you do it. The group calmly changed their positions. To pull up this radish, you need to cut off some of the leaves first, like this. The worker swung his machete and with 2 quick strokes, neatly chopped off the leaves about 10 centimeters from the root of the radish. And then I picked out the tender part in the middle and set it aside. These leaves are also paid for. They have a dedicated processing plant that uses them to make dried vegetables and pickled vegetables, which are then packaged and sold. The workers' movements are skilled and fluid. Then, hold the root of the radish with both hands, gently shake it from side to side, and then pull it up with force. As he explained, a radish that was about a meter long was lifted up. This was completely different from Wu Yong's previous disheveled state. The worker put down the radish, smiled, and looked at everyone. You are all students, so you are definitely not as good as us workers at physical labor. I suggest that you work in pairs to avoid straining your backs. Zhang Ming and Wu Yong. I was careless. Lin Feng silently covered his mouth. Thank goodness I didn't leave the field. However, the worker had no intention of letting him off the hook. As soon as their eyes met, he spoke up. Farmer, you don't interfere with our harvesting, which shows you trust us, and we are very grateful for that. However, we really don't have enough manpower. The weather forecast says there will be another rainstorm in a couple of days. We have to harvest them quickly, otherwise the sweetness of the vegetables will be greatly reduced due to the rain. How about we join in? Lin Feng didn't understand why the other party was asking questions about this. As a farmer, he wouldn't turn down money, right? Just tell me what you want me to do. Then, Lin Feng almost collapsed from exhaustion. The huge winter melons had to be moved one by one, and the crisp and sweet cabbages had to be put in protective bags one by one, even though he only undertook less than 1% of the work in the entire harvest process. However, when I lift up my clothes, I always feel that my ABS are becoming more and more obvious. Inspired by the story of Radish Squat, Lin Feng also heard his classmates adapt a song during the entire harvest process. Winter melons are harvested, and after the winter melons are harvested, pumpkins are harvested. Pumpkins harvested, after the pumpkins are harvested, soybeans are harvested. Soybeans harvested, peanuts harvested after soybeans harvested. In short, they sing whatever is in the farmland. Sweet potatoes, sesame seeds, sunflower seeds. Fresh Fruit app is constantly launching new products. But not enough to sell, really not enough to sell. After the potatoes made Lin Feng's farm famous, consumers recognized the products from Lin Feng's farm. Therefore, as soon as the link is up, it sells out without any need for app promotion. This extraordinary speed of buying up the stock attracted a large number of customers. Is this a marketing tactic to create scarcity, or is the product genuinely good? I'll have to try it sometime. Well, when it came to the Lin Feng Farm special event, a niche app actually needed to expand its capacity. As the purchaser who secured all the agricultural products from Lin Feng Farm, Zheng Yu also received a considerable bonus. Win-win, win-win. Zheng Yu was delighted and, with the prize money, bought gifts at her own expense and went to the farm again to thank Lin Feng. Standing on the bountiful farm, Zheng Yu couldn't stop smiling. However, the foreman in charge of supervising the harvest quietly pulled him aside. Manager, are the products from Lin Feng Farm really safe? The foreman gestured as he expressed his doubts. I think I've figured out what's wrong. What farm can grow every crop so well? Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at this field of cabbages in front of us. On average, each cabbage weighs more than 30 kilograms. Could it be that they used some non-compliant product? We can't afford to ruin the company's reputation during the Chinese New Year. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu nearly choked on her own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. What nonsense are you talking about? Yes, according to past data, the average net weight of this variety of cabbage is around 10 jin, 5 catties. If Lin Feng gets his net weight to 15 jin, then there might actually be some talk about it. But now it weighs 30 pounds. Do you know what this threefold increase means? Zheng Yu asked the foreman, who honestly shook his head. Zheng Yu explained. This level of growth cannot be achieved by adding random additives. The only explanation is that the cabbage has mutated. The mutant strain is firmly in our hands. Do you know how much that costs? Even if you doubt yourself, you absolutely cannot doubt Lin Feng. Besides, the report is right there in the company. Who would dare to falsify it? You can just focus on the harvesting and transportation. Oh, right, Zheng Yu emphasized, we also need to keep an eye on things, lest someone poach our talent. Lin Feng is our god of wealth. The foreman dispelled his doubts and nodded. You can steal a wife, but you can't steal the god of wealth. Zheng Yu choked on her own saliva again. Cough, cough, cough. It's good that you're aware of this. Zheng Yu welcomed the high yield of Lin Feng's farm and did not delve into the details. However, Professor Li was scratching his head in frustration. He spoke with Zhang Ming. Let me confirm again, what was the yield of cabbage per unit of land area on Lin Feng's farm? Zhang Ming stood in the field under the scorching sun, rubbing his aching back, and said helplessly, 9,174 kilograms. This number is outrageous, but Professor, I have checked it many times to make sure there is no mistake. Moreover, this figure is the weight we obtained after removing the old, yellowed leaves from the outside. If you include the leaves, the number would be much higher. Professor Li on the other end of the phone had his mouth agape and couldn't recover for a long time. Just as Zhang Ming was hesitating about whether to ask Professor Li how much cabbage he could get per acre on his farm, Professor Li was already holding his phone, turning to ask the student next to him, is our data correct? Is our cabbage yield really less than 9,000 kilograms per mu? The student nodded. Teacher, our yield per mu is 6,182 kilograms, that's right, I've checked it 3 times. Professor Li, instead of holding his phone, started touching his thinning hair. Something's not right. So mentally taxing was that Professor Li didn't even notice that several strands of hair had slipped through his fingers and drifted away silently in the wind. The students nearby did see it, but after thinking about it, they kept quiet. People with Mediterranean hair generally don't like people mentioning their hair, especially since Professor Li seems quite distressed about it. Let's not provoke him. Jiang Ming couldn't see what was happening here, so he spoke up. Professor, what's wrong? Professor Lee, it's nothing, it's nothing. I might have to come over after the work on this farm is finished, so be prepared. Jiang Ming nodded. Okay, Professor Lee, don't worry. Don't rush? Professor Lee looked up at the sky. Indeed, there's no point in rushing it. We also need to save seeds from this batch of cabbages for cultivation to see if Linfen Farm can maintain this quality next year. If the genetics are stable and it can be widely promoted, it will be another great contribution to people's dining tables. Thinking of this, Professor Lee spoke up. By the way, we can't just look at the weight, we also have to look at the taste. Is this cabbage still delicious looking like this? Just then, Lin Feng arrived with several students, carrying large food boxes. The harvest was hard work, so to save time, Lin Feng delivered meals directly to the fields these past few days. Jiang Ming perked up immediately when he saw the food in Lin Feng's hands. The taste is absolutely amazing. Look, Lin Feng brought us our food. I'm going to eat now, we'll talk later. Jiang Ming decisively hung up the phone, leaving Professor Lee bewildered on the other end. Yes, it should taste great, no doubt about it. Jiang Ming didn't care what Professor Lee thought, he only wanted to ask Lin Feng, Brother Feng, what are we eating today? He knew the raw materials, whatever was harvested from the fields, Lin Feng would produce it. This question is about the dishes. Lin Feng knew Jiang Ming was asking about the dishes, and smiled. Braised beef brisket with radish, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, stir-fried potatoes, green peppers, and eggplant, plus a bucket of lemonade with ice. Long live Brother Feng. Jiang Ming sincerely praised Lin Feng, and appeared reverent. Let me send Professor Lee a photo. He just asked me how the cabbage tastes. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Professor Lee, can you see Wan Li's WeChat moments? It should be possible, right? Then you don't need to send it. Wan Li will dance in front of Professor Lee. Jiang Ming paused for a moment, his eyes brightening slightly. Brother Feng, what you said makes a lot of sense. I think we should let the junior show off. The two exchanged a smile, and Jiang Ming went to open the food box. It was called a food box, but it was actually a stainless steel insulated container that Lin Feng bought online. The first bucket contained braised beef brisket with radish. As soon as the lid was lifted, white steam billowed out, and Jiang Ming felt as if he had been punched in the nose. The aroma of meat and radish, along with other complex fragrances, resonated in his nasal cavity, bringing tears to his eyes. After the white vapor dissipated, my eyes were struck again. The beef brisket is an enticing reddish-brown color, and the stewed radish has also taken on this color, becoming plump and flavorful. Jiang Ming took 2 more deep breaths, confirming and affirming his point. What he disliked was the distinctive pungent smell of stewed radishes. It had none of that. It has only the meaty aroma of beef brisket and the sweet aroma of radish. Then, he opened the stir-fried cabbage with vinegar and took a big gulp, which made Jiang Ming feel appetized. The subtle sourness and the spicy and sour flavor showcases Lin Feng's mastery of seasoning, a skill that rivals that of restaurant chefs. Without using his brain, Jiang Ming relied solely on his muscle instincts to deliver the disposable bowl to Lin Feng. Fill it up, thank you. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Jiang Ming, who was staring blankly, and took out a large spoon. The first spoonful is of rice that is as white and translucent as pearls. Immediately afterwards, a spoonful of radish and beef brisket with broth was placed on top. Jiang Ming could clearly see that the white rice had instantly turned a beautiful reddish-brown color. But that wasn't all. With another turn of the spoon, white, jade-like shredded cabbage appeared next to the radish and beef brisket. The subtle vinegar flavor in the shredded vegetables becomes even more pronounced under the heat of the rice underneath. This further expanded Jiang Ming's already whetted appetite. Jiang Ming waved the disposable chopsticks in his hand and immediately scooped up a large mouthful. With his taste buds spinning and leaping, Jiang Ming closed his eyes, and his facial features danced a waltz on his face. The professor even asked me if the cabbage tasted good. Shoo, 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 shoo. I bet the professor has never eaten such delicious cabbage. Shoo, 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 shoo. If this cabbage is successfully mass-produced and sent to Korea, they'll have to apply for UNESCO World Heritage status. Lin Feng, even food can't shut you up. It wasn't just Jiang Ming who gave high praise to the cabbage and radish. The other students also ate in a way that resembled spinning and jumping. They can no longer tell whether it's Lin Feng's skill that's good, or whether the cabbage and radish are exceptionally good. Of course, it is more likely that both are good, resulting in a synergistic effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The students have said privately more than once that they would work for Lin Feng for free for the rest of their lives just for those 3 meals. It's not an exaggeration, but isn't the point of working to earn a living? The scope has been broadened. Everyone was making a lot of noise while eating when Lin Feng heard a weak voice coming from the side. Brother Feng, our farm has a bumper harvest right now, we have all kinds of vegetables, could you make us a hot pot soup? The student swallowed hard as he spoke. I can't imagine how delicious it would be if so many fresh ingredients were poached together. No problem. This wasn't an unreasonable request, and Lin Feng agreed without even thinking about it. Moreover, fresh broth hot pot is particularly easy to make. Use lard as a base, fry a few peppercorns and dried chilies, add water, bean sprouts and radishes, and simmer to bring out the flavor. Then, just add whatever ingredients you have, according to their cooking time, and cook them in that order. Good ingredients will inevitably result in a delicious dish. Lin Feng estimated that with the ingredients produced by the farm, they didn't even need to add spiritual water. Brother Feng is so fanciful. Seeing Lin Feng nod without hesitation, all the students cheered. Any product made by Lin Feng is guaranteed to be of high quality. I'm in for another treat. Hearing the cheers, Professor Sun and Sun Mingchen, who were standing some distance away, exchanged a glance. Rubbing hands, JPG. After we check on the chicken and the little black wolf, shall we grab a meal before we leave? This is necessary, and it's not just a meal. Professor Sun's lips curled into a smirk as he met Sun Mingchen's puzzled gaze and said with a shrewd air, I'll mooch this meal too. As he spoke, he strode toward Lin Feng. Sun Mingchen looked at the few stainless steel buckets that were still faintly steaming from afar and realized, Uncle is still uncle, wait for me. Lin Feng was overjoyed to see the two of them. Professor Sun Mingchen, what brings you two here? Come and see the little black wolf. Let's come and see how your guinea fowl are doing. The two answered at the same time. Lin Feng nodded and was about to say thank you when he noticed where their gazes were fixed. If you don't mind, shall we eat first? Lin Feng was testing the waters, while Professor Sun and Sun Mingchen nodded without any apparent concern. The radish in the beef brisket has a hint of sweetness amidst the meaty aroma, and the stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, despite its sour and spicy flavor, is crisp and sweet, making it refreshing and appetizing without any fibrous texture. Professor Sun and Sun Mingchen listened to the crunching sound of the cabbage in their mouths, and their taste buds were extremely satisfied. They were still eating because they arrived late, while the students who had already finished eating felt they could eat again. Before the meal, everyone felt exhausted and just wanted to lie down on the edge of the field. But now, they were all wide awake and rushed back into the field with shouts of excitement. Charge for the farm! Roll up your sleeves and work hard, and the farm will have a brighter tomorrow. Hearing these shouts, Lin Feng almost choked on his own saliva. These students are so adorable. After cleaning up the disposable tableware and some leftover trash from the students around him, Lin Feng looked at Professor Sun and Sun Mingchen. Have you finished eating? If you're done, let's get down to business. Okay. The uncle and nephew made a gesture in unison towards Lin Feng. The three of them went to the chicken coop first. The guinea fowl had already shed their previous immaturity and downy feathers and grown flight feathers. Seeing Lin Feng approach, they assumed there was something delicious to eat and quickly gathered around. Sun Mingchen counted the number 1, 2, 3. After counting them all, he was somewhat surprised to find that none were missing. A 100% survival rate? Lin Feng nodded. Thank you so much. The chicks you sent were all very healthy. Not only did they all survive, but none of them even got sick. Sun Mingchen scratched his head, too afraid to say that 7 or 8 of the same batch of chicks had died at his place. As long as you take good care of yourself, that's fine. Lin Feng didn't understand his hesitant expression, but Professor Sun did. He stepped forward and patted his nephew on the shoulder. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Lin Feng? Before Lin Feng could ask a question, Professor Sun looked at Lin Feng. Now that we've looked at the chickens, it's time to see the little black wolf. This is the first successful case of a wolf and dog hybrid that I've handled. If something hadn't held me up a few days ago, I would have come here much earlier. What else could Lin Feng say? I have no choice but to lead the way. Even through a video call, Professor Sun, based on his extensive experience, was already certain that little black wolf was pregnant. But this time, he still brought a pregnancy test kit for animals and tested the little black wolf. Seeing the reaction on the test strip, Professor Sun couldn't stop smiling. It's confirmed. We've got another paper this year. Lin Feng, I really have to thank you. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Why don't you thank little black wolf and wolf green? Professor Sun paused for a moment. What you said makes sense. Although you raised this child, the root of the problem lies with Lang Qing and his wife, doesn't it? Lin Feng fell silent, recalling the scene of feeding the 3 tiger cubs at night. I have a question. In cases like little black wolves, how many babies does she usually have in one litter? Wolves typically give birth to 4 to 7 cubs in a litter, but there are records of them giving birth to 10 to 12 cubs. Seeing Lin Feng's increasingly serious expression, Professor Sun added, however, these figures may vary depending on a variety of factors, such as the wolf's breed, age, health condition, environmental conditions, and food supply. Besides, your family is descended from dogs and wolves, so there shouldn't be that many. Lin Feng waved his hand. Thank you, I feel comforted. Now, all I hope is that Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf are different from Tiger Mom, and that they won't do something like leaving their cubs with her for days and nights while they go off to enjoy themselves in the mountains. After dinner, Lin Feng saw Professor Sun, who was heavily pregnant, and Sun Mingchen into the car. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to go for a stroll to digest his food. I must say, the classmate who suggested eating hot pot soup was a genius. He ended up eating until he was stuffed too. As he strolled around, Lin Feng came across a field of excellent sorghum. Looking at that expanse of golden red, Lin Feng was extremely envious. This year he planted everything on his farm except sorghum. Looking at this land now, he felt a pang of nostalgia for the sorghum rice he ate as a child. Lin Feng stood by the roadside, drooling as he digested his food. Then, a head popped out from the sorghum field. "Maple boy, what are you doing?" Looking at the elderly man in front of him, wearing a straw hat, slightly hunched over but full of energy, Lin Feng smiled. "Uncle Joe, does this sorghum field belong to you?" Grandpa Joe brushed the grass clippings off his body as he walked towards Lin Feng. "Yes, I think my planting went pretty well." Regardless of Lin Feng's farming skills, or his reputation among professionals, the village elders thought the young man managed his farm very well and even knew how to make jam. He is definitely a talented and promising young person. Therefore, Grandpa Joe really hoped to get Lin Feng's approval. Lin Feng indeed praised Grandpa Joe as well. "They're grown exceptionally well. Look at these ears of grain, they're straight, plump, and brightly colored. They look incredibly delicious." Grandpa Joe smiled. "They'll be harvested in a couple of days, and I'll send you a bag to try then. Rural people are just that simple and honest. If I like you, I'll share good things with you without you even having to ask." Faced with Grandpa Joe's enthusiasm, Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. "No need for a gift, I'll buy it, I'll buy it. What do you want to buy? I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you." The two stood on the edge of the field and engaged in a classic tug-of-war over the sorghum. Finally, Lin Feng made the final decision. "Sir, you know how many people I have over there. The demand is huge, we really need to buy enough. You know, I can't exactly ask you for a lot of sorghum, or hide away and eat it all by myself, can I?" The old man scratched his head, thinking that this made sense. "How many do you want to buy? We need at least 400 or 500 caddies, but can you spare some?" Lin Feng looked left and right, and it seemed that Grandpa Joe only planted sorghum on the plot of land in front of him. As expected, Grandpa Joe was somewhat bewildered when he heard the number. 400 or 500 caddies? Are you sure? Sorghum is a coarse grain, not many people like to eat it, and even if your family is large, they may not be able to finish it. Lin Feng nodded. "Are you sure you want this much? To be honest, we need so much sorghum not just for making mixed grain rice. There's not much to do this winter, so I've been thinking about whether I should try brewing some sorghum liquor or something. There aren't many people growing sorghum these days, but I've got my eye on it. If I can spare some, I'll definitely buy it. I can pay a deposit first." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Joe immediately dispelled all his doubts and smiled. "No need for a deposit. We're all from the same village, how could I not trust you? I'll sell it." Grandpa Joe smiled and said to Lin Feng, "Actually, the reason we planted this 1 acre is because your aunt loves to eat it, but even if she loves to eat it, 100 or 200 caddies a year is enough. After I harvest them, I'll sell the extras at the market. Selling this to you will save me a lot of trouble. If you plant hundreds of acres of sorghum, a type of coarse grain, and sell it directly to grain merchants, that would be a good business opportunity. But he only owns one mu, approximately 0.16 acres, so grain merchants won't bother to buy it. He can only sell it slowly at the nearby market. Now that living conditions have improved, everyone eats white rice, and there aren't many people who like sorghum." Grandpa Joe had been processing sorghum for several years and wanted to discuss with his wife whether they would stop planting it next year and have their children buy it online instead. Lin Feng resolved the matter in one fell swoop, and he smiled happily. "Don't worry, once the sorghum is harvested, I'll clean it up thoroughly, leaving not a single stone or blade of grass." The old man was honest, and Lin Feng smiled. "Okay, then I'll thank you in advance, sir. Once you've packed it up, give me a call and I'll come to tow it in my tricycle, so you don't have to carry it on your back." After the two made their agreement, Lin Feng whistled happily as he went home. Grandpa Joe also went home humming a song. No need to worry about selling the extra sorghum this year. Lin Feng, this young man, has really brought benefits to the villagers by returning to the village. After arriving home, Mr. Joe couldn't wait to tell his wife the good news. The old man's wife was also happy and gave Mr. Joe some instructions. "Since Lin Feng is buying so much at once, we should lower the price for him. We can't let an honest person like him suffer a loss." Grandpa Joe nodded. "Do you even need to tell me? If you ask me, not only should we lower the price, but we should also make a few sturdy sorghum brooms for Lin Feng and send them to him. We may not have any other skills, but we can still do this kind of thing." Aunt Joe smiled and said, "Great. This sorghum broom is much better than that plastic one. From now on, every time Feng Wei uses a broom, he'll remember us. In the village, Grandpa Joe's family wasn't the only one who wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Feng. Sure enough, Lin Feng hadn't even gotten home when he was stopped again. "Feng Wei, these are apples from my garden. Try them, they're so sweet." The middle-aged man opposite him chuckled as he handed an apple to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback. "Fourth brother, what are you doing? There are so many apples, I can't possibly eat them all, just pick a couple." Lin Feng estimated at a glance that the bag of apples probably weighed more than 20 kilograms, and they were big and red, looking exceptionally good. "It's not good to accept them all. So I thought of a compromise and prepared to open the bag and grab a couple as a token gesture." Faced with Lin Feng's tactful refusal, fourth brother was not annoyed, but simply smiled and held Lin Feng's hand. "No, take them all. It's not like you're getting it for free. If it weren't for you making apricot jam this year, my apricot trees wouldn't have made any money at all. Your sister-in-law was at home counting the money from selling apricots when she told me that this year's apples couldn't all be sold to the cannery. She wanted to keep 2 trees and pick out some of the good apples to give to you as a token of her gratitude." Lin Feng remembered that his fourth brother's family had leased an orchard, mainly growing apples, but also planting some other fruit trees around the perimeter. Because the apricots were difficult to transport and there weren't any large enough fields to grow them, the buyers didn't want them, and the fourth brother's family didn't bother with them either. "In previous years, we ate it ourselves or fed it to the pigs, we never exchanged it for money. However, he made a fortune this year because he made apricot jam." However, even though the reason had been explained, Lin Feng still didn't intend to ask for more. "Fourth brother, I only bought a few hundred caddies of apricots from your family, how could I possibly accept so many apples? Just take a few to try, and you can take the rest back for the children." Fourth brother's eyes widened. "I'm just a fruit farmer, how could I possibly lack a few apples for the children? Just take them." Fourth brother pressed a whole bag of apples into Lin Feng's arms and then slipped the plastic bag handle onto Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng dodged swiftly. "These apples are so good, fourth brother, why don't you just give them all to the cannery? They'd be worth at least 4 or 5 yuan a pound, right? Fourth brother, even if it's 40 or 50 yuan a pound, you can still afford it. Those who do farm work year-round are incredibly strong." After several rounds of tugging, the plastic bag was finally slipped onto Lin Feng's hand. Fourth brother was completely satisfied. "You have too many wild animals at your place, so I won't ride there. I'm leaving." He turned away gracefully, leaving behind only one sentence. "By the way, let me know if you like it. Fourth brother may not have much else, but these apples are plentiful." Lin Feng looked at the bright red apple in his arms, a smile appearing on his lips, and raised his voice. "Thank you, fourth brother. There's no need to thank me. We're all from the same village, don't be so formal." Fourth brother turned his back to Lin Feng and waved his hand. Lin Feng carried the apples home with a satisfied look on his face. Apple products aren't expensive, but brother sees friendship is. That's how it is in the countryside. If you've ever helped me out, no matter how little you've done, I'll remember that kindness and repay it. Unlike in big cities, where workplaces are full of backstabbing and neighbors are indifferent, Lin Feng increasingly felt that his current life was truly wonderful. However, this wonderful feeling disappeared when they met Wu Yang and his friends. "Brother Feng, what are you holding? Can we try some? Plastic bags are transparent, so you can see what's inside at a glance." However, the students could still ask with their clear eyes. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. "Here's an apple." Brother Feng is so arrogant. Several classmates rushed forward, and there wasn't even a plastic bag left, let alone an apple. Lin Feng put his hands on his hips and shook his head repeatedly. Who ate so much at dinner that they had to lean against the wall to walk? Only a few minutes have passed, and we can eat apples again. Dowdy, a bunch of dowdy. The next few days were sunny. The crops on the slopes have been mostly harvested, leaving only some wheat on the flat land. Jiang Ming stood at the edge of the field, casually picked a handful of wheat ears, rubbed them in his palm, and then examined the grains. He told the younger students following behind him, "Remember, this humidity level is about right before you can collect them. Tell them that the harvester must be in place by 10 a.m. tomorrow." The surrounding students nodded in unison. "Don't worry, senior brother, it won't be delayed." Lin Feng was overjoyed to hear what everyone said. As expected of someone in this line of work, Jiang Ming managed to get a harvester that he couldn't get himself. Using machines is good. With machines, people don't have to work so hard. Now that things were easier, Lin Feng prepared to go home and cook a big meal for everyone. He had just climbed onto the edge of the paddy field when he heard someone calling him from behind. "Lin Feng! Lin Feng!" The village party secretary saw Lin Feng's back from the edge of the field and immediately called out to him. Lin Feng turned his head, but before he could ask a question, the village secretary grabbed his wrist and pulled him up the mountain to the east. Lin Feng left inexplicably, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Uncle, why are we going that way? I've almost finished harvesting my vegetables there. The village party secretary glanced at Lin Feng, his expression irritated. It's not about harvesting vegetables. Don't say anything, just come with me. You'll find out when we get there. Lin Feng was puzzled. Aren't people busy with the autumn harvest right now? Why do you have time to come looking for me? Seeing Lin Feng's expression, the village secretary knew he was still in the dark and felt somewhat helpless. After letting out a long sigh, the village secretary said to Lin Feng with a resentful tone, "Giant pandas are very cute, but only if they don't go against the villagers. I've received countless complaints every day." As he spoke, the village secretary didn't stop walking, complaining as he went. "You know, I'm the only able-bodied person in my family, and I'm already too busy with the work in the fields. You also need to appease the villagers and deal with the matter of your giant panda. Now, I get scared when I hear someone knocking on my door. I was thinking of having the villagers come to you directly, but I was afraid that if they came in small groups, they would attract your South China tiger. This is ridiculous. They're afraid of bears in front and tigers behind. It's really enough." Lin Feng? Judging from their tone, did the little dumpling offend the villagers? Wait a minute, these two eat 3 meals a day without fail, how could they have time to provoke the villagers? No, uncle, you're not explaining this clearly. What happened? Lin Feng was puzzled. Besides, don't people really like giant pandas? I remember the first time a giant panda appeared at my house, many villagers came to see what was going on and discussed why the panda didn't go to their house. Could it be that he was all talk and no action, and then he actually went but then didn't want to go? The village party secretary gave Lin Feng a deep look, and his lips twitched twice. When the giant panda comes to the village and asks for food, everyone is happy to give it to it. But when it becomes this naughty, it's no longer cute. Lin Feng scratched his head. Learn to be bad? The village party secretary nodded helplessly. There's no way to explain it. You'll have to see for yourself. It's really gotten worse now. I can only ask you to take action. Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued at this moment. What exactly did the big dumpling do? This angered even the usually good-tempered village secretary. Looking at the mountain makes one run until the horse dies. Lin Feng knew the village secretary was taking him to the hill to the east, but it actually took them about half an hour to walk there. The further Lin Feng walked, the more he felt something was amiss. There's no bamboo on this hill to the east, so what's that big dumpling doing here? As Lin Feng approached the forest, he discovered that the entire mountainside was covered with prickly pears. Now it's the season for prickly pears to ripen. The green fruits have been tinged with yellow, and they look incredibly tempting when the wind blows. However, Lin Feng had no intention of eating it. Even when wild prickly pears are fully ripe, they still taste unbearably sour and astringent. Even children wouldn't pick this fruit while playing. The village party secretary finally caught his breath as he reached this point and said, "A fruit processing plant opened in town the year before last, specializing in buying wild prickly pears for 10 yuan a pound. They say that once it's processed, it's sold overseas and is a very popular health product among foreigners. Of course, this is not our business. I just want to say that from that time on, this prickly pear grove became precious. Although this forest does not belong to our village's collective property, everyone who comes here will take the initiative to maintain it, so that when it's harvest time, we can pick more to sell for money. It's not easy for villagers to get rich. A few years ago, they even got into fights and went to jail for picking prickly pears." As the village secretary rambled on, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. "Wait, uncle, do you mean that Tuanzi came here to pick prickly pears and disturb the villagers' livelihood?" The village secretary nodded, and a cold expression slowly settled on Lin Feng's face. "Isn't this big dumpling being ridiculous? We've never restricted its eating of sweet fruits at home, so why does it insist on eating this sour and astringent prickly pear?" Seeing Lin Feng's displeasure, the village secretary pressed down on his shoulder. "You should be prepared that if a giant panda only eats a few prickly pears, no one will say anything. It's mainly the mother and daughter that are affected." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Wait a minute, I always thought only the big one was involved, but the little one was too?" After silently repeating "I'm not a tattletale" to himself, the village secretary nodded. "Very well." Lin Feng put his hands on his hips. "These two idiots don't realize that cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Or rather, it's about using one's good looks to commit crimes. Otherwise, try painting its entire body black. The older folks in the village might even be able to assemble a couple of homemade guns at home. When they were young, there were no animal protection laws. Now that there are, they are in their 70s or 80s. With these magical attacks clashing, it's really hard to say who will win." Seeing Lin Feng's pensive expression, the village secretary knew that Lin Feng had grasped the seriousness of the matter. "Sai, you shouldn't have taught them to carry baskets in the first place. If they didn't know how to carry baskets, they would just grab a handful of food. But once they learned how to carry baskets, their destructive power increased dramatically. Lin Feng paused, silently blaming himself for his own misdeeds, then quickened his pace. After walking for several tens of minutes in the mountains, Lin Feng saw several familiar faces ahead, wearing thick work gloves, bending over, and carefully picking prickly pears one by one. As its name suggests, the prickly pear is covered not only with thorns on its branches, but also with densely packed thorns on the surface of its fruit. Even with gloves on, you have to be careful, otherwise you'll end up with your hands covered in blood from a single prick. Just as Lin Feng was about to greet the villagers who were bending over to pick fruit, the village secretary pulled him back, signaling him to be quiet. Lin Feng was taken aback and then saw a large black and white ball appear diagonally behind the villagers. It crept stealthily toward the villagers' baskets, and with a simple lift of its paw, a basket of prickly pears was hoisted onto its back. Their movements were so practiced that it was as if they had rehearsed them hundreds of times. The commotion startled the villagers, who turned around abruptly and saw the large dumpling. You're doing it again." A burly man, relying on his strong physique, raised his eyebrows and prepared to cause trouble. However, the big dumpling was stronger and more aggressive than him. Roar dash. With a roar, the big man immediately cowered, staggering back several steps before plopping down into the prickly pear bushes. Ah! The strong man's cries of pain echoed through the sky. The little dumpling was visibly happy. It even grabbed a handful of prickly pears from its basket, not minding the thorns on the fruit. It chewed on them while smiling at the villagers. Seeing that trembling back, Lin Feng was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Are you eating popcorn while watching a show? That bear sighting the other day made it clear to you, didn't it?" Lin Feng wanted to call out to the bully who had his back to him, but then he suddenly remembered that the village secretary had said that Nachuanzi was also involved. "I want to see what roles you two, mother and daughter, are each playing." Once Lin Feng calmed down, he reached out and picked a prickly pear from the nearest tree, quickly scraped off the thorns, and popped it into his mouth. Then, she immediately started making sarcastic emojis. Lin Feng quickly and silently spat out the fruit. He couldn't believe that the big dumpling would like this fruit so much that it would want to rob it. Just as Lin Feng was watching the show, the little dumpling came into view. Because the big dumpling had already gained the upper hand, the milk dumpling was different from the mother dumpling before. It no longer only saw the villagers' baskets. It strolled leisurely, its head bobbing back and forth, looking very content. Then, the next second, the comfort faded, and the little dumpling was frozen in place. "That person in the woods over there, no matter how you look at him, looks just like my godfather. Isn't Godfather busy with the farm? How come he has time to come over?" Giant pandas have a more sensitive sense of smell than their eyes. Worried that he might have misread it, the little dumpling raised his head and tried to sniff the air. Then, it felt guilty. "It really seems like he's my godfather. I'm doomed." The little dumpling lowered her head, trying to pretend she was sleepwalking, but after taking only a couple of steps, she felt it was a bit unfair to leave her mother behind. So, it gritted its teeth and turned back to its mother. The little bear paw patted the big ball's belly ring. The big bear paw patted the small bear paw. "Stop fooling around, this is just for fun." The little dumpling didn't dare to make a sound, but only patted her mother again. This time, the little dumpling simply scratched its swimming ring. "It's making me really itchy, stop hitting me." The little dumpling was completely out of options, so it simply grabbed its mother's flabby flesh with its mouth and pulled it backward with force. "Big dumpling, my child, what are you doing?" It turned its head and pressed its paw against the baby's head. When the little dumpling saw that her mother had finally turned around, she frantically tried to wink at her. "Big dumpling, are your eyes twitching?" The little dumpling gave up. "Okay, that's all I can do for you. Goodbye." Based on this mother-daughter bond, the little dumpling decided to decisively end things and never see each other again. The big dumpling saw the little dumpling walking stealthily with its head down and its mind was full of trouble. But there's no need to ask it why. Because, as its attention was drawn back from the prickly pears and the villagers, it smelled a familiar scent in the air. The big dumpling's body began to stiffen slowly. But it's okay, the bear can still walk. The big dumpling, with its arms and legs moving in unison, was trying to sneak away from this place. Lin Feng knew he couldn't watch the show any longer, and he opened his mouth quietly. "Where are you going?" Although it was just a simple sentence, it didn't have any emphasis. But the big dumpling sensed an impending storm. It, a giant panda weighing several hundred kilograms, felt its feet rooted to the ground and could no longer move. How did Lin Feng beat it up last time it caused trouble? The little dumpling's brain was working blankly. Ever since it first stole the villagers' prickly pears, it had wondered if Lin Feng would settle scores with it. What were I thinking back then? Oh, right. That's the thrill I'm looking for. Now that something exciting has happened, what should we do? I need help urgently. Lin Feng stood there, watching the little dumpling's eyes darting around. "I'm not going to say anything. I'll just see what you two do. Whoever moves first loses." With this in mind, Lin Feng was the obvious winner. The two little ones, carrying baskets on their backs, cautiously approached Lin Feng. 5 steps away from Lin Feng, the two men stopped, took off their baskets in unison, and pushed them towards Lin Feng. Then, a flattering smile appeared on both of their pretty little faces at the same time. Xiong Xiong knows he was wrong. You are a magnanimous person. Please accept these spoils of war, and we will still be family. Lin Feng looked at the two pandas whose smiles were even exactly the same, and a smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. I feed you 2-3 meals a day at home, with delicious food and drinks, and unlimited fruit. I think you two should be satisfied. But I never expected that you two wouldn't like sweet bread and fruit, or fragrant meat. I love this sour and astringent prickly pear. In the end, I didn't figure out your preferences. I'm sorry. From now on, you don't need to eat any of those dishes anymore. I'll feed you prickly pears 3 times a day. Anyway, the village secretary said that these prickly pears are only 10 yuan a pound. With my big farm, I can easily afford to supply them. The two little dumplings were completely stunned. 3 servings of prickly pear fruit a day? No way. They stole the villagers' prickly pears, initially just to understand why the villagers liked this sour fruit. It was later discovered that whenever they roared, the villagers who loved them would immediately scream in terror. His reaction was different from Lin Feng's and the students' reaction at Lin Feng's farm. It's so much fun, it's designed to scare people to tears. Snatching prickly pears was just a matter of course. And now, are they going to lose out on truly delicious food because of this easy task? No. The two little girls looked at each other, and finally they had that unspoken understanding that mother and daughter share. The two men simultaneously put down their baskets and rushed towards Lin Feng. Then, one on the left and one on the right, they hugged Lin Feng's left and right thighs together. Both pairs of eyes blinked simultaneously, staring pitifully at Lin Feng. Eek eek. Wah-ah-ah. The two pandas instantly turned into whimpering monsters, rubbing against Lin Feng's thighs. The village secretary standing next to Lin Feng silently picked at his ear. It's hard to imagine that a giant panda that just made such a rough call could still make such a sound. Holy crap, not just any animal can be a national treasure. Lin Feng was used to these whimpering sounds, but of course, he wasn't charmed by them. The panda is like a reed, while your heart is as hard as iron. He simply kept smiling and patted the two pandas on the head. You're touched to hear I'm going to give you prickly pears, aren't you? Oh, don't be touched. I didn't know your preferences before, but from now on, I won't make any mistakes. By the way, since you like prickly pears so much, you must like lemons too, right? Perfect timing. I had a whole case of it in the warehouse, which I was originally planning to use to make lemonade for the students. Now it's all yours. I'm sure you two can eat them one after another without diluting them with honey water. Hearing these cold and heartless words, even the little bird's eyes stopped moving. Oh no, this is a huge disaster. The little dumpling was so frightened by Lin Feng's threat that it trembled violently. This scene, seen by the villagers who had just been terrified by the giant dumpling, had a touch of beauty in it. However, amidst the beauty, there was still a subtle undercurrent. Lin Feng looks very young, but he is already skilled at using the tactic of killing with his mind. It's worth noting that bears, as depicted in various documentaries, are known to have a strong affinity for honey. What are the characteristics of honey? It's so sweet. So, rounding up, pandas must also like sweets. Although the little dumplings snatched their prickly pears, the villagers, having learned their lesson from their previous misfortunes, knew better. These two are always grabbing, never eating anything. It was precisely this act of wasting food that aroused everyone's indignation. But all that is in the past. All the villagers know is that today these two pandas are going to eat lemons. The villagers stood on the sidelines, hands on hips, heads held high in pride, while simultaneously reminding themselves, from now on, never mess with Lin Feng, no matter who you are. That's terrifying. Lin Feng waited until the two pandas stopped whimpering before picking up the basket from the ground and taking it to the villagers. After offering a sincere apology, he looked at the two giant pandas who were standing there, dumbfounded. After thinking for a moment, he went back and borrowed a basket from a villager, which he then gave to the little dumpling. If you two bring home a full basket of prickly pears before dinner, I'll consider easing your punishment. If you can't do it. Lin Feng smiled. The two little dumplings looked at each other, let out a whoosh, grabbed their baskets, and ran deeper into the mountains. In just a few minutes, the figures of the two black and white balls disappeared into the lush greenery. The village party secretary was standing nearby, completely stunned. No, it feels like they understood what you were saying. Lin Feng glanced at the backs of the two black and white balls and smiled. According to expert research, the intelligence of an adult giant panda is equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. Listening to these two sentences, there's no problem. There's one more thing Lin Feng didn't mention. He discovered that, under the influence of the jade ring, or rather, the long-term consumption of spiritual water, The animal's intelligence has been slightly enhanced. Not only giant pandas, but also the weasels, crested eagles, and peregrine falcons in the house have shown remarkable comprehension abilities. However, even if Lin Feng didn't mention it, the village secretary had his own opinion on this point. You're right. He even gave examples that drew parallels. Even if we don't speak the same language or are different species, if we spend a lot of time together, we can usually guess what the other person is trying to express from their tone, expression, and actions. The older generation calls this phenomenon animals borrowing human spirit. However, I think it's more of a tacit understanding that develops over a long period of living together. Just like my old ox, it doesn't need me to tell it how to plow the fields anymore, it understands just by looking at my eyes. Lin Feng nodded and gave the village secretary a thumbs up. That makes sense. As Lin Feng spoke, he walked down the mountain with the village secretary. When they reached the fork in the road, they said goodbye without exchanging any further words. The aroma of food wafted far and wide over Lin Feng's courtyard. The tiger mother and her 3 cubs, summoned by a spell, ran all the way home. Then, the family of 4 witnessed a fantastic scene. These little dumpling, who are usually pampered, act without thinking and seem silly and foolish. Right now, they're standing back to back in a corner of the yard, looking all wronged. They were surrounded by a large pile of sour, yellowish-green fruits, and even on their heads was a large bowl filled with these fruits. The tiger mom and her family of 4 immediately looked at the other animals in the house, puzzled. His eyes gleamed with undisguised gossip. What happened? What happened while we were away from home? Faced with the king of the jungle's question, the little weasel eagerly stepped forward and began gesturing wildly in front of them. Lin Feng took in the whole scene through the kitchen window. He was actually quite curious about how different species communicated. If a person doesn't speak a foreign language, they can't achieve 100% barrier-free communication with foreigners just by gesturing. However, Lin Feng didn't notice anything before the little weasel's communication with the tiger mother's family was over. The tiger mom and her 3 cubs all looked at the little dumpling, their expressions varying. Tiger mom is a complicated story. It didn't understand how the big dumpling could do such a thing. I really ate too much and got a little tipsy. The 3 tiger cubs looked at Antoine with a hint of eagerness. The next second, the 3 babies were all held down by their mother. Oh woo. Children, you need to be able to tell the difference between one full meal and another full meal. The expressions on the 3 little ones' faces instantly turned solemn. Listen to mommy and be the best behaved tiger. After restraining the 3 children, tiger mom thought for a moment, then walked gracefully to the little ones. You too, your success and your downfall both stemmed from being close to humans. Next time, you'd better be more careful. Big dumpling, snacks? Where can I find snacks? The little dumpling fell silent. If it weren't for the bowl still on its head, it would have slapped itself twice. How could I have been so bewitched as to listen to that idiot mom? As it confessed, Lin Feng finished preparing the meal. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, and the stone table in the distance was laden with dishes. The little dumpling was the first to move. It carefully supported the bowl on its head, walked to Lin Feng's side, and looked at him pitifully, hoping to end the punishment. Lin Feng remained unmoved, only smiling. Are you hungry? It's okay, aren't there lots of prickly pears over there? If you like it, eat more. The little dumpling was internally shaking its head frantically, but in reality, it held onto the bowl on its head tightly, not daring to move an inch. What's with that look? I gave you your favorite food, and you're still not happy. While distributing food to the tiger mother, the weasel, and the other animals, Lin Feng said to the little dumpling, "These prickly pears are so delicious that you two would fight over them. How can I take away your preferences and give you unpalatable food?" The little dumpling looked at Lin Feng pitifully, and as soon as it opened its mouth, drool came down first. Lin Feng, I won't be soft-hearted. The little dumpling, watching the commotion from afar, as expected of my little one. Tiger mom, who had already received her food, thought, no wonder he's such a silly cub. Lin Feng watched as the little ball of fur drooled, wetting the fur on his chest. Instead of wiping it clean with a towel as usual, he continued to attack the bear's spirit. Look at you, you're drooling over this fruit. Alright, no need to balance the bowl anymore. Go over there and have some fruit. Lin Feng casually pointed in the direction of the big dumpling. The little dumpling remembered the sour taste of the prickly pear, and now her mouth was watering even more. I was wrong. Lin Feng nodded as he listened to the sticky, drooling sounds coming from the little dumpling. I don't understand, and I don't want to guess what you mean. When the little dumpling saw Lin Feng's cold and ruthless demeanor, something inside her head was completely refreshed. So, no matter how much a bear is pampered, it can't run wild outside. Wah, I understand now, but it's too late. The little dumpling walked silently towards the corner of the wall, glancing back every few steps. Bear, you really need to reflect on your actions this time. The big dumpling didn't have such profound understanding, it only knew that the milk dumpling had failed this time. then it doesn't need to try to get away with being cute anymore. I can smell the delicious aroma of the food, but I can't eat a single bite. How pitiful. The little dumpling's face was practically overflowing with grievance. Tiger Mom couldn't stand it anymore. It was, after all, the bear and its cub's savior. We can't just look at it like that. So, the elegant Tiger Mom, for the first time, sneakily took her bowl and headed towards the big dumpling while Lin Feng wasn't looking. Hey friend, come here, let me secretly share some with you. Tiger Mom used her agile body to cover the rice bowl, gesturing for Big Dumpling to reach out and grab a piece of meat. Big Dumpling, so touching. There is true kindness and love in the world. However, the moment its bare paw left the edge of the bowl, Lin Feng noticed. Cough cough. Lin Feng glared at Tiger Mom. Anyone who helps the Big Dumpling will be punished along with everyone else. Tiger Mom got up in a second, grabbed her rice bowl, and left. Sorry, bear, hesitating for even a second is disrespectful to the food. Knowing that they couldn't have it. Knowing they wouldn't get to eat it, a glimmer of hope appeared, but it was shattered, leaving them unable to eat it again. These are two completely different states of mind. The little dumpling jumped up as it watched Tiger Mom's heartless departure. Woof, I don't care, I just want to eat. If you don't give me any, I'll get angry. Faced with the Big Dumpling's unreasonable behavior, Lin Feng shot a glare at it. You're not convinced? Then make a scene. However, don't say I didn't warn you. If the bowl on your head breaks, you won't be eating in this house anymore. When the little dumpling saw Lin Feng's expression, it immediately cowered. Wah-ah-ah. Well, no. Its face instantly switched to a fawning smile, and it held the bowl on its head even more firmly. This scene was particularly heartbreaking for Zhang Ming, who had just entered the courtyard. Among the students, gossip spreads the fastest, and he also knew why De Xiao Tuanzi had been punished. Since there were no casualties, why not just let it go and make a big deal out of it? Zhang Ming opened his mouth, but Lin Feng knew what he wanted to say at a glance and immediately waved his hand to interrupt him. Zhang Ming, don't plead for it. Today I'm going to make sure that De Tuanzi knows it was wrong. It's only because it's a giant panda that this kind of highway robbery would have been met with a shovel from the villagers in no time. Do you know that the animal protection law has only been in effect for a few years? The older villagers in the village, when they're bullied to the point of being humiliated, don't care what kind of animal you are, they'll beat you up even if you're a human. This is the principle of survival. After Lin Feng said that, Zhang Ming also realized the seriousness of the problem. It's not just about teaching the Big Dumpling a lesson, but also about setting a classic example for the other animals in the house. Tell them not to provoke humans. So that night, the little dumpling got nothing but a bunch of prickly pears. The little dumpling was completely convinced. According to feedback from the villagers, if you accidentally encounter the two little dumplings in the woods, they will actually move aside to make way. Everyone praised Lin Feng for his good upbringing. Of course, that's a story for another time. The current situation is that, having survived this hunger, the two little dumplings have completely remembered what kind of life they lived in the mountains before they met Lin Feng. Not only can they eat bamboo all day, but when they finally catch a small animal, they can only swallow it by its fur. It has absolutely no taste. Lin Feng went out to work, and the two little ones exchanged a glance and decided not to go into the mountains. The main concern is that I might leave home perfectly fine, only to come back and find that I can't go in. The mother and daughter sat under the eaves, looking at the open door with a pitiful expression, feeling utterly distressed. Lin Feng looked at the two guys' deflated bellies and was finally satisfied. Then, I went into the kitchen, took out a few steamed buns and two palm-sized pieces of pork ribs, and handed them to the two of them. The little dumplings looked at the food, drooling, but some hesitated to take it, fearing it might be their last meal. Seeing this, Lin Feng silently stretched his hand forward again. Now the two little dumplings were completely certain that the food was for them, and Lin Feng seemed to have stopped being angry. The sky, once filled with two black and white glutinous rice balls, has finally cleared up. However, neither of them rushed to take the food. Instead, they pounced forward at the same time and hugged Lin Feng's legs on either side. Eek eek. Wah-ah-ah. The fluffy head rubbed against Lin Feng, expressing its guilt. Lin Feng smiled, but because he was holding food in his hand, he couldn't rub the cat's head. He simply said, all right, you haven't dared to leave the house all night, you must be starving, right? Come on, eat. This time, the little dumpling dared to take the food from Lin Feng's hand, sit on the ground, and slowly begin to taste it. Lin Feng witnessed the mother and daughter's perfectly synchronized movements once again. The round ears on their heads fluttered at the same time, and the matching little bird eyes flew up together, their bright eyes filled with indescribable joy. Two idiots. Lin Feng shook his head and walked to the pile of prickly pears. These prickly pears were originally intended as an apology to the frightened villagers, but they were temporarily used as a form of punishment last night. Lin Feng sorted through the food, picking out the ones that had been crushed by the large and small dumplings, and putting the good ones back into his basket. Then, carrying the prickly pears on his back, he left home. When Lin Feng reached the edge of the field, he saw several students coming out of the field together, seemingly taking a break. Lin Feng didn't intend to disturb them. He simply greeted them and prepared to continue walking. At that moment, the students' eyes were already fixed on Lin Feng's basket. Brother Feng. Wu Yang stopped Lin Feng and asked curiously, I heard that the two little dumplings were punished. Could these prickly pears be the ones they picked in the mountains? Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Yes, you guys are really well informed. Wu Yang and the others chuckled, looked at each other, and finally, Wu Yang was pushed forward. Lin Feng? Under Lin Feng's questioning gaze, Wu Yang opened his mouth with a grin. We've never tried prickly pear fruit picked by giant pandas before, can we try some? Lin Feng was taken aback. I knew you guys were greedy, but I didn't know you were this greedy. However, it was only a matter of a few prickly pears, and Lin Feng wasn't stingy. He simply reminded everyone, these prickly pears are sour and astringent, are you sure you really want to eat them? Several students blushed slightly, but their tone remained firm. I want to eat. I want to eat. It's said that animals choose fruit differently than humans. Their sense of smell allows them to select the sweeter fruit, and we want to try it. Exactly, the prickly pear fruit picked by giant pandas must be extraordinary, right? Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Lin Feng nodded and put down his basket. Alright, come and catch them. When it comes to food, Wu Yang's hands are definitely the fastest. Almost as soon as Lin Feng agreed, he rushed to the front, reached out his big hand, not afraid of the prickly pear thorns, and grabbed several. Lin Feng looked at him and emphasized it again seriously. This prickly pear is really sour, not only sour, but also astringent. It's so bad that I think it's a miracle that it can be sold. Considering the high price of prickly pear fruit, Lin Feng could only conclude that foreigners hadn't eaten anything good before. Anyway, he only ate one yesterday, but he can't forget the sour taste. Faced with Lin Feng's reminder, Wu Yang patted his chest. How carefully do the big and small dumplings eat? They were picked by these two, so the quality is definitely guaranteed. Besides, even if we take a step back, we're not afraid of eating sour fruits. As Wu Yang finished speaking, the students behind him nodded repeatedly. It's only because we eat well at your farm, Brother Feng. At other farms, when we're really hungry, we'll even eat the grass. Yes, our resilience is excellent. Seeing the determined looks in his classmates' eyes, Lin Feng smiled. Alright, then all of you come and catch some, catch as many as you can. I'll see if you're still so stubborn when it's time for dinner. After Lin Feng left, Wu Yang and the others carried a bag of prickly pears in their clothes and happily headed towards their rented house. They had just turned the soil and laid down fertilizer, they were very dirty. You must wash your hands and the fruit thoroughly before eating them, otherwise getting diarrhea is a minor issue, but getting parasites would be much worse. Wu Yang was still the fastest runner. After washing his hands and the prickly pear under the tap, he couldn't wait to pop one of the fruits into his mouth in front of everyone. One bite. He was stunned. What's with that expression? Then Wan Li nudged him and asked, is it very sour? Wu Yang forcefully suppressed the drool that was overflowing from his mouth, blinked, and laughed. I've never eaten such a sweet prickly pear before, and I was a little stunned for a moment. He gave a thumbs up and praised. As expected of De Xiao Tuanzi's carefully selected products, they're amazing. To make his performance more realistic, Wu Yang threw another fruit into his mouth. He chewed and said, making smacking noises. Not only is it sweet, but it also has a strong prickly pear flavor. I finally understand how delicious this fruit is. After such sincere praise, and with the endorsement of both the big and small dumplings, Wang Li had no doubts and grabbed a prickly pear, popping it into his mouth. I never imagined that I would be able to enjoy the benefits brought by the big and small dumplings in my lifetime. This life is wonderful. As Wang Li thought about it, his upper and lower teeth touched, and the abundant juice of the prickly pear fruit filled his mouth. Then, Wang Li froze completely. Wu Yang ruined me. You two are being unfair, sitting around eating without even sharing. When the students behind saw the two of them start eating, they quickly squeezed between them. Then, he saw the different expressions on Wu Yang's and Wang Li's faces. His gaze fell on the pile of prickly pears, and the classmate asked, is it very sour? Wang Li and Wu Yang exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. He smirked and said sincerely, this prickly pear tastes really good, unlike anything I've ever had before. After saying that, he grabbed a few more prickly pears, threw them into his mouth, and chewed them in big mouthfuls. He chewed very quickly. Not being fast won't work either. If it's too astringent, the expression will become stiff. Wang Li delivered the best performance of his life, eating with gusto. He can no longer speak because his tongue has become numb. Fortunately, the result was good, the student believed his performance. Quick, let me try some too. Prickly pears are common, but delicious ones are rare, especially since these were picked by giant pandas we have to eat them. As his teeth touched, an indescribable sour taste surged up. Just when he thought the most unpalatable fruit in the world was nothing more than this, the astringent taste then crept onto his tongue. Every taste bud is screaming, "Spit this disgusting stuff out." Saliva was uncontrollably secreted, and I wanted to add more fuel to the fire by spitting out the whole time. Then, the classmate met Wu Yong in Wang Li's frantically blinking eyes. He understood. This prickly pear is truly the best tasting prickly pear I've ever eaten. No wonder it's a top pick from De Xiao Tuanzi. You should try it too, or you won't find another chance like this. In the end, no fewer than 10 college students were caught. The group just stood there, popping prickly pears into their mouths one after another. While eating, he kept praising the prickly pear as the best he had ever tasted. They looked as if whoever said prickly pear fruit was unpalatable had lost. "Isn't this fruit delicious? Sweet and sour, delicious." After that, everyone looked at each other, and no one could hold back anymore. 10 college students were fighting over a single water pipe, squatting down and frantically grabbing water to rinse their mouths. Their expressions were absolutely priceless. After rinsing their mouths, everyone's true colors were finally revealed, and they began to blame each other. "You beast, what's wrong with telling the truth?" Wu Yong, the instigator, is still being stubborn. "It's already sweet." Before he could finish speaking, he was hit on the head several times. Wu Yong immediately changed his tune. "Anyway, I can't be the only one suffering. See? You won't die if you tell the truth. This is a one-time exception." After Lin Feng finished preparing dinner, a group of college students with stiff expressions arrived. Lin Feng recognized them at a glance. Every single one of them had asked him for prickly pear fruit. "So, that expression." Lin Feng smiled. "You didn't eat all the fruit, did you? You can't, can you? Logically speaking, if a fruit doesn't taste good, you should take one bite and throw it away. Who would eat it in such a way that they can't even make a facial expression?" However, looking at their appearance, something seemed off. Lin Feng thought about the mental state of college students these days and couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Wu Yong blinked and nodded. "Yes, we ate it all." Not only did they finish eating, but they also ate everything. "And it's so sweet." Lin Feng understood, and smiled as he pointed to the food bucket. "Can you still eat with your teeth? Should I reduce the amount you eat?" "No need, no need." Several college students shook their heads at the same time, like a rattledrum. Although the after effects are very severe. They felt that their teeth were now so strong that even eating tofu would be a struggle. "But, no matter what, I can't miss a single meal of the food Brother Feng makes." Lin Feng watched everyone leave with their insulated containers, feeling a pang of regret. "We shouldn't have rushed to deliver the prickly pear fruit, we should have watched everyone eat it. That scene must be absolutely spectacular." Lin Feng was thinking when he looked at the two little dumplings beside him, and then suddenly remembered something. "I used to think that the little dumpling was stupid for doing something like stealing prickly pear fruit from the villagers. However, it now seems that college students aren't much better off. By rounding, does that mean the size of the dumpling equals a college student?" Puff. Lin Feng was amused by the equation. "The small and large dumplings on the side. Good thing you laughed. Now that you've laughed, this whole thing is over." After dinner, Lin Feng brought out a rocking chair and sat in the yard to cool off and digest his food. Just as he was drifting in and out of sleep, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng was startled. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Zheng Yu. The gist of it is that his family's farm is having an online sale tonight at 9 p.m. on the Fresh Fruit app, and Lin Feng can check it out if he has time. Fresh Fruit Express took this special sale very seriously, storing Lin Feng's agricultural products in warehouses across various locations in advance, so that they could be shipped to the nearest warehouse as quickly as possible, allowing customers to enjoy the freshest produce as soon as possible. Zheng Yu also told Lin Feng that he would visit him tomorrow and settle the bill there. Lin Feng then realized that Fresh Fruit's car and workers had been gone for some time. "As a farmer, it's a real shame that I'm not sensitive at all." Lin Feng quickly picked up his phone and replied to Zheng Yu. "Okay, I understand, thank you Manager Zheng." After putting down his phone, Lin Feng closed his eyes and felt the breeze caressing his body. Unbeknownst to him, the weather had already quietly turned cooler. Lin Feng looked at the little bundles of joy, big and small, huddled together in the corner and smiled. Fortunately, pandas don't hibernate, and he has bears to keep him company in winter. Of course, it's too early to think about these things now. The next day, Zheng Yu arrived at the farm early and confirmed the bill with Lin Feng. The price of cabbage and radish was the same, 12 yuan per jin. Then Fresh Fruit took away 120,000 jin. That means Fresh Fruit had to pay Lin Feng 1.44 million yuan just for radishes and cabbage. This doesn't even include all the miscellaneous things like sesame seeds, melon seeds, and radish leaves. In total, Fresh Fruit will pay Lin Feng 3.12 million yuan. Lin Feng looked at the numbers on the calculator and felt his breathing become a little heavy. It's worth noting that Professor Lee sponsored all the seeds for the farm this year. It didn't cost him a penny. Some of the fertilizer was homemade, but most of it came from spiritual soil. We didn't buy any chemical fertilizers, so the cost was negligible. As for manual labor, I'm even more embarrassed to say it. In other words, apart from the cost of renting the land, this 3.12 million is all profit, etc. The money from selling potatoes before hasn't been included yet. Lin Feng was stunned. It was Zheng Yu who patted him on the shoulder to bring him back to his senses. Brother Feng, hurry up and check the amount. If there are no problems, I'll call the finance department and ask them to release the loan. Actually, the company's loan disbursement speed is not that fast. It also involves time cycles, loan delays, and other factors. However, when dealing with a high-quality client like Lin Feng, all the so-called rules are negotiable. Both Zheng Yu and the senior management of Fresh Fruit hope to leave a good impression on Lin Feng during this year's cooperation, thus paving the way for cooperation next year. Lin Feng snapped out of his daze, checked the amount again, and nodded to Zheng Yu. That's right, you can make the payment now. As Lin Feng spoke, he silently calculated in his mind. If he were to work in a big city this year with the income from farming, how many years would it take him to earn that income, based on his previous salary level? It's been about 30 years. This realization ignited a burning passion within Lin Feng. Returning to your hometown was such a great decision. If he hadn't come back and hadn't found the jade ring, he would still be racking his brains in the city, calculating how much rent and living expenses he would have to pay each month, and how many years he would have to save up to afford a pigeon coop. Where else can you find such a free and unrestrained state of mind and life in the countryside? Lin Feng felt that his long, lonely marathon, which had lasted for many years, had unknowingly turned into a leapfrog development. No, he's completely off the track. This realization brought him genuine joy, so much so that Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly as he signed the document. Zheng Yu saw everything very clearly from the side, but he understood Lin Feng very well. Because he was just a laborer in a big city, people respected him and called him manager, while those who looked down on him called him an errand boy or a salesman. He also wanted to have a home in a big city, but unfortunately he couldn't afford to buy a house. However, this year, thanks to Lin Feng, he made a comeback. The company specially approved a bonus for him because he secured all of Lin Feng's orders. With his previous savings, he was able to not only make a down payment but also cover the cost of renovations. Zheng Yu looked at Lin Feng with immense gratitude in her eyes. Brother Feng, please take good care of me next year too. Manager Zheng bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled and quickly reached out to help him. No, it's not that bad. I mean, there's still a chance next year, don't do this. Zheng Yu clasped her hands together, her voice trembling with emotion. Don't worry, no matter what, Zheng Yu, will definitely fight for the best treatment for you. By the way, bro, I'll call the finance department right away. Zheng Yu carefully put away the contract signed by Lin Feng and promptly made a call to the finance department. After just a few words, Lin Feng's phone rang with a bank payment notification. Zheng Yu patted his head. Look at my impatient nature, the gift is still in the trunk, I forgot to take it. After saying that, he hurriedly ran to the car and then brought in a bunch of things in large and small bags. Upon entering, Zheng Yu began sorting the boxes, which were then neatly arranged into several piles. All of these items are available on our Fresh Fruit app. Brother Feng, you can compare them to see the taste and texture. Hopefully, this will be helpful for your farming next year. After introducing this pile, Zheng Yu pointed to that pile. That pile of stuff is some seafood. Don't worry, we have special freshness locking technology. It can be frozen in the refrigerator and won't spoil for 3 months. Please enjoy it at your leisure. And these are some New Year gift boxes, so you don't need to buy any more gifts for the new year. They are all our platform's thoughtful gifts. Looking at the pile of gifts, Lin Feng felt that Zheng Yu was really thoughtful and quickly thanked her repeatedly. Thank you. Well, I also have something for you. Lin Feng was also knowledgeable about interpersonal relationships, so he quickly went into the kitchen and brought Zheng Yu a bunch of things. It includes jams, dried fruits, dried meats, and other local specialties sold in the village. Zheng Yu was unwilling to accept it. Lin Feng could only open his mouth. These are all sold in the village. You are knowledgeable and experienced, so try them all and give me some suggestions for improvement. These words satisfied Zheng Yu both in terms of face and substance. Zheng Yu was moved. Thank you, Brother Feng. He gave Lin Feng gifts to maintain their relationship, but most of them were actually taken advantage of by the company. But Lin Feng gave him the gift out of genuine affection, without any other reason than that. Like other farmers, they were never this polite to him. Zheng Yu left Lin Feng's house with profuse thanks. As he drove, he made up his mind. At the company's procurement planning meeting next year, he must strive to secure more benefits for Lin Feng's farm. With such a great person and such a strong physique, he absolutely cannot let anyone suffer a loss. The autumn harvest at Lin Feng's family is complete. Similarly, the autumn harvest at the farm that Professor Lee was in charge of was also coming to an end. Based on past experience, this is the most relaxed time for these agricultural workers. All the crops have been harvested, and we no longer have to toil in the fields with our faces to the ground and our backs to the sky. I'm just waiting for the crop test results to come out. I can stay home and write the reports. But I already said that was in previous years. With Lin Feng joining this year, everything is different. At least that's how it is for Professor Lee. Looking at the two reports in front of him, he fell into deep self-doubt. He doesn't understand, he really doesn't understand. Why do the same seeds produce such different results on different farms? Could this be a real-life version of the proverb oranges grown south of the Huai River are sweet oranges, but those grown north of the Huai River are bitter oranges? However, modern scientific research has long proven that oranges and trifoliate oranges are actually two different plants. The author made a mistake. What exactly is missing? Professor Lee grabbed his hair and forced himself to recall whether he had overlooked anything during this year's planting process. However, even after pulling out more than a dozen strands of hair, Professor Lee still couldn't remember anything. His students, looking at the hair on the ground and then at the professor's shiny head, couldn't help but step back again. This year, Professor Lee said he would select a student to provide guidance at an unknown farm in the south. None of his apprentices said a word. Everyone felt that rather than going to a farm whose background they didn't know and starting from scratch, it was better to stick close to the teacher. But now it seems that my initial idea was completely wrong. Didn't you see? Professor Lee is balding too. I really envy Zhang Ming. He got his graduation project and work experience from this trip. Where can I buy a regret pill? I need help urgently. Professor Lee's side, from students to teachers, was shrouded in gloom, but Lin Feng's side was a different story. Lin Feng, who possessed millions in wealth, smiled and crossed his legs, reclining on the sofa and happily scrolling through short videos. As I was scrolling through the page, a pop-up appeared on the home page, announcing a live stream preview of a review of incredibly delicious radishes. The accompanying picture gave Lin Feng a strange sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection of the packaging, the fresh fruit brand logo was clearly visible. Lin Feng sat up straight, his attitude becoming much more serious. This radish, could it be from my garden? With this thought in mind, Lin Feng clicked on the advertisement. Without even waiting, he entered the homepage of this review blogger. Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the other party's impressive 6 million followers. With this number of followers, this blogger is quite capable. Lin Feng lay back down and glanced at the time. There were less than 5 minutes until the live stream started. He decided to wait and see. The live stream started promptly at the appointed time. A round-faced, round-bodied, and very endearing young anchorwoman sat in front of the camera and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Amy Ao, a foodie who searches for delicacies from all over the world. Welcome to my live stream. 3 days ago, I discovered a really fun radish on a niche vegetable selling app. According to the vendor, this radish can be eaten as a fruit or a vegetable, and it tastes very good, sweet, and without any residue. But, blogger A Meow emphasized, but now every radish vendor says that. Sometimes, I wonder if their mouths are mutated. Not to mention that everything that goes into your mouth tastes sweet, even steel bars will melt in your mouth. Absolutely no residue. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, watching on the screen, burst out laughing. It feels like this statement insulted a lot of food review bloggers. Even the chat in the live stream was filled with laughter. Blogger A Meow, however, seemed unaffected by the crowd and continued smiling as she went on her way. And this time, the merchants actually dared to use super delicious as an advertising slogan. This piqued my curiosity even more. Therefore, I will be conducting this evaluation with the utmost rigor. I welcome everyone to watch. Without further ado, I'm ready to unpack it. Lin Feng rolled over, and just then, there was this radish sitting on his coffee table. He treated it like fruit, cutting up a plate and placing it here to quench his thirst. It's perfect so I can eat while watching reviews. Lin Feng knew exactly what the radish looked like, now he was mainly watching the comments. To put it bluntly, the blogger may have been paid, but the comments on the screen are definitely real. What Lin Feng wanted to know most was the opinion of the general public. At this moment, another person appeared in the frame, who appeared to be the blogger's assistant. The little girl struggled to place a very long box on the table in front of the camera. This box is very heavy, Teacher Meow, please be careful when you handle it. Blogger A Meow still didn't believe it, so she reached out and weighed it in her hand. I only bought 2, look at you. He stopped talking halfway through his sentence because the box was really heavy. After realizing she couldn't easily lift the box, A Meow quickly gave an awkward smile to the camera. These radishes are sold individually, and I didn't pay attention to how many kilograms they weighed. Yeah, they probably put in some kind of ice packs or something. Without further ado, assistant, please bring the scale over. Let's officially begin the unpacking. These 2 radishes cost me 3 figures. I need to see how much they cost per pound and whether they were worth it. This was the agreed upon procedure, and the assistant arrived quickly. Before unpacking, they even professionally used standard weights to check the scale, indicating that there was no problem with it. Lin Feng nodded. As expected of someone who specializes in this field, their preparation is impeccable. Next came the unboxing, and as soon as the blogger opened it, she exclaimed in surprise, "So big! Why don't businesses use size as a selling point?" The blogger was puzzled and struggled to get the radish out, using both hands together. The first radish weighed a full 21 jin, approximately 16.5 catties. The second radish weighed a whopping 30 jin, 15 catties, when placed on the scale. The blogger then stood the radish up and compared it to his upper body. Yes, it's about half his height. I've been thinking before, why is the packaging for this radish so strange? It's just because it's so big. And it's thick too. Just looking at its unique appearance, I feel that the 500 yuan was well spent. As the blogger spoke, he asked his assistant to bring out the radishes he had bought at the supermarket and compare them with Lin Feng's radishes. How should I put it? The radishes I bought at the supermarket looked like the great-great-grandchildren of Lin Feng's radishes, but they were underdeveloped. The stark contrast caused the live stream chat to explode with comments. Holy crap, the blogger said these two radishes cost over 500 yuan. I thought the seller was crazy, but looking at them now, they're actually quite a good deal. It could be 5 yuan, or it could be 5,000, so why sell it for 500? This feeling that you can buy it just by standing on tiptoe is emptying my wallet. Haha, upstairs, it's sold out. I know the seller, you have to set an alarm to grab these items. Holy crap, I'm going to fight you rich people to the death. Lin Feng initially worried that with such a high purchase price, fresh fruit might not be able to sell its products. Now you can tell just by looking at these comments. Please don't pique people's curiosity, really. However, the price and size are just appetizers, the taste is what truly matters. I wonder what this blogger thinks of radishes. Lin Feng continued reading out of curiosity. In the live stream, the blogger saw everyone's comments and quickly explained, "Don't you all think it's wasteful to spend so much money on just 2 radishes? But I want to clarify one point, this radish does have a testing report, and its quality is very good. Anyway, I only dare to question its taste, not its nutritional content. The test reports are all from authoritative institutions. If I say anything wrong, I will receive a lawyer's letter." To prove the truthfulness of his statement, the blogger produced a pre-printed report and displayed it in front of the camera. You can scan this QR code with your mobile phone to see all the testing information for this radish. I can also assure everyone that more than 80% of the fruits and vegetables on the market cannot even get through the door of this organization. So, to reiterate, I'm only evaluating the merchant's advertising slogans. Lin Feng could tell that the blogger's survival instinct was at its peak. It seems that this testing agency is not only authoritative, but its legal department is probably also very capable. By the way, his name isn't Zhang Wei, is it? Lin Feng thought of the lawyer Professor Li had introduced. They were from the same circle, so it was quite possible. Lin Feng, who had been thinking too far ahead, was brought back to his senses by the blogger. Alright, without further ado, let's start the taste test. Taking the knife that had been prepared beforehand, the blogger prepared to start cutting. Let's eat a piece of raw fruit first and see if it can really be eaten like fruit. As he said this, he made a cut and found that, just like cutting a watermelon, the radish split open right from the cut edge with a snap, as soon as the knife broke the skin. Just by the sound, you can tell that this radish must be crisp. Then, a sweet aroma of radish filled the room. The blogger took a deep breath. If someone could invent a camera that could transmit scents, I would be the first to buy it. This radish doesn't have that awful radish smell at all. I can't take it anymore, I have to try it. After saying that, the blogger abandoned all pretense of decorum, hugged the radish, and took a big bite from the broken end. Then, the blogger fell silent. He just held the radish and kept eating it in front of the camera. Lin Feng was tempted by the way they ate, so he took a piece of radish from the plate and put it in his mouth to eat. Crisp and sweet, it makes your mouth water. Even Lin Feng couldn't resist the temptation of the blogger's eating habits, let alone the assistant on the other end, who also couldn't resist cutting off a piece and starting to eat. After the first bite, the assistant, like the blogger, stopped using the knife and started gnawing on the other half of the radish. The two of them just ate without saying a word, which worried the viewers in front of the screen, except for Lin Feng. Ha! Is it really that delicious? Isn't this supposed to be a review? You're just eating and not saying anything, huh? 2 big rabbits are eating carrots, ha ha ha. Is it really good? Tell us. Hey blogger, stop eating, I'm getting impatient. After finishing the entire radish, the blogger and his assistant collapsed in front of the camera. Hiccup hiccup. The sound of hiccups rose and fell. The two of them looked so satisfied, as if they had forgotten they were doing a review. After a long pause, the blogger said in a regretful tone, I really couldn't finish the second radish, and I was afraid that it would affect the taste and texture if left for too long. Viewers in the live stream, do you know the best way to store radishes? No further comment is needed, the expressions on these two people's faces are the best advertisement. The viewers in the live stream were absolutely drooling. Come, store it in my belly. I've already sent you the address via private message. Please send it over and thank me as well. I'm drooling with hunger. No, my rabbit is drooling with hunger. These comments thoroughly entertained Lin Feng. What is the greatest praise for a farmer? That's praising the good crops he grows. Lin Feng took the plate of radishes and ate one piece at a time. Crunchy and sweet. Just as Lin Feng was enjoying his meal, Zhang Ming pushed open the slightly ajar living room door. Brother Feng, are you watching the live stream? Stop watching for now, there's a package for you. Zhang Ming handed Lin Feng an EMS email. I went to the village on business and happened to run into the delivery man. I was worried that he would be scared by the tiger mom and the others if he came in, so I brought it to you for you. Yes, thank you. Because he had eaten radishes, Lin Feng's hands were stained with some radish juice. Upon hearing this, he quickly grabbed a tissue and wiped his hands repeatedly. Then he took the email from Zhang Ming's hand. Upon seeing the sender's name, Lin Feng was somewhat confused. Agricultural Expo? He looked at Zhang Ming and asked him, how did the Agricultural Expo know about me? Did you do something to me? Zhang Ming also scratched his head. Really? I haven't sent any samples over there. Why don't you take a look first? That's true. Lin Feng quickly and efficiently opened the email. Then, a beautiful green ticket with gold foil stamping landed in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng didn't understand, but Zhang Ming had already exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, an invitation ticket to the Agricultural Expo. Seeing Zhang Ming's surprised expression, Lin Feng asked him, what, is this very valuable? Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. Well, the Agricultural Expo is held every year, and I go every year. But I've only ever seen one of these special invitation tickets, and it was given to Professor Li, because he published a research paper on a new type of soybean that year. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the admission ticket in his hand was burning hot. No, I don't know how to do anything, why are you giving me this? If I go, will a bunch of professors surround me and ask me what papers I've published this year? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Zhang Ming thought for a moment. After a while, he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Brother Feng, don't worry, because I remember now. It's the organization that tested your crops. I think it's a subsidiary of the Agricultural Expo. Your farm's high yield this year has caught the attention of the authorities. Thinking about it, the emergence of a top-grade agricultural product requires countless agronomists to work hard. Generally speaking, if a farm can produce one top-grade product, it can already be very successful. And your farm, with potatoes, cabbages, radishes. Zhang Ming counted while simultaneously giving up. Forget it, there aren't even enough to count on one hand. Those in power can't ignore you even if they want to. Zhang Minjaya said that Lin Fengjaya was increasingly uneasy. Seriously? I've really made a big splash this year? Seeing Lin Feng's anxious expression, Zhang Ming stopped talking. He felt that he might have made Lin Feng anxious. After a pause, Zhang Ming comforted Lin Feng. Brother Feng, you don't need to know anything. Just go with your head held high and your chest out. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng felt that something was not quite right. Wait, Zhang Ming, why do I feel like what you said was really vulgar? Zhang Ming smiled. How could that be? You've misunderstood. Yes. Zhang Ming was adamant, saying he had other things to do, and then fled back to his room. Lin Feng's gaze returned to the admission ticket. Is it my fault that I don't understand anything? It must not be. Go. Lin Feng's thinking was simple, he would just consider it an opportunity to broaden his horizons. According to Zhang Ming, those invited to this agricultural expo are all top performers in the field, and perhaps they can learn something about farm planning. For example, what if there were some extraordinary professors or experts at the agricultural expo who, seeing his remarkable physique, would cry and beg to be taken as their apprentice? When Lin Feng shared this idea with Zhang Ming wore a complicated expression. Brother Feng, I don't know about other experts, but agricultural experts are definitely not the kind of people who work behind closed doors. Professor Li, for example, besides farming, travels around the world, exchanging experiences and sharing technologies with agricultural people in various countries. There is absolutely no such thing as an unparalleled talent. Then, experts don't just take on any apprentice. You have to go to a good university for your undergraduate degree, then take the postgraduate entrance exam, then the doctoral entrance exam, and take it one step at a time before you can get into the expert sites. Okay. My sense of smell is comparable to that of a police dog, and I have studied diligently for more than 20 years before I was accepted as a student by Professor Li. Lin Feng gave up, realizing that he should read fewer novels. However, Zhang Ming also said, However, the Agricultural Expo will also sell various agricultural products, so you can buy some to compare. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng perked up again. You see, after eating the crops produced on his own farm, he could no longer accept ordinary products on the market. That's why he could understand why, even though the items on fresh fruit were selling like hotcakes, people were still scrambling to buy them. Human adaptability is truly amazing. Even in hard times, we can endure it. However, once they've tasted good food, they're unwilling to settle for less. Then I'll take a good look and see what good things I can buy and plant. Lin Feng said this. Zhang Ming scratched his head. Bro, not everything can be bought. We have to take into account objective conditions such as climate and pollination. Lin Feng stared at Zhang Ming with wide, innocent eyes. Zhang Ming compromised. This year, Professor Li worked so hard on your farm that he went bald, and he gave me his admission ticket. I'll go with you. Just stick close to me. Lin Feng was satisfied. Zhang Ming felt that he had gone to great lengths for Lin Feng. He took care of everything for the trip, including the plane tickets and hotels. Lin Feng was happy to be spared the trouble. After leaving the family matters to the students who stayed at the farm, he embarked on a journey with Zhang Ming, Wu Yang, Wang Li, and others. On the plane, Lin Feng chatted with Wu Yang and others. Have you been there before? Wu Yang and Wang Li nodded. We've been there as ordinary exhibitors, unlike you who have an admission ticket. Lin Feng nodded. I heard that the areas over there are divided into zones, so maybe the places you can enter are different? Wu Yang and Wang Li smiled wryly. No, that's not the main difference for us. Yes, the main difference is that we are responsible for procurement. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng heard them pouring out their grievances. They had to buy a copy of every product sold at the Agricultural Expo. Some are for cultivation, while others are purely for research and analysis. The products at the Agricultural Expo are always in high demand and short supply. To complete this procurement plan, they need to be faster than the aunties grabbing eggs at the supermarket and stronger than the old men exercising in the park. Anyway, the two of them, who were attending the Agricultural Expo for the first time, stayed in their dorm for 3 whole days after returning home before they came to their senses. Lin Feng was speechless. You see, after spending this time together, he knew that Wu Yang and Wang Li were definitely not people who couldn't endure hardship. The intensity of a person who can hoe the fields all day without feeling backache or leg pain must be unimaginable to be so exhausted that they have to lie down for 3 days. So, Lin Feng thoughtfully asked the two of them again. Knowing it's already this tiring, why did you still volunteer this time? At this point, Wu Yang and Wang Li finally started to look like college students and said in unison, to broaden my horizons. The Agricultural Expo has many new things that you can't see outside. For example, last year there was a new material made from mangoes. Outside, you can only read about it in academic papers, but the Agricultural Expo had finished products for sale. Yes, and that new material is still not available on the market today. The Agricultural Expo is ahead of the market, with at least 3 versions. Wu Yang and Wang Li's back-and-forth banter piqued Lin Feng's curiosity as well. A new material? Or is it made of mango? Tell me about it. He recalled carefully the events and explained, I fought with Wu Yang for this. It involves taking the leftover mango pits and peels after processing, adding some additives and glue, and then turning them into a tough, leather-like material. If large-scale production is achieved, it can replace fur, which is very beneficial to environmental protection and animal protection efforts. Wu Yang sighed. It's not that I'm a Western worshipper, it's just that foreign countries do a better job in environmental protection and animal protection than we do in China. In China, we wouldn't research this kind of material. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, feeling that Wu Yang's words were somewhat biased. Moreover, he felt that he had seen that kind of material on the market before. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Feng suddenly realized, Wu Yang, don't be so quick to praise it. The kind of material you're talking about seems to have existed in our country for a very, very long time. Moreover, it was made without any additives or glue. Wu Yang froze for a moment, then exchanged a glance with the equally clueless Wang Li before both of them stared at Lin Feng. What material? How come we've never heard of this? After a pause, Wu Yang emphasized again. It's made from mango pits and peels, and it's very tough, so it can be used as a substitute for leather. Lin Feng nodded. What I'm talking about, by adding some glue and additives to the current market version, can also replace leather, right? However, I still prefer it without any additives. Wu Yang and Wang Li grabbed Lin Feng's arms, one on each side. Brother Feng, stop keeping me in suspense. What exactly is it? Lin Feng suppressed a laugh and said seriously, do you know what fruit leather is? It's also made from fruit, but instead of mango, it's made from hawthorn. You too, do you think it's also very resilient? Wu Yang and Wang Li were even more stunned. Fruit leather. Wang Li remembered that those old-fashioned fruit leathers were stored in rolls, just like cloth. It is indeed very chewy, and you can't even chew it. Wait a minute, we truly are a nation that regards food as the most important thing in the world. Wu Yong murmured. Upon closer reflection, the material is no different from fruit leather, except that it is packaged as an environmentally friendly material abroad, while we classify it as food. Wang Li felt that his memories were shattered. To be precise, the sense of amazement I had for that material has vanished from my memory. Amidst laughter and chatter, the journey became short and enjoyable, and they soon arrived at the ticket gate for the agricultural expo. Jiang Ming held Professor Li's admission ticket in his hand. Lin Feng's special invitation ticket allowed him to bring 2 people in. This time, Wu Yong and Wang Li didn't have to buy admission tickets like ordinary tourists. Lin Feng thought that since the agricultural expo required tickets for entry, there wouldn't be many people inside. However, once inside, it was found to be absolutely packed with people. Moreover, people of all skin colors are included. Lin Feng sighed with emotion. As expected of a world-class exhibition, there are so many people. He was still marveling at how Jiang Ming, Wu Yong, Wang Li, and others had already skillfully surrounded him. There will be more and more people, so don't lose yourself. Lin Feng felt that everyone had underestimated him. How could I, a grown man, get lost? Jiang Ming smiled. This exhibition hall is 50,000 square meters. Brother Feng, do you still think you can't lose it? Lin Feng immediately shut up. Jiang Ming waved the map in his hand and gave instructions. Everyone, take your exhibition hall maps. We'll start from east to west and begin our sweep. If you are interested in any booth and want to stop by, you should raise your hand. The group walked past the booths in the first section in order. They bought everything in sight, and soon everyone's bags were too heavy to carry. Brother Feng, we need to take these things to the truck outside. Are you going to wait for us here, or come out with us? Jiang Ming asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I'll wait for you in this area. Don't worry, I won't wander off. Mainly, there was a booth next to them brewing coffee, and the aroma was very authentic. Lin Feng wanted to sneak a sample cup to try. I haven't had coffee in a long time. I can't smell it on the farm, so I didn't really think about it. But now, just one whiff is enough to make my mouth water. Lin Feng secretly considered whether he should plant a few coffee trees on the farm. However, the moment Lin Feng tasted the coffee, he gave up the idea of growing coffee. He felt that his own spiritual water was more invigorating and fatigue-relieving than this coffee. Moreover, after my taste buds have been refined by farm-fresh food, drinking this coffee just doesn't feel quite right. I don't know if it's the water or if I've just stopped liking coffee. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then went to browse the tea exhibition area on the side. I'll sample some to see if the problem is with the water or if my taste buds are simply not used to foreign food anymore. However, when Lin Feng got to the tea area, he realized that he probably wouldn't be able to get any tea. Because this exhibition area was crowded with blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, he arrived late and could only stand on the outside. No, is tea really that attractive to foreigners? Lin Feng stared at the foreigner in front of him, as if he had gone mad. Others quote tens of thousands of yuan for tea, but the unit is grams, yet they buy it without batting an eye, going on a buying spree. Next to the tea booth was the silk exhibition area. The situation there was similar to that in the tea exhibition area, with excited foreigners everywhere. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he thought of the Silk Road and the trade surpluses and deficits in maritime trade. The charm of a great civilization has indeed remained unchanged for thousands of years. This made Lin Feng quietly straighten his chest. Lin Feng stood tall with his chest out, but on the farm, someone bent over. Lord Tiger, please enjoy your lunch. The student in charge of cooking respectfully placed a whole basin of braised meat in front of the tiger mother and her 3 cubs. Tiger Mom glanced at the classmate, smelled the braised meat, then disdainfully got up and lay down to the side. Seeing this, the 3 tiger cubs also joined forces with their mother, sniffed the meat, and then lay down to the side. Classmate? Lord Tiger, you'll get hungry if you don't eat. He felt like a minister offering loyal advice, speaking with great earnestness and concern. Lin Feng has been gone for a day, and Tiger Mom and her cubs haven't eaten all day at the farm. If this continues, I'm not afraid the tigers will starve and cause problems, but I'm afraid they'll become so hungry they'll eat people. The student's expressions became even more solemn. Tiger Mom, on the other hand, only felt annoyed by his offerings. I'll eat any food made by any human being. But smell it, does it smell like that? Tiger Mom was watching her classmate cook. To the student's cooking, could it be that she has a crush on me? No way. My meat doesn't taste good at all. Now that's settled, he stopped caring about the meat and silently backed away step by step until his back hit a furry wall. The classmate turned around and saw the big, honest-looking dumpling. His face lit up with joy. Who doesn't know that the big dumpling is so friendly to people now? With the big dumpling around, there's no fear of a demanding tiger mom getting angry. Big dumpling, I've also prepared some braised meat for you. Come on, let's go eat. The classmate spoke to the big dumpling in a much more familiar tone. Unfortunately, while the big dumpling is quite friendly, that's only true when you encounter someone unexpectedly. When it comes to giving face, the big dumpling looked up, smelled the aroma of braised meat in the air, and exhaled through its nostrils. What a smell! This is such a waste of meat. The big dumpling turned around, pulled out the bamboo she had brought, and ate while thinking of Lin Feng. When will the two-legged creatures come back? The student who was chosen to cook watched helplessly as the usually gluttonous De Tuanzi preferred to eat bamboo rather than meat, and he was completely dismayed. He also remembered the expressions on the faces of his classmates when they came to get their meals. Expectations dashed, disappointment sets in, despair gradually sets in. No, is the food I cooked really that bad? The classmate is unhappy. The classmate grabbed a piece of braised meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The classmate shut up. It does seem to be not as delicious as what Brother Feng makes. He walked out of the courtyard dejectedly, forgetting even to put away the meat basin. Tiger Mom looked at the meat, thought for a moment, and called out to the little weasel that was passing by. Hey, take this meat home and eat it, don't waste it. The little weasel scratched its head and declined the tiger mother's offer. I'd rather eat rats, at least they're authentic. Tiger Mom flicked her tail, stood up, and called to her 3 children. The big dumpling has bamboo, and the little weasel has mice. It also needs to take its children to the mountains and forests, otherwise, it will starve to death sooner or later by these two-legged creatures. Oh woo! With a roar, the mother tiger led her 3 cubs into the forest without looking back. After finishing the bamboo in its hand, the big dumpling still felt it wasn't full. Once it realized there was no more food to its liking, it let out a roar and called to the little dumpling that was leaning against the door and gazing into the distance. Stop looking, your godfather isn't going to suddenly appear. We need to go to the back mountain to eat bamboo. The little dumpling thought her mother made sense. Without looking back, he left Lin Feng's small home. The students who came to feed the animals that evening felt like the sky had fallen. Tiger Mom is gone, and so are the little ones. When Feng comes back and sees this empty house, won't he break down? No way, really? The 3-day agricultural expo quickly came to an end. Everyone gained a lot from this trip. He's just a bit of a useless person. Zhang Ming and the others looked tired and thinner. Lin Feng stretched his body, and after confirming that he wasn't as exaggerated as he thought, he became curious. No, you're all younger than me. I'm fine, but why do you all look so drained? The 3 of them waved at Lin Feng in unison, but their movements were weak and listless. Brother Feng, can we even compete? You're the boss, you can buy whatever you want. We're the purchasing team, we're here with a mission, we're afraid we won't be able to buy the samples if we're too slow, the soles of our shoes are worn out. Yeah, sometimes the booths are so crowded that I feel like my soul is about to be squeezed out of my body. Let me tell you, after graduation, I want to be like you, own a farm and be my own boss. This last sentence was said by Wang Li to Lin Feng. His family was relatively wealthy, and among the group, he had the most entrepreneurial potential. However, as soon as he said this, Zhang Ming and Wu Yang immediately and mercilessly attacked him. You've attended 2 agricultural expos already, do you still think you have enough money at home to spend? Stop talking. That fruit, it costs 800,000 each. Buy one to show off your wealth. Wang Li was unconvinced. Can you really calculate it like that? Brother Feng's initial investment wasn't that large, was it? I don't know how much Brother Feng invested in the early stages, but this time he bought such a truckload of stuff, which must have cost at least $1 million. Why don't you mention that? Lin Feng, it seems these kids aren't tired enough. Everyone, stop arguing. The workers have finished loading the truck, and we need to leave. Lin Feng pointed to the large truck next to them. There were 3 trucks in total. One truck carried the seeds and local specialties that Lin Feng bought, and the other 2 belonged to Zhang Ming and his teachers. Let's get home sooner so we can enjoy these delicious local specialties sooner. Lin Feng was delighted. He already had a plan for how to distribute and eat the food in the car. But Zhang Ming and the others looked even more somber. Is that an edible local specialty? That's clearly an endless amount of research and reports to be written. Zhang Ming was the first to look up to the sky and let out a long roar. Because he was going to be transporting the goods to Professor Li's place this time, he wouldn't be able to eat Lin Feng's cooking for a while. Wu Yang and Wan Li also realized this, and their mood immediately soured. Lin Feng comforted everyone. It's okay, my farm is right there, it can't run away. Alright, get on the bus. See you at the farm later. The truck split into 2 directions at the highway entrance. Traveling by truck is much more tiring than traveling by plane. Not only does it take longer, but in order to save time, you can only eat, drink, and relieve yourself at service areas. However, amidst this hardship, Lin Feng still savored a different flavor. Along the way from north to south, there are bright red maple leaves, withered grass and trees, and evergreen trees, all full of vitality. The outerwear also changed from down jackets to cotton-padded coats, and finally to quilted coats. When the car arrived at Stone Village, the clothes on his body had been changed into a wind-proof jacket. As Lin Feng was pondering whether to ask the villagers to help unload the goods or to call the students since his closest classmates, Jiang Ming and the others, were not around, he saw a row of students not far from his house, eagerly waiting. When they saw the truck arrive, the students were overjoyed and waved enthusiastically, as if welcoming long-lost relatives. Lin Feng was completely stunned, because, as he got closer, he saw tears in many people's eyes. This is outrageous. Lin Feng wondered, hadn't he been gone for very long? What's wrong with you all? As soon as the truck came to a stop, Lin Feng quickly opened the door, got out, and asked the students, could it be that they were bullied by the villagers? Lin Feng was somewhat uneasy. The villagers have always really liked these college students. She is knowledgeable, helpful, and has a likable personality. Moreover, if things really don't go well, the village party secretary isn't someone to be trifled with. Lin Feng couldn't understand it, he simply couldn't understand it. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words of comfort, all the students present pursed their lips. How should I put it? A person's value is not only determined by how they are when they are present, but also by how they are when they are absent. This time, the students truly and personally experienced the importance of Lin Feng. When Lin Feng was around, all they knew was that his cooking was delicious, and they loved it, as did the animals. But, after Lin Feng left, they first cooked for themselves, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what was wrong, it just didn't taste good, and they didn't like it. After the villagers learned about this, they invited several women who were said to be good cooks and had experience in preparing banquets to help with the cooking. This time, everyone finally realized what was wrong. The cooking is wrong. Using the same rice and the same vegetables, even experienced aunties who had cooked for banquets always found something missing when preparing the meal. Only when this difference became apparent did the students realize that Lin Feng was an indispensable beacon of light in their lives. However, for the students, the problem of eating is not the biggest one. After all, knowing that Lin Feng was coming back, these few days wouldn't be too difficult to manage. The students are all very reasonable. However, the animals on Lin Feng's farm are not reasonable. Moreover, they only learned that Lin Feng's animals were unreasonable after he left. The student responsible for feeding the big dumpling spoke with a sob in his voice. First of all, the food I feed to Tuanzi is the same food that you usually feed it, like apples, meat bones, and so on. Secondly, I think these foods are just not as good as what you make, Brother Feng, but they're not so bad that they're awful. At this point, the student seemed a little guilty. The meat and bone stew that Lin Feng cooked was incredibly fragrant, but the meat and bone stew he gave to Tuanzi was a bit fishy. But, doesn't this big dumpling ever think about what kind of life it used to live in the mountains? Could there be wild men in the mountains cooking for it? Thinking of this, the student immediately became more self-righteous, his tone filled with accusation against the large dumpling. That big dumpling actually took a sniff and then refused to eat it. Not only did he refuse to eat it, but he also threw away the meat bones, along with the bowl, right in front of me. Later on, he even took the little dumpling into the back mountain and didn't go home until dark. Brother Feng, do you think it's easy for me? Lin Feng nodded. Not easy at all. And how could that big dumpling waste food like that? I'll scold it later. By the way, what about the South China tiger family? You gave them meat bones, but not them? The student paused for a moment, then blushed slightly. After sniffing the bones, the tiger mom and her family went into the mountains and were never seen again. Lin Feng fell silent. How awful must those meat bones be? I'm a little curious. Before he could figure it out, another petite female classmate stepped forward. She pulled up her baggy trousers, revealing her calves covered in bruises. Brother Feng, I don't even care about your chickens, look at them, look at them. Lin Feng got angry. Is it that big rooster? Given the rooster's past misdeeds, Lin Feng felt he had to teach it a lesson this time. However, unexpectedly, the female classmate said don't chicken instead. It's not a rooster, it's your bunch of guinea fowl. Guinea fowl? Lin Feng was surprised. Those guinea fowl are arguably the least noticeable animals on the farm. Moreover, feeding chickens is not the same as feeding big dumplings and tiger moms. Chicken feed doesn't need to be cooked, it's just a mixture of various beans and corn. With that, what kind of conflict could possibly arise? The female student pulled down her trouser leg, her face showing utter despair. So what if they only get a little less time to roam each day? So what if they just want a few of their cute feathers? They actually teamed up and flew up to peck at me. Although the guinea fowl are not very big, when they fly in flocks, they look like a squadron of fighter jets. It's really impressive. Hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent. Who says girls are all delicate, soft, and cute? When they get going, they're just as good as any boy. If you try to pull a guinea fowl by the tail, it's no wonder it fights back. The female classmate met Lin Feng's gaze, realized what was happening, and explained somewhat weakly. There aren't many farms that can legally raise guinea fowl. This is my first time seeing these chickens. I think they're quite beautiful, and I'd like to use one of their feathers as a bookmark." Before she could finish speaking, a classmate interrupted her. "You got hit because you were being nosy, weren't you? I'm the one who's innocent. I was originally going to the orchard to weed, but because I picked an orange to eat, I was chased and attacked by that crested eagle. Brother Feng, can you imagine? I've already handed over the oranges and surrendered, but that whole family still won't let me go. I've seen dogs guarding the house, but I've never seen a crested eagle protecting the forest." The female student, already annoyed at being interrupted, immediately retorted, "Ha, and you say I deserve it? Did you get permission from the crested eagle before you picked the oranges? Everyone knows that Grove is under its control. TCH, I didn't do what you did and try to pluck a guinea pig's tail. It hurts when a guinea pig has its feathers plucked, but does it hurt when a crested goshawk picks oranges?" Okay, what was supposed to be a complaint meeting turned into an argument among the attendees. Lin Feng quickly stopped him. Stop arguing, it's nothing serious. Let's go inside and tidy up the warehouse so we can unload the goods." As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the yard, he saw that since Tiger and Tuanzi were not home, the guinea fowl were playing freely in the yard. The female student seemed to have anticipated this, and in a flash, she shrank behind Lin Feng. In that state, they couldn't afford to offend these guinea fowl at all. The guinea fowl were indeed not to be trifled with. They all spread their wings in unison, ready to launch an attack. Then, the moment they saw Lin Feng clearly, these guys were all stunned for a moment, then quickly folded their wings, lowered their heads, and pretended to be looking for food. They looked so well behaved. To be honest, if a classmate hadn't complained, Lin Feng probably would never have known that his guinea chickens had this kind of personality. Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf finished their patrol and slowly walked home. Seeing the students, they both sighed. Another day of missing my owner. However, as they passed through the crowd, the two men saw Lin Feng walking at the front, and their dim eyes suddenly brightened. "Woof woof woof. Oh woo woo." Both the dog and the wolf excitedly rushed towards Lin Feng and jumped up to pounce on him. Wolf Green, a rigorously trained quasi-police dog, just like Big Yellow in the village when it saw its owner, stuck out its tongue and tried to lick Lin Feng. That look of hers was completely unreserved. Lin Feng found it extremely distasteful. However, he did not dodge, because at that moment the little black wolf pounced on him. The little black wolf is pregnant, her belly is already quite swollen. Lin Feng was worried that if he moved aside, he would bump into the pregnant woman, so he had no choice but to accept the face-washing ritual. Okay, I'll stop licking. Why are you acting like a dog?" Lin Feng quickly calmed the two down. "Wolf Green, I was a dog to begin with." The little black wolf didn't speak, but stuck out its tongue and looked at the wolf with a smile. The weasel also rushed out from the backyard. When it saw Lin Feng surrounded by people and moving freely, not appearing to be injured, the weasel relaxed completely. Lin Feng smiled and nodded to the weasel, suddenly feeling nostalgic for the four members of the family, including the little dumpling and Tiger Mom. "I wonder what these guys are doing in the mountains right now. I'll have to make something delicious later, so the aroma will call them home. I wonder what kind of expressions those guys will have then." Lin Feng felt happy just thinking about it. While the students were still there, Lin Feng tidied up the warehouse and then started unloading the goods. The latest varieties of seeds, and all kinds of crop seeds that can be grown here, occupy half of the warehouse. There are also handmade chocolates, coffee beans, dried fruit, nuts, etc. from all over the world, all for winter storage. After the autumn harvest, the long winter is the best time for farmers to recover their physical strength. Lin Feng imagined that he would hold a big dumpling on his left and a little milk dumpling on his right, eating snacks and humming songs while watching Boonie Bears together. Why isn't there a Tiger Mom? Because Tiger Mom is a giant, strip-shaped cushion, ha ha ha. As for the three kids, one warms their hands, and two warm their feet perfect. Of course, these are just ideas right now. After putting everything away, Lin Feng stuffed a big bag of snacks into the hands of the classmates who had helped him, and amidst cheers, he said, "I'll cook tonight, so you don't have to eat the food your aunties cook." Everyone had originally wanted to ask Lin Feng if he was going to cook dinner tonight, but thinking about Lin Feng's long journey, she couldn't bring herself to ask. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the students raised their hands and cheered, "Long live Lin Feng!" Lin Feng, overwhelmed by the cheers. Heaven have mercy, how hungry were these students while I was away? After resting for a while, Lin Feng plunged into the kitchen. Today's dish was inspired by the Agricultural Expo. Lin Feng is preparing to make a coconut curry beef dish. Cut the beef into bite-sized pieces, blanch it in boiling water to remove blood and any unpleasant smell. Then add lemongrass, lemon leaves, onion, and curry paste and stir-fry until fragrant. Add broth, sugar, salt, and coconut milk and start simmering. All ingredients are of the highest quality. The lid couldn't mask the complex aroma of curry and beef. The aroma rose straight up from the chimney and into the forest. In the bamboo forest behind the mountain, the big dumpling's eyes suddenly widened. Aha, kid, smell this. It smells so good. The little dumpling put down the bamboo stick in its hand and smelled it carefully. It really smells delicious. Could it be that my godfather has come back? The little dumpling suddenly stood up straight. Mommy, hurry, let's go home. Just as Lin Feng finished serving the curry beef, he heard a loud bang from the courtyard, and the gate to the courtyard was kicked open. Lin Feng peeked out and saw the big dumpling with tears in its eyes, walking towards him step by step. Eek, you're finally back. I missed you so much. The big dumpling rushed towards Lin Feng, crying and sobbing. Lin Feng immediately put the curry beef in his hand on the stove. As it turned out, his choice was correct, because the big dumpling picked him up around the waist and spun him around in circles. Lin Feng was held in a hug and smelled the fresh bamboo scent on the big dumpling. In the end, he gave up resisting. This scene drew envious glances from the college students who had come to eat. Hey, doesn't this scene look like something out of an idol drama? What do you mean, similar? It is. The only difference is that the male and female leads have been switched. Shaw, what kind of idol drama would cast a giant panda as the female lead? You guys have no vision. Amidst the laughter and giggles of the students, the big dumpling had spun around enough and finally put Lin Feng down. Lin Feng felt a little dizzy, and then the little dumpling pounced on him again. Godfather, give me a hug. Lin Feng stumbled from the impact and slammed against the wall. Hug, why are you crying? Lin Feng reached out and wiped away the tears from the little dumpling who was getting stronger. You two have only been gone for a few days, why are you acting like you haven't seen each other for years? Lin Feng smiled, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Would the Tiger Mom family react the same way when they saw him? However, the most important thing right now is to eat, because the college students are starving. Lin Feng distributed the food to his classmates and then filled the food bowls for the animals at home. Then he discovered that after a few days away, the animals in his house had developed a forklift-like eating technique. The sight of a row of bulldozers stacked up was so striking that Lin Feng curiously squatted down to observe. No, you still have to chew your food, right? Chew it a bit. The big dumpling didn't speak, it buried its entire mouth in the basin. Lin Feng even thought it was because the rice bowl was too small, otherwise the big dumpling's whole face would have been buried in it. Snoring. The big dumpling ate like crazy. Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Feng's eyes as he watched him eat. Have you been starving for days? When I'm not around, you should still eat the food they make. As soon as he finished speaking, the little dumpling yanked the mouthpiece out. It looked at Lin Feng, its eyes welling up with tears again. Don't go. The food everyone else cooks is terrible. The little dumpling hugged Lin Feng's waist tightly, and the food in front of him no longer tasted good. Lin Feng, holding the pitiful little dumpling, repeatedly assured him, Okay, let's eat. I won't say anything more. Let go, alright? I can't breathe. After calming the big dumplings down, Lin Feng went to feed the guinea fowl. Plenty of corn and soybeans were scattered down, and the guinea fowl obediently ate in small bites. Where is the fierce look of that classmate who complained before? Lin Feng was certain that these guinea fowl did possess some acting skills. After patrolling the farm, Lin Feng received another notification from the village secretary. The revenue from the goods sold at the trade fair can now be settled. This news kept the villagers of Stone Village excited all night. After all, who wouldn't like receiving money? Lin Feng, on the other hand, also felt the government's determination to lead everyone to prosperity this time. He thought the money wouldn't be settled until at least next year. That's good, at least everyone can have a good new year after receiving the money. When Lin Feng arrived at the village office meeting room, it was already packed with people. Some people even carried small handbags with them, clearly there to carry money. The village party secretary and the village head arrived at the meeting room right on time, as always. The party secretary was holding a transparent plastic bag, which was full of red banknotes. The village chief, on the other hand, was holding a money counting machine. As soon as the two entered the door, the villagers' breathing became heavier. Everyone's eyes were glued to the bag. Lin Feng wasn't surprised, it was the first time he'd ever seen so much cash since mobile payment became so widespread. Even the millions from selling agricultural products are just a number on a text message, they don't have the same impact as the money in front of us. Looking around, Lin Feng understood why the village secretary and village chief had chosen to carry so much cash. To lead the villagers to prosperity, government policy support alone is not enough, the most important thing is to ignite everyone's desire to make money. While Lin Feng was pondering, the village party secretary and the village head both sat down. The party secretary tapped the table with his pipe and chuckled. Great, everyone arrived very well today. The village chief chimed in, of course. If someone isn't eager to collect their money, they're out of their mind. The two exchanged a few jokes, which drew laughter from everyone. Seeing the villagers' rosy cheeks, the village secretary was also happy and quickly said, "Then everyone, please be quiet and listen to me." With those red bills as a base, the meeting room immediately fell silent. The party secretary, with a serious expression, "Let's skip the formalities and get down to two things today. First, let's divide the money. Second, let's discuss the plans for next year." After he finished speaking, the village party secretary gestured to the village chief to plug in the money counting machine, and he also opened the plastic bag. "Everyone should know where this money comes from. It's the money we earned from participating in trade fairs." At first, Lin Feng was the only one putting in the effort, but later everyone brought out their own agricultural products to sell, so everyone got money. However, everyone should know in their hearts whether it's a lot of money or a little. After all, if you want to get rich, you have to work hard. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Isn't that right, everyone? Amidst a chorus of yes, a few lazy people in the corner had particularly unpleasant expressions. The village party secretary has no interest in dealing with these people. Stone Village is close to the nature reserve and is rich in resources. Even if you don't sell what you grow yourself, you can make a good living just by picking prickly pears. But these lazy people just won't do anything. What can he do? Are you really going to give me money? Impossible. The village party secretary took out a thick ledger, which recorded the details of this year's sales. He flipped through it. First and foremost, it's Lin Feng. After taxes, he can get a total of 86,570 yuan from the local specialties such as jam, dried fruit, and dried meat. The village party secretary carefully took out 8 stacks of intact bills from his pocket, and the village chief counted the remaining change. They were counting money on stage. Below, everyone was utterly shocked. More than 80,000. They toiled in the fields for a year, and their earnings were only a fraction of Lin Feng's. So, a skill can be this valuable. An old man, his voice had changed. "Wow, so much money. My goodness. I've farmed all my life and never saved this much money." His words caused the entire conference room to burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you jealous? There's nothing I can do if I'm just jealous. Their skills are valuable." "No way, no way." Although most of the comments were well-intentioned, the village secretary quickly tried to explain on Lin Feng's behalf. "Don't be envious, everyone. Besides his skills, didn't Lin Feng spend money on raw materials when making jams and dried fruits? Lin Feng's costs weren't deducted from this 80,000 yuan, so it's all in everyone's pockets, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, the family who sold fruit to Lin Feng smiled as they touched their wallets. "It's only right that Lin Feng makes money. Yes, doing these things also interferes with farm work. We need to work harder next year and try to be like Lin Feng." The village party secretary responded to this statement. Yes, that's exactly what we need to do, to emulate Lin Feng and make a fortune next year." These words ignited everyone's enthusiasm, and they were all eager to make money. Seeing everyone's expressions, the village secretary was satisfied. That's the kind of shock we're looking for, and the determination to work hard that follows. Lin Feng understood the village secretary's intention. After everyone had finished being shocked, he stepped forward and took the money from the village secretary. Anyway, he has pandas and dogs at home, so he's not afraid of being targeted. After handing out the large sum to Lin Feng, the village secretary cleared his throat and said, "Next, Lin Qing, you're selling glutinous corn, melon seeds, sesame seeds, and peanuts, for a total of 13,580 yuan. Holy crap!" This time, the shock was genuine. Although this amount of money is much less than what Lin Feng received. But everyone in the village understands that they can't possibly make money like Lin Feng. No way. They lack the skills, capital, and courage to invest upfront in purchasing fruits and meat. However, Lin Qing's situation is different. He earned his money honestly through farming. Farming? Who isn't an expert at it? Lin Qing stepped forward to collect the money, grinning so broadly that her teeth were showing. "My goodness, the national policy is so good. With this money, we'll have enough for my child's schooling next year, and I can even go to the county hospital for medical treatment. From now on, I will no longer sell my agricultural products to wholesalers. They always drive down the price, they're heartless. By the way, party secretary and village chief, will this little shop in our village stay open forever?" Lin Qing asked this question very cautiously. The party secretary and the village chief said in unison, "Yes. This is a great policy from above. They're really determined to help everyone get rich." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's anxious heart calmed down, and she even began to hum a song. "You can spend money freely now. Then let's get my spouse a nice new outfit, or, to be more generous, get her a gold ring." Lin Qing's thoughts wandered so far that he didn't even come back to his senses when the people around him called him. The person who called him was Grandpa Joe, the one who sold 500 jin of sorghum to Lin Feng before. Grandpa Joe is now very interested in selling agricultural products. Old Lin, how did you come up with the idea of selling so many agricultural products in the city? Lin Ching remained silent, all he knew was money. Grandpa Joe was so angry that he slapped him on the back. Hey, are you obsessed with money? We'll count them later, they've been through the money counting machine, so there won't be any mistakes. Lin Ching finally came to her senses. Old Joe, what did you say? How did you come up with the idea of smuggling peanuts and such into the city? Old Joe asked again. Lin Ching scratched his head. The village chief saw that these things in my field were growing well, so he sent some samples for testing. Unexpectedly, they passed the test, so he sent them to the city. By the way, didn't your family grow sorghum? We were going to send some too, but yours is a late maturing variety, and it wasn't ripe when we sent it for inspection. It's not that the village chief didn't want to include you. Lin Ching, being kind-hearted, quickly offered an explanation for the village chief. Grandpa Joe nodded, his mind immediately following suit. Then I'll have to plant some early maturing varieties next year. Lin Feng, who was listening intently, couldn't help but remind him. Uncle Joe, the shop is still open, you can send it for testing yourself. I remember your sorghum. Besides the 500 jin you sold to me, you still have some left, right? Grandpa Joe nodded, then shook his head. There's only enough left for my wife to eat, so I can't let her suffer if I make money. Next year, we can increase planting. I was originally planning to stop farming next year and outsource everything. Now that he can make money, Grandpa Joe doesn't want to retire anymore. Lin Feng smiled with relief upon hearing his words. A good relationship between husband and wife means a warm and happy life together. After the village party secretary and village head finished distributing the money, they gave everyone some time to excitedly discuss it. Then, without stopping, we moved on to the second topic of the day, plans for next year. Alright, everyone, stop talking and listen to me. The village party secretary pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone has seen how well this little shop has made this year. Any thoughts on that? With money driving things forward, this time it's different from last time when everyone was pushing each other along. The villagers became much more active in speaking up. Farm well. As long as what we grow can pass the testing of the institutions in the county, we can sell it for money. My soybeans failed the inspection this year because I used too much pesticide. I won't use it next year. It would be best to learn a skill, like Lin Feng, and make a living with your skills. Yes. These positive and encouraging voices are what the party secretary and the village chief want to hear. The party secretary clapped his hands with a smile. Everyone's idea is great. Coincidentally, there's a policy from above that teaches everyone skills for free. There are hairdressing, cooking, knitting handicrafts, and so on. Those who want to register, come to my house later and fill out the form. This year, the Shida village made money by holding this trade fair to sell its specialty products, but some other villages did not. It's not that the villagers in those villages didn't work hard, but rather that they lacked leaders like Lin Feng. The higher UPS have also seen everyone's difficulties, and this time, they've brought policies to the villages. The village party secretary's words resonated deeply with everyone. Before everyone lies a vast and promising future. Lin Feng saw hope in everyone's eyes. Although the village secretary couldn't use any of the courses he mentioned, the villagers could turn them into income and improve their lives. The current policies are good. Lin Feng sighed sincerely. He needs to work hard too. Otherwise, where will we make money when the villagers replace our skills? That's what I thought in my heart. But Lin Feng is looking forward to the day when his skills will be replaced by the villagers. Back then, everyone's income must have been quite good. If the villagers are all good, the village will prosper, and everything will become even better. Lin Feng is very much looking forward to his hometown becoming even better. Lin Feng happily returned home with his more than 80,000 yuan. Then, I received some terrible news. The students are ending their time on his farm and are going back to school. Based on the extent of Professor Li's baldness this year, it's highly likely that he will send students over again next spring for planting. However, it's hard to say whether it's their batch or not. However, the students unanimously expressed that they would definitely work hard to seize this opportunity. Lin Feng was very reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. I'd heard that students at the agricultural university don't have summer vacations. We can't expect them to skip winter vacation either, can we? To express his gratitude for his classmates' help during this time, Lin Feng offered to. I've prepared some meat sauce and jam as souvenirs for everyone to take home and enjoy. The students were immediately delighted by the suggestion. However, no one wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng, so someone spoke up. Brother Feng, are all of these the ones you mentioned that you sell at your shop? How much is a jar? We'll buy them. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Why would I want your money? Let's not talk about this anymore. After all, it's hard to say whether Professor Li will catch you when you go back and interrogate you relentlessly about your farming experience here. Lin Feng kept these words to himself and didn't say them aloud. Let's not spoil everyone's happy mood about the upcoming holiday. However, Lin Feng also believed that his classmates must be very happy with the many mutated crops that his farm produced this year, because everyone has already chosen a topic for their graduation thesis. Although Lin Feng didn't say anything, the students present all felt a chill run down their spines. Wait, why is there black smoke coming from behind Brother Feng? Not sure, let me think about it. It seems to be gone again. What happened? The weather wasn't good on the day Lin Feng prepared all the gifts and saw his classmates off. Thick, dark clouds blocked the sun from the sky, with only the edges letting through a cold light. The bleak weather made the atmosphere of parting even more desolate. The students looked at Lin Feng with reluctance, their eyes filled with tears as if they were about to hold hands and gaze at each other in farewell. But, after seeing the gifts Lin Feng asked them to bring to Zhang Ming and the others, their reluctance turned into resentment. Brother Feng, why do Zhang Ming, Wu Zhong, and Wang Li also get 4 jars of meat sauce? They haven't been here for the past few days, so they should have 1 jar deducted. Also, you've never met Professor Li before, right? We'll split his share. Stimulated by the delicious meat sauce, the student who had previously complained about the big dumpling lost his mind. As soon as he spoke, the other students chimed in. There was no other way. Having left Lin Feng, these souvenirs would be their only source of food until their next visit. Every bottle counts. Therefore, we must boldly raise our own questions. Lin Feng glanced at the souvenirs, then at the suddenly rebellious students, and remained calm. Anyway, I've already informed Zhang Ming and the professor. If the gift bag is too small, I think they have plenty of resources and means to deal with it. Upon hearing this, the courage that the bear students had just mustered vanished instantly. Do you want to come again next year? If you still want to talk, then shut up. The students looked at each other, their expressions shifting. Brother Feng, you're really something. Seeing the expressions of defiance on everyone's faces, Lin Feng chuckled. All right, look at your expressions. Don't worry, the meat sauce factory is already under construction. Lin Feng announced the good news with a smile. Not only is a meat sauce factory under construction, but a jam factory is also being built, and a large supply is just around the corner. The students' stiff expressions melted away instantly, like snowflakes meeting a fire. Very good. Brother Feng, you should have told me before you went online. Now we won't run out of food. The students cheered and boarded the car with the meat sauce, then transferred to a plane and headed towards Professor Li's farm. I have to report there, submit my data and papers, before I can go home. Zhang Ming had already prepared a large pot of rice in his simple dormitory room. These past few days since he came back, eating the bland and tasteless cafeteria food, heaven knows how much he misses Lin Feng's cooking. Sure enough, as soon as he got the meat sauce, he couldn't wait to open it. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ming sighed. That's the taste. I couldn't wait to scoop up a big spoonful of meat sauce and put it on top of the soft white rice. The chili oil, stained red by the glutinous rice chili paste, gradually colored the rice as well. Moist beef chunks lay among the chilies, beckoning temptingly. As the rice steamed, the complex aroma gradually spread, making Zhang Ming's mouth water. He couldn't wait to stir it with a large spoon, making sure the rice and meat sauce were thoroughly mixed, and then he took a big bite. Without needing any side dishes, Zhang Ming was so happy he almost cried. First, the spicy aroma of the chili paste explodes on your taste buds, followed by the meaty fragrance of large chunks of beef, which hits you right in the head. Upon closer chewing, you'll find perfectly fried peanuts, crispy and crunchy, adding another layer of texture to the rice. Oh, right. And the fragrant sesame seeds are another delicious addition that shouldn't be overlooked. One bite, spicy, fragrant, crispy, and fresh, completely captivated Zhang Ming. However, there are others who are even more confused than him. Professor Li originally just wanted to use this sauce to accompany his rice. After all, Lin Feng had asked his students to bring this sauce from so far away, it would be impolite not to eat it. But, as soon as the lid was opened, the other students in the cafeteria looked over. Professor Li remained silent for a while, then quietly picked up the meat sauce and returned to his dormitory. The weather in the north is different from that in the south. When Professor Li returned to his dormitory, he saw that it was snowing heavily outside the window. Steaming hot rice, served with an incredibly delicious meat sauce. Professor Li's first thought was, what a wonderful day. My second thought, damn it, those students are eating so well at Lin Feng's farm. Lin Feng was unaware that his meat sauce had caused a stir in the distance. He was simply leisurely making himself a cup of fragrant hot cocoa in the kitchen. Well, the agricultural expo wasn't a wasted trip. I did manage to buy some good stuff. This cocoa is silky smooth and rich. One bite warms you from your mouth to your stomach, dispelling the growing chill in the air. Looking out at the gray sky, Lin Feng suddenly missed Tiger Mom and her 3 cubs. Where has this family gone after all these days? How are you doing in the mountains? Are you cold? Did any savages cook for it? Deep in the mountains, Tiger Mom smelled the aroma of roasting beef. It led its 3 cubs, following the scent as it traveled. Then, you see a huge roasted beef leg hanging from a tree not far away. The 3 little ones cried out and tried to go up and gnaw on the beef. Then, the tiger mom pinned him to the spot with her 2 paws. "You guys are starving, you'll eat anything. Smell this properly, does it smell right? 3 tiger cubs? It doesn't smell as good as Dad's, and it even smells a bit fishy. I'll cut it in half." The 3 of them are still quite naive, but Tiger Mom is a veteran of living in the forest. If you want to eat cooked food, you have to go to a village where there are people. Where did this cooked beef come from? Deep in the mountains and forests. Tiger Mom narrowed her eyes and, without hesitation, led her 3 cubs toward Lin Feng's farm. There are dangers in the mountains, it's safer to find Lin Feng. Not long after the tiger mother and her 3 cubs left, sure enough, 4 furtive people crept up. Seeing the intact trap under the tree, the 4 of them were somewhat discouraged. But soon, one of the bald men shouted, "Boss, there are tiger footprints here. Looks like a tiger with cubs. We're rich." It started snowing heavily. Lin Feng doesn't like snowy days because in the south, snowflakes melt quickly after hitting the ground, making the roads muddy. Moreover, this kind of mud is different from the mud caused by rain. The mud caused by the rain dried up in a day when the clouds dispersed and the sun came out. Snowfall means thicker cloud cover, lower temperatures, and the sun's heat cannot reach the ground. Thus, the mud can last for days or even weeks. These aren't the worst things. The worst thing is when the ground is covered with a thin layer of snow, but underneath is a thick layer of mud. If you step on it, you could be launched into the air. But it's okay. Anyway, we don't have to work in the fields anymore. Lin Feng stayed at home, happily playing games. The earthen oven at home was also busy. The heat it emitted caused snowflakes to automatically move aside in midair. Wolf Green, Little Black Wolf, and Weasel gathered around the bread oven, enjoying the warmth of the fire. Unlike previous winters, their fur no longer gets wet from rain or snow. They will not go hungry frequently due to the difficulty in finding food. Look, the roasted sweet potatoes are almost ready, and they'll eat 3 each in a bit. Lin Feng had no idea that the animals in his house were drooling with envy. All he knew was that he was about to win the game. Just as he was preparing to celebrate his victory, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng's hand trembled, and he almost made a mistake. He answered the phone quickly. "Officer Joe, you'd better have something to say." Before he could finish speaking, Joe Cheng interrupted him very quickly, saying, "Don't speak, listen to me. A few days ago, we received a tip that a group of international poachers had smuggled themselves into our country and entered this protected area. After several days of investigation, we discovered that this gang was targeting the tiger mother and her 3 cubs. Tiger Mom was wearing a locator. We originally wanted to capture her all at once, but the weather suddenly changed and the heavy snow in the mountains damaged our equipment. All we know right now is that Tiger Mom and her family of 4 are moving toward your farm." Lin Feng sat up abruptly. "What do you need me to do now?" Joe Cheng's tone was solemn. "We have lost track of the poachers, and only one of the locators on the tiger mother and her family of 3 is working properly. It is impossible to determine whether the family of 4 was harmed or whether they got separated. Now, please immediately gather all the wild animals in your home and prevent them from going into the mountains. Furthermore, it is essential to take protective measures and avoid direct confrontation with poachers." Joe Cheng lowered his voice. "They came in illegally, and they're most likely armed. We can't be careless." Lin Feng's expression turned serious because the 2 little dumplings were currently in the mountains. "I should have kept them indoors today, but it's too late to say anything now. The most urgent thing is to find those 2 guys as soon as possible." Lin Feng knew that poachers were utterly inhuman. If they really encountered any big or small dumplings, they wouldn't let them go. However, we can't act recklessly and rush in blindly. That would only cause trouble for Officer Lin and his team. After careful consideration, Lin Feng took out a brand new drone from the warehouse. "I bought this at the Agricultural Expo." The seller explained that the drone could be used for sowing and spraying pesticides, and its high-definition camera could monitor pests in the fields in real time. Lin Feng was so impressed by what he heard that he immediately bought one. "I originally planned to use it next spring, but it has come in handy now." Following the instructions, Lin Feng connected the high-definition camera to his phone and then piloted the drone into flight. A drone, over a meter long, slowly rose into the air from Lin Feng's yard and flew towards the back mountain. The pure black fuselage streaked across the gray sky, past the fine snowflakes, and finally disappeared as a tiny dot. Lin Feng operated the drone with one hand while keeping an eye on the screen on his phone. This was the first time he had observed the land he lived on from the perspective of a crested goshawk. The mountains and forests have lost their verdant green, and everywhere are bare trees. There are patches of green bamboo forest in the middle, like the last stubbornness of the mountains. However, drones cannot navigate through forests like real crested eagles. If they crash into a tree, they are destroyed. Therefore, Lin Feng had to slow down and search for the big and small dumplings little by little. At this moment, Lin Feng regretted it a little. Why didn't he pay attention to which bamboo forest the little dumpling liked to eat from? Otherwise, why would it be so complicated? You can just rush over, grab them by the ears, and take them home. Also, aren't the tiger mom family of 4 moving towards the farm? Where did they go? We didn't see a single drone either. After wandering around for more than an hour without finding anything, Lin Feng was anxious but dared not leave his house. The little black wolf is also on the poachers list, and she's even pregnant. Moreover, armed poachers entering the village pose a significant threat. His farm may be the last line of defense, preventing him from leaving. For the first time, Lin Feng understood what it meant to be afraid of everything. Left with no other option, he had to patrol with a drone every hour. Time passed little by little. Lin Feng did not see any trace of human activity in the video. The drone, however, was almost swooped down by a passing eagle. If he weren't genuinely worried, Lin Feng thought that editing the scene of the eagle swooping down on the drone would be entertaining and could be posted online. Even at dinner time, Lin Feng used the food summoning spell. However, it was probably because the snowflakes were too heavy that they suppressed the wind. It's also possible that the little dumplings traveled further in search of better tasting bamboo. Anyway, neither of them went home. Lin Feng became even more anxious. The drone lacks infrared camera capabilities, rendering it completely useless once it gets dark. Lin Feng wanted to call Zhou Cheng, but he was afraid it would affect Zhou Cheng's mission. Their only hope was that Zhou Cheng would suddenly call and say that the poachers had been caught. The tiger mom family of 4 is safe. However, the phone remained silent. Lin Feng felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He raised tiger mom's 3 cubs single-handedly. And what about the little ones? It's getting dark, why aren't they home yet? Unable to sit still, Lin Feng hastily threw on a down jacket and his heavy leather shoes, then walked out of the yard and paced back and forth. Wait a minute, just wait a little longer. Lin Feng kept telling himself. A person with no wilderness survival experience and no equipment going into the mountains only adds trouble for the rescue team. Stay calm, you must stay calm. Lin Feng didn't know how long he had been wandering outside, all he knew was that his feet were frozen stiff. If it's this cold at the foot of the mountain, it must be even colder inside. Those poachers, in such cold weather and in the dark, probably wouldn't dare to make a move rashly, right? I wonder how Zhou Cheng and his colleagues are doing now. Have you been able to track down those poachers again? As Zhou Cheng was sneaking through the deep mountains, he suddenly felt an itch in his nose. He grabbed some snow, rubbed it on his nose a few times, and his expression cleared up again. His colleague, Xiao Wu, patted Zhou Cheng on the shoulder when he saw that Zhou Cheng looked tired. Brother, it's too dangerous in the mountains at night. Let's find a place to rest. Otherwise, I would have been crippled before I even encountered that group of poachers. Zhou Cheng nodded, and the two searched the vicinity for a while before finally finding a flat, sheltered spot. They set up a simple tent and nestled together to rest. At this moment, Zhou Cheng realized that his feet were numb and painful. When I took off my hiking boots, I saw that they were already soaked through. Part of it was snow water that had flowed in, and the other part was probably sweat. Using the warm firelight, Zhou Cheng draped his boots over the fire and urged Xiao Wu to check his clothes so he wouldn't catch a cold. After a long day of travel, Xiao Wu wasn't much better off, his boots were also soaked. They quickly followed suit and put their boots on the fire to dry as well. The taste was a bit indescribable, but neither Zhou Cheng nor Xiao Wu paid any attention to it. Now, finding the poachers is the priority. The chances of us encountering poachers on the route we were assigned don't seem too high. Zhou Cheng took out the map, examined it carefully by the firelight, and then spoke. After discovering the poachers' trail, their team conducted a thorough search, working in pairs. Now a whole day has passed, and we still haven't found anything. Xiao Wu nodded, and lightly traced a line on the map with his fingertip. That's possible. Although the direction we're heading is the former habitat of the South China tiger, it's exactly the opposite of Lin Feng's home. He paused, his fingertip hovering over the map. According to the route shown before the locator failed, the South China tiger family should have run in the opposite direction. Their group seems to be using a process of elimination. Poachers might take this route if they get lost in the forest. However, if they are lucky, they will not lose their way in the blizzard. The other teams are obviously more likely to encounter them. Therefore, when making the arrangements, other teams had 4 people per group, but they only had 2. But that means they need to be more careful. I wonder how Lin Feng is doing. Zhou Cheng looked at the satellite phone, his brows furrowing slightly. He had already weighed the pros and cons countless times in his mind. If he were a poacher, lying in ambush near Lin Feng's house or even occupying the area would actually be the optimal solution. They have shelter from the wind and snow, and plenty of food. All they need to do is wait for the tigers to come to them. That's why, at the instruction of his superiors, he made a warning call to Lin Feng in advance. No phone call means everything is fine. Xiao Wu was also worried, but at this moment, this was all he could do to comfort Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng knew that Xiao Wu was trying to comfort him, so he sighed and stared at the flames, saying, "Hopefully, we'll hear good news from the other groups. It's already shameful enough that poachers have sneaked into their territory. If something else happens, they'll never be able to hold their heads high again." At this moment, the Tiger Mom family of 4, whom everyone was worried about, were leisurely stretching in the warm cave. After sleeping all day, my muscles and bones felt stiff. It originally intended to make a quick trip and return directly to Lin Feng's farm. However, the sudden snowstorm gave Tiger Mom a different idea. The tiger cubs were so well taken care of at Lin Feng's house that they have no ability to survive in the wild. That won't do. When children grow up, they will eventually leave home. They can't stay on Lin Feng's farm forever, can they? Therefore, we must take this opportunity to teach the little ones how to cope with various harsh environments, and how to identify bad people and how to deal with them. Indeed, Tiger Mom had already sensed the unusual tension in the air. However, it is not afraid. After all, it's not just a tiger now, it's a silly but incredibly powerful giant panda. Tiger Mom looked deeper into the cave, where she was holding a big ball of fluffy cubs that were sleeping soundly. That's right, Tiger Mom and Big Dumpling found this cave together before, just in case they needed to prepare for any eventuality in the mountains. It's quite a coincidence that we were all trapped here by the sudden snow. Heaven is also helping me. The Tiger Mom's tail swished back and forth, her mood not tense at all. The 3 tiger cubs, who had slept all day, were playing and frolicking around their mother, using her tail as a cat toy and having a great time. The poachers, who had finally managed to smuggle themselves across the border, were indeed lost in the mountains. Before I came, everyone said that the weather in the south of this country was great, but who knew there would be such a snowfall? Moreover, it was the kind of snow that was wet and cold, the kind that seeps into your bones with a chilling, penetrating cold. They were so cold that they had to find a sheltered spot to pitch their tents and wait for the snow to stop. As they roasted the rabbit, they studied the not-so-detailed map in their hands. They discussed their plans after the snow stopped. And so, the night passed. Lin Feng didn't sleep well that night. He had something on his mind, which caused him to have nightmares, leaving him listless when he woke up. Standing in the courtyard, Lin Feng suppressed his irritation and frequently looked towards the distant mountains. His unease also infected Lang Qing, who stopped patrolling and instead stayed close to Lin Feng's trouser leg, acting as a guard. Even though they were so close, Lin Feng had no desire to touch it. Lin Feng, whose eyelids kept twitching, felt that the day would be the day to resolve this matter. Suddenly, from the woods to the northeast, a flock of birds took flight, darting into the sky and disappearing into the night in an instant. Lin Feng slowly turned around, his expression instantly becoming serious. He remembered that direction. Tiger Mom always went that way when she went into the mountains. The unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and Lin Feng involuntarily took a few steps in that direction. He held his breath and listened intently to the sounds coming from the other side of the mountains. The wolf at his feet also looked towards the forest, letting out a low whimper. The little black wolf also stopped sleeping and joined her husband in guarding Lin Feng. Bang! A strange, muffled sound suddenly came from the forest, like a tree trunk snapping, like popcorn exploding, or even more like a gunshot. Before Lin Feng could fully discern the situation, the wolf at his feet began barking wildly towards the forest. Woof 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 woof. That's gunfire. There are bad guys. There are bad guys. As a former reserve police dog, Lang Qing knew the sound of gunfire. Although Lin Feng couldn't understand Lang Qing's words, he had seen gunfight movies and was instantly alert. Lin Feng took off running home, his mind racing. The first thing to do is call the forest police to report the situation, then deploy a drone to observe from above, and finally call on Lang Qing. Once the drone locks onto the target, they rush over directly. Sitting idly by and waiting for death has never been his style. Zhou Cheng's phone suddenly rang, and the name that appeared on the screen was Lin Feng. At that moment, everyone including him, Xiao Wu, and the police command center that had been listening immediately stopped what they were doing and focused all their attention on the phone call. Everyone held their breath, waiting to hear what Lin Feng had to say. There were suspected gunshots in the mountains northeast of my home. A large number of birds fled in panic, but the specific situation is unclear. Lin Feng's voice came through the receiver, calm yet with a barely perceptible hint of urgency. Then, he added, I'll immediately send a drone to scout the situation. If you need the footage, I can share it with you, but I can't guarantee that we'll be able to find the target. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a deep voice into the phone. Thank you for your help. Lin Feng nodded on the other end of the phone without hanging up. He first quickly took out a drone and controlled it to fly towards the direction from which the gunfire came. The drone's propeller spun at high speed, and as it flew rapidly, the trees in the forest area appeared as short black lines in the lens, flashing by in an instant. A short while later, Lin Feng's laptop received a video sharing request. He immediately clicked agree. He then forcibly left the little black wolf at home, took Wolf Green with him, and began his operation. Right now, Lin Feng misses De Xiao Tuanzi very much. If those two were there, they would definitely be more effective than the wolf-like creature. However, now that they are not at home, they may also be one of the targets of the other party, and the helpers may turn into bears. Let's not talk about it anymore. As Lin Feng pondered this, he quickly made his way towards the mountains and forests. Just then, a strange man's voice suddenly came from the phone that hadn't been disconnected. "Hello Mr. Lin, what is the maximum aerial photography range that your drone equipment can reach?" Lin Feng knew this, it was clearly stated in the instruction manual. It is effective within 15 kilometers, but it may get out of control within 20 kilometers. The latest drone I bought at the Agricultural Expo, according to the seller, was retired from military use, so its battery life is excellent. The person on the other end of the phone was clearly not expecting this data and remained silent for a moment. Lin Feng heard what sounded like people whispering to each other on the other end. After a while, instructions came from the other end of the phone. "After you are 5 kilometers away, please slow down the drone. We will send professionals to monitor the footage." Lin Feng nodded. 5 kilometers is entirely within the aerial photography range. He and his equipment are capable of completing this task. Everything is ready. As soon as any human or unusual trace is detected on the screen, we can immediately launch an attack. However, he continued running towards the mountains and forests. Filming 5 kilometers from home is quite different from filming 5 kilometers of progress at any time, constantly moving forward. Moreover, what if the Tiger Mom family and he are going together? This situation may sound unbelievable, but Lin Feng firmly believed in his intuition. The drone swept across the sky, dutifully transmitting everything happening ahead back to the phone. In the police command center, watching the images transmitted back by Lin Feng's drone, someone quickly noticed that Lin Feng was constantly moving. Trusting him, the police command directly inquired, "Lin Feng, are you going into the mountains now?" Lin Feng stared at the screen, zooming in carefully, and replied when he had a moment. "Yes, I always felt that the Tiger Mom family was heading in that direction, and I'm not kidding." Soon, everyone realized that Lin Feng was not joking, because, in front of a cave, a series of large and small, plump footprints were discovered. In this area, only the South China tiger has left such fresh footprints. The people at the Forest Police Command Post were also somewhat excited when they saw these footprints. It is known that the poachers were targeting the South China tiger family. Finding traces of the South China tiger can ensure its safety even if poachers are not discovered. The drone slowly followed the footprints of the South China tiger. The forest rangers had already begun deploying their operations. The technicians responsible for tracking the video secretly remarked when their superiors weren't looking, "This drone is really good." His tone was full of envy, he was practically drooling. The drone continued its search in a slightly southerly direction for a while, and Lin Feng discovered traces of human activity. A series of disordered footsteps chasing after the South China tiger. These damn bastards are incredibly lucky, they managed to stay on Tiger Mom's trail despite all that. Everyone was cursing, but everyone was also excited. We're not afraid of finding poachers, we're afraid of not finding them at all. In the current situation, the advantages are clearly on our side, because the poachers were clearly unaware that their movements had been exposed. At that very moment, in the mountains and forests, a burly man was panting heavily and cursing. "Wow! This South China tiger can really run. It can still run so fast even with 3 cubs in tow." The burly man looked puzzled. This was completely different from the tigers they had encountered before. Under normal circumstances, most predatory beasts will react when they discover that a creature has entered their territory. The first reaction would definitely not be to take off running, much less to run faster after hearing gunshots and disappear in the blink of an eye. At this very moment, the snow that we were cursing yesterday is playing a crucial role again. After it snows, the paw prints of big cats are always left on the snow, which greatly facilitates their tracking of the South China tiger family. Heaven is still on their side. If we arrest this family of 4 and bring them back, let's see who dares to say that this country is a hell for criminals. The poachers were incredibly proud at that moment, as if victory was beckoning them. Suddenly, a poacher looked up at the sky and asked, "Boss, did you hear anything?" The man addressed as boss cautiously looked up and saw only a small black dot hovering overhead. He then said, "It's probably a bird, looks like some kind of eagle. Never mind it, those South China tigers are more important. Third brother, have you found the location?" Without waiting for the third brother's reply, he turned to another person. "And you, use your bullets sparingly. In this country, once you run out, you can't get a replacement. After all, bringing a gun in is already very difficult, let alone buying bullets." All 4 of them now only have one small pistol. Lin Feng, who was controlling the drone, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them lower their heads and move forward again. I was secretly relieved that I had carefully observed the crested goshawks in my home as they circled and hunted. Otherwise, they might actually be discovered. We need to be extra careful until we find Tiger Mom and her family. The guy monitoring the screen, even though he knew Lin Feng couldn't see, still gave him a thumbs up. He genuinely felt that talents like Lin Feng, who were skilled in using high technology, were exactly what their Lin police needed to recruit, and urgently needed. They also want drones like these, as they are much more convenient than manual patrols. At least, a dozen people spent a whole day searching the mountains, but they couldn't match Lin Feng's speed with just one machine. However, drones are simply too expensive. I can't afford it. Drones can fly much faster than a human leg. Lin Feng found the carefree South China tiger family in the snow before anyone else. In the freezing snow, the tiger mom and her 3 cubs were playing together, panting heavily, clearly having a great time. Lin Feng was gratified, but also very anxious. These 4 fluffy creatures have no idea that they've been targeted by bad guys. Lin Feng quickly maneuvered the drone to descend slowly, hovering in front of the tiger mother in an attempt to attract her and the others' attention. Sure enough, the South China tiger family stopped playing and curiously examined the strange creature as it circled in front of them. Lin Feng cleared his throat and hung up the phone with Officer Lin, with whom he had been in constant contact. He was a little nervous when he first used the system's drone to relay messages. I don't know if Tiger Mom can understand it. Tiger Mom, it's me, Lin Feng. Can you hear me? I need to tell you something. It's dangerous in the woods. Find a way back to the farm immediately. Lin Feng controlled the drone, drawing an arc in front of Tiger Mom, trying to show her the way. Officer Lin, who was watching the video, couldn't understand Lin Feng's actions and wondered why the phone call was suddenly disconnected. But the next second, he deduced from the video footage that Lin Feng seemed to be communicating with Tiger Mom's family. Holy crap! He stood up abruptly. Isn't this reckless? How could a South China tiger possibly communicate with humans? Sure enough, as the drone swayed back and forth in the air, the Tiger Mom family stood up and walked towards the back. If he remembers correctly, poacher footprints were previously observed in the area using drone footage. Tiger Mom's family is in danger. Officer Lin quickly stood up and reported the situation to his superiors. However, what neither he nor Lin Feng knew was that Tiger Mom actually understood everything. She was just waiting here for the rabbit to run into her trap. Lin Feng was also anxious, but he understood that it was normal for Tiger Mom not to understand him, so he could only slowly maneuver the drone to ascend into the air. Tiger Mom walked ahead, preparing to return to the cave where the little one slept. As the absolute ruler of this forest, Tiger Mom knows very well that she will leave her footprints in the snow, and footprints are the best reference for tracking prey. She does this when she hunts, and those 2-legged creatures should know it too. In the current situation, unless it can completely shake off the humans behind it, it will bring danger back to the farm once it returns. Even tigers have territorial disputes, and there must be similar disputes among 2-legged animals. Tiger Mom didn't want to bring Lin Feng into danger, just as Lin Feng didn't want to bring danger to Tiger Mom. The man and the tiger, in a way, are heading towards each other. Unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't know that. He can only operate a drone now, following behind the South China tiger family, trying to use the wind generated by the wings to blur the footprints left by the South China tiger. Thus, while monitoring the poacher's location, Lin Feng helped the South China tiger clear away traces, buying time for Officer Lin to arrive. At the same time, he didn't stop, rushing towards Tiger Mom's family without stopping. Originally, they hadn't brought the pregnant little black wolf along, but relying on his experience living in the mountains, the little black wolf caught up at this moment. It was too late to send the little black wolf back, so Lin Feng could only instruct Wolf Green, protect your wife well. If necessary, you can retreat on your own. Wolf Green nodded at the first sentence, but pretended not to hear the second. The forest path was already rugged and difficult to traverse, and the fallen leaves and thick snow accumulated in autumn made every step even more treacherous. Lin Feng lacked Lang Qing's keen sense of smell and the little black wolf's familiarity with the mountains and forests. He could only cautiously probe the path ahead, leaning on his hiking poles, lest he slip and fall into a deep pit. If you get trapped and need to be rescued before you even meet Tiger Mom, you'll only be making things worse. After walking about 500 meters, the little black wolf realized the problem. It gently rubbed its fluffy head against Wolf Green and gave Wolf Green a look. Lang Qing understood, and immediately lay down in front of Lin Feng, his meaning all too clear. Master, let me carry you. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he shook his head as he stared at Lang Qing's small frame. With your build, even though you probably weigh around 70 or 80 pounds, I could break your back with one sit on you. Woof woof woof. Hurry up and get on. It's a good thing there's no sled here, otherwise I could take you flying. Wolf Green started urging them on. Lin Feng swallowed hard and chose the middle option. I don't need the trekking poles anymore. You and Little Black Wolf lead the way. If you two can get through, then I can get through too. Lin Feng's situation was completely unknown to Officer Linear. They notified the team members who had strayed off course, urging Zhou Cheng and his group to quickly move in the correct direction. While informing the teams awaiting reinforcements to immediately relocate to the shared location, everyone's objective was very clear this time. Those were the few armed foreign poachers. Once Lin Feng abandoned his own idea of exploring the route and wholeheartedly trusted Little Black Wolf and Wolf Green, his movement speed skyrocketed from an old man's stroll to a race-like pace. The mountain wind rushed in and filled his lungs, and Lin Feng tried his best to make his 2 legs feel like 4. Fortunately, Lang Qing noticed something was wrong in time and adjusted his speed. Otherwise, Lin Feng would never have been able to catch up. In his haste to get somewhere, he neglected to operate the drone. This led to the drone being spotted by vigilant poachers. "Damn it, boss. Drone, we've been spotted." As he spoke, the man pulled out a pistol and fired at the drone without hesitation. Startled, Lin Feng quickly maneuvered the drone, rapidly increasing its altitude to evade. It exploded with a muffled bang. The bullet grazed the drone's fuselage and embedded itself deeply in the trunk of a pine tree behind it. Upon hearing the sound, the South China Tiger, several hundred meters away, instantly accelerated to its maximum speed and raced towards the cave where the big tiger was. This commotion alerted the poachers. "The South China Tiger is there. Chase it." "What about drones?" "Fight if you can, catching the tiger is the priority." Lin Feng knew he had made a mistake due to his carelessness, so he immediately ordered Little Black Wolf and Wolf Green to speed up, I can do it." Lang Qing already knew the situation was urgent, so he immediately increased his speed. Not to be outdone, the Little Black Wolf howled, reminding the forest that the wolf had returned. A man, a wolf, and a dog at this moment, their speed of advance in this mountain forest actually surpassed that of the well-trained forest police. Meanwhile, the fierce battle also began in the cave chosen by Tiger Mom. "Run? Let's see how long you can keep running." Poachers, armed with weapons, surrounded the South China Tiger from 4 directions. The only escape route for the South China Tiger family was the cave behind them. The poachers also felt that this was their plan, and that they were now catching the prey in the act. Although the South China Tiger is an adult, it is not particularly large among tigers and is relatively easy to deal with. A few shots are enough to take it down. As for the cubs, they definitely need to be captured alive. Everyone was full of confidence, and even somewhat grateful for the drone, because without it they wouldn't have been able to spot the fast-running tiger mom so quickly. "Second brother, grip your gun tightly. If necessary, a single shot is fine, just try not to damage the fur. Do you have enough bullets? Can you handle this?" The man referred to as the second-in-command nodded confidently. 5 more shots are enough." Lin Feng, who was running through the mountains and forests, heard this conversation through a drone and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "You will pay the price." He ran frantically while taking the time to operate the drone. The air, mixed with snowflakes, filled Lin Feng's lungs, bringing him an unprecedented sense of calm and refreshment. He also has weapons, namely drones. Lin Feng was controlling the drone, his mind filled with thoughts of how to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. As long as the gun is knocked out of that man's hand, these guys are nothing in front of Tiger Mom. As for drones, it can only be said that it has a price, but the Tiger Mom and her cubs are priceless. Holy crap! The second brother was startled by the drone that suddenly flew towards his face. He instinctively turned his head to dodge and fired a shot at the drone. Bang! Lin Feng jerked the drone to the side, feeling a bullet graze the fuselage as it flew past. He quickly tried to operate it, and fortunately, it was not affected and the main performance was not damaged at all. This shot likely missed a critical component and did not damage the propeller. Since that's the case, let's tease him a little more. Even if it doesn't hurt anyone, it's good to get a few more bullets out of them. Officer Lin, who was sitting in front of his computer screen, was completely stunned. He felt that at this moment, he wasn't carrying out a mission, but watching a movie. Such an expensive drone, and you're just going to treat it as a consumable item. No wonder Zhou Cheng and the others said that Tiger Mom's family and Lin Feng are very close. They really care about each other. Thinking of this, Officer Lin hurriedly looked at his superior and asked, "How long until our brothers arrive?" "Fighting has already broken out over there." "That's right, the drone and the human engaged in combat, so how can it not be considered a fight?" The leader glanced at the time and said, "The helicopter is ready to take off, and according to the location, it should be ready in about 10 minutes. Officer Lin nodded, his palms sweating. "Lin Feng, you must hold on and buy us police officers enough time to get on our way. The fierce battle continues on site." The eldest brother glanced at the second brother, who was locked in combat with the drone, and roared in exasperation, "You idiot, hit its propeller." If this drags on, the second son's side might become the breakthrough point. Once the South China Tiger mother escapes from their encirclement with her cubs, they will never have another chance. Because the most important task now is to escape from the country's forest police. Time is of the essence. Lin Feng listened to the unclear sound transmitted back by the drone and pursed his lips. "Trying to hit my propeller, huh? How could I not give you a chance? Come on, use up another bullet." Bang! The second gunshot echoed through the woods, and for a fleeting moment, the drone slipped out of Lin Feng's control. It wobbled and plummeted toward the ground. It felt like some critical part of my body had been hit, and a basic alarm popped up on the control screen. Upon seeing this, the South China tiger lowered its body and became more alert. If Lin Feng couldn't hold on, it would be its turn to take over. We were careless this time. We didn't expect these people to be so fierce. But this is the best training for the cub, and it has no regrets. The next second, the drone was back under Lin Feng's control, which made him so excited that he almost slipped and fell. Lin Feng quickly steadied himself and praised him. As expected of military-grade quality, the agricultural expo is still trustworthy. As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced at the distance. The straight-line distance in the air was perhaps only a few thousand meters, but in reality, it's not like that at all. However, knowing that he was almost there, he felt much more at ease. Damn it! The second brother cursed under his breath, then perked up even more. He recognized it now. This drone was no ordinary aircraft. 2 shots were fired, but not even a scratch was broken. Does this country really put in such a strong effort to protect animals? He needs to take this seriously. At this moment, there were only 3 bullets left in the gun. Bang! Another gunshot rang out in the woods. The police officer in front of the computer felt a chill run down his spine, because what he was seeing was exactly what would happen when a drone is about to crash. This time, the drone crashed directly into the snow. The footage was completely white, and it failed to regain its footing before landing. He couldn't help but check the time. Only 5 minutes had passed. Even if the helicopter flew incredibly fast, their people couldn't possibly arrive in the next second. Tiger Mom, you're in danger. However, the tiger mother didn't think that way. Hearing the thumping footsteps behind her, she closed her mouth and moved aside with her 3 cubs, making room for the entrance to the burrow. Do you know how terrifying it can be when a bear that is 1.78 meters tall and weighs several hundred kilograms suddenly charges forward? Tremble, humans. The 4 poachers, who had just dealt with the drone, were frozen in place by the South China tiger's actions before they could even grin. Something's not right with this South China tiger. Why is it giving off such a human-like, gloating look? Inside the cave, the big dumpling was startled by the banging gunshots. It had heard the sound of Lin Feng's popcorn machine before. After that popping sound, there was a fragrant corn smell. However, at this moment, only the smell of gunpowder made the bear feel anxious. Roar! For the first time in its life, the big dumpling let out a truly authentic bear roar. It's completely different from the whimpering, and woof woof vibes. Chi Yu's mount, Xian Feng, has reappeared. Roar! With another roar, the big dumpling, its face dark, took a few steps and crawled to the cave entrance. It landed on all 4s, its head brushing the ground, kicking up a snowflake, and then stood beside the tiger mother. So these are the few worthless pieces? The tiger mom nodded reservedly and curled her tail to cover the eyes of the little dumpling that followed. Kid, what follows is a little inappropriate for children. Roar dash. The big dumpling let out another roar that echoed through the sky. Lin Feng had just lost the drone footage when his ears were filled with the black bear's roar. He wiped his face, a little dazed. What's going on? Is that a big dumpling's voice? He knows his family's bear like the back of his hand. He's usually quite simple-minded, and aside from eating, he's completely clueless. What kind of chemical reaction will occur when someone carelessly bumps into poachers? Lin Feng is now worried not only about Tiger Mom's family, but also about the bear. Hurry, 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 charge, charge, charge. Lin Feng's feet were practically blurring out of focus as he ran. Bang! Another gunshot rang out in the woods, as if it had hit Lin Feng on the head. His heart skipped a beat. Without the drones causing trouble, what will Tiger Mom and Big Dumpling do if they can't dodge the bullets? Now, even leaving a blur isn't enough. They wish they could fly. Please, please don't let anything happen. Roar! The Big Dumpling let out another bear roar. Since arriving at Lin Feng's farm and living among humans, the Big Dumpling has come to know what a kind-hearted person is like. Therefore, it is also exceptionally sensitive to malice from others. Although he didn't know how powerful the gun was, Detuan's eyes were completely filled with rage. It crouched down, its 4 paws on the ground, and transformed into a black and white lightning bolt, rushing towards the person who fired the shot. Just then, the third brother, who was standing on the east side, was suddenly thrown from behind by something without warning. It crashed directly into a pine tree that was as thick as an arm across the street. The tree trunk shook from his impact, and the snow remaining on it, mixed with ice shards and pine needles, fell down in a rustling sound. They buried the people below very well. Then, another bewildered squirrel fell down with a thud onto the human-shaped mound below. When it realized that it had been just watching the fun from the tree, but had somehow suddenly found itself on the scene and forced to join in, it scurried back to the treetop in a panic. My God, it can't afford to mess with any of the big shots below. This has nothing to do with it, so I'm outta here. Ah, cough cough cough. The third brother, who was suddenly attacked, opened his mouth and spat out a lot of snow. He looked around in a daze at the spot where he had been standing. A wolf appeared there at some unknown time. Yes, there is a black wolf here. The second child had already aimed at the big dumpling's head, but was startled by the third child who suddenly pounced out. In a moment of dazed confusion, the little dumpling rushed in front of him, raised its hand, and slapped him across the face. The second brother, who was sent flying by the slap, was a step too late. He only had time to aim in an unknown direction and waste his last bullet. Then, it gurgled and rolled for more than 10 meters before slowly coming to a stop. It was clear that he couldn't get up. The eldest and fourth brothers were so frightened by the sudden turn of events that they dared not move. There's only one question on their minds right now. Why would a giant panda and a wolf appear in the territory of a South China tiger with cubs? Damn it, they act like they know each other and are helping each other out. Is this normal? The South China tiger didn't care whether it was normal or not. When it saw the little black wolf, it knew it was game over. Because Lin Feng is not far away. We can't wait any longer, we must deliver the final blow before Lin Feng arrives. The tiger mom ignored her 3 cubs and walked towards the eldest. His beautiful pupils held an undisguised murderous intent. Boss, watch out. No sooner had the fourth brother spoken than he was attacked from behind by some unknown animal, which knocked him to the ground in the snow in front of him. Before it could close its mouth, it took a big bite of snow, stuffing it full. Forget speaking, I can barely breathe. Wolf Green sat on the man's back like a victor, pressing one paw against the man's head. He acted like he was the king of the forest. The little black wolf had already taken care of things. Seeing her husband's expression, she happily ran over and plopped down on the fourth brother's back. The couple together weighed 140 or 150, which made the fourth son feel suffocated. However, the fourth brother, who had received professional training, was not completely unable to move. If it were to be lifted, he could lift it up. But as soon as he looked up, he met the little dumpling's eyes, which were filled with rage. What shines within is the determination to take down the bad guys. Damn it, where did this little bear come from? He wanted to ask but didn't dare. The fourth brother silently swallowed the snow mixed with mud in his mouth and buried his head back down. I dare not move, I dare not move. Even if a dog kept whipping his butt with its tail, he wouldn't dare to move. There's an old saying in this country that goes something like this. Those who understand the times are wise. Wolf Green, that's enough. We've had a couple of rounds. If we kill any of us, it'll be hard to explain, won't it? Suddenly, everyone and everything present, whether they were able to move or not, heard a cold male voice. The eldest brother, pinned down by the South China tiger, had a swollen and red left cheek with 3 bloody marks. His eyes widened in disbelief. He glared angrily at Lin Feng. It was this inexplicable human who ruined their seemingly perfect plan. The next second, he was slapped on the right cheek again, this time leaving 4 bloody marks. Tiger Mom treats these people differently than the students in Lin Feng's family. That slap was a wide, round blow with fingernails sticking out. The Tiger Mom, who had been called out, slowly moved away from her eldest son and came over to rub against Lin Feng affectionately. Big and Small Dumplings and Wolf Green slowly walked to the cave and stood guard over the 3 South China tiger cubs. Lin Feng glanced at the 2 little dumplings and nodded approvingly. Helping each other is very good. After praising them, Lin Feng carefully examined each of the animals one by one. Only after confirming that everything was alright did they turn their attention to the poachers. Then, Lin Feng bypassed everyone and picked up the drone that had fallen not far away. This time he saw clearly that the bullet had hit the wing of the drone. That's why the drone fell, because it couldn't maintain its balance. However, the fuselage is in good condition, with only a few minor scratches and no other damage. Depending on the situation, it should still be reparable. Just then, he noticed a sound coming from behind him. At the same time, Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf also began to bark, giving Lin Feng, who was facing away from the world, a warning. Lin Feng remained expressionless, not even glancing back, and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick directly in the direction from which the sound came. The boss was kicked in the stomach and sent flying 3 meters away. Completely bewildered, she fell heavily to the ground, splashing up a large amount of snowflakes, and then clutched her aching stomach. Everything came to an end at this moment. Lin Feng, carrying the drone, slowly walked towards him. Although his face showed no expression, in the boss's eyes, Lin Feng looked more frightening than a tiger. He didn't understand. The person in front of me looks like an ordinary person, so why does he exude such a strong sense of oppression? The gangsters and arms dealers he met on the other side of the ocean didn't put him under this much pressure. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't seem like a human, he seemed more like the legendary Grim Reaper, wielding a scythe to reap lives. He watched as death drew ever closer to him. The leader felt that even his breathing was an offense to Lin Feng at that moment. He was scared. Unable to resist, I shrank back a little. Lin Feng walked to the boss's side, slowly bent down, grabbed the so-called boss's hair, and forced him to look into his eyes. He curled the corners of his lips and asked, Why do you think that someone like me, who keeps so many wild beasts, would be easily ambushed by you? What gave you the confidence to think I'm a loser, that I'm easy to bully, huh? On the other side, the fourth brother, who was just about to take the opportunity to escape, sensed the intense killing intent spreading around Lin Feng and immediately obediently lay back down in the snow. For some reason, just looking at Lin Feng's back made him feel a sudden, inexplicable palpitation. This young man is really scary. At this moment, in Lao Si's eyes, the towering black tree trunks in the vast primeval forest seemed to be twisting little by little, beginning to take on the shape of a demon, and approaching them step by step. The horrific scene made it difficult for him to even breathe. No wonder these ferocious beasts that shouldn't be gathered together are here. If someone takes care of it, doesn't everything make sense? And what ordinary person could possibly tame so many ferocious beasts at once? He had never seen it on the other side of the ocean. Damn it, there's no such thing as a circus anymore, and no phenomenon where a single animal trainer can command all the wild beasts. What's more, this is in the wild. The fourth brother paused for a moment, then a terrifying possibility occurred to him. This country has a history of over 5,000 years, and he knew that the tradition of kung fu had never disappeared on this land, and the novels he read online were actually based on real events. The person before me is the legendary beast tamer, or perhaps even an immortal. Thinking of this, the fourth brother screamed wildly in his heart. Liars! Those informants are all liars. They say this country is very safe, that the people are raised like silly deer, and that they can sweep through anything with guns. Now look what happened. We haven't even left the woods yet, and we've already been swept away. The other person is still alone. The fourth brother was furious, but for some reason, he looked at his once arrogant boss, who was now like a dead dog, constantly uttering lowly, humble, and pleading words for mercy. Besides feeling scared, I actually felt a little bit of pleasure. I wonder if this immortal would be willing to take him as a disciple, as he also wants to learn proper Chinese immortal techniques. Lin Feng pressed the boss's face back into the snow. Then, he glanced expressionlessly at the fourth brother who was pretending to be dead. Did that person just look at him strangely? However, he felt a little disappointed when he saw Lao Si immediately bury his face in the snow. There were still some clever people out there. He glanced at the fourth brother again, then picked up the drone and asked the camera, "Are you there? How long until they arrive? No one has died yet, but it might be a while later. Not to mention the serious injuries, they froze to death." The police officer on the other end of the video call swallowed hard and replied, "It's almost there, it's already moving at full speed." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng heard the sound of a helicopter circling overhead. The video signal also seems to be interfered with, and there is a static noise. Lin Feng simply put down the drone and stood there waiting for Officer Lin to glide down from the air. "I hope there's a doctor," he murmured. On the other end of the video, Officer Lin swallowed hard. He could answer that question, although he didn't know what had happened at the scene. But Lin Feng, with his face and demeanor, would be recognized as a champion of justice just by standing there. They don't look like the type to actually hit someone. Right. Officer Lin firmly believes this. The muffled sounds he had just heard were all made by the poachers themselves when they accidentally fell. Upon hearing the helicopter's sputtering sound, all the animals present, except for Wolf Green, became wary. "I've never seen this before, and it's very loud. I don't like it." Seeing this, Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling them to go home first, as there was nothing for them to do here. He can wait here by himself until he finishes dealing with it and then go back. Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf looked at Lin Feng, tilted their heads, and looked somewhat puzzled. Did I need someone to guide me on the way here, but not on the way back? Lin Feng understood. He smiled at Lang Qing and the Little Black Wolf, and then pointed to the airplane in the sky. This means that the big thing above will take him back. You guys should hurry back with the main force. He winked at Lang Qing. Lang Qing nodded in agreement. It knows those uniformed personnel and they're quite reliable. With its owner here, it should be safe. All the animals glanced at Lin Feng, then left together. They've had enough of these sounds. Lin Feng's location was not suitable for a helicopter to land directly. Therefore, after the forest rangers slid down the ropes one after another, the helicopter found a place to land on its own. After all, there are still several injured people here that need to be taken back with it. If it were carried by manpower alone, the person would probably die before even leaving the forest. The man saluted Lin Feng. As the squad leader of this operation, he had heard of Lin Feng's name, but this was the first time he had met him in person. I can understand why Zhou Cheng was assigned to duty near his home. The beast that just obediently left right under their noses probably isn't usually that cute. Lin Feng returned the greeting, straightened his back, and said, "Let's leave as soon as possible. Although these poachers deserve to die, they should still be judged by the law." The squad leader nodded, and then Lin Feng spoke again. "By the way, did you bring a doctor? The person who was pushed away by the panda might not be doing well." Lin Feng's tone was quite innocent. The squad leader's lips twitched beneath his mask, and he quickly signaled to his brothers to be careful. Try to avoid further injury. They didn't bring a doctor, and more importantly, they didn't expect that by the time they arrived, everything would be over. All that's left is to finish up the work, which we'll leave to them. Originally, the doctor was scheduled to arrive as part of the second group. Finally, he looked at Lin Feng earnestly and said, "Mr. Lin, you'll need to come back with us in a bit. We'll need you to give a statement." Lin Feng was familiar with this process. He had even cooperated with the two petty thieves who came to steal vegetables before. "Okay, no problem, let's go." After saying that, he picked up the drone next to him and waited with the squad leader for the helicopter to send the location. While they were talking, the forest rangers had already conducted a preliminary examination of the poacher's injuries. Just as Lin Feng said, the poacher who was swatted away by the big ball really needs to see a doctor immediately. According to their assessment, the worst-case scenario would be a broken rib and internal bleeding. As for the rest, it's hard to say. Seriously, it's fortunate that we knew the situation was serious, and there were many police officers who came down, otherwise we wouldn't have had enough people to carry the stretcher. Once they confirmed the helicopter's location, they headed straight for it, although the helicopter was only a few hundred meters away from them. However, they still stumbled and staggered for more than 20 minutes to cover this distance. Finally, Lin Feng also got into the helicopter, and the position was pretty good. This was his first time riding in a helicopter. The closest he had ever been before was in various exhibition halls. According to the squad leader, it costs at least 100,000 yuan to deploy this thing once. It's really not cheap, but it is indeed fast. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the Lin Police Center. Apart from the wounded and Officer Lin, who had to go to the hospital with them, everyone else got off. Before long, Lin Feng was introduced to the big boss by his acquaintance Zhou Chang. After a conversation, Lin Feng declined their offer to apply for a bonus for him. It's best not to report on it extensively, for no other reason than that he doesn't want to be famous. His reputation is already outrageous enough, and he just wants to get through this winter peacefully. Besides, he didn't go into the forest to rescue the South China tiger family for money. He originally wanted to take a taxi home by himself, but Officer Lin insisted that they send a car to take him back to the village. Lin Feng originally intended to go straight back to the farm. However, as soon as the police car entered the village, it was surrounded by onlookers. Seeing the villagers' gossipy looks, Lin Feng decided he had to quickly change the subject. "Hey, is the village secretary here? I need to ask how our village's online store is doing." The village secretary was there, of course. He immediately squeezed out from among the villagers and came to stand in front of Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with shining eyes and said, "What, are you planning to sell the things you grow online too? If that's the case, then it would be a good thing." He also knew something about the fact that Lin Feng's family's agricultural products were sent to a special department for testing and were found to be of high quality, and that they were being snapped up by people. If this could be sold in the online store in Stone Village, it would definitely be a living advertisement, with a solid reputation. Lin Feng readily admitted, saying, "I'm originally from Stone Village, so I should do my part, shouldn't I? But I still need to think about what to sell. First, we need to see what policies Zhengyu has in store for the new year. If that doesn't work, he could always sell directly through the village's online store, or he could go through the trouble of going solo. Secondly, check the factory's approval progress. I wonder when his beef sauce, jam, and other condiments will be ready for production. Finally, what products can the village's online stores accept?" The village party secretary nodded and said, "No rush. The online store can only operate normally by next autumn harvest at the earliest." His plan wasn't to launch Lin Feng's products for the first time. Well, it's not good to raise the bar too high all at once. The village party secretary continued, "I am currently organizing the villagers to grow thumb-sized corn together. We can vacuum pack it and sell it. I think if we grow it according to the standards of green planting, selling 3 for 10 yuan should not be a problem." Lin Feng thought about it for a while and felt it was entirely feasible. Corn is not only one of the 3 major grains, but also a food that is universally accepted by everyone. Whether eaten plain, cooked as a dish, or simmered into a soup, it tastes excellent. It has a wide audience. I'm not getting involved in selling corn. He smiled and waved his hand. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the villagers no matter how much it sold for. This year, his family got their corn from Zhengyu, and it cost them 5 yuan a year. Let me find something unique to our village that won't interfere with other people's homes before we talk about it. The village secretary nodded, saying that it was difficult for the village to meet the requirements of Lin Feng's purely organic farming methods. It's wonderful that he's willing to not compete with the villagers. But he was also puzzled, did such a thing really exist? The next second, he became optimistic. Lin Feng has a good skill, he can sell processed agricultural products instead of agricultural ones. Upon realizing this, the village party secretary immediately decided to go back and check what categories his applied shop included. If secondary processing was not included, he would have to add it as soon as possible. When Lin Feng returned home, he found that all his animals had come back, though he didn't know how long they had been back. The pregnant black wolf cub, protected by the wolf cub, was sleeping in the kennel. A family of 3 South China tigers were also playing happily on the giant cat tree in the yard. However, once they saw Lin Feng return, they immediately stopped playing and happily pounced on him with their tails raised. After all, they were quite worried about leaving a human in the middle of nowhere, in the freezing cold. Humans have neither thick fur nor sharp claws and teeth. I really don't know what to do if I encounter danger. Most importantly, the little black wolf had mentioned that without it and Wolf Green leading the way, Lin Feng would walk as slowly as a tortoise in the forest. Tiger Mom had never seen a tortoise, but judging from how Wolf Green imitated it, it was really slow. In short, it's wonderful that we're back safe and sound. Lin Feng had no idea what his animals were thinking. He checked the time and went to the kitchen to prepare food for the furry kids. The South China Tiger's meal consisted of large chunks of beef, a mixture of various poultry offal, and a few leafy greens. A large basin full of fresh ingredients taken from the refrigerator was soon placed in front of the South China Tiger. It's more than enough for their family of 4 to fill their stomachs and go on to conquer the winter forests again. He heard from Officer Lin that after this large-scale, carpet-style search, at least we can be assured that this mountain area will be safe until spring. Wolf and the others were the dog food that Lin Feng had carefully prepared. Before eating, he checked on the little black wolf. You should know that the little one is currently pregnant. He definitely wouldn't have brought the little black wolf along if the situation hadn't been so urgent. In response, the little black wolf generously exposed its belly for Lin Feng to touch. No joke, even if a wolf has a big belly, it's still a wolf, okay? The little black wolf was very confident. After checking everyone and finding that they were all fine, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. After a good night's rest at his house. After dawn, the tiger mother and her cubs returned to the forest, bathed in the first rays of sunlight. A mother who doesn't want her child to succeed is not a good mother. Lin Feng, a 2-legged creature forced to get up and see someone off, yawned widely. He did so much yesterday, he's quite tired, and he wants to sleep, actually. In the morning, Zhou Cheng called Lin Feng. Tell him that the poacher who was swatted away by the big ball of fluff was very lucky. Although he broke several ribs, he is not in life-threatening danger at the moment. As for what the 4th brother told us that Lin Feng is a cultivator and that we want to learn immortal techniques and beast taming from him, it's best not to let him know. Zhou Cheng thought to himself. Lin Feng's reputation is already in a mess, saying more would only make things worse. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that he could hold back his laughter while talking about these things. He couldn't understand why, among those who provoked Lin Feng, there were always a few who were particularly prone to overthinking. Lin Feng didn't press Zhou Cheng for details. As long as he knew that Tuanzi hadn't gotten into any murder cases, the rest was no longer his concern. He has finally returned to his hibernation lifestyle, and his biggest task every day is to take care of the furry kids at home. Winters in the south are mainly damp and cold. After that snowfall, there's been a continuous drizzle, the kind with tiny snowflakes mixed in. It's alright during the day, but the damp cold at night is bone-chilling. And so, on a snowy, rainy night, the little black wolf launched its attack. Lin Feng was unaware of this at first. He had gone to sleep. It was Lang Qing who woke him up. This guy kept muttering to himself. He was extremely worried. Lin Feng looked at it as if it were a silly father waiting at the door of the delivery room. Lin Feng thought that the guy's bewildered look made him realize that he was quite responsible as a father, but his mentality was unstable. Fortunately, Lin Feng had experience in delivering South China tigers and was able to keep his composure. Wolf Green, don't panic. The little black wolf is doing all right now. If it really gets too bad, we'll drive it to the county town. Wolf Green, I'm not in a hurry, really, sob sob sob. Wolf Green simply lay down next to the little black wolf. Wah-ah-ah-ah. The little black wolf leaned against the wolf green wolf and howled softly, its round belly occasionally twitching. Each time I have a spasm, it's a wave of pain. The mat beneath the little black wolf was already soaked with blood, and its large, watery eyes gazed in Lin Feng's direction. It would be a lie to say Lin Feng wasn't flustered at all. He was sweating as he clutched his car keys in his pocket. I also called Professor Sun on my phone. When Professor Sun saw the name Lin Feng on the caller ID, he thought something had happened and quickly answered the call. Ha! The little black wolf is about to give birth. Holy crap, wait for me, I'm coming right now. Lin Feng hadn't expected Professor Sun to be so excited, and quickly said, well, the little black wolf's condition is currently stable. Before he could finish speaking, Professor Sun interrupted him. This is the offspring of a wolf and a dog. Putting everything else aside, it's already a journal article. I have to go. Having said that, what could Lin Feng say? All I could do was nod. On the other end of the phone, Professor Sun gave further instructions. Prepare some food for the little black wolf before I arrive. As long as he has enough strength, there shouldn't be any problems, barring any special circumstances. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng quickly went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the little black wolf with spiritual water added. Lin Feng placed the prepared dog food next to the little black wolf. The little black wolf sniffed the food, then immediately buried its head in the bowl and began to eat heartily. Although it was her first time being a mother, the little black wolf knew that this meal would be helpful to her. So it ate quickly and fiercely, completely unlike its usual refined and gentle manner. After watching the little black wolf finish eating, Lin Feng took the food bowl away and pulled Lang Qing to stand to the side. Through the sleet, they felt both anticipation and worry. After eating a meal of spiritual water, the little black wolf seemed to instantly regain its strength. A little while later, a puppy? A wolf cub? A wolf puppy? Never mind, it's a baby anyway, and it squeezed out from between its legs. It was wet and a little dirty. The little black wolf didn't care at all, carefully biting off the umbilical cord and licking it clean. I had only licked half of it when another wave of pain struck, and soon, the second cub appeared. Seeing that the little black wolf was about to be overwhelmed, Lin Feng quickly grabbed a disinfected and clean towel and crawled into the dog villa to help. The mother beast is at its weakest and most powerful during this period. However, Lin Feng believed in the jade ring and also in the little black wolf. I have even more faith in the friendship and trust they forged during this time. Sure enough, after the little black wolf recognized him, it moved aside a little to make room for him. Lin Feng had half his body exposed to the sleet, and the other half inside, using a towel to gently wipe the sticky and dirty off the little black wolf cub. Time passed slowly, and the little black wolf gave birth to 6 cubs in one go. When the little black wolf ate the placenta, Lin Feng knew it was finally over. His legs had become numb and he had no feeling at all during this time. Even with a raincoat on, the clothes were still wet and stuck to the body, making it cold and uncomfortable. But none of that matters. Lin Feng looked at the 6 newborn cubs with delight, filled with affection. But, little black wolf, your genes are a bit too strong. It's so dark and shadowy, how could I find it if it fell on the ground at night? Therefore, Lin Feng specially took out a light-colored garment and laid it on the doghouse. In the past, to make cleaning easier and less noticeable when dirty, he always bought dark-colored dog beds, such as navy blue, coffee, and dark brown. It used to seem so convenient, but now I've discovered that when the little one lies on it, it's not very noticeable at all. It's like he's invisible. It was nearly midnight when the little black wolf finished giving birth and lay down on the clean mat. At that moment, Professor Sun's car arrived at the door. Lin Feng went to greet her. Professor Sun, the delivery is complete, and both mother and child are safe. Professor Sun, I was somewhat happy, but I also felt like I was eating shit before it was even hot. Then I'll give the babies a checkup. After happily disinfecting his hands, Professor Sun went to the dog kennel. Then, he was chased out by the snarling little black wolf. Professor Sun. Lin Feng looked up at the sky. It was so dark, and the rain and snow were so cold. Professor Sun, I'm a little tired. Why don't you sleep at your place tonight? Lin Feng nodded. This was the first time he felt that the weather was perfect for sleeping. Lin Feng lay down on the bed. Everything was quiet inside, except for the sound of rain and snow hitting the window pane, echoing softly. It's quiet and incredibly hypnotic. Lin Feng woke up to the rising sun in the early morning. The air after the sleet was filled with the chill of snow and the fragrance of rain washing over the earth. In just one night, the world seemed to shed its gloomy hues and become refreshed. They comforted the little black wolf and cooperated with Professor Sun's collection work. Lin Feng also has things to do today. After confirming that Professor Sun, an outsider, had left, the little black wolf came out of its den, faced the rising sun, and proudly wagged its tail at Lin Feng. 6 tiny, jet-black puppies huddled together in their kennel, sleeping soundly. How can even his nose be black? Lin Feng sighed. Fortunately, it's a second-generation animal, otherwise, with its looks alone, finding an adopter wouldn't be easy. He reached out and gently touched the little cub's forehead. It was so incredibly soft that Lin Feng couldn't help but touch it a few more times. Then, the little cub started yelping. Startled, Lin Feng quickly withdrew his hand. This is a precious gem, what if I damage it? Wolf Green squeezed next to Lin Feng, glancing at Lin Feng one moment and then at the cubs in the den the next, his overflowing fatherly love almost overflowing. Lin Feng felt as if he were next to Lang Qing, and saw countless fluttering pink flowers. But it dared not approach the cubs. She only dared to smile exceptionally brightly at the little black wolf, her smiles full of flattery. Little black wolf is currently experiencing an outpouring of maternal love, and looking at Wolf Green, his father, he seems rather superfluous. Now, except for coming out to eat and occasionally going out for some fresh air, it almost never leaves its kennel. Therefore, the task of patrolling the farm fell entirely on Lang Qing's shoulders. Lang Qing didn't mind at all, on the contrary, he worked with exceptional enthusiasm. Lin Feng wasn't entirely idle either. Even though it was winter, he still had to compost, prepare seeds, and work hard for the upcoming spring. That's why he was somewhat puzzled when he saw the 3 words Professor Sun on the caller ID. Professor Sun, didn't you collect all the data for the kids a few days ago? Do you have time this afternoon? Professor Sun smiled and said to Lin Feng, if you have time, come to my office when you come into the city. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then tentatively spoke. Can we not go? There's still a ton of work to be done on the farm. Professor Sun on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then pushed up his glasses and gave a soft, cold laugh. For some reason, Dog Dad, who was sitting opposite Professor Sun, suddenly felt a chill. That's not fair, Lin Feng. Professor Sun's voice carried a hint of deliberate grievance. I rushed over in the middle of the night to deliver your little black wolf's baby. I'm so exhausted I feel like I'm falling apart. He paused, then changed the subject again. If you want someone to answer your phone late at night next time, you'd better make a trip. Although he knew the threat was just empty talk, Lin Feng still compromised. Although I don't know what's tiring you out of, but, what's wrong? Tell me. Professor Sun on the other end of the phone laughed happily. You'll know when you get here. Before Lin Feng could ask any more questions, the receiver went dead. Will this work? Dog Dad frowned, looking at Lin Feng who had just hung up the phone. My Xiao Tian is really fierce. He touched his arm, which was wrapped in bandages around his neck, and added with lingering fear. You should at least mention to the person that it's a Tibetan Mastiff. What if it bites someone again? This story needs to be told from the beginning. The man in front of you, referred to as Dog Daddy, is actually the owner of a company. In order to source goods and expand sales channels, he is often away from home for 10 days to half a month at a time. 2 years ago, on his way to Tibet, he picked up a big dog that seemed to hit it off with him, only to find out later that it was a Tibetan Mastiff. Although its bloodline is not pure, it is no less ferocious. Moreover, this dog is very intelligent and knows that it finally has a home. It never bullies other dogs because of its size, nor does it bark randomly. The neighbors all like it very much, which makes its father very proud. They even gave the dog a majestic name, Xiao Tian. This year he received a big order and had to go on a business trip for at least 2 months, so he entrusted Xiao Tian to his neighbor to take care of, asking the neighbor to help feed the dog and take it out for walks occasionally. Unexpectedly, this trip lasted for more than 4 months. I was wearing short sleeves when I went there, but I changed into a down jacket when I came back. I thought that with the neighbors looking after him, Xiao Tian should be doing well. But as soon as he entered the house, he was stunned. Xiao Tian was locked in a large iron cage, so thin that he was skin and bones, and his fur was so dry that it was matted. When he returned, the dog's eyes lit up for a moment before it drooped its head again, looking gloomy and listless. What alarmed him even more was that the dog began to guard its food, barking incessantly from the corner of the cage whenever someone approached. It's important to know that even when they were traveling and food was scarce, Xiao Tian never guarded his food. He even got bitten on the arm while trying to get it here for treatment. Fortunately, Xiao Tian still remembered his master. Although the wound left 4 bloody holes, it didn't break any bones. Otherwise, with the Tibetan Mastiff's bite force, his arm would probably have been broken into several pieces. Even after arriving here, Xiao Tian still had a fierce look on his face and wouldn't let anyone get close. He would bare his fangs as soon as anyone approached, so in the end, he could only stay in the cage. Dog Dad stared at the listless Xiao Tian in the cage, his teeth itching with hatred. Once the dog is cured, he's determined to settle the score with that neighbor. You charge 3,000 yuan a month for dog care, and you've ruined the dog like this? He couldn't help but curse under his breath, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. During this time, he suffered greatly, consulting many veterinarians, but none of them could help. In the end, Dog Dad had to go through several layers of connections to finally get in touch with Professor Sunday. He hoped that an expert of Professor Sun's caliber, with his extensive network, might actually be able to find a solution. Looking at Xiao Tian, who was still listless in the iron cage, Dog Dad could only secretly hope for a miracle. If all else fails, he cancels all his work for the second half of the year and stays home with his dog. Anything is worth it as long as we can regain Xiaoshan's trust. Anyway, this 3-month business trip will earn him enough money to take a break. Professor Sun glanced at the listless Tibetan Mastiff in the cage, which was fierce to everyone, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared on his lips. I'll let you meet someone in a bit, someone who can even subdue a South China tiger. Let's see if you'll still act like this then. Tisk. When Lin Feng arrived, Professor Sun's office was quiet. The old professor was engrossed in something, his brows furrowed as if in a knot. There was a burly man squatting next to him, staring blankly at a dog cage. The big dog inside didn't even bother to lift its eyelids, looking completely distant. Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering to himself. Didn't you say you needed to talk to me? Why haven't you said anything? If there's nothing else, he has to go back to the farm to work. He bent his index finger and tapped it lightly on Professor Sun's desk. Professor Sun then looked up from a pile of literature on canine depression. He was taken aback when he saw Lin Feng, but quickly pulled out a bunch of medical equipment. "Come on, lend a hand and help me draw blood from that dog and do a full checkup." Lin Feng stood still, staring intently at Professor Sunday. What's going on? What's wrong with Professor Sun? Does he think he can draw blood from animals? He's clearly just a regular farmer. Professor Sun noticed his confusion, adjusted his glasses, and explained, "I'll do the collecting, you just need to hold the dog down for me." Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. So he's here to be a conscript? Professor Sun deals with pandas and South China tigers all the time, surely he can handle a dog? Besides, the dog's owner is right here. Just then, the dog dad, who had overheard the conversation, turned around with an apologetic smile on his face. He stood up and rubbed his numb thighs. "Hello, my name is Dong Han, and this is my Xiao Tian. I was away on a business trip for 3 months a while and asked someone to take care of me. When I came back, this is what happened to me." He pointed to the Tibetan Mastiff in the cage and warned, "It's a Tibetan Mastiff, it's fierce and can bite, so you have to be careful. This is troublesome." After saying that, he solemnly bowed to Lin Feng. He wasn't really sure what this young man was capable of, but judging from Professor Sun's demeanor, it was always better to be polite. Although he had picked up Xiao Tian on the way to Tibet, during the 2 months they spent together on the plateau, the dog not only stayed with him but also helped him get through the most dangerous altitude sickness. Even if it means selling everything we own, we must get it cured. Besides, it's just about being polite to people. Before Lin Feng could even react, he was forced to accept this bow from the other party. He quickly reached out to help the person up, his eyes full of questions as he stared intently at Professor Sun, waiting for an explanation. Professor Sun explained the whole story in a few simple words, and at the end he specifically pointed out the favor he needed today to control the Tibetan Mastiff. Lin Feng stood silently in place, staring expressionlessly at the large dog in the cage that was already baring its teeth at Professor Sunday. Honestly, it looked just like a stray dog, and there was no sign that it had an owner who loved it. Its owner, with his arm in a sling, stood opposite the cage, gazing at him expectantly. To be fair, it's quite touching to see a grown man show such emotion for a dog. Despite being moved, Lin Feng still felt that something was off. "How could you be so sure that I could tame this Tibetan Mastiff the first time I saw it?" Lin Feng lowered his voice and asked Professor Sun, unable to understand where the other party got his confidence from. Not only did he think he could do it, but he also made a phone call to summon him from the village. What if things go wrong? Didn't Professor Sun consider that? "Please, you're the kind of person who can make South China tigers behave." Professor Sun glanced at Dog Dad standing behind him out of the corner of his eye, and lowered his voice. "Can't you even control a Tibetan Mastiff?" He broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about the night he helped deliver the South China tiger. They were incredibly daring back then, without any protective measures, yet they dared to deliver a baby for a wild South China tiger at Lin Feng's instigation. In all his years in the industry, he had never felt so brave before. For several days after returning, he felt like he was walking on cotton. A man who can hug a wild South China tiger he doesn't know, can't handle a Tibetan Mastiff that has an owner? The dog's dad behind them was so shocked his eyes almost popped out. What had he just heard? South China tiger? Is it the kind of king of beasts he's thinking of? Holy crap, this connection really paid off, we found the right person. Tisk. Lin Feng turned his head and curled his lip. Okay, let's assume he's telling the truth. I'll give it a try, you two move aside a bit. Lin Feng nodded and agreed. Upon hearing this, Professor Sun immediately pulled Dog Dad back 2 steps, afraid of blocking Lin Feng's movements. Lin Feng patted his pockets and slowly walked to the dog cage. He stared intently into the eyes of the Tibetan Mastiff in the cage for a while, then slowly reached out his hand. The Tibetan Mastiff Xiao Tian glanced at him but neither pounced to bite nor showed any affection, as if the outstretched hand in front of him was nothing more than an insignificant piece of wood. It doesn't dislike the person getting close, but it's too lazy to bother with them either. In its view, all two-legged humans are pretty much the same. Beneath the most benevolent exteriors may lie the same indifference. No matter how much you try to be friendly, you'll still be abandoned when the time comes, and you won't escape being verbally abused or physically assaulted. The thought had barely formed in his mind when Xiao Tian buried his head in his dirty claws, not wanting the other party to see the resentment in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng did not retract his hand, instead, he opened his palm. Inside lay a piece of beef jerky, the kind he made himself, perfectly soft and chewy. The more you chewed it, the more fragrant it became, and all the furry kids in the family loved it. He always liked to put a few coins in his pocket, and would reward anyone who worked hard with one. Even the little weasel knew this was an honor. Once it got one, it would run back to its burrow, hide it, and savor it slowly. Although Xiao Tian didn't move inside the cage, his nose involuntarily sniffed the air again and again. Why was the fragrance getting closer and closer? Professor Sun and Dog Dad stood behind, watching Lin Feng's finger get closer and closer to the dog's mouth, their hearts pounding in their throats. Especially the dog's father, whose mind was already racing with thoughts of rabies vaccines and compensation, couldn't help but remind him. Watch out, it's possessive of its food. Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned. Lin Feng not only fed the beef jerky smoothly into the dog's mouth, but also dared to take advantage of the gap in the cage to reach his hand into the cage and gently press it on the Tibetan Mastiff's big head. This kind of treatment, being fed and petted, was something only the old dog dad had ever enjoyed. Now that he's back, Xiao Tian won't even let him get close. How could a complete stranger do this so easily? What's gotten into Xiao Tian this time? Dog dad couldn't accept it and turned to look at Professor Sun. Could it be that what I just heard about the South China tiger is actually true? At first, Xiao Tian remained still, but gradually, the aroma in its mouth completely captivated it. He rolled his tongue, clenched his teeth, and muttered to himself, "How can it smell so good? I've never eaten anything so delicious before." It quietly moved its paw away from its eyes, peeking through a crack at the person in front of it. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. If she had met him earlier, she would definitely have gone with him without hesitation. This person smells so good, the kind that even a dog would love. But what's the point of thinking about these things now? It had long understood that sometimes smell, like appearance, can be deceiving. Xiao Tian slumped down again, but before he could even cover his eyes, another piece of beef jerky appeared in his mouth. It chewed much faster this time than before. The big, dirty tail in the cage swayed slightly a few times. Although it didn't shake as enthusiastically as Lin Feng's wolfhound and little black wolf, Lin Feng keenly sensed that the Tibetan Mastiff's closed-off defenses had been slightly breached by those few pieces of beef jerky. I gently rubbed the dog's head with my hand. It felt very rough, and I could feel 2 hard lumps under my fingertips. Lin Feng spoke gently. "Your master knows he was wrong." The dog's father, standing not far away, nodded hurriedly, thinking to himself, Yes, I know I was wrong. Even if it's inconvenient to carry it with me in the future, I will never ask anyone to look after it again. It's all my fault for not recognizing the right people." "You've already punished him. Look at his arm, you've bitten holes in it." Lin Feng's voice grew softer, avoiding the 2 bumps, and continued to gently stroke the dog's head, as if coaxing a sullen and withdrawn child. He thought of his own wolf, Qing, and Xiao He, as well as the police dog named Shenfeng that Zhou Cheng brought. Which one of them didn't have shiny fur and bright eyes? As long as you pass by him, his tail wags like a rattle drum. During the day, he works hard, plays wildly, and has so much energy that he could destroy the house. He can even run 10 kilometers without getting out of breath. Looking at the beast in front of me, which is supposed to be a ferocious beast that can fight a pack of wolves alone, it is now as listless as a child who is having a bad day. The dog dad had somehow gotten to the cage and, as if suddenly enlightened, softened his voice. "Daddy promises, I'll never leave you alone at home for so long again, okay? You should see a doctor to check on your illness. Once you're better, Dad will take you to get revenge." He paused, his tone becoming more ruthless. "Let's go block his door. You can yell at him and curse him, use any dirty words you want, but don't bite him. Dad thinks that family is unclean, and we don't eat dirty things." Lin Feng and Professor Sun, who were standing nearby, twitched at the corners of their mouths as they listened. This feud has run deep. However, judging from his burly appearance, he was quite tactful and knew to only talk and not act. Xiaoshan's ears twitched in the cage, and he slowed down his chewing of beef jerky. It glanced at its dog father, then looked at Lin Feng, who was gently stroking its fur, and let out a low whimper, as if pondering the truth of his words. However, the dog dad's eyes lit up. Seeing that his dog finally had a different reaction, he nodded in agreement hurriedly, afraid of being even a fraction too slow. At this moment, Professor Sun also walked over and gave Lin Feng a look. Lin Feng understood, reached out and opened the cage door, and carried Xiao Tian out directly in front of Dog Dad, his posture carrying an unyielding force. Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned by the sudden change of location. Back in the day, it was quite a force to be reckoned with on its wanderings. Now, although it's thinner, its skeleton is still intact. How did it get so easily dragged out? Lin Feng tucked it into his arms, just like he had held the South China tiger before. He covered its eyes with one hand and used the other to lift the dog's paw. "Draw blood first." Professor Sun nodded and immediately began preparing the equipment. The Tibetan Mastiff tried to struggle, but the scent in the man's arms was so comforting, like cotton wool soaked in the sun, that it involuntarily relaxed. The scent of other puppies still lingered at its nose, carrying a faint hint of liveliness, and it felt a pang of envy for no apparent reason. With such an owner, they must be very happy. The dog dad watched in stunned silence, his shock quickly turning into jealousy, and a sour feeling welled up in his throat. His dog son was getting a shot, and he actually nestled obediently in another man's arms. It even made a whimpering sound. "She's 5 years old and still whimpering. It has never been this clingy when it's with me. Ugh, I'm so annoyed. They've only known each other for a short time, and his dog is already kissing him like this? If you stay a little longer, will you stop caring about him as your father?" Thinking about this, Dog Dad felt as if someone had squeezed his lungs, and even breathing was painful. "It's all so sour. Professor Sun's technique was very skillful. The pain of the needle piercing Xiao Tian was far less than the pain he had experienced from stones and sticks before. Moreover, with Lin Feng covering her eyes tightly so she couldn't see the needle, and the lingering aroma of beef jerky in her mouth was so enticing, she really didn't struggle. When the assistant came in to collect the blood sample, it merely raised its eyelids, too lazy to even bare its teeth. Compared to its ferocious appearance when it first arrived, as if it wanted to tear the roof off, it was like two completely different dogs. After Professor Sun finished drawing blood, he glanced at Lin Feng, who was holding the Tibetan Mastiff, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. As expected of giant panda's choice, this physique is truly effective, I'm in awe. He adjusted his glasses, turned to the dog's father, and asked, "Next, we'll do a physical examination, take an x-ray, and finally shave and shower. Is that all right?" With Lin Feng there, the subsequent examinations went much more smoothly than expected. To be precise, thanks to Lin Feng's appeasement, Dog Dad basically became a tool for paying money. Xiao Tian nestled in Lin Feng's arms, letting the doctor do as he pleased, occasionally rubbing against the doctor's arm and making satisfied purring sounds, which made Dog Dad even more envious. After completing the examination, Professor Sun looked at Xiaoshan's docile appearance and suddenly seemed to be deep in thought. He glanced at Lin Feng, then at his dog father Dong Han beside him, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. This Tibetan Mastiff probably sees Lin Feng as someone it can completely trust and rely on. Just like that South China tiger, even in the face of a difficult birth, it firmly believed that Lin Feng would save and protect it. As for Dong Han, the man who calls her dad all the time, it considers him a partner, but more like someone who needs care. When abandoned by the former, it blames its own incompetence. Only when hurt by the latter will it ignite true anger. Interesting. Professor Sun pushed up his glasses with his elbow, and the corners of his mouth under his mask turned up even higher. Lin Feng may have been unaware of this, but Dog Dad was still completely in the dark. He glanced at Dong Han, who was carefully stroking Xiao Tian's head with a look of concern on his face. Professor Sun suddenly thought that this was not bad, so he nodded without making a sound. "Professor Sun, is there something seriously wrong with my dog?" Dong Han became nervous as soon as he saw him nod. Professor Sun shook his head. "They're just minor wounds and bruises. The person who did it didn't kill them. Their bones and internal organs should be fine, but they're in a lot of pain." He peeled back a scab that was almost healed. "Look at this, it's been there for at least half a month." He then pointed to a patch of bruises, saying, "It's been here for 5 or 6 days, and the bruises around here have already subsided a bit." Finally, he touched a fresh scab and said, "This is the newest one. Also, there were quite a few parasites. After the x-ray, I shaved, took a shower, and soaked in a medicated bath, and everything was fine." He spoke of it casually, clearly having seen this kind of scene many times before. Lin Feng frowned. He could never understand what people who abuse animals gain from it. Is it the thrill of bullying the weak, or is it taking out one's anger on the dog because one is incapable of retaliating against their owner? That's incredibly incompetent. Dong Han's eyes were already red. If he weren't worried about the dog being left unattended, he would have grabbed a weapon and gone to that family right now to make them taste the suffering their dog had endured. He acts all high and mighty all day, but behind my back he's bullying a dog that can't even speak? Come at him if you dare. He clenched his fists, secretly calculating the limits of legitimate self-defense, determined not to let Xiao Tian suffer anymore. Professor Sun's office is not a veterinary hospital, so further examinations will have to be done at a subordinate hospital. When the group set off, Dong Han personally led Xiao Tian, but the Tibetan Mastiff insisted on sticking to Lin Feng's legs and rubbing against him, refusing to go far away. When they arrived at the X-ray room, they found it in complete chaos. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that a small teddy bear had a problem with its front leg, which was dangling in the air and refusing to touch the ground. Unfortunately, it hadn't been given anesthesia, and its owner couldn't hold it down. At this moment, it was running around on the examination table, barking sharply and frantically. Lin Feng glanced at his watch, feeling a growing impatience. The little black wolf who just gave birth is waiting for his postpartum meal. We can't afford to waste a minute. Lin Feng wanted to settle Xiao Tian down first before helping out, so he looked down into the Tibetan Mastiff's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Sit down." Xiao Tian sat down with a thump, its tail tip gently brushing against his trouser leg. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, turned around and walked towards the chaotic examination table, completely ignoring Dong Han's mouth, which was agape in astonishment. But before we even went inside, we turned around and saw that the little teddy bear that had been baring its teeth and claws just moments before was now sitting up straight, as docile as if it were a completely different dog. The doctor in the X-ray room practically bowed to him, giving him a huge thumbs up through the glass. They've been fussing for 10 minutes already. If they can't get it done soon, they'll have to use anesthesia. But general anesthesia is really harmful to pets, so hospitals usually try to avoid it if possible. It's all thanks to the owner holding them down. Under Lin Feng's watchful eye, the little teddy bear became a model student, raising its paw when told to, lying flat when told to, and only whimpering when in pain. As soon as the doctor announced the end of the session, it immediately stared at Lin Feng expectantly, like a child waiting for praise. "Good boy," Lin Feng said casually. The little teddy bear was so excited it spun around on the spot, while its owner wished they could disappear into the ground. "It's so embarrassing for your own dog to listen to strangers." Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed by the stares. The little teddy bear's behavior had exceeded his expectations. When they arrived at Xiaoshan's side, the veterinarian in charge of taking x-rays was initially so frightened by the size of the Tibetan Mastiff that his palms were sweating. When Lin Feng easily lifted the big dog onto the examination table, and with a single flip over, the notoriously fierce Tibetan Mastiff obediently rolled over, its eyes practically overflowing with admiration. If every owner had this skill, taking an x-ray would be a piece of cake. Looking at Lin Feng's back, he sincerely felt that this man was simply a born dog trainer, ridiculously handsome. "Mr. Dong, the images have been sent to Professor Sun," the veterinarian said respectfully. Lin Feng was about to explain, "I'm not," but he swallowed the words back and only said, "Thank you for your help." Jin Donghan, who was holding the dog on a leash, felt a pang of sadness as he listened from the side. He's the one from Donghan. He's taking advantage of this situation way too naturally. Fortunately, the bones and internal organs are all fine. Professor Sun quickly finished reading the report and instructed Donghan. He has a lot of parasites in his stomach, so he needs to take deworming medicine. He's been starving for a long time, so he needs to go back and make sure he's healthy. All that's left is to clean him up. This is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. When he was young, he witnessed many tragic scenes on the front lines. Some pets were brought in with broken bones that had healed crookedly, resulting in lifelong disabilities. As for depression, we don't have a specific cure. It all depends on you spending more time with it, giving it a sense of security, and letting it get through it on its own. Professor Sun continued. Just like humans, licking paws and rubbing noses are stereotyped behaviors caused by depression. They will disappear naturally once the illness is cured. Donghan nodded hurriedly, afraid of missing a single word. Lin Feng glanced at the sky and figured that if he rushed back now, he could make it in time to prepare the postpartum meals for the little black wolf. "Can you handle this on your own?" he asked Donghan. If there are no problems, he plans to leave first. Unexpectedly, Donghan and Xiaotian simultaneously revealed pleading expressions, one with a look and the other with a sob. Lin Feng could withstand Donghan's gaze, but Xiaotian's pitiful appearance, with his big, wide eyes staring at him, made it hard to be heartless. His heart softened instantly when he thought of his little black wolf and Lang Qing's aggrieved looks. "It's just a medicinal bath, an hour is enough, it won't keep you from going back to cook," Professor Sun chimed in. Lin Feng calculated the time and finally nodded. Xiaoshan's fur was a disaster. It was dry, dirty, and clumped together like stones, almost burning out the groomer's electric clippers. Fortunately, no styling is needed, just shave it all off. Xiaotian cooperated throughout the process, and the beautician worked quickly and efficiently, showing no disgust whatsoever, and the job was done in no time. She became even more clingy during bath time, only agreeing to get wet if Lin Feng was right beside her. Looking at the big dog that had just been shaved, revealing its skinny body, and following him step by step, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the hour he had waited for hadn't been in vain. "Alright, Xiaoshan's matter is now resolved. I'll head back now, there are still things to do at the farm." After touching Xiaotian a few times, Lin Feng got up and said goodbye to Professor Sun and Donghan. There was really nothing else to do now, so the two nodded and saw Lin Feng off. Xiaotian watched Lin Feng leave, thinking he would come back, and stared eagerly at the door. But, as Lin Feng's footsteps faded into the distance, Xiaotian was stunned. "Ha!" Xiaoshan's lips twitched, and he lay dejectedly on the ground again. "Donghan?" It was too late. Donghan tugged at the leash binding Xiaotian and said, "Xiaotian, shall we give chase?" Xiaoshan's dim eyes suddenly brightened. He stopped lying on the ground and stood up with a whoosh, staring expectantly at Donghan. Professor Sun watched as the man and dog trotted away. "Never mind, it's not easy for anyone." Donghan was practically dragged into the car by Xiaotian. To be honest, he never imagined that Xiaotian, who had been abused to the point of being skin and bones, would still have such strength. Lin Feng had just rescued a Tibetan Mastiff and was in a great mood. He was listening to music and planning what kind of postpartum meal he would make for the little black wolf when he got back, completely unaware that his car was being followed. He sped towards the farm. Donghan, however, grew increasingly alarmed as he opened the door. "Wait, why is this road getting more and more desolate? Where did Professor Sun discover Lin Feng?" Xiaotian seemed indifferent to the changing scenery outside the window. It just lay quietly on the back seat, licking its left footpad vigorously, and then occasionally looked up to see if the pickup truck in front had disappeared. As long as it can still see, it feels very at ease. If Donghan drives a little slower, or if he loses sight of the pickup truck around the corner, the licking of the floor mats will be quicker and more ruthless. It's all bald. As the car drew closer to the farm, Lin Feng noticed the car following behind. His farm is so remote, there's no reason why there should be a car at this time. But it doesn't matter. What's there to be afraid of in modern society? Even if all else fails, there are still kids of all ages at home. Based on their performance in catching the poachers that day, it's safe to say that no one could expect to get away with it. Lost in thought, Lin Feng made a graceful turn and brought the car to a stop in front of the courtyard. Then, the car following behind also came to a steady stop in front of his house. Lin Feng scratched his head. Just then, the window of the car opposite rolled down, and a person and a dog stuck their heads out. The dog had its tongue lolling out and looked unexpectedly. As for people, Donghan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to follow you. As soon as you left, Xiao Tian immediately became listless, so I just acted impulsively. Having said that, Lin Feng understood. He could understand Donghan's feelings for Xiao Tian. If it were Lang Qing, he would feel sorry for him too. It's alright, come inside. Since Professor Sun introduced him, and considering Donghan's previous performance, Lin Feng didn't reject him. He immediately led them, one person and one dog, into the house. With neither De Tuanzin nor the South China tiger at home, Lin Feng felt relieved. Upon entering the house, Donghan didn't have any other feelings, except that Lin Feng's house was decorated in a rather childlike way. It has an oversized cat tree and lots of toys. Xiao Tian, however, smelled something unusual. However, it is not afraid. It's normal for such an amazing man to hang out with any kind of animal, right? Xiao Tian twitched his ears and silently approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out spiritual water to entertain this special guest. He sincerely hoped that the substances contained in the spiritual water would help Xiaoshan's condition. Donghan watched as Xiao Tian drank water with great gusto, his eyes widening little by little. Lin Feng also poured him a glass of water and smiled. You play with Xiao Tian for a while, I'll go cook. The little one at home just gave birth, so he can't go hungry. Oh, right, you should eat before you leave. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Donghan hesitated to accept the water glass he had reached for. It is extremely impolite to follow someone without greeting them first. And guess what happened? There's a new mother in their family who's still recovering from childbirth. I'm sorry, I didn't ask Professor Sun before I went to chase after you. Donghan patted his pockets and realized that even with mobile payments these days, he couldn't even afford 100 yuan. We can't exactly ask Lin Feng to take out his phone so he can scan the QR code, can we? Donghan's face turned completely red, and he grabbed Xiao Tian and fled in panic. Brother, I'll come see you again tomorrow. Donghan said this. Xiao Tian didn't want to leave, but Donghan pulled out his trump card. Don't you want revenge? Xiao Tian, come on, Dad will take you to settle accounts with that family. Xiao Tian stood up immediately. It's alright, I'll come back here after I've taken my revenge. Lin Feng, upon hearing Donghan's words, could no longer persuade him to stay. This incident has already cast a shadow over Xiaoshan's mind. The sooner it is resolved, the faster Xiao Tian will recover. Then I won't stop you. Be careful and don't cross the line. Donghan nodded and jumped into the car without looking back. Lin Feng watched the car drive away and shook his head. Young people these days are just so decisive. After a long day, Lin Feng fed his furry friends and went to bed early. Donghan, however, led Xiao Tian, whose hair had been shaved off, and blocked the doorway of the neighbor's house. A man and a dog were shouting at each other downstairs, their voices so loud they could lift the roof off. This attracted many neighbors from the community to come out and see what was going on. Initially, some residents complained that Donghan was rude and disturbed the peace late at night, hurling insults at him in a crude and vulgar manner. Some people even wanted to speak up for their neighbors. But when they got closer and saw Xiaoshan's appearance, they all fell silent. There was no other reason than that this once majestic Tibetan Mastiff had been shaved bald, its body so thin that its ribs were clearly visible, and its old and new scars were clearly visible under the streetlights. Who would dare, or rather, who could criticize Donghan? Everyone shut up and quietly stepped aside. Their neighborhood is considered high-end in the county town, with low-rise buildings with gardens and attics on the top floors, and mostly inhabited by locals who have made money. The neighbors have always valued propriety, walking their dogs and picking up after them without causing trouble for others, and their relationships have always been harmonious. This kind of one-man show, pointing at the door and swearing, is unprecedented. Donghan's Tibetan Mastiffs were already famous in the neighborhood. With its robust build and imposing appearance, it's very popular with dog-loving men. The key is that he is well-behaved, doesn't bark at people, and doesn't chase children when taken for walks. Many people want to pay to have him bred, but Donghan always smiles and waves his hand, saying that he has to wait for the dog to find someone he likes on its own. 2 months ago, news suddenly spread that Xiao Tian was going to breed with the neighbor's dog. At the time, no one thought much of it, assuming it was just springtime and the dog was getting old and should have offspring. Even if they heard that the breeding fee was not low and that the puppies were not separated, they would just assume that Dong Han was protecting his dog and would complain a little before moving on. Occasionally, when Xiao Tian was a bit fierce, I would just assume he was throwing a tantrum and think that I should avoid provoking him in the future. Looking at Xiaoshan's miserable state now, what else is there to not understand? Dong Han has really had bad luck with people. I never would have guessed that there were such seemingly respectable but actually despicable people in our neighborhood. Several dog-loving men squatted by the flower bed, smoking, their eyes full of disdain. They hate people who are cunning and malicious, and who don't even value animal lives. They dare not bully humans, but only bully animals that cannot speak. Disgusting. Dong Han paid no attention to any of this. After hearing the neighbor's chatter, his hand gripping the dog leash suddenly tightened. He stared intently at the whispering neighbors, feeling as if their every word was a needle piercing his ears. Reason melted away little by little in his anger, and his eyes turned red with rage. It turns out it wasn't just abuse. His son, Xiao Tian, was even forcibly bred. That bastard even treats his dog like a cash cow. Taking the care fee he gave her and making money from his dog's breeding, she still dares to mistreat the dog like this. Is there no law anymore? Dong Han felt like he was the biggest, most idiotic person in the universe. Just a few minutes ago, he was only thinking of bringing the dog to bark a couple of times to vent his anger, and he didn't even bring any weapons. I couldn't hold back any longer. He crept along the base of the wall, then suddenly bent down, picked up a broken mop handle, and gripped it in his hand. You're hiding inside pretending to be dead, aren't you? He kicked the fence of his neighbor's garden, making the iron fence rattle loudly. If you don't open the door, I'll smash all your windows. I mean it. As if understanding, Xiao Tian behind him let out a low roar, its bald tail standing upright for once, baring its teeth at the tightly closed door. Dong Han was filled with resentment. He gripped the stick tighter and tighter, the veins on the back of his hand bulging like earthworms, and his fingertips turned white from the force of his grip. After he finished speaking, there was still no movement inside, so he lifted his foot to rush into the other party's garden. Several men who were on good terms with Dong Han and also liked Xiao Tian rushed forward to stop him and the dog when they saw him in such an out-of-control state. One of them reacted quickly, snatching the stick and throwing it far away. Even so, Dong Han was still so angry that he kept kicking his leg. Dongzi, calm down, it's not worth it. Don't waste your life on someone like that. That's right, you have to think about it. If you go in, what will happen to Xiao Tian? Will he be given to someone else? Everyone chimed in with their advice. Dong Han was no longer listening to any of that. Both of his eyes were red. Let me go. If I don't kill him today, I'm a son of a bitch. Several burly men, feeling the force of Dong Han's struggle, exchanged glances and together dragged the enraged man even further away. The other owners of aggressive dogs also quickly subdued Xiao Tian and took it away from the scene. Dongzi, calm down. We need to come up with a comprehensive solution. This is a society governed by the rule of law. We can't let our rightful position turn into an unjust one. That's right. Go back and think it over carefully. We must make sure they can't stay in this neighborhood anymore. From now on, they'll have to avoid you. We also need to make them cough up their money and pay for their medical expenses. These days are no longer the days when you could raise your voice in the village and smash things if you were in the right. If Dong Han really makes a move, the police will arrive in no time, and he'll get himself into a lot of trouble for no reason. In truth, it was their negligence that caused this. After paying a high price for breeding, they couldn't contact him and mistakenly thought that Dong Han had gone astray while doing business. We were both busy with our own lives and thought we should just stay apart, so we didn't pay much attention to that big dog. Little did we know, it was all the neighbors doing, taking advantage of the fact that the dog can't talk. Seeing that Dong Han and Xiao Tian had left without causing any major trouble, the community leader did not take sides with the other family and simply advised everyone to disperse. He had always disliked the family's unreliable behavior, and if it weren't for his occasional feeding, it was hard to say whether Xiao Tian would have been able to wait for Dong Han to return. I heard that the family is in debt, and it's probably not just hearsay, otherwise why would they have designs on Xiao Tian? If the Dong Han family weren't so formidable, even the dog would probably have been sold. Lin Feng knew nothing about what had happened at Dong Han's house. However, judging from Dong Han's performance that day, Lin Feng thought he would bring Xiao Tian back the next day. Unexpectedly, 3 whole days passed before Lin Feng saw Dong Han and Xiao Tian again. That day, he was inspecting the farm, figuring out where repairs were needed, when he happened to run into Dong Han driving his conspicuous high-chassis G-Class, carrying Xiao Tian. Xiaoshan's condition was much better than before. Although he was still listless, he no longer bared his teeth in defense when he saw people, and his tail was no longer tucked tightly between his legs. However, its 2 front paws were still wrapped in gauze, and its nose, which had broken skin, also had a scar. Dong Han looked embarrassed, regretting that he had forgotten to ask Lin Feng for his contact information last time, so he had no choice but to go to his door again without warning. Brother Lin, could Xiao Tian play on your farm for a while? I promise to keep a close eye on it the whole time and make sure it doesn't cause any trouble or hurt anyone. Xiao Tian seems to really like this place. As long as you agree, I'll do anything, no matter the price. Dong Han didn't care about the cost at all in order to ensure Xiaoshan's complete recovery. The fear was that Lin Feng wouldn't agree. After all, Xiao Tian wasn't in a good state right now. Thinking of this, Dong Han nervously gripped the dog leash tightly with one hand. With his other hand, he quickly handed over the gift he had brought, and stammered, I don't know if I should give a gift for this. Congratulations on your little wolf having pups. Lin Feng's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. He looked down and saw a dozen or so palm-sized crucian carp in the transparent inflatable bag in Dong Han's hand. The fish was in the water, its eyes wide open, swaying back and forth. It looked very fresh. He glanced at Dong Han, then at the fish. Congratulations on the birth of his wolf cub? And he even sent a crucian carp as a gift? What kind of bizarre thought process is this? Could a normal person do something like this? However, Lin Feng didn't think much of Dong Han's suggestion to let the Tibetan Mastiffs run around on the farm. However, once this precedent is set, it may be difficult to handle later. God knows, he really didn't want the farm to turn into a weird zoo. Lin Feng pondered the tasks on the farm, then glanced at Dong Han's muscular physique, rubbed his chin, and spoke. I have some composting work to do. Would you like to do it? If you do, Xiao Tian can play all he wants on the farm, and you too will have lunch provided. The pay is 50 yuan. What do you think? He originally planned to just ask anyone in the village to do this job, which would take at most a morning. It's simply a matter of piling up pig manure and biodegradable household waste into a fertilizer pit. This kind of work is right at your doorstep. You can just call out in the village and someone will come. Asking Dong Han was simply because she felt sorry for the Tibetan Mastiff. If the owner is willing to work, both the dog and the owner can stay. Dong Han glanced at his dog, gritted his teeth, and replied, Dry. It's just composting, what's so difficult about it? It's really not difficult. Lin Feng went back into the house, grabbed a rake, and pushed the garbage truck over, then told him to get to work. As for Xiao Tian, Lin Feng called over his own wolf, Qing. Within 2 minutes, Xiao Tian slowly followed behind Lang Qing. Although Lang Qing is just a new dad, his dedication and responsibility have made him quite experienced in raising puppies, and he's more than capable of handling a sick Tibetan Mastiff. Seeing that Xiao Tian was walking slowly, it didn't urge him on, but gently recited the farm's rules to him. They say the sheep on the farm will butt you with their heads, so don't mess with them. Don't go near the chicken coop. Chasing chickens and ducks may look fun, but they're not to be trifled with. The key is that they can fly, and they'll poop while they're flying. There are also fierce big cats and bears on the farm, but don't be afraid. Just go around them if you encounter them, those guys are reasonable. After rambling on and on, the two dogs disappeared from Dong Han's sight in no time. Dong Han looked around with some concern. Lin Feng noticed his concerns and said, It's okay. If you're worried, just stand up and walk around a bit, and you'll probably see them. If that doesn't work, I'll take you to find them. Dong Han shook his head. I'm not worried about that, I'm afraid Xiao Tian will bite someone. I see that some villagers still pass by your farm. Oh, that's all right. Lin Feng smiled. I don't think Xiao Tian is a dog that would attack people on its own initiative. Besides, you have to trust my dog. It's a retired police dog, and it's very skilled. Not to mention that after arriving at the farm, it was fed with spiritual spring water and all sorts of good things, making it much better in health than the malnourished Tibetan Mastiff. Moreover, in terms of both skill and intelligence, it was far superior to the Tibetan Mastiff. By the way, Xiao Tian, wasn't this the work of your neighbor? Have you avenged Xiao Tian yet? Lin Feng asked casually, as if it were just a casual conversation. Dong Han glanced at Lin Feng, then thought that it was normal for him to not have heard the news since he lived in the village, so he replied, It's resolved. We can't get the money back, but I've put the person in jail. Lin Feng's eyes widened suddenly. He's been taken in? Just because of the Tibetan Mastiff? This guy's got some nerve. Seeing his expression, Dong Han knew he had misunderstood and quickly explained. It's not because of my dog. Given my dog's situation, the police would probably have a hard time even filing a case. At most, they'd just give him a lecture and some compensation. It's because of gambling. After saying that, he sighed, his tone much calmer than before when he was furious. My neighbor's son has a mountain of gambling debts. At first, we didn't lose much, and the income from our small family business was enough to cover it. But his wife found out and stopped giving him money, and I haven't heard of him gambling since. More than 3 months ago, I entrusted Xiao Tian to him and promised to give him 3,000 yuan a month. That should be enough to buy dog food and pay for the hard work of feeding the dog. Who would have thought that he would secretly use the money Xiao Tian earned to gamble again, and this time he was completely trapped. Anyway, I owe the casino hundreds of thousands, and it seems I've also borrowed money from loan sharks. My brothers and I investigated the matter and immediately took him to the police station. I won't say more about the rest." Lin Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. It seemed that they had caught a fish that was not simple. Tisk tisk, hundreds of thousands. That's enough to buy a decent little house around here, right? He remarked. That's right, Dong Han sighed. His elderly neighbors were truly kind people. My son was a good kid at first, with decent grades and a bit of cleverness. Although he was sweet-talking and liked to play tricks, he was generally right. In recent years, with the concerted efforts of everyone in the county, the economy has gradually improved, and the overall situation of the county has become better. For those running small businesses, as long as they don't make any fundamental mistakes, their income can easily increase several times over, and if they are diligent, earning an extra 10 or 20,000 is not a problem at all. His family's small restaurant is doing better and better. Perhaps he was tired of a peaceful life, and somehow he was dragged into a casino. In those kinds of places, once you get caught up in gambling, how many people can leave unscathed? And look, it's all ruined. The money is gone, and the family is broken up. His wife wants a divorce, and I heard that the elderly couple might have to sell their house to pay off their debts. Anyway, Dong Han knew in his heart that no matter whether that kid was inside or out, he wouldn't have an easy time. Therefore, the saying, "stay away from pornography, gambling, and drugs," is absolutely true. After working all morning, Dong Han was suffocated by the smell of pig manure and had little appetite. But when he smelled the delicious aroma wafting from Lin Feng's kitchen, he was immediately amazed. If I had known Lin Feng had this skill, I would have been happy to work for free. When he saw Lin Feng's dog food, he immediately stopped wondering why the other person's dog was so good-looking and obedient. With this kind of food and this aroma, let alone a dog, even he could raise a healthy and strong dog. Oh no, Xiao Tian is probably going to refuse to eat dog food when he gets back. Dong Han couldn't help but mutter to himself. What will he do then? Cook? That's a joke. His ability to cook food without burning it is already his limit. Fortunately, Xiao Tian is a sensible and good dog. The dog food we ate at the farm at noon was delicious and tasty. When we got home in the evening, the dog didn't complain at all about the dog food Dong Han bought and ate it all up. What pleased Dong Han even more was that Xiao Tian seemed to have become more cheerful after just one day at the farm. When he stroked Xiaoshan's head and said, "Let's go again tomorrow when it's light," Xiao Tian actually wagged its tail gently at him. This was a rare sight in the past few days. Dong Han felt increasingly grateful to Lin Feng. For the next few days, Dong Han brought Xiao Tian over to work every day. With the company of his friends on the farm, Xiaoshan's health has recovered considerably. In addition, there is good news: the interrogation of the poachers is almost complete. However, due to the issue of nationality, a verdict has not yet been reached. However, Zhou Cheng told Lin Feng that these people had a lot going on, and it was estimated that they would be taken to the execution ground as soon as they left the hospital. Lin Feng responded, "Serves him right." Moreover, because of this incident, Zhou Cheng returned to Lin Feng's farm and continued to stay there. Lin Feng welcomed it with open arms and feet. Even after what happened last time, Lin Feng still felt that it was good to have Officer Lin around. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the matter of buying cattle was also put on the agenda. With the help of the village party secretary, Lin Feng easily reached an agreement with a local cattle farm owner to buy cattle. Because Lin Feng didn't mind buying the calf, the shop owner even waived the cost of the calf. And so, Lin Feng's family welcomed a new member. 2 milking cows, 4 heifers, and 4 bull calves. 2 of the bull calves were born to the 2 dairy cows. They were only a little over a month old, and one of them was the one the owner had paid for free. Young bulls are never popular with buyers. Everyone feels that they are not as cost-effective as female cows. Even if the young bulls are sold cheaply, the price of 2 of them is almost enough to buy a young heifer. Aside from farmland, cows can produce milk and give birth when they grow up, and if all else fails, they can be eaten as meat, making them much more cost-effective. But Lin Feng didn't mind. His ranch is self-sufficient in pasture, so he doesn't have to spend extra money. He fattens up the calves so they can be eaten as meat or kept as breeding bulls, so he can make a profit either way. Because Lin Feng bought so much, the cattle farm owner was exceptionally enthusiastic and immediately agreed to deliver it to his door. Upon arriving at Lin Feng's house, the cattle farm owner's eyes lit up instantly. This place is just right for him. Even in winter, there are vast stretches of green pastures, making it comparable to a grassland for raising cattle. The pasture, in particular, remains lush and green even in winter, looking far superior to anything you could buy yourself. I really don't know how they grow them. As for pasture grass, his family raises cattle and grows it, but in winter the supply is still insufficient, so they have to buy some to supplement it. The cattle farm owner was puzzled, as he was using cow manure as fertilizer, which was considered top-quality organic fertilizer. In the end, he could only sigh in his heart. I heard that this farm has hired a lot of college students majoring in agriculture to help out. It's great to have professionals. I have to buy some hay to take home. I can't have come here for nothing." The cattle ranch owner had only intended to give away the cattle, but now he was genuinely tempted. Such good fresh hay, and so close to his own cattle farm, could there be anything more suitable? The cattle farm owner immediately asked Lin Feng if he could buy some to feed his cattle. Lin Feng readily agreed. "When we first started planting pasture grass, we planned to raise cattle and sheep, and also sell the pasture grass. As a result, once fresh fruit entered the market, the profits were so considerable that the matter was delayed. Now there's more money coming in." After the two agreed, the ranch owner casually plucked a blade of grass, chewed it, and soon closed his eyes comfortably. He sighed inwardly. It's truly top-quality forage, even better than grass that grows naturally on the grassland. He spat out the food residue in his mouth and was overjoyed. With such fresh pasture to improve their diet, the quality of their own milk might even be improved to a higher level. "I don't need too much, just about 100 kilograms a day is enough." The cattle farm owner's words were quite true. "My cows usually eat roughage, so this kind of fine grass is to improve their diet. It would be better to use this kind of pasture entirely, but we simply can't afford it." Although his family rented land in the village that was almost 3 times the size of Lin Feng's, they also raised more cattle. There are 200 to 300 adult cows currently producing milk, not to mention the calves waiting to take over and the young bulls that will be fattened up and sent to the slaughterhouse. This was after he sold off a batch of Holstein cows when he wanted to switch to a business focused on Holstein milk. At its peak, he had nearly 1,000 cows of all sizes. He could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was a novice, so he didn't mind giving him a few pointers. "I don't think you're very good at processing hay. Actually, it should be harvested and dried in the fall, so you can sell it or use it in the winter. But it's too late now." He added, "Don't be fooled by the good weather these past few days. You can't harvest the grass now, or it'll all be ruined after a snowfall." Lin Feng nodded repeatedly, looking like he had learned something. He really didn't know much about these intricacies. While they were feeling grateful, the two of them smoothly settled the matter of selling the grass. The dairy cows spent the night in Lin Feng's sheep pen. The next morning, following Lang Qing's guidance, they rushed into the grassland with light steps. They never expected to have such good grass to eat in winter. "This person has been sold to a wealthy family. We can't finish it, we simply can't finish it." The tiger mother, who had just returned to the farm's border with her 3 cubs, suddenly saw a group of food appear in the human territory from afar, and her eyes widened instantly. "What's going on?" The South China tigers simply couldn't believe it. Is there really such a good thing? Zhou Cheng took a picture of this scene and sent it to Lin Feng, with the caption, "Ha ha ha. South China tiger, a feast has fallen from the sky." Lin Feng rushed to the scene in the next second, grabbed the South China tiger that was crouching and slithering into the bushes, dragged it home, and sternly instructed it. "This is the cow I bought. If you dare to eat it, I'll cut off your snacks. Aren't there enough wild animals in the forest for you to eat? Don't even think about taking them." South China tigers typically do not hunt adult cattle because the size difference is too great, and a one-on-one fight would be too difficult and not worthwhile. But Lin Feng's family also has a calf that has just been weaned, weighing over 100 pounds, very tender, which is exactly what it can target. Dong Han and Xiao Tian, who hadn't left, watched helplessly as Lin Feng grabbed the South China tiger by the face and lectured him, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in shock. Dong Han suddenly remembered. When he first met Lin Feng, he seemed to recall Professor Sun saying something earth-shattering. Lin Feng is a man who tamed the South China tiger. It turns out that it wasn't an exaggeration at all, but all true? Seeing Dong Han's expression, Zhou Cheng looked completely unsurprised and even waved to him solemnly. Dong Han looked left and right, and finally pointed to himself with a puzzled expression. Zhou Cheng nodded, "Yes, it's you." Dong Han was puzzled, but he still led his dog Xiao Tian, whose triangular eyes had turned into round eyes in surprise, over there. Xiaoshan's gaze was still fixed on the South China tiger, unable to look away. Zhou, familiar with the place, led the person into the tent, first showing his identification, then handing over an A4-sized folder. "Come on, let's sign a confidentiality agreement. You are prohibited from disclosing any information about the presence of South China tigers here. Violation of this agreement will result in criminal charges." Dong Han readily signed his name. "Okay. Given the current ecological conditions, you'd be lucky to even encounter a fox in the mountains, let alone a big cat. If you want to see South China tigers, you'll have to buy a ticket to the zoo. Signing an agreement is the proper thing to do, we can't just look at it for free." Recently, Tiger Mom has been living a very regular life. They would rest at Lin Feng's house for a day or two, eat and drink their fill, and then take the cubs to patrol the territory, teaching them hunting and jungle survival skills. They would usually return to the farm after 5 to 7 days, and repeat this cycle. Zhou Cheng said that experts from the Forestry Bureau estimated that the female South China tiger's territory was about 70 square kilometers, which is quite impressive. The reason why no male South China tiger was seen beside it is unknown. After all, tigers are not monogamous. Moreover, this South China tiger is the only one discovered in their province in recent years. The rest were just footprints and other traces that the forest rangers recorded in their observation logs. The South China tiger, dragged away by Lin Feng, knew it had no chance with those cows. But it didn't matter, it quickly adjusted its mindset. Even if it can't find food here, it won't go hungry, as this human will always provide it with enough meat, so it never worries about that. The tiger mom rolled around on the grass and submitted. After returning to Lin Feng's home, the three little cubs, who had suffered a lot and been frightened a lot in the forest, drank the diluted spiritual spring water that Lin Feng had specially prepared for the pets at home. One by one, they yawned, crawled into their nest, curled up in a ball, and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. No matter how nice the forest is, it's not as reassuring as this place. The tiger mom also lay on her huge cat tree, squinting at the western jungle, watching the sun gradually sink behind the mountains, yawning widely, and slowly closing her eyes. A few days later, the sky was clear and cloudless. Winters without rain or snow are so delightful. Lin Feng seized the time to expand the sheep pen so that the cattle could also live there. Amidst the clanging and banging, I was already drenched in sweat without even realizing it. Lin Feng was about to go home to change out of his sweat-soaked, sticky thermal underwear when he heard the village secretary call out to him from behind Lin Feng. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the village party secretary. Everyone's been hibernating this winter, and the village secretary hasn't come for a long time. What's he doing here all of a sudden? He tugged at the thermal underwear that always stuck to his body, genuinely feeling that this was the downside of pure cotton fabric. It clung to his skin as soon as he sweated, making him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng stood still, watching the village secretary lead a group of elderly men toward him. These men were clearly learned old men, and they were chatting animatedly. Distinguished experts and professors, this is Lin Feng, the owner of the farm you are about to visit. The village party secretary quickly introduced the four strangers behind him. Lin Feng, these four are experts in environmental governance, protection and restoration in our province. They want to take a look at the environment of your farm and collect some data samples. Lin Feng looked at the four senior experts who wanted to shake hands with him, and quickly extended his hand to shake theirs gently. The village party secretary is really inconsiderate. Why didn't he tell us in advance that guests were coming? At least make him wash his hands, they're so dirty. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. However, the experts didn't care at all and instead looked at him with kind expressions. What's dirty? Those high-quality crops come from such hands, that is an honor. After exchanging a few pleasantries with everyone, Lin Feng led them toward the farm. Tiger Mom left yesterday morning, and according to her pattern, she definitely won't be back today. The little ones have gone up the mountain to eat bamboo, so there's nothing to worry about. Lin Feng walked confidently alongside the crowd, answering every question. His farm is just starting out this year, and he absolutely does not use any pesticides, fertilizers, or even herbicides. The main fertilizers are compost and vermicompost, with vermicompost being the primary fertilizer nowadays. They also keep some animals at home. These things are probably no secret to the experts from the province, and some may even have signed off on them. After touring the farm, the experts were all amazed, as everywhere they looked was lush greenery. You know, it's winter now. Although winters in the south are not as harsh as in the north, there are still some evergreen trees, but it's rare for even the grass to stay green. Moreover, the terrain of Lin Feng's farm is uneven and has many ups and downs. Based on their past experience in assessing farms, the growing conditions here are probably worse than those of more than 70% of farms nationwide. The nearest land to them was farmland, while Lin Feng's courtyard was situated at the highest point of the terrain. Chickens and cows are obviously also raised here. The rooster's crow was exceptionally loud, one could guess its location without even looking closely. Only a few cows could be vaguely seen, and occasionally the mooing of mother cows calling to their calves could be heard. The group slowed their pace in unison, carefully observing every detail and savoring the atmosphere. This scene caught the eye of the village party secretary, who looked quite proud, even more proud than Lin Feng. The village party secretary took the initiative to introduce. I watched Lin Feng build this farm from scratch. As the first college graduate to return to his hometown to start a business, he has really done a lot. Lin Feng remained quite modest about this, taking all the blame for nothing. Actually, I also have to thank the students from the agricultural university. Without their help, I couldn't have done so well here. It's a pity that the students have gone back now and can no longer introduce them to the leaders. Lin Feng's humility impressed the experts once again. However, Lin Feng couldn't stand the sticky clothes on his body and felt that he couldn't continue the small talk. He simply pointed to his own house and said to the experts, "Professor, may I go change my clothes first?" Others didn't care. Since the farm wouldn't run away anyway, they all agreed and even followed Lin Feng towards the house. Before Lin Feng even reached the entrance of his courtyard, he was stopped by Zhou Cheng, who rushed over. Lin Feng, why did you invite an abbot? No, a presiding monk, no. Just that kind of person to your house? Zhou Cheng said urgently. You still believe in this? Let me tell you, we are outstanding young people raised under the new socialist education system. We must resolutely obey the party's command, view the world with a rigorous and scientific attitude, and reject feudal superstition. Lin Feng was even more confused. What is all this about? I didn't invite anyone. He scratched his head. Besides, who are you talking about? How am I superstitious? What kind of person are you talking about? What are they doing at my house? Begging for alms? Apart from Dong Han, who was still working, there were no other guests at his house today. He still firmly believes that the jade ring is a product of scientific development and is by no means a magical artifact for cultivation. How could it be tainted by feudal superstition? And please, he even complains about the high incense money at temples when he passes by, and never goes in to pray. How could he possibly believe in these things? Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Lin knew he was genuinely unaware, and his tone became even more impolite. Just now, while you were repairing the sheep pen, two people who claimed to be Taoist priests came and said that there was a demonic aura in your house. They insisted on seeing you and said they would help you exorcise the demon. Puffed. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Feng couldn't catch his breath and almost choked to death, coughing until his face turned red. What kind of nonsense is this? Could a normal person do something like this? Why not just send this kind of person away instead of waiting for him to come back? Zhou Cheng glanced at the people behind Lin Feng, leaned closer and lowered his voice. I asked them for their Taoist certificates, and they actually produced them. I don't know if they're real or not, but they don't look like good people. The key is that we weren't even sure if you hired them at first, so we can only handle it for you for now. If it really comes down to it, we'll call the police. Dong Han is currently helping you stop them from entering, otherwise they would have forced their way in already. Lin Feng really wanted to ask, are you sure these two don't have mental problems? The professors behind him, especially the village party secretary, frowned upon hearing this. Are scammers these days really this audacious? Lin Feng rubbed his temples, still completely baffled as to what was going on. From Zhou Cheng's words, he managed to piece together a rough outline. Two lunatics or swindlers, pretending to be religious people, claiming that their house is haunted by evil spirits and insisting on breaking in to exorcise the demons, are probably just trying to scam money in the end. Do scammers no longer engage in telecom fraud? Or is it because his hometown is too remote that even swindlers are too lazy to study and are still stuck in feudal-era tricks? Lin Feng turned to look at the professors behind him. Although they were a bit old, there were many of them, and they were all experts in their respective fields, so their authority was unquestionable. If they really can't get rid of them, calling the police will definitely be the right thing to do. Thinking about it that way, I'm not afraid anymore. The village party secretary pushed through the crowd and walked to Lin Feng's side. As the village party secretary, he had no reason to ignore the arrival of such a swindler in the village. But when he recalled the recent messages in the village chief's group chat, no village had mentioned seeing this kind of scam. What era are we living in? Who still believes in this stuff? Besides, scammers usually target households after the autumn harvest, when everyone has sold their new grain and has money. Could it be that scammers are having a bad year and have to come out and run their business even in winter? There's no way to avoid it now. Lin Feng followed the village secretary home. If he lingered any longer, his damp autumn clothes would have dried by the time he got home. After walking a few steps, he saw two men, each about 170 centimeters tall, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, confronting Dong Han. Judging from the looks of it, they tried to force their way in but were stopped. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Dong Han immediately breathed a sigh of relief and asked directly with his eyes, "Did you hire a spirit medium? Or a Taoist priest? Do you believe in these things?" Zhou Cheng shook his head, indicating that Lin Feng was also unaware of the situation. The two strangers at the door were momentarily stunned to see so many people return at once. It's hard to tell who the farmer is. The information only says that the farm owner is a young man who returned to his hometown to start a business, but this young man doesn't like taking pictures, and there are no images of him online, so we can only guess. They first ruled out the last few elderly people and the one they had already met. The remaining young man, standing next to everyone like a model, had no air of farming about him, so he was also ruled out. In the end, only the slightly older farmer at the very front was left. Although he was not young, it was reasonable for someone who farmed the land to be older than his actual age, given the wind and sun. The two Taoist priests thought to themselves, this must be Lin Feng. The two immediately put on professional smiles, their lips slightly upturned, exuding a sense of mystery and solemnity, which at first glance seemed quite convincing. They took 2 steps forward and said to the village party secretary with serious expressions, "Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, is that right? Do you realize you're in deep trouble?" Village party secretary, you probably don't realize that you've mistaken someone else for someone else, do you? Based on that statement alone, the village secretary was even more certain that the two were liars, and not even very skilled ones at that. There's no other reason than that truly skilled people can't even figure out who they're trying to scam. The village party secretary decided to play along and echoed the other party's words. I am Lin Feng, and you two are? What do you want? What trouble have I gotten into this time? He deliberately put on an open and honest expression. My farm has all the necessary permits and taxes paid on time. I've never done anything illegal or disorderly, so why am I in trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, he clearly saw one of the men's eyes light up, as if he had caught a big fish. The other person took out his identification from his briefcase and handed it to the village secretary. I am Zhang Xianzhao from Qingfeng Temple on Fengning Mountain, and this is my junior brother Zhang Xiantong. He pointed to the identification documents. These are our Taoist certificates, which I vouch for with my personal integrity. What I'm about to say may sound mystical, but it's all true. His tone carried a hint of mystery, a touch of worry, and a sense of I'm doing this for your own good. Unfortunately, to the seasoned village secretary, it sounded no different from the rhetoric of other swindlers. He took the blue notebook with the yin-yang pattern printed on it and pretended to open it. The photos do indeed show these two people, but they looked much younger then. They look much more slick now. To be honest, even after being the village chief for so long, he had never seen a Taoist certificate, let alone knew how to distinguish between a real and a fake one. The village party secretary looked up at Zhou Cheng. He's a police officer, after all. He might be able to tell the difference between the real and fake. Zhou Cheng nodded quietly. The certificate looked real, the seal couldn't be faked. It was just that the person seemed a bit unreliable. The village party secretary returned the certificate with a respectful attitude. Please speak, please speak. Fortunately, he was experienced. During his training, he had watched videos of police cracking down on cults and was deeply impressed by those who had been brainwashed. He figured that learning about 50 to 60% of what he had learned would be enough. Those who witnessed the village party secretary's acting skills silently gave him a thumbs up. The old fox was shrewd, his eyes, which held a perfect balance of curiosity, fear, and pleading, were just the right amount of expression. The two Taoist priests were surprised that there were still people so easily fooled, and they immediately became a little smug. Zhang Xianzhao gave a cryptic smile and lowered his voice even further. Mr. Lin, haven't you ever wondered why your crops are of such high quality? The village party secretary honestly shook his head. Lin Feng had no idea why his vegetables grew so well. However, the village secretary still had to put on an act, and then added with a touch of arrogance. I guess it's because I'm a farmer that I'm good at it. As he spoke, he raised his right thumb high. Hopefully, Lin Feng can understand who this praise is directed at. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he quietly watched the village secretary's performance. Zhang Xianzhao shook his head stiffly, continuing to maintain his mysterious demeanor as he asked, then why can't other people grow this quality crops in their fields? The village secretary paused for a moment, then replied, because I don't use pesticides or chemical fertilizers. The whole village knows that Lin Feng's family practices organic farming. Zhang Xianzhao shook his head again, a hint of pity on his face, and put on a smug ask me and I'll tell you expression. This is their tactic, first pique curiosity, then create fear. The Zhang brothers were very familiar with this. The village secretary clenched his fists at that expression, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and play along. Then, why do you think it is, Taoist master? Standing behind the two Taoist priests, Dong Han clearly saw the village secretary's face twitch. I knew that was a look of someone trying very hard to suppress a laugh. Now that's great, Dong Han, taking advantage of the Taoist priest's blindness, simply let his expression run wild, his lips almost reaching his ears in a wide grin. The two Taoist priests were still basking in the smug satisfaction of their successful scheme and were completely unaware of anything amiss. Zhang Xianzhao lowered his voice and said mysteriously, because of spiritual energy, or rather, demonic energy. He paused, then uttered an even more esoteric phrase, you've heard of the spiritual energy revival, haven't you? In their view, any young person who goes online should have heard of this term. The village party secretary pursed his lips and remained silent, afraid that he might utter a curse at any moment. There are always scammers every year, but these two this year are just too bizarre. He knows this plot very well, it's been used to death in novels. Is it going to be that in the next second, thousands of vengeful ghosts will descend upon the world, the end of the world will come, and he, Lin Feng, is the chosen one? The question is, did they realize they had mistaken the protagonist for someone else? The two Taoist priests, unaware of the village secretary's thoughts, continued. Have you been producing a lot of mutated crops lately? Your animals are also unusually intelligent, and the crop quality is ridiculously good? The village secretary nodded. The children in Lin Feng's family were more than just smart, they were practically sentient. With a flick of his eye, he could come up with 800 ideas. Unfortunately, it's all about food. Seeing the village secretary nod, the Taoist priest suddenly changed the subject. But your family's practices aren't legitimate, they're a facade created by demons. Normal spiritual energy recovery is a long process. Haven't you noticed that the mutation rate in your home is abnormally fast? If you don't stop it, you'll have to pay back 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold for all the benefits you're getting now. Zhang Xianzhao knew perfectly well that these people didn't know what the spiritual energy revival was really like, so they could just make things up. Lin Feng was relieved upon hearing this. They were indeed two liars. At this moment, several senior experts and professors behind Lin Feng became unhappy. What spiritual energy revival, demonic possession? What era are we living in, still playing these tricks? An old professor was so angry he was puffing out his beard and glaring. Even we old folks don't believe it, so why would we expect young people to? You've really gone so far as to scam people here. You're really something. Another professor joined in the reprimand. We are still investigating the cause of the mutation, but we absolutely do not agree with the theories of spiritual energy revival or demonic possession. These new crops are real and have great benefits for humankind. As for the root cause of the mutation, although they had doubts, they never delved into it. I just hope there will be more good things like this. Just like that kind of wheat, even if each acre yields an extra 100 or 200 jin, it's enough for one person to eat for a year. If one more person can be fed per acre, what about 10 acres or 100 acres? If things continue to develop like this, what's there to fear about a food crisis or international seed issues? If every demon or deity actually does such things, then it's fine to let them believe it. But the premise is that it must benefit the country and the people, rather than allowing swindlers to run rampant. Furthermore, crop mutation is only the first step. The most important thing is whether we can preserve and pass on the excellent mutated genes permanently. Otherwise, what are these experts doing? And what are they teaching at the country's agricultural universities? It's not enough to just produce a mutant variety. Even without all these nonsensical claims, countless new and mutated species appear and disappear in nature every year. These two are absolutely ridiculous. The professors felt increasingly uneasy as they thought about it, and their gazes toward the two Taoist priests became scrutinizing. Lin Feng's farm has become famous this year. These two are probably here because they saw that Lin Feng's vegetables were profitable and wanted to make some money. Although Lin Feng has always kept a low profile, the high-end refrigerated trucks that come to pick up vegetables every day are obvious to everyone, and anyone with a discerning eye can guess that the selling price must be much higher than the market price. Old man, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Zhang Xianzhao remained calm despite being questioned. In his view, it's normal to have doubts, believing everything will only lead to problems. He continued in a chanting tone. The revival of spiritual energy is now just a legend. The dragon veins have been severed, and the mountains and rivers have shifted. How can it possibly revive? That's why I said that the farm's stronger spiritual energy than outside is a bad thing. It's probably caused by evil spirits. It seems like all the benefits now, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. The price we'll have to pay later will probably be many times greater. After saying that, he gestured to his junior brother to hand over the Bagua compass, intending to demonstrate the ritual on the spot and prove with practical actions that what he said was true. Zhou Cheng immediately became interested and quietly nudged Lin Feng, his eyes full of curiosity. It's here! It's here! Scenes from Uncle Ying's movies are about to become reality. Looking at those intricate fingerprints and the frantically spinning little pointer on the dark compass, it's all so impressive and mysterious. Lin Feng met his gaze and immediately opened the e-commerce page to show him. On Pinduoduo, you can buy a dozen of the same model in good quality for 100 yuan. Zhou Cheng's excitement shattered instantly. Searching for the same item is going too far. The professors present didn't care at all whether the pointer was turning or not. Students studying mechanics or computer science in schools can come up with 800 different variations of this thing in no time. One of them asked only coldly, "Spiritual energy, what is it?" Zhang Xianzhao was speechless. How was he supposed to explain this? Isn't this a concept that everyone should know? He turned his gaze to the village party secretary, hoping that this young farmer would explain things to his elders. To his surprise, the village secretary also looked at him with bright, expectant eyes, clearly waiting for an answer as well. The main party secretary was genuinely curious, because in the novels he had heard, the authors had never explained what spiritual energy was. What if a real-life Taoist master could explain it clearly? Perhaps we can even figure out the secrets of cultivation. Looking at the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xianzhao felt a chill run down his spine. No, this script is wrong. At this moment, the village party secretary was already happily making plans in his mind. If he really learns it, he definitely won't keep it to himself, he'll post it online right away. At that time, perhaps the era of cultivation will return. Holy crap, this is urban cultivation. The party secretary's face was full of excitement, but as soon as his gaze fell on the two Taoist priests' shiny bald heads, the little flame of excitement in his heart was extinguished in an instant. If cultivation requires sacrificing hair, then he'd better give up. 100 years is enough for him to live a good life. There's no need for him to torment himself into baldness for the sake of some vague and ethereal great Dao. Zhang Xianzhao was caught off guard by the question. He really hadn't prepared an answer. He glanced at his junior brother, but the other turned his head away, clearly indicating that he should deal with it himself. Zhang Xianzhao licked his dry lips and, forcing himself to make up a story. Spiritual energy is the celestial energy left over from ancient times. It has existed in mountains and rivers, in plants and trees since ancient times, and it is even everywhere in the air. It's just that it's becoming increasingly diluted in the Dharma-ending age. He deliberately adopted a mysterious expression and spoke in an ethereal, dreamlike voice, trying to deceive the authorities. It can make fruits sweeter, flowers more beautiful, grains more abundant, and animals smarter and healthier. Its functions are extensive and it can be described as omnipotent. Once they started, the conversation flowed more and more smoothly. For example, if a place that used to be covered in yellow sand suddenly becomes a place with birds singing, flowers blooming, and lush ecology, that's because of a surge in spiritual energy, etc. These words made one of the experts who specializes in environmental governance uneasy. So all those years of research on high-yield crops, pollution control, afforestation, and ecological restoration have been for nothing. The hard work of several generations over several decades has been wiped out by a single phrase. It was all done by spiritual energy. Is there no sign of the efforts of so many generations of them? The idea that mountains and forests have more spiritual energy than cities is nonsense. Who doesn't know that mountains and forests are less polluted and are natural oxygen bars? The exhaust fumes from cars alone are enough to make people choke in the city. Don't bring up these things yet. This environmental expert couldn't help but speak up, posing an even more pointed question. Since the spiritual energy you mentioned exists in the air, what is it called scientifically? Nitrogen? Oxygen? Carbon dioxide? Or a rare gas? Based on its content, it should probably be classified as a rare gas, right? Which rare gas is it? If it's an unknown substance that modern technology can't detect, since you Taoists know it exists, there must be a verification principle, right? Could you share it with us? By this time, the compass needle was pointing directly at Lin Feng's main house, but no one paid any attention anymore. Experts are clearly more interested in debunking this fallacy than in those misleading gadgets. Zhang Xianzhao was speechless and his face turned bright red when asked the question. What does he know about scientific terms and principles? They might be able to fool superstitious old men and women normally, but when it comes to these scientific researchers, it's like showing off their limited skills in front of an expert. The village secretary suppressed a laugh. Judging from their posture, these two Taoist priests were likely to be exposed by the experts on the spot, let alone fool people. He secretly gave Lin Feng a look. Isn't it about time to wrap this up? If you keep asking like this, the scammer will get angry and things will get messy. The two of them simply ignored the old professors and set their sights directly on Lin Feng. In their view, what others say is irrelevant. As long as the farmer believes it, that's fine. Zhang Xianzhao said earnestly to the village party secretary. Mr. Lin, you have to trust us. The eerie aura emanating from your house, in my opinion, is a remnant of a bear demon. It seems like a good thing now, but if it's not resolved in time, it will cause a major disaster sooner or later. At best, it could bankrupt you, at worst, it could cost you your life. He paused, then threw out the bait. If you let us in and take a look, the two of us can find a solution and help you solve your problem. If you don't believe us, we won't charge you a penny. Zhang Xianzhao and Zhang Xiantong were shrewd in their calculations. As long as one can enter Lin Feng's house, offer some feng shui advice, or point out a few decorative items, the claim that there is a demon can be confirmed. At that time, there's no need to worry about Lin Feng not paying money to avoid trouble. If they are so frightened that they actually give up the farm, they can still take over it under the guise of exorcising demons. If they hire a few people to farm, all the money from the farm next year will be theirs. It's simply wonderful to think about. As for the others, especially those old men, do they matter? Absolutely not. The village secretary listened silently to the two men's coordinated threats, feeling no fear whatsoever. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. Master, no matter what, can you at least identify the right person first? And that bear demon. Could they be talking about Lin Feng's two little dumplings, those adorable yet mischievous creatures? With their tendency to scare villagers and monopolize prickly pear fruits, they're barely clever enough to be demons. If they really become demons, he'll have to change his opinion of those two. So it turns out they weren't just loitering around Lin Feng's house eating and drinking for free, but were quietly getting things done? Good bear, good bear. Lin Feng should give the mother and daughter a little extra food later. Zhou Cheng also thought of the big dumpling and her daughter, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. With so many animals on the farm, why blame the giant panda? Even saying it's Wang Tai Sin is more believable than saying it's a giant panda. Haven't you noticed that even novels rarely depict pandas as sentient beings? Besides, Lin's family at least has a weasel. That little guy is very clever and can even beg for food by bowing. It's more believable than a panda if you make it into a spirit. Only Lin Feng's gaze darkened. He pressed the dial button, pressed 3 numbers, and waited quietly for the call to connect. Hello, is this the police station? This is Lin Feng from Stone Village. 2 people claiming to be Taoist priests have come here, promoting feudal superstition and trying to break into a house. I suspect they are using their Taoist priest identities to scout the area and prepare to commit burglary. Yes, I have witnesses, a whole bunch of witnesses are here. Lin Feng's words struck the 2 Taoist priests like a bolt from the blue. The village party secretary was so close that he could hear the cracking sound of their necks when they suddenly turned their heads. Lin Feng gave them a faint smile. Yes, I am the owner here, Lin Feng. That man is our village's party secretary. He gestured with his chin. Could you please wait here for the police? Thank you. The moment he finished speaking, his smile vanished. Although everyone who comes to the farm signs a confidentiality agreement, the existence of the big and small dumplings has long been an open secret. These 2 must have heard some rumors somewhere before they dared to come to my door to scam me. Bah! If you can't even make up a decent lie, at least make it up as a tiger spirit. That's the mountain god that everyone has recognized since ancient times. Lin Feng ignored the 2 panicked Taoists and handed over the task of watching them to Zhou Cheng. He then led the professors into the house, ignoring the 2 swindlers' shouts. After such a long delay, his thermal underwear is completely dry. Just as they reached the living room door, several newly arrived professors in the field of environmental sciences stopped them. They put down the alloy briefcase they had been carrying and wouldn't let go of, skillfully took out various pieces of equipment from it, and thoughtfully introduced them to Lin Feng one by one. This measures radiation, this analyzes air composition, and this. These machines are entirely silver-white with smooth, clean lines. They look small and lightweight, but their functions are very powerful. Looking at these high-tech devices, Lin Feng's initial sense of unease vanished instantly. That's more like it. In modern society, what normal people should be holding are these advanced instruments, not compasses or peachwood swords. The others who didn't bring their equipment looked on with envy. These are all the latest and most cutting-edge domestically produced technological products. Not only are they powerful, but their prices are also quite attractive, making them something that ordinary laboratories simply cannot afford to equipment. Without saying anything more, the environmental experts immediately got busy with their equipment in every corner of Lin Feng's house, taking samples and scanning, leaving no detail unchecked. The instrument emits a slight hum when it runs, which, together with the occasional mooing of cows and crowing of roosters coming from outside the window, creates a strange sense of harmony. Sure enough, the instruments detected something unusual on the soil in Lin Feng's house that contained special energy. Look, an environmental expert pointed to the monitor screen. Although the radiation waves are extremely weak, less than 1,000th the intensity of X-rays, they can still be detected, indicating the presence of some radioactive element in the soil. He paused, then added. However, the machine didn't sound an alarm, and Lin Feng has lived here for so long without showing any signs of illness. Perhaps this kind of radiation is completely harmless to the human body? Another expert raised a question. But could such a weak fluctuation in radioactivity really cause such a large-scale plant mutation? The professor shook his head. It's hard to say. Plant variation is not entirely due to fluctuations in radioactivity. Where does so much radiation come from in nature? Is it from sunlight? Furthermore, countless seeds have been exposed to radioactive materials, but how many of them actually germinate, grow, and become valuable? One of the environmental experts nodded, glanced at the 2 Taoist priests blocked in the corner outside the door, and then changed the subject. I've heard a very interesting argument about so-called Reiki. Oh, tell me about it. Everyone immediately became interested. Their interests are clearly unrelated to metaphysics or feudal superstition. The group consisted of scholars whose names were frequently seen in court journals, so their discussions naturally revolved around the scientific sphere and never touched on anything vague or abstract. Seeing that everyone was interested, he began collecting soil samples while explaining. The argument is roughly that the so-called spiritual energy is actually an energy wave released by a special radioactive element in ancient times. This wavelength is particularly easy for organisms to absorb and can be converted into energy that is beneficial to organisms. Some even speculate that the Cambrian explosion of species may be related to this element. He used tweezers to pick up a small particle of soil and placed it on a glass slide. But this radioactive element decays over time, and with the interference of crustal movement, asteroid impacts, etc., it has long since disappeared. Now, it is basically undetectable. The professors, hearing this for the first time, all nodded in agreement. Although there is no empirical evidence, it is far more reasonable than the spiritual energy theory. Modern science has long proven that radioactive elements can indeed alter biological traits. So do you think this radioactive element has completely disappeared? The professor, holding a handful of soil, shook the clod in his hand and asked. I don't think so. Another professor pointed to the soil on the ground. Like these soils, and those jade stones that are said to nourish the body, there may still be a trace of energy left, but it is too faint. Moreover, someone gestured towards the two Taoist priests waiting for the police outside the door. Do you really think there are no extraordinary people in this world? I don't think so. Even without telescopes, computers, or satellites, people in ancient times were still able to predict solar eclipses. Legend has it that Xiangyu was strong enough to lift a tripod, and Guan Yu's broadsword weighed over 80 jin. People in ancient times didn't have cotton or down, but they still survived winters that were much colder than those now, didn't they? He paused, his tone tinged with emotion. Humans, like these plants and animals, may appear to be evolving, but in some aspects they may actually be regressing. The professors inside were still having a heated discussion, but Lin Feng outside felt a chill run down his spine. His fantasy dream was shattered completely. There's no such thing as spiritual cultivation, no such thing as flying on a sword. It's all made up from novels and TV shows. In the real world, Newton's laws ultimately prevail. After a long discussion, someone finally shared their conclusions. His tone was calm and pragmatic. I don't think it matters what caused the mutation. He glanced at everyone present and continued. Whether this situation only occurs in Kobayashi's area, or whether the whole world will really experience a so-called spiritual energy revival and a resurgence of species. Our most important task right now is to make good use of and cultivate the crops that have now mutated. We strive to stabilize their traits as soon as possible, and then promote them to the market, bringing better seeds to everyone. Yes, yes, yes. The experts in the environmental group unanimously agreed. Mutations happen every moment. If we really try to trace them back to their source, we might not be able to figure them out even if we work ourselves to death. It's better to use your limited energy on more valuable things. Perhaps when quantum science develops and detection instruments become more sophisticated, the answers will naturally become clear. An environmental expert added. We came here this time to see if there are any special changes in the environment that have enabled the cultivation of so many high-quality crops, and whether there is any reference value that can be applied to other places. In fact, the environmental experts had already explained their purpose when they arrived at the village party secretary's office. The testing of these soil samples was just incidental. Based on the current results, they have not shown any effect in improving the environment. The reason for this is that sophisticated instruments clearly show that, apart from the soil having a faint, special radiation wave, the farm's air quality and other environmental indicators are no different from those of the adjacent protected area. If this soil really had such a great effect, things shouldn't be like this. However, after such an inspection, despite the fact that the environmental quality here was just as good as that of the protected area, the experts were still somewhat disappointed. It's not a useful reference at all. Just a short walk to the side is a protected area. It would be normal for the environment to be similar, it would be strange if it were different. One of the experts said this with a hint of barely perceptible complaint. Although I was mentally prepared when I came, it was still a little disappointing not to find the miracle I had expected. He still remembers the fleeting glimpse he caught when he first arrived at the farm. Even though it was winter, the farm was lush and green, and I was overjoyed. Yes, the Lin family's house is right next to a nature reserve. Now that ecological protection is being emphasized so much, it's normal for the environment to be better. Another professor drew a few simple lines on the ground with his finger, showing the group a diagram. You see, this makes it even less valuable as a reference. The environmental experts shook their heads regretfully. The reason is actually very simple. There is a world of difference between a purely green farm built in the mountains and a green farm built on the outskirts of a city. When it comes to pollution sources like vehicle exhaust and factory emissions, the two are not even in the same league. Take the air quality here for example, you can't even dream of it in Kyoto. One expert remarked. Without smog or sandstorms, being able to see a blue sky is a blessing from God. Moreover, the technical expertise here is already quite good. Although the students at the agricultural university have not yet graduated, they are all highly skilled and can produce high-quality crops using their technical expertise, which is only natural. I even think that even if no abnormalities are detected in the soil, the harvest here will not be bad. Another expert gazed at the lush green lawn outside the courtyard wall. Just by looking at the grass that can stay green even in winter, you can tell how solid the foundation is. On the contrary, they felt that being sent to test special substances might be another form of protection. In the name of science, the ulterior motives of some people were thwarted. Such a wonderful place, if it is occupied by someone with ulterior motives and not cherished, it will not only be a pity, but may also lead to disaster. There are far too many people like that. For example, those two Taoist priests who are currently huddled in the corner outside the door. The sirens blared, approaching much faster than expected. The professors were still collecting the last samples outside when they heard a whooshing sound. A short while later, several uniformed police officers entered the farm. Zhou Cheng, who was in charge of guarding the guard, was immediately invigorated and almost couldn't resist stretching to celebrate the end of the mission. Fortunately, he kept it in mind for the sake of Officer Lin's image. As soon as the village party secretary saw the police, he quickly went inside and called Lin Feng out. The two Taoist priests, who had been looking dejected, suddenly became excited upon seeing Lin Feng appear, and shouted at the top of their lungs from a distance, "Mr. Lin, you must be very careful. Is there really a bear demon in your house? If you don't let professionals handle it, there will be endless trouble in the future. You must trust us, your fellow disciples. We guarantee we'll clean it up for you completely, with absolutely no future problems. We are true Taoist priests." Before Lin Feng could speak, the policeman next to him spoke first, his tone laced with sarcasm. "You've got some nerve, scouting this place just for giant pandas, huh? Don't you know they're a Class I protected animal in China?" The police had just learned the basic situation from Zhou Cheng. Listening to the two of them still rambling incoherently even after seeing the police, if they hadn't received professional training, they probably would have already lost their composure. What cheered them up even more was that the two men looked unfamiliar and were not local repeat offenders. It's manageable if it's just the two of them, but if it's a gang, they might get results, but they'll likely have to work overtime a lot. Although they are police officers from a small town and haven't seen much of the world, their area is adjacent to a nature reserve, and animal protection awareness is deeply ingrained in them. Let alone giant pandas, even wild rabbits in the mountains are not to be hunted casually. Without saying anything more, the police pinned the two men's hands behind their backs and put them into the police car. Knowing that Lin Feng was going to entertain the old professors, and might even have to stay for a meal, the village party secretary took the initiative to take the task of going to the police station to make a statement. After all, he was the unlucky guy who was initially mistaken for Lin Feng, so he could go and explain the whole story. When he came out of the police station, the village party secretary was still in a daze. The main problem was that the two Taoist priests' confessions were so outrageous that he didn't know how to relay them to Lin Feng. First of all, these two guys' Taoist certificates are actually genuine. They had heard from somewhere that Lin Feng's family farm had made a lot of money from high-quality crops. They even checked the prices on the fresh fruit app and found that the vegetables were indeed expensive. They also heard that there were two giant pandas eating and drinking for free at the farm, so they planned to go there and scam them. Their plan was meticulously crafted. First, they would use the pretext of exorcising demons to intimidate and entice people, earning them money from ghost-repelling rituals. If Lin Feng is too scared to take the farm back, take the opportunity to lower the price and buy the farm. Unexpectedly, their luck ran out, and a group of professors and experts gathered at Lin Feng's house. The two soldiers encountered a group of old scholars who had all passed the imperial examinations, and were crushed on the spot, leaving not a trace. It was a modern version of dying before achieving their goal. During the interrogation, Zhang Xiantong kept complaining that Zhang Xianzhao hadn't checked the almanac or consulted a fortune teller before going out. The two argued heatedly, their faces turning red. The police officer in charge of recording the conversation was both angry and amused, covering his face with his hands the whole time, afraid that he would lose his composure. If these were two teenagers, one could say they were just being immature and confused by games and novels, unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. But these two are real Taoist priests who are nearly 40 years old. That certificate was probably bought with money. Their intelligence is also quite worrying. Finally, the police detained the two for promoting feudal superstition and attempted fraud. As for what kind of stir these two clowns will cause in the world of metaphysics, that remains to be seen. Looking at the sunset on the horizon, the village secretary felt that this matter was even more outrageous than the ghost stories told by the old ladies in the village. Lin Feng was genuinely and attentively entertaining the experts and professors at home. He was secretly plotting something. This time, they made them collect all the necessary samples and investigate all the necessary matters. Will this mean that no one will be so curious about his farm anymore? It's fine to want to be a great farmer, but he doesn't want to be the kind of farmer who attracts too much attention in real life, to the point that people come to visit and collect samples every day. As for the leak of his home address on the fresh fruit app, he'll have to have a good talk with Manager Zhang after seeing these professors off. Manager Zhang will probably be stunned by then. Every year we label the origin of our fruits and vegetables to gain customer trust, so why did this happen this year? After a full day of collection and testing, the experts discovered that Lin Feng's home was actually just a normal and ordinary farm. Apart from the faint but stable presence of radioactive elements in the soil, compared to other farms, its only advantage is in terms of human resources. Timing? Nobody can say for sure. Advantage of location? Being located on the edge of a protected area far from the city certainly has its advantages. But the terrain of Lin Feng's farm is a complete flaw. Of the 300 acres of good land, only about 100 acres can be converted into farmland. The orchard behind is sparse, clearly indicating that it's a relatively new development. They kept quite a variety of animals, big and small, black and white, you name it. The ecological farm framework that Lin Feng mentioned was understood by several professors in the environmental field, who also found it to be very valuable. Everyone said they would give a special report in the province when they got back and talk about the model of this ecological farm. However, Lin Feng felt that this model was unlikely to be widely adopted. After all, not everyone has his good luck. Of course, he didn't say this until the professors left. What if? Maybe it really will work? After the professors left, life in Stone Village returned to its usual tranquility. Donghan still brought Xiao Tian to the farm to work every day. After a few days, Xiaoshan's fur grew a little longer, but it still wasn't very good looking. However, he was much more energetic. Now, every day when it arrives at the farm, it greets Lin Feng and goes straight to the cattle herd, diligently guarding them and treating it as its proper job. It was this job that allowed it to rediscover its value in life, turning it back into a big dog that could grin, stick out its tongue, and wag its tail affectionately at Donghan. Seeing how much Xiao Tian had changed, Donghan was genuinely happy. Hearing a few days ago that a winter fishing event was going to be held in the neighboring county, he immediately told Lin Feng and warmly invited him. "Brother Lin, why don't you come with me? It'll be so lively." In his heart, he had long regarded Lin Feng as family. Lin Feng felt that there wasn't much important to do on the farm in winter, so he readily agreed. He had checked online beforehand and found that this small-scale winter fishing in the neighboring county was quite famous locally. The lake where winter fishing is held is an artificial lake. It was originally just a small bay that would dry up during droughts. Later, the county hired people to expand and renovate it, turning it into a place that can both raise fish and store water. What's even more amazing is that the lake draws water from a nearby natural river, making it a rare living lake. The government organizes fishing programs in the summer and winter fishing activities in the winter. In recent years, its reputation has grown, attracting more and more tourists and making it very lively. Although there are wild fish fry in the lake, there are more farmed fish fry that the government organizes to release every year. These fish fry grow semi-wild in open waters, and their meat is much more delicious than that of ordinary farmed fish. People in the neighborhood are willing to take advantage of the winter fishing season to buy some fish to take home. Those with extra money might even buy enough to last until the Lunar New Year. Anyway, with the current advanced preservation technology, there's no worry about it spoiling. Let's go early so we can pick out some fresh ones. While adding hay to the oxen, Donghan discussed things with Lin Feng. "I heard the big-head carp in the lake are growing exceptionally well this year. Let's catch a couple and make a fish head soup. It'll be so delicious it'll make your eyebrows fall off." Xiao Tian seemed to understand the word fish, and squatted down beside it, barking softly as if to express its agreement. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the man and the dog. "Okay, let's go together then, it'll be more fun with more people." The winter sun shines through the bare branches onto the farm, bringing a cool breeze but also a comforting brightness. Looking at the distant mountains and forests, Lin Feng felt that this kind of life was quite good. There wasn't much commotion. They stayed at the farm, waiting for the winter fishing season and looking forward to the Lunar New Year, a peaceful and stable life. Thinking of his furry friends at home, Lin Feng also planned to buy more fish to stock up. Moreover, he himself was quite interested in the winter fishing scene. So after asking Donghan, "I specifically brought the drone as well." "That's right, the plane that broke down when we were dealing with poachers has long been repaired and can be used again." After successfully meeting up with Donghan in a neighboring county, Lin Feng followed his convoy towards the lake area. Donghan asked him to install snow chains on the car, and now he understood why. The convoy drove directly onto the lake. Lin Feng pushed open the car door and got out. He stepped onto the ice, where the thick ice was solid and covered with a thin layer of snow. Perhaps it was because of this layer of snow that the ice surface wasn't as slippery as I had imagined. He took out the drone, turned it on, and let it slowly take off, hoping to capture footage of the winter fishing as soon as possible. The weather was too cold, and the battery performance would be affected. He was afraid it wouldn't last long. Not far away, many children dressed in bright colors were skating and playing on ice sleds on the vast ice surface under the supervision of their parents, occasionally falling on their bottoms. But they were bundled up like little dumplings, so they probably weren't in pain. Their giggling laughter was carried far away by the mild cold wind, making it quite lively. The day Donghan chose was indeed auspicious. The sky was a clear, bright blue, and the sun, though not very large, still managed to raise the temperature, which had just dropped, making it less unbearable to stand on the ice. After Donghan got out of the car, he noticed that Lin Feng hadn't followed. He turned around, looked in the direction Lin Feng was looking, and asked with a smile, "How about it? Haven't seen this in a long time?" Lin Feng nodded vigorously. Such a thick ice surface would require several heavy snowfalls to freeze into. They were lucky this year, it never froze like this in previous years. They say a timely snowfall promises a good harvest, so I expect the farm's harvest next year will be just as good. Ha 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 ha. Donghan put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, acting like they were best buddies. How about we head over to the ski resort next door for a bit of fun? Take this opportunity to relax? Lin Feng glanced at him, sighed deeply, and first switched the drone to automatic follow mode before speaking. Do you believe that if I don't go back today and don't feed the livestock tomorrow morning, they might just rebel? Putting everything else aside, the two little ones would definitely be the first to start making trouble. Who told them to be labeled bear demons by those two Taoist priests? Upon hearing this, Dong Han chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, sincerely suggesting, "You have a farm of 200 or 300 acres now, you should at least hire a couple of people to help. Are you really planning to rely on those agricultural college students for the rest of your life? Of course, it's not impossible to rely on them, but you still need at least 2 long-term employees, right? Otherwise, if you finally don't have to work for someone else, but end up being tied down and not even getting a vacation, is that worth it?" Dong Han asked a serious question. Lin Feng had considered hiring people, but after his trip to the agricultural expo, he realized that his farm was in a special situation and that finding the right people would be extremely difficult. The next second, he suddenly looked Dong Han up and down seriously. Dong Han knows more people, which is much better than him. Dong Han felt a chill run down his spine from his gaze and instinctively wanted to hug his strong arm tightly. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do you know anyone who would like to work on the farm?" "I don't ask for much," he said, counting on his fingers. "Not afraid of bears and tigers, able to beat a flock of chickens, and able to keep quiet and keep secrets. Strong skills and proficiency are preferred. Veterans, especially special forces soldiers, are given priority. Salary is negotiable." Dong Han stared wide-eyed, suspecting that Lin Feng was being sarcastic. "Is this what you call not having high expectations? From a certain perspective, it's not a high requirement, considering they didn't mention education or agricultural experience. But what farm hires employees with being a good fighter as their first criterion? Shouldn't we prioritize hiring professionals who graduated from agricultural universities? What does it mean to retire a special forces soldier?" "Brother Lin," Dong Han swallowed hard, "you're not recruiting farm workers, you're recruiting bodyguards, aren't you?" Lin Feng nodded seriously. "More or less, after all, my family's farm has a rather special situation." He was referring to the chickens that chased after people and pecked at them, the little ones that scratched at the door for food, and the South China tigers that came to visit every now and then. Dong Han stroked his chin thoughtfully and pressed for an answer. "Has something happened? Lately, big data has been pushing some unpleasant things to him. The news of fish ponds being poisoned and 10 acres of melon fields being stolen overnight inevitably makes people wonder if Lin Feng's farm has also encountered similar troubles. However, when I think of Zhou Cheng, the forest ranger who was stationed at the farm, and the 2 guardian beasts of the farm, the giant panda and the South China tiger, I am reminded of the farm." Dong Han also felt that it seemed quite reasonable for Lin Feng to need a few retired soldiers as bodyguards, but what Lin Feng really wanted wasn't a bodyguard. With all those pets in the house, if something really happens, who knows who will be the unlucky one? Thinking about this, he felt that recruiting people was even more urgent. It's not about protecting the farm, but about protecting those intruders from within our own farm. Lin Feng sighed deeply, his tone becoming even more serious. "If you know anyone suitable, please recommend them to me. I'm afraid someone who's too weak will get bullied on my farm." Dong Han. This time, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Come to my house when it gets warmer in the spring and you'll see. I'll treat you to guinea pig then. It's the kind of chicken that flies up in a massive, overwhelming formation, as fierce as an eagle." Dong Han nodded. It's hard to say about special forces, but he can definitely think of a way to get him a job as a veteran. Uncle Feng has a close relationship with his father and watched him grow up. If you ask him to introduce you to 2 people or make a connection, it shouldn't be a problem. When the guinea fowl were mentioned, Dong Han's thoughts clearly drifted away. He wasn't very interested in chicken, it just didn't taste that great. But he was very interested in other things on Lin Feng's farm. "Okay, I'll remember that." Dong Han rubbed his hands together. "But, are you slaughtering your pigs this year?" Just thinking about Lin Feng's pigs, which are raised on pure grain and are semi-free range, makes one's mouth water. The meat must smell amazing. Even if you don't kill one normally, you should at least kill one for the new year, right? Lin Feng was taken aback when he met Dong Han's undisguised covetousness. Then she nudged him hard with her elbow, a hint of disgust in her voice. "All you ever do is covet my things." Despite his complaints, he still answered honestly, "We shouldn't slaughter pigs for the new year. There are many families in the village that slaughter pigs, and I didn't get a turn. Besides, my pigs can still grow a bit longer. Heaven knows, even slaughtering pigs for the new year in rural areas requires an appointment. There are probably fewer and fewer skilled craftsmen in this field. Taking it to a slaughterhouse for professional processing is not an option, but they will implicitly take away the internal organs, which Lin Feng is reluctant to do. Pork offal isn't cheap these days, and his must taste good." Not to mention that heavy snow could block the roads at any time, so it's really not worth making a trip to the county town just to slaughter a pig. He should just stay in line quietly in the village. I estimate it will be around the beginning of spring, in March or April, or before spring plowing, depending on when I can get in touch with someone to slaughter pigs. Lin Feng added. His family's first batch of pigs, except for those kept for breeding, had already been castrated, and they would definitely be eaten when the time came. Pigs raised on grain, no matter how carefully the feed ratio is prepared, will not grow as fast as those raised on commercial feed. Other people raise their animals for 6 or 8 months before they're ready for market, but his animals will probably take a full year. Make sure to call me when you're slaughtering the pig. Dong Han looked solemn, as if he were making some important promise. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, but still nodded. I was just about to say something else when I suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, I brought you some dried mushrooms and a bottle of mushroom sauce in the back of my car. Before he could finish speaking, Dong Han frantically gestured to him, signaling him to be quiet, and looked around furtively, like a thief. Lin Feng was amused by his appearance and didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but still went along with him and lowered his voice, "Take it back and eat it later." After saying that, she felt the scene was ridiculously silly and pushed Dong Han hard. Is it really that serious? Dong Han nodded vigorously, absolutely. Absolutely. He leaned closer to Lin Feng and said in a low voice, "Let me tell you, it's not just the two of us who came today, there are also people who have seen your meat sauce. We can't let them hear us." "Xiao Dong, what are you and this young man whispering about? Let your uncle hear too?" A slightly aged but powerful voice suddenly broke in, reaching the two from a distance. Dong Han's body visibly stiffened, and the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. Lin Feng turned his head to look curiously. On the ice, an old man wearing a green military overcoat, exuding a military air, and with a Lei Feng hat on his head could be seen. He walked this way with another elderly man who looked a lot like Dong Han and had also wrapped himself up like a ball. Dong Han secretly grimaced at Lin Feng, then his expression changed, and he immediately put on a bright smile to greet the two elderly people, trying to help them up, but was ruthlessly pushed away. The old man who looked a lot like Dong Han said with a look of disgust, go away, we don't need you. Your Uncle Feng and I are not so old that we can't walk or need someone to help us." The old man, called Uncle Feng, nodded in agreement and said, that's right. He glanced at Dong Han, then at Lin Feng, before glaring directly at Dong Han and saying, "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Oh. Dong Han nodded quickly and introduced the two elderly men to Lin Feng, saying, "This is Uncle Feng, and this is my father. Gentlemen, this is Lin Feng, whom I have told you about." Hello. They shook hands with their hands, which were covered in thick gloves, and that was how they got to know each other. Lin Feng greeted them politely, "Uncle Feng, Uncle Dong." Uncle Feng chuckled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, you're a straightforward guy. Although we've never met you, we've heard a lot about you. Especially the bibimbap sauce you made for Dong, it was delicious, we both tasted it." Lin Feng glanced at Dong Han, who shook his head with a very slight smile, indicating that he didn't want to share the sauce in the back of the car. Lin Feng understood Dong Han's meaning and said with a smile, "If Uncle Feng and Uncle Dong like it, I'll cook it when I get home and send it to Dong Han by express delivery. You two can just ask him for it then." Ha. Upon hearing this, Uncle Feng and Uncle Dong burst into laughter, praising Lin Feng as a sensible and good child while patting him on the shoulder. Lin Feng felt a tingling sensation on his shoulder where he had been patted. I couldn't help but smile wryly to myself. "Fine, I'll take the picture, but could you please not hit it so hard? If it's really that bad, I could just switch to the other side." By the way, Uncle Feng changed the subject, not forgetting what had just happened. "What were you whispering about with Xiaolin just now?" Judging from Dong Han's thieving manner just now, he clearly wasn't doing anything serious. Dong Han's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly wiped away his sweat. How could he still remember that? Isn't Lin Feng's promise enough? But it's absolutely impossible for him to spit out the delicious food that's about to be in his mouth. In his home, the saying "brothers fight together, fathers and sons go to war" doesn't apply when it comes to food. Everyone is a competitor, that's the consensus. Dong Han's eyes darted around, and he said, "Lin Feng said his farm is looking for 2 helpers, preferably retired Special Forces soldiers, who are also willing to do farm work. Uncle Feng, do you know anyone you could introduce us to?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Feng's eyes instantly sharpened, and he looked at Lin Feng with scrutiny, asking directly, "Why hire retired Special Forces soldiers for farm work? That doesn't make sense." Lin Feng hadn't expected Dong Han to say that so directly, and felt inexplicably embarrassed. He scratched his face and said, "Probably when I'm not around, I also need to be able to beat up a flock of chickens or something." Lin Feng wasn't sure if Dong Han had mentioned the giant pandas and South China tigers, so he didn't bring it up, mainly because he was afraid the old man wouldn't understand. As soon as he finished speaking, all around fell silent, with only the cold wind swirling and quietly sweeping past the snow at their feet. Looking at his father and Uncle Feng's expressions, Dong Han grinned and smiled silently. What do you mean by can beat a chicken? Uncle Dong was the first to react, and he stammered a question, his eyes full of inquiry as he looked at Dong Han. Dong Han had seen Lin Feng's chickens before, and recalling his own reaction at the time, he nodded heavily. Moreover, Lin Feng's family not only has chickens that fly like eagles, but also giant pandas and South China tigers. Thinking about it this way, it seems we really do need special forces. However, even special forces soldiers might not be able to defeat the latter two types of animals with their bare hands. After all, the story of Wusong fighting the tiger only exists in novels, right? You heard me right. Lin Feng smiled shyly. This year I got a license and started raising some pheasants. They're a bit wild, haha. Ha. What are you laughing at? What kind of pheasant is so wild that it requires special forces? Uncle Feng's doubts remained undiminished. Dong Han explained on Lin Feng's behalf, leading everyone towards the fish farm while saying to the two elders, Lin Feng's family really needs special forces soldiers. I can't say for sure, there's a confidentiality agreement. But I guarantee that they are all decent people, used for legitimate purposes, and will absolutely not cheat anyone. Not to mention anything else, when spring comes, Lin Feng will need to slaughter a pig, and he'll have to hire someone with good strength. After all, that pig is raised on pure grains, so it's big and the meat is firm. At this point, Dong Han's father's eyes lit up immediately. This is good, this is good. Let me know when you're going to slaughter the pig, and don't forget it, kid. He quickly gave instructions to his son. Farm-raised pork tastes good and is safe, but it's hard to buy now. Some people say they'll feed their children grains, but secretly they'll feed them all sorts of random things, without any hesitation. Don't worry, Dad, I'm thinking about it myself. Dong Han described his craving for food with an air of righteous indignation. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Should we be glad that we don't have to worry about selling our pigs? Should we be saddened that they are targeted for meat before they even grow up? Uncle Feng then started talking to Lin Feng about the farm. Hearing him say that the focus was on green ecology, which was indeed as Dong Han described, I felt more convinced and said with a smile, Xiao Lin, if you could give me a few more jars of this sauce, Uncle Feng will take care of your helper problem. I guarantee it will be the kind that can tame your big pig and pheasant. Lin Feng nodded immediately. No problem. It's just rice seasoning, he can make a big pot of it at once, so it's no big deal. As the group walked toward the place where the fish were being caught, Lin Feng suddenly felt that one of the people at the front of the crowd who was waiting to watch the fish looked familiar. He pretended to control a drone to take off and photograph the scenery, but his eyes were actually fixed on the person. There were other drones circling in the sky besides his, so it shouldn't arouse suspicion. What are you looking at? Dong Han walked a few steps and realized Lin Feng had fallen behind, so he turned back and called out to him. You're such a grown-up, why do you still cause us so much worry? Lin Feng gestured for Dong Han to come closer, took out his phone from his pocket, and opened the wanted notice sent to him by Officer Linear. It was originally meant to make him more vigilant, since he had been involved in related matters before, but I didn't expect it to come in handy now. He pointed to the man opposite him and asked, Look at this, doesn't it look like that one with the 100,000 bounty? Dong Han was taken aback. He first looked at the photo on his phone, then looked at the man opposite him. To be honest, everyone who comes here is bundled up tightly, afraid of getting cold. Although he vaguely felt that it looked like it, he really couldn't be sure. If he can't do it, someone else can. Dong Han took Lin Feng's phone, walked over to Uncle Feng, showed him the wanted poster, then pointed to the man opposite him and asked, Uncle Feng, doesn't this look like that 100,000 yuan? Uncle Feng glared at Dong Han. How old are you? You still talk so incoherently. But his actions were quite deliberate. He raised his phone, pretending to take a picture of the scenery, and used the act of taking a picture to carefully examine the person opposite him with a purposeful gaze. In his experience, such people may seem to blend into the crowd, but they are actually very vigilant and could slip away if you're not careful. I think so, what do you think, Lao Dong? Uncle Feng said in a low voice. Dong Han's father also came over, pretending to take a picture with Uncle Feng. The two of them put their heads close together, which made Dong Han stare blankly. What do his dad and Uncle Feng usually do? How can you be so skilled at this kind of thing? In this freezing weather, two old men with wrinkled faces are taking pictures so close together. If there were fewer people around, wouldn't they be even more conspicuous? Sure enough, after a short while, the man opposite seemed to notice something and looked over at them with a wary look in his eyes. But the 10,000 yuan did not arouse suspicion. Instead, he glanced at Dong Han's father and Uncle Feng with a hint of mockery and belittling. Hey, wow! Uncle Feng saw that look in his eyes and his temper flared up instantly. Even if I mistake him for someone else, I'm going to take him down today. Moreover, he couldn't possibly be mistaken. Back when there weren't so many electronic devices, he could still recognize the enemy general amidst the chaos of thousands of troops. How could he possibly fall into the hands of a wanted criminal now? He slapped his phone back into Lin Feng's arms, who had just finished packing up the drone and was walking over. He then angrily dragged Donghan's father away to discuss the battle plan. Lin Feng quickly caught the phone, looking completely bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. I was originally going to call the police directly, Uncle Feng muttered as he walked, but now it seems I'm determined to get this 100,000 yuan today. Donghan and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, both feeling uneasy, and quickly followed. The two old men are almost 70, hopefully nothing will go wrong on the ice. Just then, someone shouted, "Old Feng, where are you going? We're about to catch a big fish." His loud voice, almost drowning out the roar of the trawl net, immediately attracted the attention of many people nearby. Just when the fish were about to be served, someone wanted to leave, which was really jarring. Uncle Feng remained completely calm and answered without hesitation, "Going to the toilet, do you want to come?" He also pointed to the makeshift public toilet not far away, which looked remarkably realistic. "Anyway, I'm not going to fight for the first fish, so there's no rush." After saying that, he waved his hand, grabbed Uncle Dong, and headed towards the restroom, with a perfectly reasonable reason. The person asking the question didn't suspect anything and even turned back to instruct Donghan, "Keep an eye on your dad and Uncle Feng. They're not young anymore, so be careful they don't fall." Donghan nodded quickly, "I understand, I'll be with you." But his heart was pounding. Were these two old men really going to cause some trouble? Lin Feng didn't say anything, but silently gave Uncle Feng a thumbs up. This reaction speed and adaptability are truly impressive. Donghan glanced at him, his voice tinged with sadness. "They always cooperate like this, and then they steal all my good stuff. Recently, it's gotten even worse, it snatches everything, even his new purchases, forcing him to sneak around whether he's shopping online or going to the supermarket." The two men watched the two elderly people enter the restroom, then stood guard on either side of the door like two bodyguards, drawing frequent glances from those around them. Fortunately, it didn't take long before a loud shout came from not far away, "The fish are caught." In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the large net slowly being dragged across the ice. Lin Feng secretly wiped away non-existent sweat and moved forward with the crowd. As the fishing net tightened, the fish inside began to thrash about, and the cheers and exclamations from the crowd grew louder, drowning out the creaking sound of the toilet door opening. Lin Feng also launched the drone. Many people did this on the ice, and in an instant, the number of drones in the air more than doubled. They were of different sizes, which was quite a sight. By launching the drone, he can free up his hands to help if the old men need to do anything later. But when he saw the two old men come out and squeeze straight toward the 100,000 yuan sign without even saying hello, he couldn't help but cover his face. He couldn't think of any other word to describe it besides fierce. The other person was a healthy middle-aged man, so Lin Feng was a little worried. He took 2 steps forward, but was pulled back by Donghan the next second. Donghan shook his head. "It's all right, they know what they're doing. We just need to make sure the old man doesn't fall. If we really get involved and disrupt the plan, allowing him to escape, we'll be the ones getting scolded later. He's experienced with this kind of thing, having been scolded countless times, so he's absolutely reliable." Lin Feng thought about it and agreed, so he followed Donghan's advice and stood still, but kept his eyes fixed on the crowd, his palms sweating for the two old men. However, with the crowd jostling around, it's probably not easy to fall down. The lake was quite large. Taking advantage of his height, Lin Feng stood on tiptoe and took a look. He was pleasantly surprised to find that although fish fry were released every year, the fish inside were surprisingly big. Crucially, the mesh size of the fishing nets was also large, resulting in the vast majority of the fish caught being bighead carp, with only a small portion being carp or grass carp. He watched for a while, taking advantage of his height, and then turned around and found that Uncle Feng and the others had already unknowingly approached the 10,000 yuan item. But 100,000 yuan seemed to have a particularly keen sense of danger. Even though Uncle Feng and the others hadn't done anything, he was already alert and preparing to leave the crowd. The evidence is that before the excitement had even ended, he pulled up his scarf to cover his face and turned to retreat. Just then, Uncle Feng and his men also wanted to get out of the crowd. It's not good to fight in a crowd. What if innocent people get hurt? So, they gestured for Donghan and Lin Feng to follow at a distance, while they, being the old man, stayed close behind 100,000 yuan. When he turned around, the two old men smiled at him shyly, just like two frail old people trying to use the crowd to get out. If it weren't for the fact that 100,000 yuan watched helplessly as these two old men squeezed right next to him, this whole charade would have been flawless. But 100,000 yuan knew in his heart that countless experiences had told him that he had been discovered by someone with ulterior motives. Realizing the situation was dire, he immediately turned and ran. His departure convinced even Donghan, who had been skeptical, that there was something wrong with this man. If you're not guilty, you'd just curse a couple of times if you encountered something like this. Why would you run away? Why are you pushing and shoving? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? The man, who stumbled as he was being pulled by the 10,000 yuan figure, roared angrily. Donghan kept saying to the people next to him, "Excuse me, please make way." He nodded to himself. See, this is how a normal person should react. 10,000 yuan was clever. Knowing he wouldn't get anywhere in the crowd, he deliberately slipped into the gaps between people on the edge. He was quite confident that with his strong physique as a middle-aged man, it would be easy for him to shake off two old men. He was still cursing under his breath. How did you get discovered? You're all bundled up like this. He knew he was wanted. So what? With money and connections, catching him won't be so easy. Once the storm passes, he can change jobs, change his image, and still be a hero. Damn it, it's just these idle old men who spend their days staring at all sorts of trivial things. He gritted his teeth silently, thinking about the 100,000 yuan. No, we have to teach them a lesson and let them know that not all money can be earned. If Donghan heard this, he would surely refute it. These days, you can underestimate anyone, but you can't underestimate an old man. You'll never know how wealthy or well-connected an old man wearing a cotton vest and flip-flops in the summer is. I never knew that the old man with gray hair could run a 10-kilometer marathon in one go, and occasionally go winter swimming. Donghan, a robust man in his early 30s with a six-pack, sometimes couldn't even beat his father, let alone this 10,000 yuan guy with a beer belly in front of him. He pulled Lin Feng along behind him, simply because he was afraid the two old men would slip on the ice, or that 100,000 had brought weapons. As Donghan hurried forward, he said to Lin Feng, "If things go wrong, just use the drone to crash into it. Uncle Feng will take responsibility for anything that happens." Lin Feng, his drones are definitely not props for fighting, thank you. Besides, he didn't believe that the 100,000 yuan had a weapon. If he did, the bounty might double. However, he still asked Donghan. Uncle Dong and Uncle Feng's methods of arresting and surrounding people must have been professionally trained, right? He was certain that as soon as 100,000 yuan left the crowd, the two old men would be able to take him down immediately without him and Donghan even having to lift a finger. Donghan nodded, that's for sure. How should I put it? Everyone has their moment of glory when they were young. The man, who had been followed by the two old men and their bodyguards for so long without being shaken off, was getting increasingly angry and impatient. As the number of people around him dwindled, he began to feel anxious. For some unknown reason, he glanced quickly down at the positions of the two bodyguards behind him, and immediately made a plan. Two bodyguards are hard to deal with, and two old men are even harder to handle. He figured that if anything happened to those two rich old men, the two bodyguards wouldn't have time to chase after him. If we can subdue one of them, we might be able to extort a ransom. There was a spot near a blind spot not far ahead. He was calculating the 10,000 yuan in his mind, feeling quite pleased with his quick wit, and unconsciously slowed down his pace. The places he had his eye on, the two old men also set their sights on. Both of them knew that even if there was a reason, it was still inappropriate to take action in public. Even though most people's attention was drawn to the large fish being dragged up, there was no guarantee that no one would notice what was happening here. A major battle seems imminent. Lin Feng and Donghan exchanged a glance and quickened their pace to get closer to the two old men. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid of people falling on the ice. Even though I'm wearing thick clothes, my age is what it is, and my bones aren't as strong as they used to be. The man who had just stopped walking was carrying a 100,000 yuan note, and he reached his hand inside his clothes. Before the switchblade hidden deep inside the down jacket could be pulled out, the two old men seized the opportunity and subdued him from both sides. One person tripped his leg, and another struck his side with their elbow. With a thud, he fell face-first onto the ice. The person's forehead, which wasn't covered by a hat, slammed hard onto the snowy ice. Even with the snow cushioning the impact, it still made a dull thud. Just by listening to it, you could tell that the person would be dazed for a while. Donghan's father took 2 steps forward and pressed the 100,000 yuan down on his body. Uncle Feng quickly pulled the man's hand out of his clothes, twisted it behind his back, and had Donghan's father hold it down. He pulled down the mask covering the man's mouth and nose, and then slapped the man on the back of the head. You dare to carry a knife? That's an even bigger crime. He looked down to confirm, and said, we didn't arrest the wrong person. Go make a call, what are you two standing there for? He glared at Donghan and Lin Feng, who were standing dumbfounded to the side. Lin Feng never expected that he and Donghan were only 3 meters behind the two old men, but before they could catch up, everything was already over. Not only was the 100,000 yuan thief subdued, but even his knife was confiscated. Donghan reacted quickly, immediately taking out his phone and calling the police officer. Lin Feng gave the two old men a thumbs up, amazing. Ha 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 ha. The two old men who had been suppressing the 10,000 yuan burst into hearty laughter. Just as Lin Feng was about to utter the cursed 10,000 yuan, he finally came to his senses. Before he could stop him, old Master Feng skillfully grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and, without a second thought, stuffed it into Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng suddenly began to have deep doubts about his first impression of Grandpa Feng. Could he be a bandit leader? After standing there for a while, realizing he couldn't be of any help, he muttered, "They're all wanted by the authorities, what's the point of watching winter fishing?" Dong Han was amused by this. Even wanted criminals can go to concerts, so what if they go fishing? Lin Feng didn't know who Dong Han had called, but the police arrived incredibly quickly. When the police car stopped beside them, the crowd watching the winter fishing on the lake hadn't dispersed yet, so they were naturally spotted as well, and people started to gather around from a distance, thankfully only daring to watch from afar. After getting out of the car, the policeman first saluted Uncle Feng and Uncle Dong, and then took the 100,000 yuan from them with a sympathetic expression. Grandpa Feng laughed heartily and said to the visitor, "Ha ha ha, the rest is up to you. No need for any awards or anything, just remember to send the bonuses to us." "No need for a meal, Lao Dong, and I ordered braised fish head here." "Ha ha ha, they're gone, they're gone." It wasn't even their turn to make a move, they could simply stand on the sidelines and watch. After the matter was resolved, Uncle Feng saw the police car off, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and said warmly, "Come on, I've reserved a table over there. Let's have some of the freshest stewed fish together. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have earned that money today. I'll share some with you when I get it." Lin Feng could sense that the two elderly people were genuinely inviting him, so he smiled and followed them, but refused to share the 100,000 yuan. After all, Dong Han did make a phone call, but he really didn't help at all, he just stood by and watched the whole thing. Dong Han walked over and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "You'll get used to it. All of us kids went through this." Lin Feng glanced at him and patted him on the shoulder with a hint of sympathy. "Growing up in such an environment must be difficult, right? When I was a kid, if I didn't want to do my homework, I would hide my notebook, but I'd probably either get it found or be interrogated." "Oh, poor child." Lin Feng sighed inwardly, "I'll definitely send him more delicious food next time." Uncle Feng chose a place by the lake to eat stewed fish head, using fresh bighead carp that had just been caught that day. A fish weighing over 5 pounds, along with a ring of flatbread and some side dishes, was enough to fill them up. Lin Feng and Dong Han sat cross-legged on the kong, a heated brick bed. Through the window beside them, they could clearly see that there were still many people waiting to buy fish on the lake. In any case, no one went back empty-handed. Dong Han pointed to the shopkeeper who came over to add the base ingredients and said, "If you want to buy fish, just tell the owner before you leave, and you can pick them out directly in his yard." Upon hearing this, the boss smiled warmly at Lin Feng and said, Yes, no matter what kind of fish it is, I have it all in my yard today. If you're worried that the good ones will be taken, you can come with me now to pick your own." Lin Feng moved his still recovering leg and quickly waved his hand. "Okay, I'll pick some out carefully before I leave." Okay. The owner smiled and agreed, not forgetting to praise his own fish. "The fish in our lake are much tastier than what you buy at the market. Especially the fish head, once you've tasted my cooking, you'll never forget it. These are all regular customers." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Feng's response, the chubby man turned and went to greet the table next to him. "The people sitting next to me were from Dong Han Company." It was a lively place with many people, and the fish they ordered was bigger than the ones at their table. Lin Feng was somewhat shocked when it was first served. As expected of a fast-growing silver carp, it's almost a meter long. Seeing how fast the fish were growing, Lin Feng even considered digging a fish pond on his own farm, but he didn't know what procedures he would need to go through. After chatting for a while, the fish at Lin Feng's table was cooked, and the corn cakes emitted a rich aroma. He could tell from the smell that it was this year's newly harvested corn. Although the taste is not as good as our own, it is definitely a carefully selected good corn. After eating for a short while, Uncle Dong and Uncle Feng complained that Dong Han and Lin Feng couldn't drink because they were driving, and went to the next table with their wine glasses. They even chased 3 young men over there, under the pretext of, "If you can't drink alcohol, go to the children's table." Sitting at the kids' table, Dong Han and Lin Feng silently raised their juice glasses and clinked them together with the 3 of them across the table, their eyes filled with a poignant sense of shared sorrow. Young people always have more in common, and they quickly struck up a lively conversation. After laughing and joking for a while, it was afternoon before they knew it. During this time, Dong Han took the opportunity to go to the restroom to secretly ask for Lin Feng's car keys and quietly moved the dried mushrooms and mushroom sauce from Lin Feng's backseat to his own car. Whether he was discovered or not is unclear. When Lin Feng left, he found the boss as promised and picked out more than a dozen big fish. The car, which had been frozen on the ice for a long time, was as cold as an icebox inside. It took him a lot of effort to restart it. The older generation waited in the warm shop until they started their cars and the interior gradually warmed up before slowly emerging. When Lin Feng drove home from the neighboring county, it was already getting dark. Lin Feng ate too much at noon and isn't very hungry now. Finally, he made a simple dish of big-head carpfish balls for his furry friends, and also cooked a bowl of noodles with the fish balls and fish soup for himself. He then froze the rest in the refrigerator. Lin Feng hadn't expected that the incident of arresting the 100,000 yuan during the day would be filmed and posted online with the headline, "The Tough Old Man and His Useless Bodyguards." Haha, the old man is so handsome. Those two bodyguards were completely useless, one of them even gave the old man a thumbs up. I just want to know how they got the job. Was it because they were cheap, or because they were good at flattering? Ha ha ha, they couldn't get a word in edgewise. Fortunately, he and Donghan were well covered and wearing black sunglasses. It would have been embarrassing if they had been recognized. Although he wasn't a bodyguard at all. Based on the principle that he couldn't be the only one to lose face, Lin Feng forwarded the video to Donghan. Donghan replied quickly, using the classic 6 dots. His father's arrogant laughter could still be heard through the receiver. Donghan said that his father praised him today for doing a great job hiding the mushrooms in mushroom sauce. As for why he's having dinner at home tonight, Donghan only sent a smiling emoji and didn't say anything more. More than half of December has passed, and New Year's Day is fast approaching, followed by the Lunar New Year. On the farm, a new cycle is about to begin. Just after New Year's Day, the farm was hit by another heavy snowfall. After a day and a night of rain, Lin Feng found it somewhat difficult to open his own door. At this moment, the world had already turned into a pure white, and even the pine trees on the distant mountaintops were covered with a beautiful layer of ice, becoming a new look. The howling mountain wind swirled the snow on the ground and the air, shrouding the mountains of the protected area in a hazy veil. But beneath this thin veil lurks deadly danger, as if a snow maiden has descended, and any careless intruder will be turned into an ice sculpture like the trees. In short, Lin Feng felt one word: cold. He had barely opened the door a crack when the cold air that forced its way in made him shiver. I quickly retreated back inside, put on another layer over my cotton-padded coat, and changed my snow boots from the usual size 43 to thick, oversized cotton boots that looked like size 50. The most obvious reactions came from the furry kids who slept in Lin Feng's living room last night. My child is in a hurry when she wakes up in the morning. What should I do? The little black wolf stared wide-eyed at his cubs. If you dare to poop in your house, you'll be sorry. There was no other way, so the little ones clung to the doorway, shivering for a long time, before finally mustering the courage to rush into the snowstorm. After they finished relieving themselves, they all rushed back as fast as they could, crowding together by the coal stove and refusing to budge. You know, back when the house was warm, those things that disliked the heat around the coal stove the most and refused to go near it were precisely these things. Lin Feng checked the temperature forecast for the next few days, and it was mostly below zero. This makes keeping the pets at home warm a big problem. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and while feeding the cows, he opened the cow shed and herded all the chickens, ducks, and geese inside to keep warm. Because the cow shed was newly built, the walls were quite windproof. Of course, he didn't forget to leave a small gap at the doorway, as a passage for them to go out and wander around. After hundreds of poultry entered, the once empty cow shed suddenly seemed a bit crowded, mainly because of the noise. The guinea fowl, in particular, seemed to look down on the new cows. It kept making a racket and would occasionally crawl into the cow's trough to rummage for the cow's feed. Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on what kind of creatures he had been raising. Fortunately, the guinea pigs are so good-natured that they don't react much even when guinea pigs fly onto them and stand on them. After discovering this, Lin Feng watched for a while with a smile on his face. As he watched, he suddenly felt something was off. Did some uninvited guests wander into his flock of chickens? Those small, brightly colored chickens with incredibly long tails were clearly not his family's chickens. When did the pheasants from the mountains sneak in again? Besides, aren't these guinea pigs supposed to be fierce? Why did you just accept them like that? Knowing it had been discovered, the small, innocent, and pitiful pheasant huddled against the wall, looking pitifully at Lin Feng. It's cold in the mountains, and there's no food. Kind people, please have mercy on us. Lin Feng took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. Forget it, we've already raised all the previous ones, so a few more chickens won't make a difference. After settling the chickens and ducks, Lin Feng went to check on the pigsty. The pigsty was easy to handle. He simply carried in 2 coal-fired stoves, placed them in a corner, and separated them with iron cages. As long as no pig gets curious and gets burned, the problem of keeping warm can be basically solved. With a stove fire, even though the only thing blocking the entrance to the pigsty was a tattered quilt that let in drafts, Lin Feng wasn't worried about the pigs getting cold. Of course, he didn't forget to lay a thick layer of straw for the pigs. As the temperature inside the shed gradually rose, the pigs grunted comfortably several times. When Lin Feng finished tidying up the farm and was finally able to drag his heavy steps home, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. No matter how strong or skilled a person is, they can't walk fast in this kind of snow, where each step is deep and shallow, unless they can awaken a kind of lightness skill like his South China tiger and walk on the snow without leaving a trace. He actually did think of it. When Lin Feng arrived home, he he saw the South China tiger had returned with its 3 cubs. The tiger had even unceremoniously pried open the living room door and was now sitting with the other animals in front of the warm coal stove. Wolf Green was trying his best to stop the tiger cubs who were curious and wanted to poke at the coal stove. "If I get burned, I probably won't be able to go out all winter." Seeing Lin Feng return, Lang Qing breathed a huge sigh of relief and quickly gestured to him. "These little pups are too much for one dog to handle. That's all it can do. Let the human do the disciplining." Lin Feng held a piece of pork and demonstrated to the 3 little cubs what would happen if they touched it, right on the coal stove pipe. That's what freshly roasted pork means. As soon as the fresh pork was placed against the hottest part of the coal stove, it sizzled and crackled, and the aroma of charred pork skin instantly filled the living room. After experiencing the heat that could cook pork, no matter how much Lin Feng pulled or tugged, the little ones only dared to shake their heads frantically, refusing to move forward another step. To resist Lin Feng, they stretched out their tiny claws and gripped the cement ground tightly, trying to make things more difficult for him, meowing urgently and calling for their mothers to help. Mom, if you don't do something, your little one is going to be roasted alive." Mom. The South China tiger devoured the pork Lin Feng handed it, the skin of which was slightly hard from the heat, and licked its large paws, completely ignoring the cubs and Lin Feng's pulling at it. In its view, no matter what, you have to experience more things while you're young to know what you can and cannot do. Moreover, it trusts that Lin Feng knows what he's doing. Lin Feng was indeed aware of the situation. He just wanted to scare these ignorant little guys and teach them that curiosity is fine, but it shouldn't go too far. After playing with the little ones for a while, Lin Feng not only felt the chill he had picked up from outside completely dissipate, but also felt quite warm. He simply sat down on the ground, stroked the South China tiger's increasingly thick fur, and said, "Let's eat fish today." The South China tiger comfortably squinted its eyes and let out a soft, questioning hum through its nose. "Ha! Eat fish? Are you referring to the fish in the big tanks outside?" It grinned. "Although I'm not a picky eater and occasionally try fish, I wouldn't say I love it, mainly because it has many bones and little meat. However, if it's as big as those before, I could barely manage to take a bite." The South China tiger smacked its lips, as if it were making plans. Lin Feng saw through its thoughts, reached out and stroked the big cat's head again, explaining with a smile, "It's not a big head carp from the next county, but a big deep-sea fish that we just received. We can eat it together, and it should be enough to finish it." He thought of the 3-meter-long bluefin tuna in his freezer, and the more he thought about it, the better the idea seemed. "This is a New Year's gift from Fresh Fruit to our customers. We initially thought it was too big and worried that we wouldn't be able to finish it and it would be a waste. Now that Tiger Mom has returned with her cubs, it's a good time for them to try the taste of deep-sea fish. Although tuna is a deep-sea fish and its flesh contains some salt, it also contains many nutrients that are not found in land-based organisms. Eating a ferocious beast like the South China tiger once in a while is no problem at all." The South China tiger shook its head, seemingly understanding but not quite. Anyway, as long as it could fill its stomach, it would eat it. Following Lin Feng wouldn't be bad. It moved closer to Lin Feng, its tail tip gently brushing the ground, as if expressing anticipation. "Let's get right to it." Lin Feng played with the South China tiger in the living room for a while, then got dressed, picked up a large basin, and went to the yard. The South China tiger, also curious, followed him out and sat at the door to watch the spectacle. When the South China tiger saw Lin Feng pull the enormous fish out of the freezer, it was completely stunned. The other furry kids in the house who had gathered around couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Such a big fish! How can there be such a big fish in this world? Fresh Fruit's service was excellent. The fish packaging featured pictures indicating how to cut and eat different parts, and they even included a huge scalpel. Having cooked for so long, Lin Feng found it easy to follow the recipe, and he wielded the knife with impressive skill. Tiger Mom had never seen such a scene before. Before Lin Feng could finish, she came over and touched him, wanting to have a taste first. Lin Feng had nothing but knives and meat in his hands, so he could only nudge it with his elbow. Wait a minute. After being rejected, Tiger Mom wasn't angry, but she still vigorously flicked her big tail to express her dissatisfaction. After waiting a while and confirming that there was no more food, Tiger Mom obediently sat back down by the door, watching Lin Feng prepare the fish. "After it's cut, it should be brought to my mouth, right?" The snow was too heavy, and it was too lazy to hunt, so it just wanted to eat what was readily available. "Since I found my lifelong meal ticket, what's wrong with being a little lazy?" The South China tiger happily rolled around at the entrance to the living room, not caring at all about exposing its most vulnerable belly to other animals. Lin Feng slowly processed the enormous tuna. Edible meat is sliced off piece by piece, while fish bones are chopped off with an axe without any further processing. They are then served to the cats and dogs in the house as a pre-meal snack. Fish bones are safer and more nutritious than chicken bones. This also saves those furry kids from squatting at the kitchen doorway, humming in all sorts of strange tones, looking so anxious as if they're about to learn to speak. Having collaborated for so long, Lin Feng is well versed in fresh fruits product selection and has no worries about parasites, so he can enjoy the sashimi without any guilt. The animals can eat raw meat, but he felt that wasn't enough, so he cooked himself a pot of rice, made some sauce, and also made a seaweed soup to go with it. Of course, Lin Feng didn't just prepare fish and meat for the furry friends. He also added some pork and vegetables, making it a nutritionally balanced meal. He looked at the meager amount of rice in his bowl, piled high with tuna meat, and a separate plate next to it, also filled with tuna, and couldn't help but laugh. What kind of family can afford this kind of living? Forget about tuna, they can even fill their stomachs with the most expensive fatty fish. He picked up a piece of tuna belly first, without thinking or dipping it in any sauce, and put it directly into his mouth to experience the most original flavor. Tuna truly deserves its reputation as one of the most popular deep-sea fish. The pinkish fish belly meat offers a unique texture with every touch of the lips and teeth. The moment the oil bursts in your mouth, your entire mouth is filled with a rich aroma. The fish melts in your mouth, with an incredibly delicate texture. When you gently pick up the fish belly with chopsticks, you can clearly see its oily sheen and perfect snowflake marbling, which seems to surpass even the finest Wagyu beef by a margin. The wonderful taste is truly indescribable. When paired with wasabi sashimi sauce, it offers a completely different flavor. Lin Feng shoveled a large mouthful of rice, then turned his chopsticks to the brighter reddish back meat. Although this part doesn't have as much fat as the belly, it has a slightly chewy texture, which is another kind of enjoyment. This part is better paired with sauce, and it's not as greasy. Those who enjoy large portions might find it slightly inferior, but for those who dislike greasy textures, this is the superior choice. Just like the South China tiger clearly prefers the meat near its belly, dogs prefer fish bones and the marrow inside. As for the dumplings, big and small, they accept all comers. Even the part of the tuna below the belly that smelled a bit fishy and that Lin Feng had set aside to prepare for disposal, was being watched expectantly by the big dumpling standing beside him. This left Lin Feng with no choice but to satisfy it. Later, even the weasel, which had come attracted by the aroma, got a piece of meat from Lin Feng's back. Holding a piece of fish bigger than its own head, it stood on the kitchen windowsill, eating without even looking up. As Lin Feng tidied up the unfinished tuna and put it back in the freezer to continue freezing, he smiled and looked at the little weasel. This little guy is really sensible. Although it is cold and food is scarce in winter, and there has been continuous wind and snow recently, there are unfavorable conditions everywhere. Yet it still diligently roams the farm every day, catching mice everywhere. Lin Feng had seen it busy several times when he opened the windows for ventilation or went out to patrol. The little guy is working hard to protect the barn full of grain, preventing the bad rats from ruining it. Because of this effort, it not only didn't ask him for help in this kind of weather, but also fattened itself up and helped him a lot in the process. Lin Feng reached out and stroked the weasel's oily back, his eyes full of affection. The older generation always says that this creature is evil, intelligent and vengeful, and will break into the chicken coop and bite the chickens and ducks that people have worked hard to raise. But Lin Feng genuinely felt that they were intelligent, polite, and knew their place. No wonder he has earned the title of master in northeast China. Moreover, as long as there is enough food, they will never wander into a farm chicken coop without reason. After all, humans and the cats and dogs in the house are a great threat to them. After getting a bottle cap of spiritual spring water from Lin Feng, the weasel, having eaten its fill, bowed contentedly to him before hopping away. The South China tiger, having spent a day and a night at Lin Feng's house, was contentedly preparing to leave with its bulging belly. Before leaving, it meowed at Lin Feng, as if to remind him, next time there's something delicious like this, be sure to wait for it to come back. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, signaling it to leave quickly. Last night, because of these big guys, he didn't dare add too much coal to the stove, and the room temperature was kept at around 18 degrees Celsius. They were comfortable, but he almost couldn't breathe because of the heavy quilt on his body. Unexpectedly, the South China tiger had only taken 2 steps when it suddenly stopped and looked with great interest in the direction where Lin Feng had placed the tuna bones. That was exactly where he was in a blind spot. Seeing its expression of watching a good show, and not even in a hurry to go on patrol in the mountains, Lin Feng quickly went over to see what was going on. As soon as he rounded the edge, he saw a red fox's tongue stuck tightly to the tuna's body, its lower body sunk into the snow, covered in thick ice and snow, clearly having been trapped there for a long time. The red fox caught sight of the South China tiger and frantically tugged at its already purplish tongue, tears streaming down its face from the pain. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly waved for the South China tiger to leave. Now that we're full, let's let this little fox go. Judging from how thin it is, it probably doesn't even have more than 2 ounces of meat after removing the skin and bones. The little fox sensed Lin Feng approaching and, as if it had found a backer, struggled to move its body towards him, even though its tongue was still stuck to the fish. The South China tiger glanced at the tiger, patted its heavy belly, and turned to leave. It originally just wanted to call this human over to watch the excitement. Since the mountain environment has deteriorated and the number of animals has decreased, it hasn't seen such a silly creature in a long time. I remember my mother telling me that her mother had seen silly deer stuck in tree trunks, piles of rocks, and even on other deer. Those are all precious gifts from nature. Unfortunately, apart from this human who was willing to provide food, it never got to pick up prey for free. This is the first time. If it were a deer, it definitely wouldn't leave, it would insist on eating before it goes. The South China tiger glanced at the little fox with a hint of regret, then led its 3 equally chubby cubs into the forest. Lin Feng first calmed the agitated red fox, then turned around and went back to the kitchen to bring back a small basin of warm water. The safest way to deal with this situation where the tongue sticks to frozen food is to slowly thaw it with warm water. Just like when a child licks a metal railing in winter, adults would handle it the same way. If there are many people, breathing on each other can also be effective. But when he turned to look at the group of furry kids surrounding the fox, engrossed in watching the spectacle, he sighed. We can't rely on them, so we'll have to do it ourselves. He carried the basin of water over and gently pinched the red fox by the back of its neck with one hand to prevent it from tearing its tongue if it struggled too excitedly. With his other hand, he held the water and poured it little by little onto the fish bones that were stuck to his tongue. Poor thing, her tongue is even a bit purple. I don't know if she's injured. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he watered the plants. After a short while, the ice melted, and the little fox's tongue finally broke free. He then helped clear the clumps of snow that had formed on its limbs. With these ice lumps around its head, even if it can run, it won't go far, and sooner or later it will still freeze to death. After dealing with these matters, Lin Feng released his grip on the fox's nape. Professor Sun once said that doing this to adult animals would make them very uncomfortable. The little fox, now free, immediately turned and ran, its fiery red figure disappearing into the distance. Lin Feng watched it disappear into the distance. Although he felt a little regretful that he couldn't stop it, he didn't chase after it. He sighed and murmured. I was going to ask Professor Sun if it was a problem that the fox's tongue had turned purple from the cold. Judging from the snow piled up on its body, it has been frozen here for quite some time. What if it gets frostbite or even necrosis? However, judging from the speed at which he ran just now, Lin Feng felt that he should be fine. Wild animals are always more resilient than humans imagine. Before Lin Feng could finish his reflection, a wail came from beside his feet. Wah-ah, wah-ah. The big dumpling retreated from the snow with a look of disgust, shook off the snow on its body at the door, and the little dumpling followed behind it, walking into the living room with a haughty gait. Lang Qing covered his eyes, clearly unable to bear to look. The little black wolf angrily rushed up and slapped the little cub who was groaning on the tuna several times. To be honest, these little ones have perfectly inherited their parents' good looks, they're all incredibly cute. Well, I guess my life is too comfortable, and my IQ is a little off. Lin Feng looked down and couldn't help but cover his face, his shoulders trembling slightly. This little dog must have done something stupid. After the red fox, it stuck its tongue to the tuna too. Once it got stuck and couldn't be pulled off, it howled in pain, its cries louder and more pitiful than the red fox's earlier. Having watched the spectacle to his heart's content, Lin Feng first stopped the little black wolf from training its cubs. Then, using the remaining, slightly cooled water in the ladle, they rescued the puppy. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to grab it by the scruff of its neck and slapped its rear end twice. You're curious about everything, and you want to lick everything, right? Did you laugh at the little fox, and then you went up to it yourself? He knew exactly what he was doing and didn't hit hard, but the reprimand in his tone was unmistakable. The little cub tucked its tail between its legs, looking pitiful. But Lin Feng inexplicably sensed a sense of discontent in its eyes. He sneered and reached out to pull out the dog's tongue, which had just been injured. If this thing freezes, you'll never be able to eat anything again, understand? No need to wait until later, we need to teach this little guy a lesson tonight. The little cub suddenly retracted its tongue, tucked its tail between its legs, and howled as it hid behind the wolf-like wolf, not daring to look at Lin Feng. It whimpered as if it were begging for help. Dad, save me. My owner is so mean. Lang Qing patted the cub's head and smiled without saying a word. Because I wanted to finish the tuna outside as soon as possible. In addition to beef as the main dish, Lin Feng also prepared pan-fried fish fillets for dinner, using the meat from the tail of a tuna. All the furry friends' bowls were filled with large chunks of beef and fish. The little one who stuck its tongue to the tuna was the only one who got a small bowl of runny fish porridge for dinner. The little one looked at his own food bowl with a puzzled expression, then at his brother's bowls, his eyes filled with accusation of why are you being treated differently? Lin Feng smiled and patted its head, his tone gentle yet authoritative. There's no other way. Your tongue is injured today, so you can only eat something easily digestible to help it heal faster. I know your tongue hurts, but if it hurts so much that you can't even eat this, I'll take it away. Anyway, it's no big deal for a puppy to go hungry for a while. The other dogs, seeing their smiling owner, silently moved their food bowls closer to them. The little one immediately bristled. "This man is a devil. Dad, you have to stop him." It turned its pleading gaze to the wolf that loved it the most, but the wolf simply moved its food bowl forward, trying to keep it out of sight. The owner is only doing this for the baby's own good. If it were any other four-legged creature, do you think he would care? The little black wolf was even more straightforward, roaring directly. "Oh woo, eat it if you want, or I'll eat it for you. You reap what you sow." The siblings next to them trembled in fright, looked at their mother, then at Lin Feng, shrank back, and dared not utter a sound. In the end, the puppy could only helplessly finish its small bowl of thin porridge, watching its brothers and sisters feast on it. Lin Feng watched this scene with a smile. A couple of slaps isn't enough to teach a lesson. A real lesson is when a child remembers the cost of pain all at once. Let's see which little brat will dare to be curious about these strange things again. New Year's Day has just passed, winter vacation is approaching, and the spring festival is getting closer, but Stone Village has not become lively as a result. Some people didn't go back to their hometowns, while others simply brought their parents and children to other places to celebrate the new year. The village remained deserted. Being home alone is indeed leisurely and comfortable, but Lin Feng still occasionally feels a bit lonely. Especially after the holidays, the people coming to the canyon are a complete mess. Lin Feng lay on the bed, silently turned off the game, and clutched his chest, feeling utterly heartbroken. 7 consecutive losses, it's really disheartening. Instead of wasting time playing games, you should do something else. It just so happens that now that the new year is over, he can finally get his turn to slaughter the pig. During this time, Lin Feng also contacted Professor Sun, who often dealt with the livestock station, to inquire whether he needed to go through any procedures to slaughter a pig for his own consumption. Professor Sun's eyes lit up when he heard that Lin Feng wanted to slaughter a pig. He, who had been slacking off in his office, suddenly sat up straight and asked, "When do you kill it? If you're killing it for yourself and not selling it, you usually don't need any procedures. But if you're worried, I can go ahead and check on the pig's health for you. Anyway, your pig has all the necessary animal immunization certificate and ear tags." After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to trouble Professor Sun to make the trip. "Then I'll trouble you to come over. I'm planning to slaughter a pig this weekend, you can come over on Friday. Are you going home tonight, or staying at my place?" If he were staying at home, he would have to make preparations in advance. "I'm going home." Professor Sun answered without hesitation, "It won't take long to test whether pigs are healthy." Actually, he had his own agenda. "Since we're already there, we should at least rob some good food from Lin Feng's house and bring it home a day early. We won't charge any consultation fees, we can't let you come for nothing." Lin Feng was very grateful to hear him say that. Actually, it didn't have to be this complicated, but he felt it would be safer to have a professional watching over things. He had seen many rumors and all sorts of strange things online. "Although I live in the countryside, I've never heard of anyone being reported for slaughtering a pig. However, most families in the village who raise pigs slaughter them for their own consumption, and occasionally sell them to neighbors or give them to relatives and friends." But Lin Feng was always worried that everyone might have secretly completed the formalities. He's a complete novice and doesn't know the ropes. If something goes wrong, you'll have to take the blame yourself. It wouldn't be worth it to cause a bad impact on the farm because of such a small matter. Knowing that Professor Sun could help with the evaluation, Lin Feng was finally relieved. Then he remembered that several people were interested in his family's pork, so he decided to call and ask if anyone would like to attend the pig slaughtering feast. Looking at the snow outside, which showed no signs of melting, he genuinely felt that there probably weren't many people who would come. For a farm to be so remote, to brave such terrible weather and make the trip just to eat a meal of pork stew, that must be the epitome of a foodie. But if he doesn't inform people about the pig slaughtering, they'll definitely complain to him endlessly once they find out. For example, Dong Han, who had been eyeing his family's pork for a long time, was the first person he wanted to inform. Every time Lin Feng called, Dong Han would inevitably ask about pork, which Lin Feng was so tired of hearing about it. "Hey, Lin Feng, how did you know I was about to call you?" Dong Han answered the phone quickly, his tone filled with surprise and amusement, as if marveling at the unspoken understanding between the two. Lin Feng shivered inexplicably, quickly shaking off the strange look of disdain, and asked in confusion, "What's up? Did you need something? Good news or bad news? They just spoke on the phone 2 days ago, could it be that they forgot to say something?" Dong Han chuckled on the other end of the phone. "Of course it's good news. Didn't you say you wanted to hire some retired Special Forces soldiers as employees during the last winter fishing season? We've got news." He paused, then added, "I'd like to ask if it's okay for someone who has just retired and hasn't fully reintegrated into society yet?" Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He had only mentioned it casually at the time, but he never expected that Dong Han would not only remember it but also actually make it happen. He knew a little about the term "not fully socialized" from browsing related forums. This refers to people who have worked in special environments for a long time and initially find it difficult to adapt to society after returning to normalcy, requiring time to gradually familiarize themselves with the environment. Some adapt quickly, while others need more time. He pondered for a moment, then asked himself his bottom line. They wouldn't attack people for no reason, would they? I'm fine with it, but I'm worried about those students coming back. After all, they are soldiers. If they really started fighting, ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to withstand them. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Dong Han understood his meaning and replied with a smile. Of course not. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if Dong Han was talking to someone next to him. After a while, he continued. Maybe it's because I'm a bit out of touch with society, plus I'm a bit too wary, that's about it. Lin Feng could accept this explanation. In his understanding, Special Forces soldiers usually stay in harsh environments, so it's normal for them to have these characteristics. Okay. If that's the case, and someone is willing to work on the farm, he has no reason to refuse. He then asked, how long can you stay here? Is it temporary or long-term? He needs to figure out whether this is a temporary place for them to adapt to society, or a place where they can stay and work as long as they want. Dong Han smiled when this was mentioned. How long you can keep people here depends on your own abilities. Lin Feng understood and replied, okay, when will the people arrive? If he had arrived earlier, he wouldn't have had to do the pig catching himself. As a farmer, he also wanted to maintain a glorious and majestic image in front of all the animals. Dong Han paused for a moment. So eager? If you're in a hurry, it can be done in a couple of days. He paused, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, what did you want to see me about? Lin Feng laughed heartily. My family is slaughtering a pig this weekend. Haven't you been saying you wanted to try it? I was just wondering if you'd like to come and have some pork stew. Dong Han sat up straight instantly on the other end of the phone. His interest immediately peaked when food was mentioned. Go. You have to go. Only a fool wouldn't go. After speaking, Dong Han secretly glanced at the two big shots sitting opposite him and lowered his voice. I have something to do here, I'll call you back later. The call ended as soon as he finished speaking. Turning his head, he immediately put on a practiced, businesslike smile and said earnestly to Uncle Feng and the more ruthless old man beside him. Lin Feng agreed. He probably wants to send the person over as soon as possible. Yes, it's probably because spring is here and there's more work to be done on the farm. He subconsciously offered a couple of words to help Lin Feng. The two bigwigs nodded, and the old man spoke. Understood. I'll personally deliver the person over in 2 days. Also, I'd like to go with you the first time to see how things are going. He wouldn't feel at ease sending his best veterans, who had made outstanding contributions, to places where they might work in the future, unless he saw them with his own eyes. Dong Han glanced at the calendar on the table. 2 days later was Friday. He replied, I understand, I will inform Lin Feng in advance. He was certain there would be no problem. He had personally experienced the environment of Lin Feng's farm, and it was very comfortable. Even the dog's depression, which was once deemed incurable by the veterinarian, improved in less than a month and became much more lively. The results even amazed the veterinarian. He believed those retired soldiers would definitely like it. Although it's a bit remote, it's comfortable and relaxing. Dong Han and Uncle Feng saw off the military bigwigs and walked together toward their office. After taking only a couple of steps, Uncle Feng asked with a smile, what did Lin Feng say to you at the end that made you so excited? Dong Han, people get old, so why not stop being so calculating? Can you please not be so observant? A grown man like him, can't he have some little secrets of his own? But when he thought about the difference in strength between himself and Uncle Feng, then he thought that if he concealed the fact that Lin Feng's family was holding a pig slaughtering feast, he might end up being beaten up by Uncle Feng and his father. Dong Han immediately gave in. 2 non-existent tears welled up in his eyes as he silently felt sorry for himself for a second. The older generation of scouts were so annoying. Looking around, Dong Han lowered his voice and whispered in Uncle Feng's ear. Lin Feng said he'd slaughter a pig this weekend, but I haven't asked for the exact date yet. Uncle Feng's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately pulled Dong Han toward the office, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of anxiety. Let's go back and ask if the weekend is Saturday or Sunday. Tisk tisk, it's like a pig-killing feast. On the other side, Lin Feng was excited to learn that 2 Special Forces soldiers were about to be stationed at his home. Finally, he no longer had to carry all the farm work alone. He thought for a moment and then pulled out Zhang Wei, whom he didn't contact often, from his contacts. Fortunately, we didn't sever this relationship back then. Whenever we gave gifts during holidays, even if the amount was small, we never forgot to give this lawyer. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to ask him for a gift now. Hello, this is Zhang Wei. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, followed by a questioning tone. Confidentiality agreement? Zhang Wei glanced at the call display. It really is Lin Feng, the one who cooks exceptionally delicious food. Why does he need a confidentiality agreement? Could the formula have been leaked? I heard that Lin Feng is preparing to build a food factory, but I don't know why he's been dragging his feet for so long without making any progress. If you need legal assistance, just say so. If the sample tastes good, a discount on lawyer fees is not out of the question. Lin Feng went through the matter in his mind, pondering how to say it once and for all, and then concluded. That's roughly it. In the future, my farm will grow many new crops, and I hope that everyone who comes to the farm, including the employees, will keep everything they see a secret. It cannot be shared outside the farm, and the items cannot be taken out of the farm without permission. In addition, my family also has some protected animals. He felt that Zhang Wei, as a lawyer who worked closely with Professor Li, should be able to understand his meaning. Sure enough, Zhang Wei nodded knowingly after listening. I understand. When do you need it? Lin Feng was a little embarrassed. Would 2 days later be fine? The sooner the better. According to Dong Han, the new employee will arrive soon. When that happens, Zhang Wei will send over the electronic version, and he can borrow a printer from the village chief to print it out. Zhang Wei readily agreed. This isn't difficult. He can use the contracts of many of the research labs he collaborates with as templates, make a few minor modifications, and it can be done in half an hour. How is the price calculated? Lin Feng knew the proper etiquette. He had already troubled this lawyer, who earned nearly $1 million a year, to cut in line and help draft the contract. He couldn't possibly take advantage of him for free. Zhang Wei laughed. No need for money, just give me some of your bibimbap sauce, pumpkin, radish and stuff. Don't tell me you're out of stock. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Of course there was stock, he just hadn't expected that this lawyer was also a foodie. Indeed, everyone in this country of big foodies harbors the heart of a foodie. Lin Feng glanced at the snow-covered landscape outside. Although the temperature had indeed risen somewhat and express delivery services had resumed, there were still some truths he needed to clarify. The rice sauce is fine, but things like pumpkin will definitely freeze if shipped in this weather. Sitting in the well-heated room, Zhang Wei paused for a moment, then slapped his head hard. I was so focused on the food that I forgot what season it is. Then just the rice seasoning is fine, the rest can wait. Attorney Zhang immediately changed his mind. Lin Feng agreed. Before hanging up, he politely asked, my family is slaughtering a pig this Saturday. Do you want to come for the pig slaughtering feast? Zhang Wei, to be honest, since he took this position, very few people have invited him to such simple and honest gatherings. In the past, invitations were either to 5-star hotels or restaurants with unique features and ambience. But he is a loyal customer of the Fresh Fruit app. Thinking of the taste of Lin Feng's vegetables and fruits, and then recalling the texture of his pork, she flipped through her itinerary almost without hesitation. I was pleasantly surprised to find that I had just returned from a business trip and had some free time this weekend. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and Zhang Wei immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go by myself. I'll bring you the printed contract when I go. Also, you don't need to send the bibimbap sauce by express, I'll bring it from your house myself. Lin Feng. Actually, he was just being polite, really. However, one more person won't hurt, it's even better if it's more lively. After hanging up with Zhang Wei, Dong Han called. Lin Feng quickly answered, yes, it's this Saturday. Why slaughter pigs? Pocket pigs. Those ermine pigs can still grow for a while longer. 3 people, right? Okay. He called Zhou Cheng again, and Zhou Cheng happily agreed, adding that he planned to ride with Professor Sunday. In this way, even though they were scattered, they managed to gather enough people for a table. On Friday, Professor Sun drove through the wind and snow to Lin Feng's house. As soon as he entered, he asked, which pig do you want to slaughter? Anyway, he thought every single pig in Lin Feng's house looked like it would be delicious. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him and led him directly towards the pigsty. Professor Sun walked around the pigsty, then suddenly pointed to a corner and said, your ermine pig is looking at the sow in a strange way. Lin Feng looked bewildered. What's wrong? I don't see it. Before he could ask any further questions, Professor Sun had already walked over to the ermine pig, touched it once, paused, and as if he didn't believe it, touched it again. He even went to look at the pig next to it. What's wrong? Seeing Professor Sun's reaction, Lin Feng became a little nervous. Although his pigs have individual pens, they are all in the same pig pen, with only a wall separating the piglets. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult to handle. Professor Sun turned to look at Lin Feng and asked, is your ermine pig not spayed? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said with certainty, that's amazing. These pigs were originally intended for food and weren't part of the breeding program. They were all sterilized back then. Professor Sun also saw the sterilization mark on the pig. He wanted to pat Lin Feng on the shoulder, but when he noticed that he was wearing gloves, he put his hand down. He looked at Lin Feng with a hint of sympathy. It was probably done by an intern who wasn't familiar with the job. What do you mean? Lin Feng was even more confused. It means that this pig was not successfully sterilized and is now aroused by the sound next to it. Professor Sun shrugged and offered his professional assessment. Lin Feng frowned. That's not right, I clearly saw traces of sterilization back then. He suddenly realized what was happening and asked in a tone of disbelief. So, you just got stabbed for nothing? Professor Sun nodded, his eyes filled with sympathy and a hint of regret. It's just like getting stabbed for nothing. Moreover, if pigs are not properly castrated, as they age and their hormones mature, the taste of the pork will be directly affected, making it less tender. How about we keep them as breeding pigs? If that doesn't work, we'll just have to eat them. Professor Sun offered words of comfort. He doesn't have his tools with him now, so he can't determine the extent to which the pig's surgery was done wrong. If the reproductive function is not damaged at all, it can still be kept as a breeding pig. If some function is damaged but not completely resolved, then the only option is to eat it. But in either case, the taste of this pork is definitely affected, and it can't compare to those pigs that don't have any worries. Of course, most people can't actually taste these subtle differences. Lin Feng began to ponder. His original plan was to keep one ermine pig and one Hebeo pig at home for breeding purposes. After all, pigs fed grain and weeds grow slowly, taking at least a year to reach market weight. Even with the best meat, he's not a professional pig farmer, just cooking the pig feed would be exhausting. If he really wanted to raise more, would he build a row of stoves stretching from east to west? They consume over 100 kilograms of grain a day, it's simply impossible to feed them. He shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind of the horrifying scene of cooking pig feed. He needed to quickly decide whether to eat the pig or make other arrangements for it. Professor Sun had already walked to the pig pen. It's actually quite easy to tell which one to kill. The two that were snuggling together, looking like they wanted to reproduce, were clearly not on the shortlist. This pig is very healthy, there's nothing wrong with it. Professor Sun gestured with his hands, round and plump, good-looking, and the body fat percentage looks even. Lin Feng, interrupted in his thoughts, glanced at him and said, "You can tell that?" Professor Sun frankly replied, "Yes, but I can't guarantee it." "All right." Lin Feng chuckled, thinking that studying animals for a long time could actually develop such amazing abilities. Since they were already there, Lin Feng decided to take Professor Sun along and give all the animals in his home a simple physical examination. The chicken is fine. After examining them, Professor Sun glanced at Lin Feng and said, "With so many of them, aren't you going to kill a few to try?" Lin Feng nodded, "We'll slaughter one pig on the day of the slaughter, but we haven't decided on the breed yet." Considering that Professor Sun had gone through a lot of trouble today, he directly handed over the choice. "Is there anything you want to eat?" "Anything is fine except for pheasant. Those pheasants are still staying at his house and won't leave." He originally thought they were just taking shelter from the blizzard and would return to the mountains when the weather improved to eat grass seeds, nuts, or frozen insects. To everyone's surprise, they became addicted to eating corn and beans, and refused to leave the chicken coop. To be honest, he really had no intention of raising pheasants. That thing had a lot of hair and little meat. Although it was called Flying Dragon, which sounded quite precious, Lin Feng didn't think it would taste any better than his own chicken. His chickens also grow up eating various grass seeds, insects, and pure grains. Their diet is not much different from that of wild chickens, but the key difference is that they are big and have a lot of meat. Professor Sun rolled his eyes at Lin Feng. He knew he shouldn't eat pheasants, and he certainly didn't intend to land himself in jail. The key point is that Lin Feng's family has so many breeds of chickens: guinea fowl, native chickens, yellow-feathered chickens, black-boned chickens, black-feathered chickens. Each one has its own unique flavor, and even he, who doesn't usually have trouble making choices, found it difficult to choose. After thinking for a long time, he finally pulled himself out of his fantasies about braised chicken, stewed chicken, and fried chicken, and tried hard to control his cravings, saying, "Give me a black-boned chicken, let's make a soup. After all, we mainly eat pork stew, and if we're still not full, we can use the chicken soup to make some noodles." After saying that, he swallowed hard. Lin Feng glanced at him, and although he didn't understand why he thought he wouldn't have enough to eat at his house, he still nodded in agreement. Someone has already come up with the recipes, which saves him the trouble of racking his brains to come up with combinations. He knew all too well that he had trouble making choices, otherwise he wouldn't have raised so many different breeds of chickens in the first place. The two were discussing how to make the pork stew when they suddenly heard someone calling Lin Feng's name at the farm entrance. The little black wolf and the blue wolf had already run over to keep watch, but they didn't bark. It seemed they recognized the person who came, or rather, they recognized the dog that was following them. Dong Han, accompanied by his son Xiao Tian, Uncle Feng, and three unfamiliar guests, walked directly into the farm. Only then did Lin Feng suddenly remember that Dong Han had said the new employee would arrive in the next couple of days at the earliest, and had even subtly asked if he was home today. But he really didn't expect these people to come so quickly, without even saying hello. Professor Sun was also a little stunned. Lin Feng hadn't mentioned having guests today. He was still wearing an isolation suit over his thick cotton-padded coat and trousers. He had just finished inspecting pigs and poultry, and there were even a few chicken feathers stuck to his body. He was completely unrefined. When he saw the same surprised expression on Lin Feng's face, he couldn't help but want to laugh. This kid must have done something to warrant such a vengeance. Originally, Professor Sun only wanted to stand still and be a spectator, since he was not the owner of this place. But the moment Lin Feng turned to leave, the way those guinea fowl, which had looked so cute before, suddenly changed. From initial innocence and naivete, she became aggressive. Clearly, these little guys still hold a grudge about the vaccinations they received back then, and haven't forgotten it at all. Professor Sun's lips twitched. He knew that if he stayed any longer, the ever-growing flock of chickens would mercilessly peck at him. He wisely tore off his protective suit, grabbed it, and quickly followed. Before long, Xiaoshan's powerful roar echoed throughout the farm, quickly summoning the little black wolf's cubs. Professor Sun was delighted with these furry little creatures and quickly hijacked one of them along the way. The little boy who was caught was stunned for a moment, but when he saw that it was Professor Sun, his anxiety, which had not yet been expressed, instantly turned into cowardice. Fear was radiating from its large, dark eyes with a hint of gold. It uncontrollably tucked its large tail between its legs, and its two hind legs trembled as if it had been electrocuted. Although it had grown a bit, its fear of this devilish human had not diminished in the slightest. Even when trapped in the clutches of the devil, the little guy still bravely let out a piercing cry to warn his brothers and sisters. "Oh woo oh woo, the injection maniac is here. Run! Run! He's here! He's that devil who pocks our butts with those weird things. Hide! I can't escape, you all run! Ah!" Based on his years of veterinary experience, Professor Sun could tell at a glance that the little guy was terrified inside, but definitely didn't say anything nice about him. He quickly pinched the puppy's muzzle to prevent its barking from attracting Lin Feng's attention, but it was too late. The little cub's cries were so pitiful, it sounded like a dog was being abused on the spot, and everyone's eyes immediately turned towards them. Seeing the awkward smile on Professor Sun's face, Lin Feng quickly explained to the visitor. "That's Professor Sun. He's the one who gives my dogs their vaccinations, so they're all a little afraid of him. You could say it's a kind of status intimidation." He touched his nose and muttered to himself. "Professor Sun is not a bad person. You two should stop looking at him like he's a criminal. Besides, his farm is quite safe now." After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. The reason was absurd, yet inexplicably reasonable. The key point is that the little cries just now sounded like it had encountered a dog trafficker and was being attacked on the spot. It was incredibly tragic. When Professor Sun saw that everyone was looking over, he quickly put the puppy down. Meeting Lin Feng's questioning gaze, he waved his hand, indicating that he would talk about it later. He knew the dogs were afraid of him, but he didn't expect Lin Feng's dogs to bark so loudly after they were caught. Lin Feng took the opportunity to introduce the person in front of him to Professor Sunday. He knew Dong Han, but he only briefly mentioned Uncle Feng and the big shot beside him, focusing on introducing the two exceptionally strong-looking, taut-looking men in their 20s or 30s behind him. These two may be future employees of the farm, and they've come to see where they'll be working. Professor Sun nodded knowingly, muttering to himself. Lin Feng has finally figured out that he needs to hire 2 employees. In the past, when he or Zhou Chang asked Lin Feng to go out and play, this guy always couldn't get away because he was alone on the farm. Now that I have help, I can finally relax a bit. However, he glanced at the two of them again, and began to ponder while stroking his chin. Based on his experience, the way those two men looked at him just now was like that of a leopard with its fur standing on end or a lone wolf, always exuding a dangerous aura. Is it really okay for Lin Feng to hire them as employees? Forget it, who cares? Lin Feng must have known about this beforehand to be so hospitable. Why should I worry about it so much? He came today, and while it's true he promised to look after the other animals for Lin Feng, his main reason for coming was to freeload lunch before leaving. Lin Feng didn't have mind-reading abilities, so he naturally didn't know Professor Sun's evaluation of the 2 retired Special Forces soldiers. If he did know, he would probably secretly agree. That's a pretty apt description. Aren't these 2 just like ferocious beasts that are always on high alert and ready to strike, yet still a bit naive as they enter human society? This is farmland. In spring, students from the agricultural university usually help take care of it. Lin Feng gave a brief introduction, confident that these people had definitely checked his information beforehand. Besides, the farm is currently covered in snow, so there's no point in saying more, we just want to give them a visual idea. That's where the poultry live. Now that it's cold, they're all huddled in the cowshed, which is further west. This is a pigsty, my house is behind it, and there's an orchard further back. He paused, then specifically reminded. It should be noted that my home is currently home to 2 giant pandas and 4 South China tigers that occasionally return. Uncle Feng and the others. Although the information mentioned that Lin Feng's family had wild animals, I was still shocked when I heard it with my own ears. The contrast between this bookish young man and the South China tiger is quite unexpected. Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who were about to work here and gradually adapt to ordinary life, subconsciously swallowed. Just then, perhaps because there was too much unfamiliarity in the farm, the little dumplings slowly sauntered out to check the situation. 2 live giant pandas, a national treasure, would surely melt the hearts of most people at this moment. Even knowing how fierce bears are, it's hard not to feel an urge to get close to them. But the reaction of these people was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Tang Ji stared at the giant panda for a couple of seconds, then turned to his partner and asked seriously, "Can you beat it with your bare hands?" Lu Wei also shook his head seriously. "It's hard to say. He might manage to avoid a fatal blow if he tries his best, but if the giant panda were to slap him squarely, the consequences would be unpredictable." He had encountered black bears while on missions abroad, some larger than this one, others smaller, and he knew all too well how astonishing the strength of these animals could be. Lin Feng's eyes twitched as he listened to their conversation. "That's good. It's great that someone who doesn't play by the rules has joined us now. However, the explanations still need to be made clear." Lin Feng quickly said to the 2 of them. "The mother and daughter are very docile and friendly to people, and they generally won't attack people unless provoked. So there's no need to worry about whether you can beat them. Of course, if we encounter an intruder, it's hard to say." He paused, then added, "Their job is to rescue those unfortunate pandas from the clutches of the giant pandas when such unexpected situations occur. Don't worry, the people around here all know that I have giant pandas, so they generally won't come when I'm not home or when I'm asleep. So 99% of the time, the farm is safe." When he said this, Lin Feng deliberately widened his eyes, revealing a sincere expression. At first, no one thought anything of it. But after he said that, I suddenly remembered the brief and outrageous case record in the report, and my lips twitched. Of the 4 people, all except Dong Han were silently thinking, "Looking at it this way, this young man is quite pitiful. Why does he keep running into people who don't play by the rules?" After a brief tour of the farm, Tang Ji and Lu Wei had a general idea of what the work entailed. The group then gathered at Lin Feng's house, making no attempt to hide their desire to have lunch there before leaving. Lin Feng quickly prepared a table full of dishes: stewed fish, stir-fried potatoes, green peppers, an eggplant, braised radish, and his own pickled vegetables. The dry rations consisted of fish stew with flatbread and rice. His kitchen has many stoves, and when he uses them all, he cooks very quickly. In particular, Professor Sun also went into the kitchen to help out, and the 2 of them worked together, making the process even more efficient. Knowing that Professor Sun and Dong Han would be driving back later, Lin Feng didn't bring out his homemade sorghum liquor. Instead, they were drinking beverages made with the fruit jam he made in the fall. This was the first time Grandpa Feng had tasted something like this. He took a sip and smacked his lips. "It tastes good. This hawthorn jam is quite appetizing. Do you have any extra? Could you pack me a jar before I leave?" Lin Feng smiled and agreed, then turned to ask another old man, "Mr. Li, would you like some? We also have apples, pears, blueberries, and cranberries at home." Grandpa Li smiled and asked for a bottle of pear jam. Tang Ji and Lu Wei remained silent. Intuitively, they felt that if they really worked here, they would be able to eat these things often in the future, so there was no need to rush. Dong Han and Professor Sun were interested but didn't act on it. They have plenty of opportunities, there's no need for them to compete with the old men right now. The table was set with hearty, home-style dishes, and the portions were generous. Lin Feng considered it in his mind. Although there weren't many dishes, it would definitely be enough for 7 grown men, including himself and Professor Sun. So, as the host, he announced that dinner was served. Dong Han had originally planned to help Lin Feng get closer to the others at the dinner table. In a nation obsessed with food, the dining table is always the place where people can quickly connect. But the moment he took the first bite, the fresh and delicious flavor overwhelmed him so much that he felt like his head was about to explode, and all the words he had prepared in his mind vanished instantly. "We're too busy eating to think about anything else." Dong Han now wished he could bury his head directly in the bowl, stuffing all the food on the table into his stomach, and ideally, take it all with him. He finally managed to regain some of his senses from the overwhelming delicious food, and was about to say something when he suddenly realized something. If you interrupt now, you might not even be able to stick your chopsticks into the dish later. Even if they did say it, probably no one would listen seriously, everyone would just secretly rejoice at having one less competitor for the food. At that moment, Dong Han finally understood. Having tasted Lin Feng's cooking and witnessed his superb skills, who could refuse him? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, it wouldn't work. As the host, Lin Feng was stunned by the scene of the meal before him. What's going on? Do people really eat that fast? This was really just a regular lunch, and there was no rush to carry out a mission. Moreover, although he prepared few kinds of dishes, the quantity was definitely enough. Since all the guests were men, he didn't bother with the plating and served it in a large basin, the kind that can hold most of a pot of food, not a small soup bowl. Lin Feng, who was used to eating slowly and carefully, almost couldn't keep up with the pace today. The thought of almost not being able to get any food at his own family's dinner table suddenly made him feel sorry for himself. It was just too pathetic. If I had known it would be like this, I should have taken a few more bites when I tasted it. He had a surreal feeling that a scene comparable to a battlefield was unfolding at this ordinary dinner table. The decisiveness to snatch the fish head amidst a sea of enemies, the confidence to keep a close eye on every dish while strategizing, and the shrewdness to pick up the leftover pork belly in the midst of fierce competition. Lin Feng, stunned, image. This is much better than the food he cooks. Most of the guests were indeed from military backgrounds, even their way of grabbing food was quite unique. In the end, he couldn't resist joining the fray himself. Just as the saying goes, food that everyone's fighting over always tastes the best. As another outsider, Professor Sun felt that he could keep up with the pace perfectly. When he was busy with experiments and writing papers, he would also eat in a rush. So he even had the leisure to pick out the parts he liked from the vegetable bowl. In any case, he prefers the firm back meat to the tender and smooth belly meat. This niche preference has now become an advantage, as he doesn't have to compete with others for the popular parts. This meal, which felt like a battle, finally slowed down after 2/3 of the dishes had been eaten. Lin Feng guessed that everyone had eaten their fill, and the rest was just a matter of filling in the gaps, so there was no need to rush like at the beginning. Unbeknownst to them, Grandpa Li and Grandpa Feng, having been led astray, exchanged a glance and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Old Master Li, in particular, glared at the two people he had brought with him. If those two kids hadn't wolfed down their food, I wouldn't have ended up looking like a starving ghost. Tang Ji, however, was completely oblivious. He stared blankly at the half-empty rice bowl for a long time, then suddenly turned to look at Lin Feng, his gaze intense, and asked, "If we both stay here to work, will our meals be this standard?" Lin Feng was taken aback when he realized that the first question from his future employee was this. After realizing what was happening, he nodded and said, "I cook whenever I'm on the farm, that's true, but it certainly won't always be this lavish." He thought for a moment and explained in as much detail as possible. "After you stay, the 3 meals will be at fixed times, and each meal will consist of about 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. But don't worry, you'll definitely be full." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei replied without hesitation, "I want to stay here, Uncle Li. I think this place is quite nice." He realized he had almost let something slip as soon as he said it, and quickly coughed to cover it up. "Uncle Li, you bought off a little food? And how come he didn't know before that these two kids were actually hidden foodies?" He was suddenly relieved that the places where he had been sent on missions before didn't have much good food. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Ji and Lu Wei smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Humans need to eat 3 meals a day, or 4 if you include a late-night snack. After working hard all our lives, what we really want besides a home is simply to have enough to eat and wear. Lu Wei's resolve to stay was unwavering. He looked at his former leader with a serious expression. "Neither of us can cook, and neither of us has a high level of education." He paused, then said seriously, "I read online that it's hard for college graduates to find a job with good pay and room and board, let alone us. The key is that we can have a hot meal here every day." Because of his last mission, he developed a permanent stomach ailment that cannot be completely cured. The doctor said that as long as you pay attention to your diet, eat on time, and eat less spicy and stimulating foods, it generally won't affect your normal life. But apart from staying in the military and transferring to a civilian position, where else is there such a suitable place? Not to mention that there aren't many civilian positions in the military to begin with. Even if you could transfer, you might not be able to guarantee eating on time when you're busy. But he felt that following Lin Feng would be different. He trusted this kind-looking young man. His smile was honest and simple, but only those who had gone through the same hardships as them could understand how much bitterness lay behind that steadfastness. Tang Ji nodded in agreement. "I also think this place is pretty good, and the work doesn't seem too strenuous." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "The work is indeed not busy. Spring planting is alright, but the busiest time is the autumn harvest. But at that time, there were many people helping out at the farm, and the main task was to work for that 1 month. If the weather is as favorable as it was last year, things will actually be easy. When winter comes, we immediately enter hibernation mode. Aside from feeding the livestock every day and cleaning the cowshed every few days, there's really nothing else to do." He was so bored that he wore his phone screen thinner. Both parties involved have expressed their views, so no one else said anything more. Grandpa Li carefully examined Lin Feng's farm and observed Lin Feng himself, and genuinely thought it was a good place. His 2 soldiers stayed here, where their livelihoods were secure and they could gradually reintegrate into society. "When I wanted to talk to someone, there were villagers and students. When I want to be alone, I can go for a walk in the mountains and forests. There are usually few people around, and it's probably just Lin Feng by himself, so it shouldn't be too much of a burden for them." Grandpa Li looked at Tang Ji and Lu Wei, then at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with a complex mix of emotions, which ultimately culminated in a soft sigh. He said, "Alright, if you really want to stay, then stay. I have no objection." He turned to Lin Feng and said, "Wait a minute, let's talk about the salary and benefits for these two. What do you think, Lin?" Lin Feng nodded, "No problem. Just contact me whenever you want to start working officially, and I'll prepare my accommodation in advance." Tang Ji and Lu Wei immediately exchanged contact information with Lin Feng, and said straightforwardly, "If things go smoothly, we'll come over in a couple of days." Actually, they had already retired a long time ago. Firstly, they have few relatives at home, and secondly, the trauma from their last mission makes them prone to overreacting and unable to integrate well into society. The old leader was always worried, so he took the two of them with him, but they also knew that this couldn't go on forever. Just then, Uncle Feng made contact here, and the two of them discussed it and found that this place was sparsely populated and simple in composition, which was perfect for them. As long as you control your emotions and don't hurt the farmers, it's fine. They don't mind doing farm work anyway. Lin Feng also thought the arrangement was quite good. If employees arrive early and become familiar with their work sooner, he can have some free time as quickly as possible. When the students return, they will be able to catch up with the schedule and prepare for spring plowing. So he asked, "Is it all right if you two share a room? My guest room has bunk beds." The two nodded in unison. "As long as we can stay, that's fine. We used to stay in dormitories when we were in the army." Before leaving, Dong Han kept giving Lin Feng a thumbs up. Having spent some time with him, he knew all too well how picky old Master Li was. That was a figure even Uncle Feng had to treat with respect, a powerful figure with considerable influence. Lin Feng managed to get people to agree with him in just one meal, and even felt comfortable leaving his soldiers here. Although they said a few good words in his defense, it was mainly Lin Feng's own ability that mattered. "That's awesome." To be honest, with this connection, Lin Feng's hidden network of connections instantly gained an extra layer of strength. Of course, Dong Han, who hadn't had much of a chance to speak with Lin Feng today, didn't forget to remind him, "Don't forget tomorrow's pig slaughtering feast. It should at least be more lavish than today's, right?" He didn't dare eat much at the dinner table today, afraid that his chopsticks would get into a fight with someone else's, which would be too embarrassing. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Dong Han. He believes everything else, but he doesn't believe this last sentence no matter what. He could clearly see how everyone ate at the table. As for Dong Han's chopstick skills, honed under constant pressure, they were just as good as his cooking skills. After seeing the group off, Lin Feng looked at Professor Sun, feeling a little embarrassed, and was about to ask him if there was anything he wanted to do by staying behind. Before he could even speak, Professor Sun walked into the storeroom with a cheerful smile, took 2 chestnut pumpkins for himself, and hugged the half-eaten radish from the kitchen. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, then pressed down hard on his twitching face and asked, "There are plenty of whole ones in the warehouse, can't you just take a whole one? It's already half-eaten, there's only the tail left." Professor Sun explained with a smile. "It's so big, over 30 pounds, how long would it take me to eat it all by myself? My house is an apartment building, I don't have your storage facilities, it would get mushy if I didn't store it properly. This is just right, enough to make a few soups, and it can fit in the refrigerator." He shook the radish in his hand and said, "Have you ever tried making soup with your radishes? It's a super simple recipe, no complicated steps required." He gestured as he spoke, sharing the way he had figured out to eat it. "First, fry an egg, pour in boiling water and let it simmer for a while, and the soup will turn milky white. Then add shredded or chunked radish, and then some noodles. Put a small spoonful of lard at the bottom of the bowl, add a few drops of soy sauce, sprinkle with chopped green onions and salt, then pour in the soup and noodles together. It's simple and delicious. Professor Sun sincerely recommends it. Even if you love cooking, there are times when you don't feel like cooking. This method takes no more than 10 minutes, is convenient and quick, and is even healthier than instant noodles." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became genuinely interested. When making noodle soup at home, you always have to start by making broth, which takes a lot of time. He suddenly realized that Professor Sun's method of eating was indeed quite good, and he planned to try it tomorrow morning. After Professor Sun finished speaking, he got into the car with satisfaction, ready to leave with the nearly 40 kilograms of medical fee. Before driving off, he didn't forget to stick his head out and give a final word of advice. "See you tomorrow, try to make a couple more dishes." He rubbed his still full stomach, pondering to himself. With more variety, people probably wouldn't fight so fiercely at first, right? Last time, in order not to lose in the food rush, I unknowingly ate too much. If I do it again, my stomach is probably going to rebel. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. He plans to cook 2 fewer dishes tomorrow, hoping everyone will finish their food when they are about 80% full. Don't blame him for being stingy. If something goes wrong with the food, he can't afford to take responsibility. After all, one of the people coming tomorrow is a top lawyer. This incident also reminded Lin Feng that when the students returned, he would have to be careful to control their food intake for the first period of time. There's no way around it, those students have no concept of health preservation. If they eat whatever they want, problems are bound to arise. The night passed quickly. The next morning, before the butcher had even arrived, Donghan had already driven there with an excessively enthusiastic spirit. Lin Feng was about to go to the chicken coop to catch a black bone chicken to start making chicken soup when he stepped outside and was met with Donghan's expectant expression, and behind him were two men with slightly shy smiles. It was Tang Ji and Lu Wei, the new employees who came to visit yesterday. He smiled politely at the two of them and asked, "What are you two doing? Are you just here for a meal, or are you planning to start working today?" Tang Ji smiled and explained, "I didn't expect the procedures to take several days to complete. I heard today that you were going to slaughter a pig, and since I had nothing else to do, I thought I'd come and lend a hand and help out, so I could get familiar with the farm in advance." Lin Feng paused for a moment, then nodded. He truly hadn't expected his helper to arrive so soon, it was incredibly timely. Without any hesitation, he asked for clarification and immediately began assigning tasks. "I'll go find you 2 aprons. I'm going to catch some chickens later. Could you 2 tie up the pig and then carry it to the village's special slaughterhouse? In Stone Village, there is a specially prepared pig slaughterhouse with a separate stove and well, making it convenient to clean and maintain. It's a bit of a distance from his house, it would take at least 10 minutes to carry the pig there." He originally planned to lead the pig there himself, but he wasn't sure he could guarantee that the pig wouldn't throw a tantrum or cause trouble on the way. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were honest and put on the blouses that Lin Feng handed them. They specially wore old clothes this morning, intending to help slaughter the pig, but the smocks provided an extra layer of protection to avoid getting their clothes dirty, which was even better. Seeing that Lin Feng had assigned tasks to Tang Ji and Lu Wei, Donghan couldn't help but point to himself. "What about me?" Lin Feng glanced at him and made a serious suggestion. "You can help entertain the guests at my house later." Donghan was stunned. He felt that Lin Feng was looking down on him. Although he hadn't done much farm work, he was definitely strong. Why shouldn't he be given any work? Lin Feng met his defiant gaze and slowly suggested, "How about you go catch the chickens? Just be careful not to get pecked." He paused, then added, "If catching chickens doesn't work, catching ducks will do. Just grab whichever one you like. You just have to be careful not to get ganged up on by the rooster and the rest of the chickens." Donghan imagined being chased and pecked by chickens and immediately shut his mouth. Sitting obediently at Lin Feng's house, acting as a tool to entertain guests, seems pretty good. He had witnessed the ferocity of Lin Feng's chickens, ducks, and geese. Even with his own Xiao Tian by his side, it was uncertain whether they could win. "Wait, where's his dog?" Donghan looked around. "They were following me when I got off the bus, but now they've vanished without a trace. Where did Xiao Tian go? Of course, I slipped away to the cowshed. Go see the cows it loves so much, and check if they've encountered any danger, lost any limbs, or anything like that when they weren't with it." Upon entering the cowshed, it discovered that not only were the cattle unharmed, but there were also 2 more calves than the last time it had seen them. Xiao Tian jumped for joy, and to his even greater surprise, the cows seemed to be pregnant again. That's right, in order to ensure milk production, the cows underwent artificial insemination. The participant was Lin Feng, and the director was Professor Sunday. Professor Sun himself never imagined that, as a scholar-type animal expert, he would one day personally do veterinary work and even be on the front lines. However, he was quite happy with his work. Practice makes perfect. However, what Professor Sun didn't know was that Lin Feng never wanted to experience that hands-on experience again in his life. He originally planned to wait for the students from the agricultural university to return before dealing with the artificial insemination. But the owner of the cattle farm who bought his hay and grass seeds, upon hearing this, insisted on imparting all his best experience to him. They said that according to the cow's gestation period, winter is the best time for fertilization, and went on and on about it. As a result, Lin Feng was successfully brainwashed. In the 12th lunar month, he couldn't find anyone to help him, so he had to do it himself. But things are different now, he has employees. Lin Feng curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. The hairs on the backs of Tang Ji and Lu Wei stood up instantly. Years of combat experience told them that this feeling meant someone was watching them. Who is it? The two turned their heads almost simultaneously to look behind them, where there was nothing there. They paused for a moment before suddenly remembering that they had retired and were now in an absolutely safe environment. After Lin Feng led Tang Ji and Lu Wei through the pig pen to the pigsty, the two looked in the direction he pointed and clearly saw the pig with colorful ribbons tied around its neck. "That one." Lu Wei pointed to the pig in the far corner and asked. Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. Tang Ji and Lu Wei immediately rubbed their hands together and went into the pigsty. They had only glimpsed it from the outside yesterday, but today they discovered that Lin Feng's pigsty was exceptionally clean and had a very faint smell. The straw under the pig was freshly replaced, and even the pig itself was clean. Because of the cold weather, these lazy pigs have grown a thick layer of hair, and because they are clean, their fur looks smooth and shiny, which is strangely cute. Lu Wei chuckled as he explained to Tang Ji. I went back and looked it up last night. This pork belly is one of the best tasting pork dishes. Tang Ji nodded in agreement. The best things come in small packages. He paused, then added. And I've heard that our future young boss is an expert at making braised pork. I wonder if we'll get to try it today. Lu Wei swallowed hard, his gaze towards the target pig suddenly becoming more intense. The piglet, which had been lazily lying on the straw, suddenly met Lu Wei's gaze and froze for a moment. Why are these two looking at me with such ill intent? Its survival instinct radar, which had been unused for years, started beeping wildly. The chubby pig decided to trust its instincts and leave itself a way out. It suddenly sprang to its feet from the straw pile, and before the two could react, it darted away from them, letting out a piercing scream as it ran. Ah dash! Upon hearing the scream, Lin Feng instinctively closed the pigpen door. We can't let the target pig escape, otherwise it will be even harder to catch. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were stunned when they saw the pig run away. Especially Lu Wei, who had just stretched out his leg to try and stop them. The pig didn't even look at him, and led the other pigs in the pen like hurdlers, leaping over the 1-meter-high partition wall of the pigsty in no time. Its agility is completely at odds with its round body. The two chased after them, only to find that the farmer had thoughtfully closed the pig pen door, locking them up with a bunch of chaotic pigs. As soon as Dong Han arrived at the door, he heard Lin Feng shout into the room. Don't let it run for too long, otherwise lactic acid will be produced in the meat, and it won't taste good. Instantly, Tang Ji, Lu Wei, and Dong Han, all 6 of them, turned their eyes to Lin Feng, their gazes as if they were looking at a demon. This person not only refuses to offer advice, but also makes demands. Lin Feng was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the other person wasn't yet his official employee. He immediately gave an awkward smile and quickly tried to make amends. If you guys find it too much trouble, I can go in and do it. To everyone's surprise, Tang Ji and Lu Wei refused without even thinking. They thought catching a pig was no problem at all. In their eyes, this was simply a job selection test given by the farm owner, no different from the team's selection process. The boss definitely wants to find a capable employee, and how can a man admit that he is not good enough? Boss, just keep an eye on the door, leave this to us. We guarantee we'll take care of this little pig as quickly as possible. I was just careless. This pig looks like a ball, kind of clumsy, but I never expected it to be so fast. They refused to believe it. How hard could it be to catch a pig? It's the same principle as arresting someone. Corner them, grab them by the legs, tie them up, and carry them away. That's it. Back in the day, so many tough tasks and difficult criminals couldn't escape their grasp. How could a mere pig possibly cause any trouble? As it turns out, it is possible. Although pigs are fat, they are 4-wheel drive, and with their large numbers and familiarity with the environment, they have an absolute advantage. Not to mention that the target pigs are short in stature, have smooth fur, and are particularly adept at finding gaps in the ground. The 2 novice pig catchers attempted to block the pigs twice, but both attempts ended in failure. Standing in the pig pen, they began to question their existence. They looked at Lin Feng outside the door, their eyes filled with incomprehension and a hint of reproach. What's wrong with this pig? Is it normal for a pig to use a feint attack? Dong Han watched for a while, feeling a little sorry for the two who had never caught a pig before, and then turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng covered his face. Who said pigs are necessarily stupid? However, he still believed in the two's abilities. The key was that, apart from a moment of annoyance, they seemed to be having quite a lot of fun. So Lin Feng simply stood there and offered advice. Don't press on the back. Pigs have thick skin and tough flesh, even pulling out the hair won't cause any reaction. If you're going to pull its ears or tail. If it hurts, it won't run away. He added, they might struggle a lot, so just hold them down and tie their hooves in the process. Or just put a hemp rope over its head, but don't tighten it too much. If you strangle it and don't let it bleed, the pork won't taste good. This is genuine advice. Tang Ji and Lu Wei are undoubtedly skilled, but they truly lack experience in catching pigs. Upon hearing this secret recipe, the two excitedly gave Lin Feng an okay sign, exchanged a few words, and then went back into action. Sure enough, they found the pig's weakness. One of them pulled the ear and the other pulled the tail, and with their professional kicking and tripping techniques, they knocked the pig down in an instant. He then took out a hemp rope from his pocket and tied it up tightly in a few quick movements. His actions were incredibly skillful. In the corner of the pig pen, the other pigs watched their companion being carried away, initially looking bewildered, but soon regaining their composure, lying down as usual and rooting around in the straw as if nothing had happened. Seeing that the two had succeeded, Lin Feng quickly ran to the chicken coop to catch chickens and ducks. He picked the chicken himself. It was one that had just lost a fight. There was no bleeding, but the fur on its neck had been pecked all off. As for that ever-victorious rooster, Lin Feng cruelly curled the corners of his mouth and muttered softly, "Don't rush, you're next." Ha, a mere rooster, trying to monopolize all the hens in his house? He wouldn't allow such a troublemaker to dominate the chickens. The once proud rooster trembled under Lin Feng's gaze. Its feathers, which had been standing proudly upright, drooped slightly, and it shrank its neck, afraid to move. Lin Feng handed the defeated rooster in his hand to Dong Han, asking him to hold it for him, while he turned around to catch the duck. When the two returned with the chickens and ducks, Zhou Cheng and Professor Sun had also arrived. After parking their car, the two went into the yard and offered to help clean up the pigs, chickens, and ducks. Only Dong Han remained miserably in the house, continuing to wait to entertain the guests who came later. The butcher was skilled and efficient, removing the hair and cleaning the internal organs in one go, splitting the pig in half with just a few strokes. Upon seeing the pork, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his gaze towards Lin Feng filled with admiration as he genuinely praised him. "I've been slaughtering pigs for so many years, and your pigs are the best I've ever raised. Look at this pork belly, a perfect 5-layered cut, very rare these days. And this pork shoulder, look at the marbling, tisk tisk." Professor Sun stared at the piece of pork belly that had been cut open. The meat was firm and had beautiful marbling. If you didn't look closely, you could easily mistake it for snowflake beef. He didn't mind the dirt at all, and directly reached out to touch it. Feeling the oily texture on his fingertips, he immediately suggested, "Lin Feng, how about grilling this piece of meat?" Lin Feng, who was making blood sausage, was stunned for a moment. Barbecue wasn't in his original plan, and pork stew and barbecue didn't seem to go well together. But on second thought, it's not impossible. He glanced at Professor Sun and said directly, "Shall I set up a stove for you, and you can bake yourselves?" "Okay." Professor Sun didn't care at all. After all, the fun of barbecue is half about eating and half about the process of making it yourself. He went even further, saying, "Give me some pork belly too." Lin Feng nodded in agreement and casually crossed out one dish from the proposed menu. An hour later, the butcher, holding the 300 yuan given to him by Lin Feng, praised the quality of the pork as he left Stone Village to head to his next job. Professor Sun watched the old craftsman's retreating figure, remove the wad of paper from his nose, and suddenly had a brilliant idea. "If I don't want to do research anymore, can I switch careers and become a butcher?" Lin Feng. He was tying one end of his small intestine with cotton thread to prevent the prepared blood plasma from leaking out, completely baffled as to why Professor Sun had suddenly come up with this idea. "Have you developed a particular fondness for cleaning pig intestines?" He asked the question with great care, his expression showing respect despite his lack of understanding. After all, if Professor Sun really had this hobby, his family could contract him to clean all the pig intestines in the future, saving him the 100 yuan he would have spent on hiring a professional to clean the internal organs. According to the local market rate, slaughtering a pig weighing less than 200 jin, 100 catties, costs only 200 yuan. An additional 50 yuan will be charged for orders over 200 jin, 100 catties. Pigs weighing over 300 jin, 150 catties, are priced separately. In short, the bigger the pig, the more expensive it is. Lin Feng found cleaning his internal organs troublesome, especially the filth inside his large and small intestines, so he paid the craftsman an extra 100 yuan to help him with the cleaning, which resulted in an expensive 300 yuan. Upon hearing this, Professor Sun took a deep breath in anger, only to stumble from the lingering smell of pig manure in the yard. He'd have to be crazy to enjoy washing pig intestines. Scooping cat litter is 100 times more enjoyable than this. "I think that killing a pig costs 200 yuan and the butcher can do it in half an hour," he explained impatiently. "If you calculate it like that, earning 1,000 yuan a day is a piece of cake, isn't it? Even with peak and off-peak seasons, it's fine. Make money during peak season and go out and have fun during off-peak season. How carefree." Professor Sun's words stunned Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who were about to carry the pork back. The two thought about it carefully and it seemed to make sense. Anyway, they don't care about these things. Earning 1,000 yuan a day, they can work for 2 or 3 months and then live comfortably for half a year. If they are careful with their spending, it will definitely be enough. It does sound pretty good. Seeing the longing expressions on their faces, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips, and quickly said to Professor Sun, "Please don't give me such a bad idea. If you lead my 2 employees astray, you'll have to compensate me. This is a good employee that even the butcher praised. We can't let him be led astray like this. Besides, slaughtering pigs isn't such an easy job these days. Pigs intended for sale must be slaughtered at designated slaughterhouses, as only there can they be stamped with a square or round seal indicating that they have passed inspection. People like him who hire butchers are those who don't plan to sell the pigs but only want to eat them themselves, and they think it's not worthwhile for slaughterhouses to recycle the offal in pig heads. The pig slaughterers in this area are only busy and can earn more around New Year's Day and the Lunar New Year. At other times, they are lucky if they can slaughter an average of 10 pigs a month. This was because he was the only butcher in the surrounding villages. As for why Lin Feng had to queue up, one reason was that the mountain roads were difficult to travel due to heavy snow, and another was the driver's own schedule. Ultimately, no job is easy. The topic that Professor Sun brought up quickly came to an end. Since Lin Feng had finished feeding the blood sausage, Tang Ji and Lu Wei had also almost finished tidying up the yard. The two of them carried the divided pork into the house, and all that was left was to wait for dinner to be served. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, "Professor Sun, you're preparing a barbecue. I have some beef and lamb, as well as smoked sausages and such. Would you like some?" Professor Sun swallowed hard, but still shook his head with restraint. "No, I need to save room for the pork stew." He spotted the pickled cabbage Lin Feng had taken out and knew exactly what was going on. "This is going to be a northeastern-style stew made with pork. I ate it once before." Big bones, pork belly and blood sausage were simmering in a pot. It was sour and refreshing and appetizing. I still crave it when I think about it now. The aroma of Lin Feng's pickled cabbage from yesterday still lingered in my mind even after I had slept and my stomach was mostly empty. I even smacked my lips in my dreams. Lin Feng's cabbages are already of good quality, and they're pickled in large vats. Combined with his excellent cooking skills, the taste is far superior to the packaged pickled cabbages you buy in the market. On the other side, Dong Han, who was guarding Lin Feng's house alone, was getting impatient. At this point, only a few people who were nearby and wanted to help were there. There was no sign of any other guests. But he was afraid that someone else would be just as eager as he was, so he didn't dare to go and watch the pig slaughtering. He could only wait inside the house. As soon as he heard that the meat had returned, he immediately ran over, eager to see what was so different about this pig that had grown up eating good feed every day. "Holy crap, is this really pork?" Dong Han examined the piece of plum meat that Professor Sun had picked out, his face full of surprise. "Whose pork shoulder looks like Weijiao beef? If it were sliced, people would probably believe it was steak. Isn't it beautiful?" Professor Sun said with a hint of pride, "I picked them specially. We'll go to the kitchen and have Lin Feng marinate them, then we can set up a grill in the yard and roast them directly. How about that?" "That would be great." Dong Han nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, this kind of meat is best when grilled. "I just saw some eggplant, peppers, and chives in the kitchen. How about we get some of them?" Professor Sun nodded. "Take a little of everything, just a little. We need to save room for the pork stew." Lin Feng listened to their conversation without getting annoyed, and directly assigned the task. "Zhou Cheng, you know my house well. Could you go to the side room and help me find the oven and charcoal? I remember there are some there." Zhou Cheng, who had been staying at Lin Feng's house for several months, immediately gave a no-problem gesture, put down the meat in his hand, and walked towards the storeroom. "And you too, if you want barbecue, come and wash the vegetables yourselves." Lin Feng gestured with his chin at Dong Han and Professor Sun without any hesitation. They said they came to help, but all they did was discuss what to eat. Then look at Tang Ji and Lu Wei. Although they don't know how to cook, at least they know to come in and help with the fire. That's what it means to work. "Fine, I'll wash it then." Dong Han pouted. "I'll empty your entire kitchen later." Lin Feng sneered. Did you think he would be afraid? Owning a farm and having warehouses full of ingredients would scare them to death. When Attorney Zhang arrived with the confidentiality agreement Lin Feng had requested, thick smoke was already billowing from Lin Feng's yard, making it look like a fire scene. "Lin Feng, the charcoal you've got is terrible." Dong Han's vision blurred from the smoke from burning charcoal, and he coughed and complained. Lin Feng looked at his miserable state and laughed without any shame. "It's probably expired." He explained matter-of-factly, "It seems to be leftovers from the fall, and it might have gotten damp. Just bear with it, it'll be fine once it's burned." As for whether charcoal has an expiration date, he didn't know and didn't want to know. He already has enough to do in the kitchen. After lighting the fires in the large pots, he simply ushered Tang Ji and Lu Wei into the yard, letting them join Dong Han and the others in barbecuing. "We can't keep making people work all the time. They should be able to relax and have some fun occasionally." Attorney Zhang entered the room amidst this cloud of dust. As a barbecue enthusiast, he glanced at the thick piece of wood used to start the fire in the charcoal stove and fell silent instantly. Using such thick wood to burn charcoal, who else would be choked if not him? For some reason, even though they were complete strangers, the undisguised disdain on Attorney Zhang's face somehow brought them closer together. Zhang Wei asked Lin Feng for a pair of fire tongs, skillfully picked out the still smoking piece of wood, and casually poked at the charcoal in the stove a few times. In an instant, the charcoal fire blazed up, and most of the smoke dissipated. Dong Han's eyes lit up, and he gave the suddenly appearing elite man a thumbs up. "Dude, that was amazing." Zhang Wei smiled slightly. "It's just a matter of practice." He extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Zhang Wei, and I'm a lawyer. What about you?" Dong Han was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reached out and shook hands with him. "My name is Dong Han, and I own a trading company." Zhang Wei walked into the room, put down the file bag, and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Weren't we supposed to be having a pork stew?" Why are we having a barbecue now? Lin Feng, who had just come out of the kitchen, glanced at the burning wood on the ground in the yard and his face twitched. He picked up the wood with tongs and said to Dong Han with a look of disgust, "You're really something, lighting charcoal with such a thick wooden stick." Their skills are lacking, yet they have the nerve to complain about the quality of their charcoal. Dong Han looked up at the sky, wanting to offer a few words of excuse. He used to use alcohol blocks to light charcoal, which was convenient and clean. This was the first time he had used wood. "I saw the fire in the stove was burning brightly, crackling and popping, which was quite scary. This piece of wood was easy to pick up and not hot to the touch. I never expected the smoke to be so thick." But he swallowed the words back. After all, he was the one who had just patted his chest and said he could do it. In the kitchen, Professor Sun and Zhou Cheng, who were busy skewering meat, twitched their lips as they looked at the large wooden stick that Lin Feng had brought back. Dong Han seemed reliable, but I never expected him to be like this. Should we say he's inexperienced yet bold, or should we reluctantly praise him for being unconcerned with details? Lin Feng stuffed the wood back into the stove and turned to Zhang Wei to explain. "The main thing is to eat pork stew." A few of them saw that the pork looked good and wanted to grill some to try. "Anyway, it's not much trouble." Professor Sun, who was cutting meat, immediately held up the sliced pork belly in his hand and came over with a look of admiration. "How is it? Pretty, right? Doesn't it look nothing like pork?" If he hadn't witnessed the slaughtering and butchering of the pig, he might not have recognized it. "It really looks good, and it's perfect for barbecue." John Wei nodded in agreement and added, "This kind of meat tastes best when grilled. It's not dry and it's very juicy." Lin Feng didn't have time to pay attention to them. At this moment, the blood sausage in the pot was cooked through, and the pot of big bones and pork belly was also steaming. He took the blood sausage out and put it in cold water to cool it down. Then he lifted the lid of another pot and carefully skimmed off the foam with an iron spoon. This step must be done carefully, because the remaining bone broth will be used directly to stew the sauerkraut. The pickled cabbage used in the pork stew was made from his own pickled cabbage, and it tasted just right at that moment. The pickled cabbage needs to be rinsed twice in hot water to remove the overly sour taste on the surface, and it also needs to be stir-fried briefly with lard before cooking. In this way, the sauerkraut will not only become smoother, but the most authentic sour and fragrant flavor hidden in the fiber will also be fully brought out by the high heat and lard. This tastes just right. Zhang Wei had been longing to try Lin Feng's cooking. The moment the sauerkraut was infused with the aroma of lard, he, who was watching the barbecue in the yard, sniffed the air and couldn't resist getting up and going into the kitchen to watch closely. Under Lin Feng's stirring, the golden pickled cabbage gradually became glistening and oily, looking incredibly appetizing. Zhang Wei couldn't help but speak up. "Is this pickled cabbage made from the kind of Chinese cabbage you grow?" Lin Feng didn't even look up, and replied directly, "Yes, I was worried it wouldn't marinate well." "Doesn't it smell delicious?" "Good ingredients are always good, no matter how you cook them." Zhang Wei nodded and swallowed hard. "Just smelling this makes me hungry." He has eaten pickled vegetables from many places and tried various ways of preparing them from different countries, but he still thinks the ones from China taste the best. "But I don't know when it started, the taste in my memory has become increasingly hard to find. Most of the pickled cabbage on the market is mass-produced in factories. It looks and smells the same, but it just doesn't taste the same. Today at Lin Feng's house, my childhood memories of pickled cabbage were suddenly awakened, and even completely overwhelmed by its richer aroma. Haha, we'll have to wait a while before dinner is served." Lin Feng smiled and accepted Zhang Wei's praise. He then poured the stir-fried sauerkraut into the large pot of boiling bones, stirred it apart, and put the lid back on. "It'll need to simmer for a while longer. If you're hungry, why don't you go out and grab some barbecue to tide you over?" Zhang Wei nodded, then shook his head. "The barbecue will have to wait a while, the charcoal isn't fully red-hot yet." Seeing that only he and Lin Feng were in the kitchen, he said directly, "I brought the confidentiality agreement you requested. It's on your desk. Don't forget to look at it when you have time." He paused, looked around the spacious and rustic kitchen, and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing Lin Feng busy preparing such a large pig slaughtering feast all by himself, without anyone to help, Zhang Wei felt a little embarrassed. Lin Feng glanced at him with a smile in his eyes. "I just invited you here for a meal and a get-together, you don't need any help." As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that Zhang Wei probably wasn't familiar with the others and might feel awkward standing around, so he found him a job. "You all drove here, right? Does that mean you can't drink alcohol?" Zhang Wei was taken aback. Countless laws regarding drunk driving flashed through his mind in an instant, and he nodded firmly. "You really can't drink." "Sigh, I knew it." Lin Feng suddenly felt regretful that he had no chance to showcase his homemade wine. "The wine I made last time, which was exceptionally good, didn't receive any compliments, which made me feel a bit lonely." Lin Feng, feeling a little dejected after his attempt to show off failed, said, "There's a door on the east wall of the living room that leads to a storage room. There's jam and some kind of drink on the shelf." Could you ask everyone what they want to drink and bring it over? Jiang Wei nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Actually, he wasn't socially anxious at all. Although most of the people outside were unfamiliar young people, he would become familiar with them after chatting for a while. He was just being polite. However, since Lin Feng had already asked, he readily agreed to help. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Professor Sun immediately stood up. I'll go with you and get some hawthorn berries. They're good for your appetite and digestion. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her, put the meat back on the shelves when I get back. Dong Han waved the clip in his hand, indicating that he had heard. Professor Sun and Jiang Wei opened the door to Lin Feng's storage room, and the two couldn't help but gasp in surprise, like mice stumbling upon a granary full of rice. Wow, I really want to take them all with me. The two spoke in unison. However, what attracted them first was not the colorful jam jars piled on the shelf, but the row of wine jars sealed with yellow mud and labeled with dates on the bottom shelf. I think there's alcohol in this, what do you think? Professor Sun picked up a small jar, shook it, and looked at Jiang Wei for his opinion. Jiang Wei recalled Lin Feng's question in the kitchen earlier and nodded in agreement, very likely. Want some? Professor Sun urged. Judging by the date, it's less than a month old. It must be brewed by Lin Feng himself. The taste is bound to be good. He hoped that Jiang Wei would join his side. Jiang Wei was indeed tempted by Lin Feng's cooking skills, but he still rationally said, we all drove here, so we can't drink. Professor Sun patted him on the shoulder, looking at him with sympathy. Don't worry, I can stay at Lin Feng's house and sit at the table where we can drink. As for you, you can go to the children's table. Jiang Wei? Dude, what's going on with you? How can you say such devilish things so lightly? After Professor Sun finished speaking, he thoughtfully counted the number of people who could drink alcohol. I estimate that it's just me, Zhou Cheng, Tang Ji, Lu Wei, and Lin Feng. Even if more people come later, there won't be many who don't need to drive. He glanced at Jiang Wei and continued, it's okay if you can't drink, I'll just take a small jar. He stared at the label on the wine jar and muttered, oh, they also have sorghum and glutinous rice varieties. Which one would you like to drink? Before Jiang Wei could respond, she continued, oh right, you can't drink, so I'll choose one myself. I'll go with the sorghum liquor. The sorghum liquor here is more authentic. Jiang Wei's fists clenched in anger. Why does this person always seem to step on people's wounds? He secretly memorized the face, inwardly scoffing. If he falls into the hands of Attorney Zhang, he'll be in big trouble if he doesn't throw himself into a raucous mess and end up in prison. Professor Sun, completely oblivious to the danger, relied on his greater familiarity with Lin Feng's family's food and kept stuffing jars into Jiang Wei's arms. These pickled cucumbers are really appetizing. We have a lot of people, so let's get 2 jars. Wow, oil mushrooms. Lin Feng actually kept these hidden. We need to put them away quickly so no one else can see them. Canned yellow peaches. My favorite, 2 cans, just the right amount to cut through the richness. He held up a jar of jam and asked, I want hawthorn jam, what about you? Jiang Wei, clutching the heavy jar in his arms, gritted his teeth and said, blueberry. Okay. As Professor Sun spoke, she placed another jar of blueberry jam into his arms, adding a final reminder, hold on tight, don't drop him. Finally, he squatted down, picked up a small wine jar weighing 2 pounds, and politely raised his chin at Jiang Wei, please go first, I'll close the door. Jiang Wei, who was carrying nearly 10 pounds of stuff in his arms, if I had known, I would have been a loner and not tried to fit in with you all. Lin Feng, is this a bar? Professor Sun, carrying a wine jar, ran happily to the kitchen window, and his words instantly drew the attention of everyone in the yard. Lin Feng glanced up and said, yes, but didn't you all drive here? So I didn't take it out. It's all right. Professor Sun laughed even harder. I'll stay at your place if I get drunk, since tomorrow's a holiday anyway. Right, Zhou Cheng? Zhou Cheng nodded quickly. He had long wanted to try the wine brewed by Lin Feng. How can you pair such delicious food with fruit juice? That's something only children do. Lin Feng stared speechlessly at Professor Sun, then caught a glimpse of Jiang Wei carrying a bunch of bottles and jars past the window with a pained expression, struggling to maintain his balance. He paused for a moment, a startled and uncertain thought flashing through his mind. It turns out that Zhang, the lawyer who is so influential in the legal profession at such a young age, is so easy to bully in his personal life. The next second he realized that he probably lost because of his lack of shamelessness. Lin Feng, somewhat amused and speechless, joked with Professor Sun. My guest room hasn't been cleaned. It's okay, I can take care of it myself. Professor Sun didn't care at all. At this moment, Tang Ji and Lu Wei also came over, their eyes filled with expectation and inquiry as they looked at Lin Feng. Most men enjoy a drink, and of course, they can distinguish between a little drinking and excessive drinking. Lin Feng thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and only gave the following instructions. Those who are driving today, please be considerate and don't drink. Oh yeah, Professor Sun cheered and Snap broke the clay seal. In an instant, a rich and mellow aroma of wine wafted out from the mouth of the jar, directly hitting everyone's faces. The fragrance was both an angel that bewitched people and a devil that lured them in. Professor Sun, who was closest to the wine, felt intoxicated. He wasn't a big drinker, but he was curious about Lin Feng's cooking skills. He didn't expect to be completely captivated just by the aroma. This wine, in terms of aroma alone, surpasses more than 90% of the wines he has ever tasted. Jiang Wei was also somewhat stunned. He had tried the Thai mutai that was being hyped up to exorbitant prices. Although there was an element of speculation involved, the fact that it could maintain its high price in the market, especially the older vintages, truly showed its unique qualities. Although Lin Feng hadn't tasted the wine, its aroma alone was absolutely superb, in no way inferior to others. Seeing everyone's drooling expressions, Lin Feng was afraid someone would get drunk before the meal even started, so he quickly called out, all right, stop getting carried away. I'll leave the wine here for now. Those who can drink can try it when dinner is served, and those who can't can have soft drinks or fruit juice. We're all adults, so be considerate." As he spoke, he resaled the jar amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd. Judging from this situation, if this wine were handed over to them, it would probably be gone in no time. This is pure sorghum liquor with an alcohol content of over 50%. Although it doesn't cause a headache, it makes you drunk very quickly. By the way, is your barbecue burnt? Lin Feng didn't care about the expressions on everyone's faces. He could smell the burning smell from a distance and was initially startled, thinking that the food in his pot had burned. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of people rushed out in a flash. Lin Feng. Sure enough, everyone who came today was a foodie. He shouldn't have had any other expectations of them. A moment later, Zhou Cheng ran into the kitchen carrying a skewer of grilled meat and said to Lin Feng, "Come on, chef, have a taste of this pork first." Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and took a bite. Although Zhou Cheng ran fast, the meat was already a little cold, but the temperature was just right when he ate it. How can it taste so good? After chewing for only 2 bites, Lin Feng's eyes widened in amazement at the delicious taste in his mouth. The pork belly, with its alternating layers of fat and lean meat, renders out excess oil under the charcoal grilling, making it not greasy at all. The edges are grilled until slightly charred and chewy, while the overall meat slices have a unique crispness and tenderness. As you chew, the oil that wasn't completely forced out slowly melts in your mouth, moisturizing your entire oral cavity. If you taste it carefully, you can also taste a fresh and savory flavor that's hard to describe. He quickly realized that the pocket pig also had another name, the miniature fragrant pig. The meat had absolutely no fishy or gamey smell. It was tender and smooth, so delicious that he couldn't think of any words to describe it and just wanted to swear. Before he could even utter a word, the crowd outside had already started wailing for him. Holy crap, this is so delicious. It smells so damn good. The meat is great, and Jiang Wei's barbecue skills are amazing. Jiang Wei smiled smugly, chewing on his meat as he mumbled, No, it's because the ingredients are too good, really too good. He had eaten at many restaurants that cost 5 figures due to work or social engagements, including traditional private kitchens and Michelin 3-star restaurants. The outstanding ingredients were mostly beef or deep-sea fish. The pork that was so amazing was unique to Lin Feng's family. Dong Han swallowed the pork belly in his mouth and asked Tang Ji and Lu Wei, how many pigs did Lin Feng raise? The 2 of them seemed to understand, readily extending 3 fingers, only to retract one a moment later. There are 2 left, one of which seems to be kept as a breeding pig. Tang Ji thought for a moment and then said. Everyone looked over at once, which meant that there was only 1 animal left to eat. Not enough to eat, not nearly enough to eat. Instantly, everyone started making their own calculations. Professor Sun licked his lips, offering everyone a new perspective. I wonder when Lin Feng's ermine pig will be slaughtered. That pig has much more meat than this. Everyone's breath hitched, and suddenly they began to look forward to the next meal. What should we do? When Grandpa Feng and Grandpa Dong arrived, they could smell the incredibly tempting aroma of roasted meat from afar, even before they reached Lin Feng's house. The 2 of them had arrived right on time, so they quickened their pace. Grandpa Dong practically jogged along, muttering to himself. That kid Xiao Dong, he didn't say a word when dinner was served early. I'll give him a good beating later. Despite their white hair, the 2 were surprisingly agile, walking briskly to Lin Feng's doorstep in just over 10 seconds. When we arrived, we found that despite the freezing weather, the group of young people in the courtyard were all standing around the grill. Someone shouted, quick, let's grill some pork shoulder next time. It's lean, so we can just grill it lightly. Jiang Wei, having become a master barbecue chef with his excellent skills, refused the offer outright, giving a very valid reason. Undercooked raw meat is more likely to contain parasites, so it's better to eat it fully cooked. He added, such good meat won't be dry even when fully cooked. As a lawyer, he had seen many outrageous cases involving parasites, so he never touched sushi or sashimi outside, and even his steak was only served well done at reputable old restaurants. Professor Sun didn't take the parasite issue to heart at all and immediately offered his guarantee. Believe me, Lin Feng's pigs don't have this problem. I study animals, so I'm basically their family's personal veterinarian. He paused, then added, if you really can't get over it, go back to the pharmacy and buy a couple of Duoming pills, just to comfort yourself. For some reason, he suddenly felt a strange sense of professional pride at that moment. After all, I just had the relevant tests done yesterday, so I'm quite confident. John Wei glanced at Professor Sun and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Having a professional vouch for you, or even an acquaintance who's willing to eat with you, is the most reassuring thing at times like this. Just like if your own employees dare to eat food produced on an assembly line, the quality is probably not bad. No matter how much online celebrities exaggerate, it can't compare to the honest words of a factory worker. Only a fool would settle for second best if he could taste pork at its most perfect state. The pork belly with its beautiful marbling is sliced thinly and grilled on a wire rack until it turns color on both sides, at which point it reaches its most tender and juicy point. This is the best way to eat beef, but most people are trying pork for the first time. Grandpa Dong and Grandpa Feng disregarded everything else and immediately joined the battle. Don Han quickly served meat to the two elders, his face plastered with a fawning smile. But the two old men had no time to pay attention to him. They were so shocked by the taste that they couldn't speak as soon as they tasted it. After a long while, the two old men finally recovered from their shock and asked a thought-provoking question. Is this really pork? Don Han was busy stuffing meat into his food and only had time to nod. The delicious food in his mouth didn't allow him to be distracted by talking. In their minds, pork has always been inferior to beef and mutton. But the pork from Lin Feng's family made them change their minds. Who knew pork could be so amazing? It is said that the best beef is not gamey and has a milky aroma. Although Lin Feng's pork does not have a milky aroma, its unique meaty aroma is in no way inferior, and even has an extra layer of fresh and unique flavor. This is the real taste of farm-raised pork. Old Master Dong couldn't help but sigh. Old Master Feng shook his head. Ordinary farm pigs can't taste like this. In my opinion, Lin Feng is really something, and he's willing to invest. Having just eaten 2 slices of meat, the two were completely whetted of their appetites and, somewhat embarrassed, peeked out the kitchen window to ask, Xiao Lin, how much longer until dinner? The old man couldn't stand being hungry, his stomach had been rumbling for a while. Lin Feng lifted the pot lid, neatly arranged the thinly sliced pork belly in the pot, and placed the diced blood sausage around the edge, all without looking up as he replied. It'll be ready in 10 minutes, he instructed. Uncle, you can wait in the living room, it's warm there. The food will be served soon. Also, take away the barbecue outside. He figured the group of people in the yard were already frozen solid. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Feng spoke, everyone quickly packed up the barbecue stall, lined up obediently at the kitchen door, each took a dish to the table, and then hurriedly went inside. I was only surprised to find myself freezing cold when I warmed myself in the heater, especially my feet, which were numb from the cold. Fortunately, Lin Feng's family had a coal stove burning, making the house warm and cozy, which helped them recover. During this time, Professor Sun didn't forget to strike up a conversation as if they were old friends. Can you two uncles drink baijiu, Chinese liquor? Old Master Feng was taken aback. There's wine too. Grandpa Dong also came over, asking with a hint of anticipation, was it bought or? Professor Sun nodded vigorously. Yes. It's brewed by Lin Feng himself, and it smells wonderful. Judging from the expressions of the two old men, he knew they could drink a lot, so he immediately called out, come on, come on. Those who can drink, sit here. Those who can't, go over there. Drinks and fruit juice are all laid out, don't be shy. Zhang Wei and Dong Han, who had just brought in a basin of vegetables, they exchanged a glance and sighed silently. We're such pitiful guys. Suddenly I don't want to share the pork stew with those drinking people anymore. What should I do? Lin Feng's family didn't have a large round table like the ones in the restaurant, but luckily he had prepared in advance. In the winter when he had nothing to do, he made a large foldable table that could easily seat 10 or so people. Fearing that some people might not be able to reach the food, he specially divided it into 2 portions when plating it. Finally, Lin Feng came over with sorghum liquor and glasses. Seeing that those who could drink and those who couldn't had already taken their seats, he filled the glasses for those who could drink and announced, dinner's ready. Tisk. This wine is amazing. Grandpa Feng and Grandpa Dong didn't rush to pick up their chopsticks. They took a sip of wine, exchanged a glance, and tacitly moved the bottles of wine they had divided closer to themselves before quickly refilling their own glasses. When tasting wine, you must first smell it. The rich aroma of the wine rushes into your nose. Looking again, the wine is clear and clings evenly to the sides of the glass. Finally, upon entering the mouth, the initial spiciness transforms into a warm current, rushing from the throat to the nasal cavity, and then spreading to the stomach and abdomen. The body, which had been chilled to the bone, seems to be instantly soothed and warmed, and even the breath exhaled carries the fragrance of wine, making one unable to resist becoming intoxicated. If there's a drawback, it's that the new wine hasn't been aged and has a slight, almost imperceptible, impetuous quality. But this minor flaw is insignificant compared to its superb taste. Grandpa Feng blinked and looked at Lin Feng, asking, "Xiaolin, what did you put in this wine? It seems to have a hint of pine needle aroma in the aftertaste." Lin Feng, who had just put a piece of pork belly into his mouth, immediately gave Grandpa Feng a thumbs up, saying that he was a true expert. He swallowed his food and explained. During fermentation, some snow from under the pine trees and some frozen tender pine needles were added. Thanks to the abundant snowfall this winter, we were able to collect enough. So there's a faint pine scent in the aftertaste, very subtle, that only an expert could detect it. You're really something. Professor Sun and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. How come they hadn't noticed it? The wine felt smooth and fragrant, spicy yet gentle, with a hint of indescribable coolness. In short, it could be summed up in one word: good. So that chill wasn't from the freezing weather, but from the added snow? Everyone couldn't resist pouring themselves another glass and savoring it, just like Grandpa Feng. There really is. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened, making his already thinner baby face appear even bigger. His cheeks were flushed, and at first glance, he looked like a child who had secretly drunk alcohol. He shivered from the effects of the alcohol, thinking to himself that it tasted good, but the after-effects were really strong. He rarely drinks alcohol, and when he does, it's only beer. He slowly put down his glass and poured himself a glass of hawthorn juice. I can't drink anymore, or I won't be able to properly enjoy this delicious meal. He was already feeling a bit dizzy, and if he drank anymore, he was afraid he would pass out on the table. Zhou Cheng stuffed a piece of fried pork into his mouth. The outer skin was crispy and crunchy, while the inside was soft and juicy. The pork tenderloin was so delicious that you couldn't stop eating it. Perhaps it was the barbecue that filled the table, or perhaps it was the wine that slowly simmered, but the battlefield of fighting for food that had appeared yesterday was absent from the table. Instead, everyone ate and chatted, creating a more relaxed atmosphere. Zhou Cheng saw Lin Feng mixing wine and juice together and followed suit. She took a sip, and her eyes instantly brightened. Lin Feng is indeed an amazing man. Not only can he cook, but he also has an amazing appetite. Before long, the others also succumbed to the temptation of the alcohol. Since tomorrow is Sunday anyway, I might as well drink as much as I want. Only Dong Han held the pure juice with a miserable expression. He still had to drive his father and Grandpa Feng back, and he couldn't touch a drop of alcohol. Lin Feng himself didn't expect that after the wine tasting, a flood of positive reviews would come rushing over the table. In that instant, he felt that if he had a tail, it would probably be soaring to the sky. Good wine is meant to be shared with connoisseurs. Hearing their praise makes the wine taste even better. The thought that he would be the only one with this wine in the future, and that others would have to wait to have it, filled him with such smugness that he could eat another bowl of rice. He himself didn't realize that he had started to learn bad habits from the comments on Bilibili. Lin Feng's impression of the dinner party was still that they drank and ate together, as if everything was normal. However, by the time he came to his senses from the deliciousness of his family's pork, not only were the 2 large basins of pork stew on the table almost empty, but even the wine bottles had been emptied without his knowledge. Lin Feng held up his chopsticks, touched his stomach which was barely 8/10 full, and paused for a moment. Who paused his video, and then these people secretly fast-forwarded through it? Lin Feng glanced around and was surprised to find that, apart from Dong Han, who was struggling with the muscles on his bones, everyone else, whether they had initially said they could drink or not, was drunk. Zhou Cheng, in particular, had completely lost focus in his 2 round eyes, looking dazed and dumb, as if his soul had been emptied out by the delicious food and wine. He rested his chin on the back of his hand, which was resting on the rim of the glass. Judging from his appearance, he had already given it his all to avoid collapsing on the spot. Lin Feng leaned closer and vaguely heard him muttering, "The pork belly was so delicious, how could it be gone? Why is there so little pork belly from a pig? Why can't it all grow into pork belly?" Professor Sun sat next to him, his face flushed red from the alcohol, clearly also intoxicated, but his eyes were sparkling, showing that he was drunk but hadn't lost his senses. He quickly waved to Lin Feng, signaling him not to come any closer. Right now, he's recording Zhou Cheng's silly face on his phone, planning to use the video to extort a meal from him when he wants to eat. He's guaranteed to get it right every time. Zhang Wei was even more infuriating. He actually took sips of juice mixed with beiju in front of Dong Han, who couldn't drink at all. He wasn't drinking so much because the beiju was too strong, he simply thought it paired better with the food. Not content with just drinking it himself, he also insisted on clinking glasses with Dong Han, who could only drink juice. "Come on, let's have a drink." Dong Han held his juice glass, staring at the bright red wine in Zhang Wei's glass, his face turning green with anger. This isn't a toast, it's blatant provocation. But he still had to drive his elders to school, so he could only gulp down a mouthful of juice in frustration, mentally cursing all the people who could drink. Jiang Wei initially planned to drive back after dinner, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it would be a waste not to try such delicious wine. He figured it out in his mind, since he had already reached the position of partner, he didn't need to clock in anymore, and he lived alone. If he got drunk, he could just stay at Lin Feng's house for one night. There's plenty of space here. With that thought, I completely broke my vow and started drinking freely. Dong Han didn't have that kind of luck. No matter what, he had to take his father and Grandpa Feng home, and he couldn't even have a sip of alcohol. It was heartbreaking to see people who had initially agreed to a united front betray him so easily. Dong Han was so angry he gritted his teeth. He fiercely raised his juice glass and slammed it against Jiang Wei's, saying menacingly, "I won't call myself Dong Han if I don't drink you so badly you can't even tell which way is which. Come on, I'll go first, you follow. Hurry up, are we raising fish? If you're a man, don't back down, let's do it." Even the seasoned drinkers, Mr. Feng and Mr. Dong, had flushed cheeks and, with a touch of tipsy pleasure, were chatting animatedly about their carefree past. Tang Ji and Lu Wei became the most dedicated straight men, and the two old men were so charmed that they forgot all about Dong Han. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, feeling that the atmosphere was getting tense and wouldn't come down. Professor Sun initially thought there were too few people, so he only carried a 2-pound wine jar. Later, when everyone was in high spirits, Lin Feng couldn't resist the persuasion and went to the storage room to bring out a 10-pound wine jar. Well, those guys who claimed to be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and who said they could drink 6 gin, 3 caddies, of liquor by themselves, are all drunk now. Well, Lin Feng sighed deeply. He knew his own brewed liquor well, it was pure sorghum liquor, at least 53 degrees. The wine with pine needles has a strong aroma when you first taste it, but it has a very strong after effect. They all look upright now, but once the effects of the wine fully take hold, I guess a few of them will collapse. Ha! You need to pack up? Tang Ji stared blankly at Lin Feng, then tried to stand up. "I'll help you." But as soon as he stood up, he swayed and almost fell off the stool. The sudden movement left him completely disoriented. He rarely drinks in the team, and he has to stay sober when carrying out missions. I thought that even if my alcohol tolerance was low, it wouldn't be too bad, but I didn't expect to be knocked out by just a few drinks from my future boss's house. No need, just sit still. Lin Feng was startled and quickly helped him up, gesturing for him to sit still. Fortunately, Dong Han, the only one who was sober at the scene, got Zhou Cheng and Jiang Wei drunk and then stood up with a belly full of juice, saying, "Let me help you." Lin Feng glanced at him and nodded. "Never mind the rest for now, let's get these people onto the heated brick bed, and let them get some sleep. Those who are drunk, take them to my room first, and those who can still hold on, move them to the room next door later." He had never been so grateful that his home was a small rural courtyard, spacious and allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Otherwise, these drunkards today would probably have to be thrown into the snowdrifts outside to sober up. Dong Han nodded, then scooped up Zhou Cheng, who was the most drunk, and dragged him under his arm towards Lin Feng's bedroom. Don't blame him for being rude. Faced with such good wine, he was the only one left standing there drinking juice. What kind of good attitude can you expect? Do I have to carry him in a princess carry? What are you thinking about? Fortunately, Zhou Cheng was already so drunk that his body was weak and his resistance was negligible. After struggling for a bit, he obediently slumped like a mudfish and let Dong Han carry him. This made Dong Han's heart skip a beat. He thought he had accidentally hurt the man by his strong arm, so he quickly checked his pulse and breathed a sigh of relief when he felt it beating. That was terrifying. For the rest, let's just do a princess carry. He doesn't mind moving people, so these drunkards probably won't care either. Sensing Dong Han's intentions, Jiang Wei, who still had some sense, shuddered and resolutely refused to be carried in a princess carry. That was his last shred of dignity. He would rather be tucked under his armpit than accept it. He struggled to his feet, supporting himself on the table, and said shakily to Lin Feng, "I'm going to that room. I'm not drunk, I can still walk." Before Lin Feng could respond, Dong Han sneered. "Not drunk? Sorry, a drunkard's opinion doesn't count." In the end, he still managed to drag one person under each armpit into the guest room. Professor Sun was the only one who was truly worry-free. He followed Dong Han obediently to the bed and lay down. After watching the spectacle, Grandpa Feng and Grandpa Dong, along with their respective straight men, leisurely went to the next room. The two old men walked much more steadily than the two young men. This is probably a case of not judging a book by its cover, and experience is indeed valuable. After settling everyone in, Dong Han and Lin Feng collapsed into the messy living room. Fortunately, they were all well behaved when drunk. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If one of them had been drunk and causing a scene, we might not have been able to handle it so quickly. Dong Han said with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect to get completely drunk like this." Lin Feng shook his head to indicate that he was fine. I had guessed that this would be the outcome as soon as he brought out the second jar of wine. Unexpectedly, apart from him and Dong Han, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, not a single one of them managed to stand firm. The whole army was annihilated in a miserable state. What surprised him even more was that these people didn't miss eating at all while drinking. I thought the alcohol would slow everyone down their eating pace, but they ended up eating even more than yesterday. If yesterday was a real battlefield, today is a war without gunpowder, where every second counts. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't unhappy, Dong Han immediately seized the opportunity to curry favor. Can you sell me a jar of your wine? I haven't had any today. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him. Here's a 2-pound bottle for you. As he spoke, he remembered how much the two old men loved this wine, and looked Dong Han up and down, making him feel uneasy, before finally speaking. If you take it back, will you really be able to drink it yourself? Having spent some time with them, Lin Feng had already figured out the abilities of Old Master Feng and Old Master Dong. Dong Han choked and wilted instantly, like a sauerkraut leaf hanging on the edge of a basin. Lin Feng was telling the absolute truth. But his mind, even without alcohol, worked incredibly fast. He immediately came up with a perfect plan and, shamelessly, said, "Could you store this at your place for me? I'll sneak a sip next time I come over." After saying that, he didn't forget to trick his own father and Grandpa Feng. As for those two, just ask for a high price, even more than Tai Mutai. Those two old men have plenty of money. Dong Han had a good plan in mind. Once his father brought the wine home, he would go to his mother and tattle on him. What goes around comes around. If he's not allowed to drink today, he can forget about drinking to his heart's content in the future. Anyway, he's doing it for his dad's health. Thinking of these pleasant things, he moved much more quickly as he helped Lin Feng tidy up the table. Meanwhile, Old Master Dong, who was lying on the heated kong in Lin Feng's house, suddenly twitched twice in his sleep, as if he had sneezed. He felt a chill on the back of his neck and tried to wrap himself tightly in the blanket, but after groping around for a while, he couldn't find the blanket anywhere. That evening, Dong Han, who hadn't been drinking, said goodbye to Lin Feng and left with his father and Grandpa Feng. Before leaving, Grandpa Feng didn't forget to pull Lin Feng aside and give him some instructions. "Xiao Lin, if someone wants to buy alcohol from you, don't sell it too cheaply. If it's below this number, don't even think about it." As he spoke, he held up one finger and waved it in front of Lin Feng. "It means it must cost at least 10,000 yuan per kilogram." Yes, Old Master Dong chimed in. "If you're not short of money, don't rush to sell. Save it for 10 years, and it'll be worth 10 times more, with people scrambling to buy it." Hearing the two old men's words, Lin Feng was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth remained open for a long time. He knew the beverage industry was profitable, but he didn't expect it to be this lucrative. No matter how good the quality of the sorghum he used was, even if he added pine needle snow water during fermentation, 10 caddies of raw materials could only produce 3 caddies of wine. At most, the cost of 1 caddy of wine would not exceed 100 yuan. Moreover, 80% of that 100 yuan is his labor cost. The current price is equivalent to 100 times higher. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy, as if the effects of the alcohol from lunch hadn't worn off yet. The next morning, everyone who woke up at Lin Feng's house had a few embarrassed smiles on their faces, but their eyes were full of anticipation for the next gathering. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect the alcohol to have such a strong after effect. I've troubled you, Lin Feng." The anticipation stems from the fact that this dinner party was incredibly enjoyable. The wine was good, the food was delicious, and most importantly, everyone came from different industries, so we had no inhibitions when chatting and could talk about whatever we wanted. What's even more remarkable is that although this wine has a strong after effect, it leaves almost no hangover symptoms. After a good night's sleep, everyone felt refreshed and invigorated. The fatigue and irritability that had accumulated over the past few days seemed to have been swept away with that drunken revelry. Zhou Cheng, in particular, slept from sunset until sunrise the next day, while everyone else at least got up and ate dinner. He was groggily awake. Sitting on the kong, a heated brick bed, he looked exactly like a virtuous man who had been taken advantage of, asking foolishly, "Where am I?" During this time, Lin Feng and Professor Sun noticed that he was sleeping too soundly and worried that the kid might have passed out from alcohol poisoning. Having recovered somewhat, Professor Sun had no choice but to personally perform the basic examinations on him, muttering to himself as he did so, "I've already said that owners shouldn't give alcohol to their pets. People's alcohol tolerance is different from that of humans, let alone pets. We're all different species." Zhang Wei, who was standing next to him, almost burst out laughing. Fortunately, it was later confirmed that Zhou Cheng was simply fast asleep. Zhang Wei immediately cast an envious glance at him and said sincerely, "This kid sleeps really well. And, do police officers like Lin not have to socialize much? If I had known, I wouldn't have started my own business. I would have just taken the civil service exam and gotten a job." In the legal profession, expertise is important, but connections are equally crucial. Sometimes, you have to drink liquor like water at the dinner table, half down and half spilled. When I get home at night, my mind is full of things to do. When I'm under a lot of pressure, I can't sleep for several nights in a row. After finishing their pig slaughtering feast, Tang Ji and Lu Wei showed no sign of leaving. Although the formalities haven't been completed and she can't officially become a farm employee, she's already started helping Lin Feng with farm work early in the morning, euphemistically calling it an internship. Lin Feng didn't refuse and took them to familiarize themselves with the farm. Anyway, there's still a month of free time before the students come back in April, so I might as well take this time to give them a proper introduction to the whole farm. That way, when it's time for spring plowing, I can get started with the students. When I got to the pigsty, I saw Professor Sun standing there for some unknown reason. Seeing Professor Sun staring blankly at the pigs, Lin Feng became a little nervous. Professor Sun, is there something wrong with these pigs? We just had all the checks done a few days ago, so we can't have something go wrong now, can we? Professor Sun seemed oblivious to Lin Feng's nervousness, simply nodding and saying, your sow needs artificial insemination, otherwise there won't be enough to eat. Lin Feng. After a pause, recalling the scene of artificial insemination with cattle, Lin Feng's expression changed again. Professor Sun understood. Oh, it's about the same as a cow, or even easier than a cow, after all, its size is what it is. Lin Feng rubbed his arms vigorously and looked at Professor Sun, saying, I think you shouldn't drink yesterday's wine for nothing. The implication was that when delivering the goods, one should also take care of that matter. Professor Sun didn't mind, it was something that could be resolved in 2 or 3 minutes. However, he felt that for the better development of the farm, it was best for the farm's own people to master the skill. Lin Feng clearly remembered Professor Sun's advice to him, but he really didn't want to do it again. So they gradually turned their attention to the farm's 2 future employees, Tang Ji and Lu Wei. The 2 were completely bewildered, not knowing what riddle the farmer and Professor Sun were playing, and just tilted their heads with a bit of curiosity. Professor Sun looked at the 2 of them and nodded. To work on a farm, you always need to acquire some skills. He pointed at Tang Ji and Lu Wei and said, you 2 play rock paper scissors. The winner will come and learn the technique from me in a couple of days. He didn't mention at all that what he wanted to learn was the technique of artificial insemination of sows. Lin Feng stood to the side with a mysterious smile. Tang Ji and Lu Wei, what should I learn? It sounds like it's technical, so it should be pretty good. Lu Wei was a little intimidated, though, because he had never won a game of rock paper scissors. He stared at his fist in frustration, unaware that 2 days later, his frustration would turn into immense joy. 2 days later, Tang Ji, changing clothes under Professor Sun's supervision, asked incredulously, what technology? Even Lu Wei, who was initially a little envious, picked at his ear. He thought he had just heard the words artificial insemination of sows, right? Professor Sun smiled and first played a teaching video for Tang Ji. No. Tang Ji's first reaction was exactly the same as Lin Feng's back then. He kept shaking his head and refusing. But Lu Wei, who had watched the video with him, was not about to back down. He muttered, better to die than to die myself, while secretly congratulating himself on his bad luck. Then, he and Professor Sun dragged the reluctant Tang Ji into the pigsty. Lin Feng stood aside, watching with amusement. Lin Feng had already secured the 2 pigs he was going to operate on in the pig pen, just in case the chaos of the last pig catching incident happened again, allowing the person who was supposed to learn the technique to escape. It's actually quite simple. Professor Sun skillfully soothed the ermine pig, then turned to Tang Ji and said, we're both men, we all understand certain principles, right? He waved the tools in his hand, let me demonstrate first. First, find the right spot, then slowly insert the tube tip, gently and slowly, so as not to hurt the pig, until it can't be inserted any further. Professor Sun worked swiftly, completing the operation in less than a minute, and then looked at Tang Ji with encouraging eyes. Tang Ji's face instantly turned green. My mind started uncontrollably conjuring up images, and my thoughts became a bit muddled. This was a far cry from the technology he had imagined. Looking at his hands, Lu Wei, standing to the side, had never felt so fortunate in his life that he had never won at rock paper scissors. It seems that fate is ultimately fair. While Professor Sun was giving Tang Ji guidance, he was also making empty promises. Regular pig farms usually hire professionals to do this, but you should be grateful that you have a professor like me personally coming to teach you. He patted Tang Ji on the shoulder and continued, you can make money by learning this skill. Later, you can also learn how to extract semen. Tisk tisk, your future is limitless, young man. You can earn as much as slaughtering pigs. Tang Ji had only one thought in his mind. He'd rather learn to slaughter pigs than do that. His hand, which had been as steady as a rock when he was holding the gun, was now trembling like a leaf, and his expression was half rejection and half collapse. He held the tool stiffly and slowly followed Professor Sun's instructions, feeling his whole body trembling. Okay, is it done yet? he asked in a trembling voice, feeling uncomfortable as if his hands were covered in something indescribable, even though he was wearing rubber gloves. Professor Sun examined him, seemingly oblivious to Tang Ji's breakdown, and even praised him. "That's a great job, isn't it? The young man has a lot of potential." Tang Ji's face not only turned green, but even showed signs of turning black. He really doesn't need this kind of potential, and he doesn't want to know what Professor Sun handed him. "Thank you." Professor Sun completely ignored Tang Ji's expression. For him, this was just an ordinary job, and he had long since become indifferent to it. He continued to instruct, "Then take this, connect the opening to the tube, and slowly pour it in." After speaking, he looked at Tang Ji with an admiring gaze, as if he were looking at a promising student. He then turned to Lin Feng and explained, "As you requested, one is the best ermine pig, and the other is that purse pig." When the topic of pocket pig came up, he couldn't help but smack his lips. "I really hope this pocket pig can be productive and have a lot of offspring. Ah, the meat is really delicious. People would believe it if you said it was beef." Then, with a hint of regret, he glanced at the pouch-covered pigs in the pig pen. It's a pity that the pocket pig can't reproduce like the ermine pig. Even though the smell in the pigsty wasn't pleasant, it couldn't stop him from reminiscing about the taste of the pork stew he had that day. The rich flavor of pork bones, the tender aroma of pork belly, the smooth texture of blood sausage, and dishes like stir-fried liver and sliced beef and tripe and chili sauce, just thinking about them makes my mouth water. "By the way, when are you going to slaughter your ermine pig?" Professor Sun held up his tools, making no attempt to hide his longing for pork. "Around June," Lin Feng said after thinking for a moment. "Kill it before it gets too hot, when it hasn't grown much meat yet." After he finished speaking, he turned to Professor Sun and asked, "When will this year's vaccinations begin?" "It'll be soon. I'll bring the things over then." Professor Sun agreed without hesitation, even though he didn't actually need to do the job. "Thanks," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Having connections makes things convenient. You don't have to go through the hassle of queuing and making appointments." While the two were chatting, Tang Ji finally stumbled through the entire artificial insemination process, his face turning pale and then flushed, as if he had just been pulled out of a mud pit. In the end, he practically flew out of the pig pen. Unable to find clean water after going outside, he rushed to the snowdrift and frantically scrubbed his hands, as if trying to erase the sensations along with his memories. As Professor Sun packed up his tools, he gave him a disdainful look. "Is it really necessary? Without this job, where would we get all this pork? Just think about the taste of that pork in a pocket a few days ago." Tang Ji looked miserable, feeling that all of Lin Feng's friends were devils. Professor Sun is one, and so is lawyer Zhang Wei. He couldn't help but shed tears when he recalled the scene of himself and Lu Wei, two burly men, being cornered in the living room by a lawyer who could take on 10 men, signing a confidentiality agreement. It felt like signing a contract to sell oneself into servitude. Intellectuals are really bullying people. He secretly resolved that he would use his own experience to tell his children. Reading is important, but these strange and unusual skills are best avoided if possible. Lu Wei was all smiles all day because he had escaped a terrible ordeal. Lin Feng could understand Tang Ji's breakdown. After all, the scene when he examined the cows was much more exciting than this. It's also the fault of these animals for being so irresponsible, insisting on going into heat when students are on holiday. If the students were to return, Professor Sun would surely be happy to treat this as a practical lesson. He can also conveniently freeload on labor. Sigh, in the end, I had to bear it all myself. Professor Sun lingered at Lin Feng's house for a meal before leisurely leaving. In the evening, a call came in with the message "Express Delivery." At this moment, the delivery man was standing outside the farm, and no matter how the little black wolf gestured for him to come with me, he remained rooted to the spot and didn't budge. The sender said that this store has giant pandas. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the worry and fear on his face instantly transformed into a bright smile befitting a sugar daddy, and he said warmly, "Hello Mr. Lin, here is your package. There are 10 piglets in total. Please sign here if everything is in order." Lin Feng looked completely bewildered. He was certain that he had never bought piglets. Lin Feng was filled with doubt. He's already struggling to keep up with the births of his own pigs, so how could he possibly buy piglets from outside? The delivery man was a little confused when he saw that the man was reluctant to sign for the package, as he was sure he hadn't delivered it to the wrong address. The sender repeatedly emphasized that the family owned a giant panda and warned him to be careful, which left a deep impression on him. Lin Feng thought it over and over, and, confirming that he had never ordered piglets, simply asked directly, "Who sent you to deliver this?" Oh. The delivery man then realized that he had been so focused on the giant panda that he had forgotten about the important matter. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, gave Lin Feng an apologetic smile, and then read it aloud in a serious tone. "Mr. Dong has 2, Mr. Feng has 1, and Mr. Zhou has 2. Later, they couldn't bear to see the piglets separated, so they bought all 10 piglets in the litter and brought them to you together. He also asked me to pass on a message, 'You're welcome.' The pig slaughtering feast was delicious. This small return gift is nothing. Lin Feng tried his best to prevent the twitching of his lips from becoming too obvious. So, after all that fuss, this is what they were secretly plotting behind my back that day? With mixed feelings that he couldn't quite explain, he signed the delivery slip and then called Tang Ji and Lu Wei down to help. He couldn't move 10 piglets by himself. Wow, so many little pigs. Looking at the energetic little guy in the box, Tang Ji chuckled and praised, "He's quite cute." Lin Feng glanced at the two of them. He absolutely refused to believe that these two people weren't involved, so why pretend to be innocent? But since we're already here, we can't just throw it away, can we? Quarantine them for 3 days first, and then move them to the pig pen if they're fine. He sighed. Fortunately, the biggest advantage of pigs is that they are easy to raise. If they were as delicate as sheep or cows, he would have had to return them no matter what. As the weather gets warmer day by day, and as we get closer to April, the days become noticeably longer, which means that the working hours on the farm will also have to be increased. Lin Feng initially wanted to handle the matter of setting up the food factory through the village, but the progress was too slow. After Dong Han learned about this, he offered to help by saying that he had connections and that if Lin Feng was willing, he would like to be an angel investor and help set up the factory together. Lin Feng agreed without much hesitation. Dong Han is a kind and honest person with experience in managing companies, so working with him will definitely be worry-free. That day, he received a call from Dong Han. Lin Feng, Tang Ji, and Lu Wei should be used to farm work by now, right? Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback when he heard this question as soon as he answered the phone. You're almost getting the hang of it, what's up? Although the two of them could never quite get the cooking time right when boiling pig feed, making it either too thick or too thin. However, the farm's ingredients were so good that, and the pigs were fed according to the proportions Lin Feng provided, they didn't rebel like they did with the students before, overturning the feeding troughs and causing a disturbance. As long as the cattle have grass to eat, everything is fine, they are very docile. The little chickens, ducks, and geese seem to get along well with them. That's perfect, why don't you come over here for a bit? Dong Han breathed a sigh of relief and continued, the factory renovation was stopped in winter because of the cold weather. However, the machine design is almost finalized. Come over and help us debug it. If there are any problems, we can fix them quickly so as not to delay production. This way it won't be ready in time for your spring planting. Let's try to get the bibimbap sauce on the market this year. Lin Feng glanced at the date and immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go over tomorrow. What should we test first? How about the beef sauce? The ingredients are easy to buy. Okay, Dong Han readily agreed. Lin Feng was thinking about all the things he needed to arrange before leaving the farm. Just as he was about to hang up, before his finger even touched the hang up button, he heard Dong Han's slightly anxious voice. Hey, Lin Feng, don't hang up. Uncle Feng needs to talk to you about something. Lin Feng blinked and thought for a while, but he really couldn't guess what Uncle Feng wanted to talk to him about. Hey, Kobayashi. Uncle Feng snatched the phone from Dong Han, his tone unusually enthusiastic, and went straight to the point. How much sorghum liquor do you have left? Sorghum liquor? Lin Feng considered it in his mind. 500 jin of sorghum yielded nearly 150 jin of liquor. After deducting the liquor consumed at the last gathering, the liquor I usually drink myself, and the liquor I gave away, there is now about 120 jin left. He plans to bury 2 of the jars in the ground after the soil thaws in the spring and leave them for 5 or 10 years, hoping they will develop a different flavor. He gave a rough estimate, about 100 jin, 50 caddies, left. Oh, not bad. When Uncle Feng heard that there was still so much, his tone revealed a hint of satisfaction. Are you going to sell these wines? If you are, send them all to your Uncle Feng at the price we agreed on last time. On the other end of the phone, Uncle Feng's voice was unusually bright and cheerful. Lin Feng quickly started making plans in his mind. If it's 10,000 yuan per kilogram, then 100 kilograms would be 1 million yuan. But then he had another question, why did Uncle Feng buy so much wine? He couldn't possibly be buying it all for himself, could he? He quickly asked, Uncle Feng, what do you need so much wine for? If you want to drink it, I can send you a bottle. After saying that, he didn't forget to remind everyone, even if the wine in my house is brewed from grains, drinking too much of it will still harm your health. Uncle Feng laughed and said, no, it's not for me. The 5 caddies you gave me last time, I'll keep for myself and have a small cup occasionally. He didn't hide anything, Uncle, to tell you the truth, I met a big client a couple of days ago when I was doing business. We drank some of your wine together, and he took a liking to it and told me he wanted to buy some, even 1,000 or 800 caddies wouldn't be too much. Oh. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even figured out how to sell the wine yet, but Uncle Feng had already found customers for him. After spending some time with him, Lin Feng had a fairly good understanding of Uncle Feng's character and knew that he was definitely not the kind of person who would lie to people. The thought of making a fortune by selling the wine made his lips curl into a smile, his voice brimming with an unconscious excitement. Uncle Feng, you found me such a big client all at once, how about I give you a 20% discount? In this way, Uncle Feng, as the matchmaker, can at least earn a kickback, and next time there are similar clients, they might still think of him. A 20% discount would be 800,000. Even after taxes, there would still be a considerable amount left. The key is that this wine has a low cost. If it can sell so well, he's willing to keep brewing it even if it takes more time. To everyone's surprise, Uncle Feng refused outright. No need, just go for 10,000 yuan per caddy. I'm already happy enough that your wine has helped me secure a big order. After saying that, Uncle Feng gave Lin Feng a few more careful instructions and then handed the phone back to Dong Han. But even after a dozen seconds, Lin Feng could still faintly hear his extremely hearty laughter through the receiver. Dong Han had also heard something about this. He covered the microphone and whispered to Lin Feng, I overheard that Uncle Feng's factory seems to have received a big order. In the hundreds of millions. Lin Feng gasped, touching his pounding heart, and exclaimed, Uncle Feng, you're awesome. No wonder they looked down on my small kickback. At the same time, he realized that he might have really met a big shot this time, and he had to hold on to him tightly. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Feng and Dong Han agreed to set off the next day and then hung up the phone. After arranging things at the winery, Lin Feng turned to Tang Ji and Lu Wei, entrusting them with all matters concerning the farm. Don't be nervous. Even if the farm animals run away, as long as they don't leave the farm grounds, you don't need to worry about them. They will go back to their kennels on their own at night. If they run away from the farm and you think you can't bring them back, then let Wolf Green handle it. He patted the two of them on the shoulder. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Call me anytime if anything happens. Remember, if you can't beat them, don't fight them head on. Running away isn't shameful. You are the men besides me who control their food supply. With this in hand, I'm sure they won't do anything to you. Tang Ji and Lu Wei listened to his instructions and thought it was an exaggeration. No, it's really not that bad. They've been here for so many days and have already gotten used to farm life. Besides, even wild weasels in Lin Feng's house bow to him and look very docile, unlike what he said about them being so difficult to deal with. Don't worry. Tang Ji patted his chest confidently, assuring them that with the two of them there, the farm would be absolutely safe. It's just feeding pigs, cows, and sheep, no big deal. Lu Wei nodded in agreement, we'll definitely take good care of the house. Looking at the two employees in different expressions, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little uneasy. Can we really trust them? But since things had come to this, the next day he still packed 9 jars of 10 gin, 5 kilograms, sorghum liquor and 2 jars of 5 gin, 2.5 kilograms, sorghum liquor, and drove away from the farm in his pickup truck. As the car drove out of the farm grounds, he looked back at the two people waving goodbye at the gate, feeling uneasy as if something bad was about to happen. But he couldn't figure out exactly what it would be. At most, all the animals would rebel together, and he'd have to rebuild the fence when he gets back, right? As the pickup truck drove further away, the farm in the rearview mirror grew smaller and smaller. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, suppressing his unease. I hope I'm just overthinking it. When Lin Feng arrived at the Donghan factory, he received a warm welcome, especially from Uncle Feng and the burly foreign man behind him. Judging from his accent, he seemed to be from Russia. This is the kind of wine, isn't it? The foreign man's eyes lit up as he looked at the wine jars that had just been removed from the ground. Wow, that's very characteristic of China. Uncle Feng nodded with a smile. That's right, this wine was brewed by this young man himself. He added snow and pine branches during fermentation, and the aftertaste is particularly captivating. Oh. The foreign businessman named Abdul looked at Lin Feng with even brighter eyes. He is happy to respect people with good skills. Uncle Feng continued, don't you keep a brown bear at home? He also has bears here, and they are 2 giant pandas, a unique treasure of our country. These words made Abdu even more interested in Lin Feng. He knew about giant pandas. Compared to brown bears, they were more unique and adorable in appearance, but unfortunately, they couldn't be obtained from overseas. This young man seems to be quite extraordinary. Abdu felt more and more that Lin Feng was worth befriending. Over here, with Dong Han's help, Lin Feng had just arranged for people to unload the alcohol and raw materials for making bibimbap sauce from the pickup truck. As soon as I entered the factory area, I bumped into this enthusiastic foreign businessman. The other person was nearly 2 meters tall, as strong as a bear, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and an exceptionally hearty smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Abdu, and I am a businessman from Russia. As he spoke, he extended his hand warmly. I heard that you brewed those wines yourself? They are absolutely delicious, especially the pine aroma in the aftertaste, it's so captivating. He paused, then said excitedly, I heard you have 2 giant pandas at home? My family also has a brown bear. Upon hearing the accompanying translator's words, Lin Feng immediately broke into a bright smile. This is a major customer who buys his wine, he must maintain a good relationship with him. Thank you for your appreciation. He responded politely at first, and then explained earnestly. Actually, I'm worried that many foreign friends won't be used to the strong liquor in our country. When the bear was mentioned, Lin Feng added, however, you may have misunderstood. That giant panda is not raised by me. Our country does not allow the private keeping of protected animals. It just happened to come to my farm and stayed there. This matter must be explained clearly, so as not to cause misunderstandings among foreign friends. No, Abdu shook his finger, his tone certain, it has to be strong liquor. The sake from Japan, the aroma is alright, but it tastes like water. He recalled the taste and curled his lip in disgust. Indeed, the authentic and delicious wine is still the best from your country. It's fragrant, mellow, and strong enough. When the brown bear in his backyard was mentioned, his face unconsciously softened. My Jenny also came to the farm on her own. She was just a little cub when she came, and now she's grown into a big bear that can wrestle with me. Lin Feng really didn't understand why he had to wrestle with the bear, but he didn't show it on his face at all. Instead, he put on a serious expression and praised him for taking good care of the bear. He learned this coping experience from his interactions with Dong Han. Just praise them, you can't go wrong. But does this foreign friend have to be so enthusiastic? They just ignored everyone and dragged him into the factory area. Did he even know the way? They're clearly guests just like me, aren't they? On the other side, Dong Han, who was arranging for people to carry the beef, soybeans, and peanuts, was trying so hard not to laugh that he almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in. Based on his understanding of Lin Feng, he was not surprised to see the undisguised bewilderment deep in those bright black eyes. Fortunately, not long after, Uncle Feng finally rescued Lin Feng from the overly enthusiastic Russian businessman by saying he wanted to try the wine to see if it was the quality that Abdu wanted. Lin Feng followed him almost as if he were fleeing. Dong Han looked at Lin Feng, who had caught up, and laughed without any politeness. Lin Feng, you finally met your match. The two walked together into an empty factory building. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, and sighed. This is too much enthusiasm. He genuinely didn't know what to talk about with a complete stranger from abroad to avoid an awkward silence, and he was even more afraid that he might accidentally ruin the multi-million-dollar deal that Uncle Feng had worked so hard to secure. Fortunately, Abdu is a chatterbox, so the atmosphere didn't become awkward. Dong Han glanced at Lin Feng and saw that he was genuinely afraid. For a moment, he was unsure whether he should say that Lin Feng was unaware of his good fortune. Finally, I couldn't help but speak up. You should be secretly happy. When Abdu first came, Uncle Feng said he was very cold and wouldn't say a word for more than 3 sentences. Lin Feng nearly spat out the water he had just drunk. He pointed outside, his face filled with disbelief. That person? Cold-hearted? Is there anyone in this world more passionate than him? So you should be secretly happy, kid. Dong Han smiled and said, his family is at least in the top 10 in Russia. If he really thinks your wine is good, you should think about it again. Lin Feng wasn't stupid, he understood immediately after Dong Han pointed it out. He raised the bottle of mineral water in his hand and gave a respectful salute to Dong Han from afar. Thank you for your kind words. If that's the case, then he'll probably have no trouble selling the wine he brews in the future. After resting for a while, Dong Han called over the designer of the automated sauce-making machine and asked him to personally explain the equipment to Lin Feng. Of course, we don't need to go into the overly technical details. Even if I explained it to Lin Feng, he wouldn't understand. However, Lin Feng roughly understood the production process. The sorting of raw materials still requires manual labor, but subsequent steps can be precisely controlled by machinery, down to a fraction of a second or a fraction of a degree. For example, at what oil temperature should the soybeans be added, how long should they be fried, and when should they be mixed with other ingredients? Moreover, the machine doesn't get tired or lose focus. Once started, it can work continuously for 24 hours a day. So, you mean I need to do it myself first, and then you can record the data, right? Lin Feng concluded. The designer nodded. This is just a rough, small prototype. The error will be slightly larger than the large machinery we will use later, but that's okay. As long as this machine is debugged and qualified, there's nothing to worry about during formal production. Lin Feng nodded. Shall I begin now? The designer's lips remained perfectly level, with a slight upward curve at the corners. He likes people who are decisive and efficient, who do things without wasting time on trivial matters. Okay, I'll call someone over right away. He nodded, quickly took out his phone, and swiped a few times on the screen. Within 3 minutes, a group of young people wearing silver-gray work clothes appeared in the factory. Although the uniforms were simple in style, each person exuded the aura of a tech elite. It wasn't the sharpness of a workplace elite like Attorney John, but rather a composure imbued with technical expertise. They carried silver boxes and quickly assembled various instruments that Lin Feng couldn't understand, exuding a professional and impressive aura. They are experts in mechanical matters. When it comes to making sauce, Lin Feng is the authority. Everyone has their own strengths, and no one is inferior to anyone else. Videos are ultimately just videos on a screen, so Lin Feng planned to explain things in more detail this time during the live production. He looked at Dong Han, who exchanged a glance with the designer and then nodded. So, Lin Feng spoke directly. Normally, beef sauce is served with ingredients like shiitake mushrooms, but this version uses peanuts and soybeans. The soybeans and peanuts were washed and soaked beforehand. They were all soaked in spiritual water. Lin Feng also planned to take control of the raw materials later on, mixing spiritual water into them when they left the farm. However, there's no need to go into details about that. Lin Feng focused intently on making the sauce. As all the ingredients bubbled and steamed in the oil, both parties' senses of smell were filled with the aroma constantly wafting from the pot. The rich flavor of beef, the delicate aroma of soybeans, and the oily richness of peanuts blend together, whetting the appetite and making one feel as if they want to squeeze every last bit of space in their stomach. Someone blurted out first, "I'm hungry, a little." The momentary silence was broken. Lin Feng seemed to hear the sounds of people swallowing their saliva, which were particularly clear in the fragrant factory. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Actually, you can eat it now if you have rice or steamed buns. It's a bit too salty to eat on its own. How about we pack it up and take it to the cafeteria later?" Anyway, he thought the factory was quite clean, and the kitchen utensils had been carefully cleaned before use. One of the young men looked longingly at the designer, who was also their leader. The designer's lips tightened back into a horizontal line, but he honestly glanced at his watch. There are still 12 minutes before the cafeteria opens, so it's still possible to make it there. But there wasn't much beef sauce to begin with, and there were at least 100 people eating together at the factory. There were bound to be some shameless people who would try to freeload, and he didn't want to share it. Dong Han immediately saw through the designer's intentions, glanced at the time, and made the decision right away. "I'll go to the cafeteria to get some rice and steamed buns, and I'll also pick up some vegetables on the way. You guys tidy up here, and we'll cook for ourselves here." "Thank you, Brother Dong." The previously serious crowd erupted in cheers, and even the designer's lips curled up at a 5-degree angle, though it only lasted for 3 seconds. Dong Han pushed open the door and strode out, followed by the expectant gazes of everyone in the room. Lin Feng scooped out a little beef sauce and tasted it. His brows furrowed at first, then relaxed. The designer keenly noticed this change and immediately asked with concern, "Is something wrong?" Lin Feng shook his head. "It's not a big problem. I'll serve it out first, and we'll discuss it after Dong Han comes back and everyone has tasted it. Don't worry, it tastes good." When Dong Han returned with a small bucket of rice and a bowl of steamed buns, he was followed by 2 big tails. Lin Feng wasn't particularly surprised, but everyone in the factory jumped to their feet, calling out respectfully but somewhat nervously, "General Manager Feng, General Manager Liu." The 2 uninvited guests waved to them, indicating that they should sit down and eat, while they themselves carried stainless steel soup bowls to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng understood and served each of them a bowl of beef sauce. Sure enough, the 2 important figures who received the bibimbap sauce turned around and left without a trace, their steps even seeming somewhat hurried. In that instant, everyone felt as if something inside them had collapsed. Is this really my usually serious and meticulous old boss? Dong Han didn't care what others thought, he was used to it. "I ran into Uncle Feng's spies not long after I went out, so I knew that some of this beef sauce would definitely have to be distributed." He scooped a large bowl of rice, topped it with a thick layer of beef sauce, and stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth. "It's really delicious, but something feels off. It doesn't seem to be as fragrant as the ones Lin Feng sent him in jars before." He glanced at Lin Feng, then at his colleague next to him who was eating heartily, and pondered to himself, "Is it the wrong location? Or is it true that food tastes better when you fight for it or sneak it?" Just as Dong Han was wondering if there was something wrong with his tongue, every employee passing by outside the factory couldn't help but stop and sniffle. "What's that smell? It smells so good. I heard that Group 5 is testing the rice seasoning machine today. That's not right. When their team was debugging food processing machines before, they didn't smell this good. Can we go ask around and see if we can get some to try? It smells so good. When will it be available? I want to buy some and try it. The cafeteria is going to be under a lot of pressure now, ha ha ha. Let's go eat, don't stand here." Sitting in the factory, Dong Han vaguely heard the discussions outside, and his brows slowly furrowed. Could it really be a problem with my tongue? Wait a minute, when did his tongue become so sensitive? He sat there pondering whether he should ask Uncle Feng how it went, since Uncle Feng had also tasted Lin Feng's cooking. Lin Feng silently observed everyone's expressions. Judging from the expressions on most of the employees' faces, the beef sauce was generally a success. That is, Lin Feng looked at Dong Han, who was holding a bowl and looked puzzled, and asked, "You detected it too?" Dong Han and the others looked up from their bowls, glancing at Lin Feng with puzzled expressions. The employees all thought the sauce was delicious, and they were just thinking that they would be satisfied as long as the machine could retain 80% of the flavor. What's the problem? They didn't taste anything wrong with it. The designer wanted to put down his rice bowl and listen carefully to find out where the problem was, and even wanted to ask if the morning's work needed to be done again. But he couldn't bear to part with the bowl in his hand, and for a moment he was so conflicted that even the corners of his mouth, which had been at a 180-degree angle for so long, were pressed down by more than 10 degrees. Dong-han scooped up another spoonful of beef sauce and put it in his mouth, savoring it for a long time before finally nodding vigorously. There's definitely something wrong, but I really can't put my finger on it. Damn it, he's not a food critic, how could he accurately point out the differences? At this moment, I really wish I had a golden tongue like the ones in novels that can distinguish all flavors. It's a problem with the beef. Lin Feng stopped keeping him in suspense, found a clean plate, and carefully picked out the beef cubes from the sauce one by one and arranged them neatly. There are many types of beef, as you know, right? Shank, rump, brisket, tenderloin, etc., and their textures are completely different, so they are naturally suited to different cooking methods. Dong-han nodded. Of course he knew that. Tomato stewed beef brisket uses beef brisket, and the best cut of steak for pan frying is tenderloin. He had all that common sense. Lin Feng continued to explain. When we used to eat it ourselves, I would use tenderloin or back meat, which is more tender. In order to cut costs this time, we mixed in tendon meat, rump meat, and neck meat. We didn't sort them carefully during the cooking process. We just cut them into the same size and put them into the pot together. I tried my best to follow the designer's instructions and simulate the rigid stir-frying method of the machine, but the final meat pieces came out with inconsistent textures. He paused, then added, if it were ground into mincemeat, the difference might not be obvious, but we're after the satisfying feeling of big chunks of meat, aren't we? Dong-han quickly took another bite, chewing the meat with extra care, and finally clapped his hands and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly it. The beef cubes today were a bit tough to chew, and the larger pieces got stuck in my teeth. But when he looked at the beef cubes on Lin Feng's plate, he swallowed hard, and his heart skipped a beat. Although it seemed impossible, the other party was Lin Feng. So, Dong-han asked cautiously, you can't, even after the beef is fried like this, you still be able to tell which piece is which, can you? Lin Feng glanced at him with amusement. The difference after frying is still somewhat noticeable, because different meats will behave differently at the same temperature. It would be even more obvious if it were a machine, since machines lack the flexibility of human labor and cannot adjust the cooking time according to the quality of each cow's meat. Everyone, including the designer, stared at the two of them in disbelief, and quickly stuffed a large spoonful of bibimbap sauce into their mouths. The soybeans and peanuts were crispy, the chili peppers were flavorful, and the beef was chewy. How could it be as bad as these two people said? Gap? Different? They didn't taste it at all. The satisfaction of eating large chunks of beef. So what if food gets stuck in my teeth? It means it's real meat, and at most, it just means my teeth aren't in good condition. This is better than any beef sauce you can buy on the market. You can see the real ingredients, so they'd be willing to pay a higher price. Ordinary people don't have such high demands, good taste and good value for money are enough. It's really delicious, better than any beef sauce I've ever had. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up and express their opinion directly. What Brother Lin said about reducing costs is also a good idea. If we earn more, the buyers can also get some benefits. Isn't that great? It's so delicious, what more could you ask for? They weren't even sure if the machine could perfectly replicate the taste. Taste is sometimes more mysterious than metaphysics. Dong-han accepted everyone's opinions, thought for a moment, and said, the types of beef you mentioned are easy to buy if you have a large quantity. But if you use only tenderloin or similar cuts, the cost would indeed be too high. Let's test it on the machine for the next few days, put the finished products in the canteen, and see how the workshop staff reacts. Lin Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. This trial lasted for 3 days. The factory workers were like bears that had fallen into a honey pot, running to the canteen faster than usual, afraid that the already limited amount of beef sauce would be gone by the time it reached them. On the 4th day, the beef sauce had mysteriously disappeared. The people who rushed into the cafeteria the moment mealtime started were dumbfounded. Where did it go? I was counting on it to mix with rice. The person who had scooped 2 extra spoonfuls of rice stood in front of the empty stainless steel bucket, looking utterly bewildered. What? It's gone? No way. I just wrote a 500-word review for it, how could it be gone? It's finally our workshop's turn to eat first, why are we the ones who don't get any? That's not fair. I'm not having it. Could it be that the cafeteria staff withheld it themselves? The canteen manager quickly waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me. Dong Ji said that they've come up with a better method and are adjusting the machine. After the adjustment, the taste is said to be even better. When everyone learned that the beef sauce that had received so much praise in the past few days only simulated 60 to 70% of the chef's skills, they were all stunned. Such delicious sauce, and it turns out it's only as good as what the chef made by adding water? How delicious must the original be? No wonder the board members immediately agreed to the proposal to build a branch factory. Tisk tisk, the allure of this beef sauce is truly extraordinary. And because of this beef sauce, the cafeteria chef has refused to cook any beef-related dishes for the past few days, saying that he doesn't want to show off his skills in front of experts. But the chef he poached at a high price is really good. He is the prized disciple of a 5-star hotel chef, a properly trained professional, and one of the best in the industry. Putting everything else aside, the sudden disappearance of the beef sauce left not only his employees complaining, but even he himself felt something was missing, and a sense of emptiness settled in his heart. The chef seemed a bit down today. The dishes he cooked lacked their usual energy and spirit. While they were setting up the machine, Lin Feng made a phone call home. Having been away for so long, he wanted to ask Tang Ji and Lu Wei if everything was alright at the farm. When Tang Ji and Lu Wei received Lin Feng's call, their tone was as if they had swallowed a bitter melon, extremely bitter. They both knew that Lin Feng was busy outside, and that he should only report good news and not bad news, saying that everything was fine and the animals were all behaving very well. But when she thought of Lin Feng's instructions before he left, she felt that even if the two of them didn't say anything, given Lin Feng's understanding of the farm, he could probably guess the answer pretty accurately. After hesitating for a long time, the two decided to tell the truth. Not very good. Lin Feng was taken aback. The honesty of these two was beyond his expectations. He quickly asked, "What's wrong?" If something truly terrible had happened, those two would have called long ago, but he hasn't received an emergency call to this day. But the silence on the other end of the phone for a long time made him anxious again. About 30 seconds later, Lin Feng heard Tang Ji say in an extremely weak voice, "Do you know that your chickens can fly 7 or 8 meters high?" Lin Feng knew about this. He had witnessed it after attending the agricultural expo last time. Hearing Tang Ji use a respectful term for him, he touched his nose, suppressed the smile in his eyes, and asked, "Those guinea fowl can't be kept in captivity anymore?" Tang Ji was not surprised that Lin Feng could guess it. After all, he had told him about it before he left. Then, Tang Ji asked in a weak and listless tone, "Did you know your goose could fly?" Lin Feng has met this person before. Geese are almost useless. They can only fly about a meter high, and at most they can stay flying for 10 meters. He suddenly thought of something, and his tone became cautious. "Did the goose fly up and hit you too?" Tang Ji blinked, not surprised that Lin Feng had guessed this. He looked at Lu Wei with sympathy and said, "They didn't hit me, they hit Lu Wei." Then he began to recount the events in a rambling manner. The Goose Legion and the Guinea Pig team started fighting for some reason. Lu Wei ran over to break up the fight and ended up getting a mixed doubles beating. The scene was heartbreaking. They rushed in with great momentum, but came out in a miserable state. It was a sight that would make anyone who heard about it weep. Even Lu Wei, who encountered a devilish instructor, never suffered this badly. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Guinea fowl and geese are fighting, and someone actually dares to interfere? In his view, the scene was like two countries going to war, and suddenly a fool rushes out and arrogantly shouts, "Don't fight." No wonder he got beaten up. Finally, all he could ask was, "Is he all right?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then Lu Wei's voice came through. "I'm fine. It's cold and I'm wearing a lot of clothes, so I just got a few bruises. There's no need to talk about such a minor injury. In the end, it's my own fault for being too confident and forgetting Lin Feng's instructions. What gave him the courage in the first place? The internet says that guinea fowl, as a legally farmed wild chicken breed, need human care because of their poor survival ability and strong reproductive capacity. He was afraid that the delicate guinea fowl would be bullied by the so-called village bully goose, so he thought of breaking up the fight, only to find out that it was all a lie. Poor survival skills? They can fly like eagles. Despite its poor survival skills, it can perform a somersault in midair against a flying goose and land safely to avoid its beak. It's true that geese are aggressive. The goose-chicken war broke out on the third day after Lin Feng left. They had no idea why it started, only that from that day on, the goose would go to the guinea fowl ranch to challenge them every day. After the two of them fought, the goose would fly away and the guinea fowl would jump around before they went back to their own homes and ate their own food. Lin Feng almost laughed out of anger as he listened to Lu Wei describe the lively scene over the phone. What's with all these animals in his house? Does he have to be so two-faced? When he's home, everyone is a good boy, but when he's not home, he becomes a little devil. Forget it, as long as they don't run out of the farm and hurt people, or go into the forest to breed on their own, it's fine. Lin Feng rubbed his aching forehead, completely giving up on his worries, and continued to give instructions. You two need to put in a little more effort, as I won't be able to get back for a while, at least a week. He suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, what about that prickly rooster? The fact that this chicken hadn't appeared in the Goose Chicken War gave him a strange sense of unease. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were also stunned. After exchanging a glance, they said, "It seems to just stand on the sidelines and watch the fun. It's been quite well behaved these past few days. I haven't seen it join in or cause trouble. It's even been fighting with other chickens less often." Upon hearing this, not only Lin Feng, but also Tang Ji and Lu Wei themselves felt a strong sense of unease that was spreading rapidly. That troublesome kid who wouldn't listen to anyone when Lin Feng was home, would he become obedient just because his owner left? Impossible, unless it's brewing some big surprise. "Lin Feng, come here for a moment." Dong Han's voice came from the side, calling him over. Lin Feng wanted to give Tang Ji and Lu Wei a few more instructions, but he could only speed up his speech. "I have something urgent to attend to here. You two keep an eye on that rooster. If all else fails, we'll seal off the entire farm to prevent anyone from getting caught in the crossfire. Although we don't usually have many visitors at my house. We'll discuss this when I get back." Tang Ji thought for a moment and asked, "Is no one allowed in?" Lin Feng said definitively, "Yes, no matter who it is. Think about it, given the current state of the farm, what would happen to a stranger if they came in? Besides, our giant pandas won't be polite to intruders." He recalled the 2 petty thieves who stole cabbages this autumn. They didn't end up looking too good. Lu Wei then recalled the 9-yin white bone claw attack from the guinea pig. If he hadn't been skilled and experienced, and hadn't rolled away to avoid vital areas, he might have been disfigured. "Okay." This time, the 2 agreed without hesitation. "Then I'll hang up," Lin Feng said as a final instruction. "As long as you hold on to control of the food supply, they definitely won't dare to do anything to you. Carrots and cabbages can be used as bribes." Lu Wei's lips twitched. How did the farmer know that the 2 of them relied entirely on food to get by? Dong Han walked over and, seeing that Lin Feng's expression wasn't good, asked directly, "What happened? Did something happen at the farm?" He thought it was unlikely, with 2 retired Special Forces soldiers watching over them. What trouble could possibly occur? Lin Feng hung up the phone, looked up at the sky, and said, "It's not a big deal, it's just that the geese and guinea fowl got into a fight for some reason." Dong Han, guinea fowl and geese? Why would they fight? One is a chicken, and the other is a goose. Lin Feng shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. He wasn't home, so Tang Ji and Lu Wei either forgot to tell him, or they didn't know either. Perhaps out of consideration for Lin Feng's concerns about the farm, the machine upgrades here proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Every time the beef sauce was delivered to the cafeteria, Lin Feng would see a group of employees secretly wiping their drool. At this rate, the goal of 80% accuracy in reproduction is just around the corner. But the situation at the farm is getting more and more outrageous. Lin Feng guessed correctly, that prickly rooster was indeed up to no good. After observing for several days, it actually brought a flock of pheasants to join the battle between guinea fowl and geese. In an instant, the original battle between the 2 armies turned into a 3-way standoff. Chicken feathers, pheasant feathers, and goose feathers mingled with the remaining snow on the ground, flying everywhere in a chaotic mess that made it impossible to tell who was who. Outside the stadium, there was a cheering squad made up of ducks, quacking louder than anyone else. Even the pigs and cows, who usually keep their heads down and eat and drink, couldn't resist coming over to watch this battle of the century. Tang Ji and Lu Wei had become completely accustomed to this daily war. Every time the battle was about to begin, the 2 of them would stand at the gate of the yard with all the dogs, eating sunflower seeds and watching with great interest. Occasionally, they would even offer a few comments using their professional perspective. Lu Wei didn't forget to use his terrible photography skills to capture the lively scene before him, thinking he'd show it to Lin Feng when he got back. Look at how much trouble these little animals caused after he left. They're just like a group of elementary school students. They act one way when the teacher is around and another way when the teacher isn't. They can be well-behaved or mischievous. Fortunately, after each day's battle, he and Tang Ji would check on the animals. Although they had lost some fur and looked disheveled, there was no blood. This shows that the little ones are still quite sensible. Moreover, over the past few days, they have even developed a fixed routine. The fight starts promptly an hour after breakfast and ends precisely around noon when the dogs finish eating their sunflower seeds and try to stop it. Oh, by the way, these past few days, under the influence of Tang Ji and Lu Wei, the dogs have actually learned to eat sunflower seeds too. These sunflower seeds were grown and roasted by Lin Feng himself, and they smell wonderful. He doesn't usually like to eat it himself, finding it troublesome to peel, but when he noticed that his 2 employees liked it, he simply gave them a whole bag of the stir-fried food. Tang Ji and Lu Wei enjoyed their meal immensely. Previously, these kinds of snacks were rationed and controlled in the military, but when they discovered that the dogs had also learned to eat sunflower seeds, they were quite surprised. Watching the dogs skillfully pry open the sunflower seed shells with their paws and spit out the shells, the 2 couldn't help but marvel. Woof! Wolf Green looked up at the sun and barked at the battlefield below. It means, it's time. Tang Ji and Lu Wei clapped their hands, waiting to see what would happen. The newly grown mixed-breed puppies at home instantly rushed into the fray from the doorway, skillfully separating the three groups and urging them to go where they belonged. All right, that's all for today. If you're still not satisfied, we'll fight again tomorrow. Let go. If you don't let go, I'll really bite you. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were speechless for a moment as they watched the scene unfold. Tang Ji spoke first. Doesn't this look like 3 classes of elementary school students fighting while the teacher is away, and the student council's discipline committee coming to break it up? Lin Feng, who isn't here, is the homeroom teacher. The two of us are like the cafeteria uncles watching the show. Lu Wei's lips twitched. Although he didn't want to admit that he was a cafeteria uncle, he had to say, that's fucking fitting. At this moment, the village chief and the village party secretary encountered a group of guests who were in a hurry at the village entrance. Real estate developer manager? The village chief took the business card from the other party, his eyes filled with suspicion. Exactly. The man who was speaking was 1.7 meters tall but weighed a full 180 kilograms, with a beer belly that looked like he was 10 months pregnant. He tugged at his tightly bound belt and nodded arrogantly. His tone carried the disdain of a city dweller for a country person. He didn't even glance at the village chief and the village party secretary, and said with his chin held high, "Our company believes that Shida village still has development value, so he sent me here to conduct an on-site inspection to see if it is suitable for development." The village secretary's gaze swept downwards, meeting the other person's gleaming forehead, which made him quickly look away, blinking hard at his sore eyes. He turned his questioning gaze to the village chief. "Could it be that I've been so busy preparing materials for the meeting in the county these past few days that I've missed some important news? Also, the word development in this person's tone sounds like it's about demolition. Is he mistaken? No. Is this some kind of unheard of real estate company? It's not that I look down on myself, but what development value does Stone Village have?" The village chief silently shook his head, indicating that he was just as confused. As soon as the man entered the village, he started shouting that he wanted to see the village chief. His attitude and undisguised troublemaking made the man think that he had gotten into some trouble when he returned home for the new year. And then there's the issue of demolition? That's laughable. Unless a gold mine is discovered in the ground right now, Stone Village will never be able to be demolished. To put it bluntly, in this remote and impoverished area, the possibility of the entire village leaving and becoming an empty village is greater than the possibility of demolition. There are still many vacant homesteads in the village that haven't been allocated yet. So, this person is either a fraud or has something wrong with their head, right? The village chief and the village party secretary exchanged a glance and silently reached a consensus: call the police. The village chief and the village party secretary exchanged glances, discussing who should call the police. Seeing that the village chief of this small, rundown village hadn't made a move for a while, the man who claimed to be a real estate manager couldn't help but look up and urge him, "What are you hesitating about with such a good deal?" He winked at the village chief and the village party secretary with his somewhat cloudy eyes, his mind racing with calculations. If this goes through, the village officials will definitely reap the rewards, but it's impossible to say it outright. He stamped his icy cold solace, emphasizing his words. "Don't worry, if it's really settled, our company will not shortchange you on the demolition compensation." The village party secretary subtly gestured for the village chief to leave first, then cleared his throat and put on a professional fake smile. "Sir, let's talk inside. We need to keep them occupied until the police arrive." No. The real estate manager waved his hand in refusal. "I have to get back to the city before dark. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Let's go check on the situation in Stone Village first." Before he could finish speaking, the village secretary grabbed him and pulled him into the house, his smile becoming even more fake. "Stone Village isn't going anywhere. If you don't explain this to me clearly, how am I supposed to explain it to the villagers?" As he spoke, he looked over the other person's head at the village chief, signaling him to call the police immediately. Fraudsters dare to even try to scam the village committee, they're incredibly audacious. He also had his doubts. There must be something in the village that I don't know about, otherwise, any normal person would never choose this time to come to my door. If they're going to come, they should wait until spring planting season, when villagers urgently need money to buy seeds and fertilizers, and some people who are greedy for small gains are easily taken advantage of. The police arrived quickly, since it was the village committee that called the police. As soon as the person in the blue uniform entered, he saw the real estate manager, who had been dragged by the village secretary and forced to drink a lot of water, looking completely bewildered. The village party secretary, who had successfully delayed the inevitable, readily admitted. It was him. He said he was coming to our village to inspect some development projects, but he couldn't produce any proper permits. I reasonably suspect that he has ulterior motives. You all know the situation in our village. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the policeman, and the two exchanged a knowing look. Stone Village is quite well known in the surrounding area. After all, there's a very famous farm here, which also raises several protected wild animals. Last year, the police came here several times, and they were involved in the whole process of apprehending poachers. The manager, who had always felt that he and the village chief had hit it off, was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Everything was fine just a moment ago. How come the police suddenly showed up at the door? He was still in a daze when he was put into the police car and taken away. The village party secretary and the village head stood at the entrance of the village committee, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the person was safely sent off. The village chief immediately raised his hand. "I'll go and find out if there's anything big happening in our village from above." I checked, and that person's business card is real, and the real estate company is real too. You can find their registration information online. Although they're a small company, their reputation seems alright. The village party secretary nodded. "I'll go ask the forestry bureau too. I think there might be some new policy that's affecting our village. Maybe the news hasn't been officially confirmed yet, so they haven't notified us." After all, they had seen the protected animals and record-breaking crop yields that Lin Feng's family had produced last year, and the higher UPS couldn't possibly ignore it. However, the village chief pondered, then added, "It's not impossible that he might be a spy or something. The news has said that food security is a major issue, and there are even cases of seed theft. We need to be careful too. I think our village is worth having a spy keep an eye on. I should have used the secret code with him earlier." The village chief clicked his tongue with a hint of regret. The village party secretary, reminded by him, suddenly remembered a joke the village chief had shared online before. "I reported my boyfriend, and it turned out he really was a spy." The incident began when the girl discovered that her boyfriend, who claimed to be from Northeast China, not only didn't know anything about Northeast specialties, but more importantly, he couldn't follow up on the phrase Imperial Jade Liquor, and he didn't even know the prices of the large and small hammers. LOL, these things are practically ingrained in the genes of those born in the 80s and 90s. Upon investigation, it turned out he really was a spy. How to put it? It's both reasonable and a bit outrageous. Let's wait and see what the police have to say. The village party secretary glanced at the sky. If it really involved spies, then they would have done a great service. He added, "Lin Feng has been away from home lately, so we should at least help him look after the farm, right? I'll broadcast a message through the loudspeaker in the village in a bit to warn everyone to be vigilant." The village chief thought the idea was feasible. Now that daytime temperatures are above -10 degrees Celsius, many villagers are willing to go out and exercise. Especially those few households in the village. The whole family would spend all their time chatting and playing cards in the activity room, and they were too lazy to even lock their doors. So the village secretary went straight to the village's loudspeaker and turned it on. "Attention, villagers! Attention, villagers! Please be wary of strangers suddenly entering the village and take precautions. If you find any suspicious persons, please notify the village committee immediately or call the police directly." Tang Ji and Lu Wei heard the broadcast from inside the house, so to hear it more clearly, they simply stood in Lin Feng's yard. "What's going on? Who's gotten into the village?" Lu Wei was puzzled. Why would someone go out of their way to sneak into such a small village? "I don't know." Tang Ji shook his head. In his opinion, even if theft occurred in such a village, it was mostly committed by someone known to the village or someone who had scouted the place beforehand. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know which family had money. But then he suddenly remembered something and looked sharply at Lu Wei. Could it be that they're after Lin Feng's giant pandas and South China tigers? It's not impossible that such a nationally protected animal could be targeted by malicious individuals. "I don't think so. If they were after them, they would have come straight to our house." "There's no need for the village chief to use the loudspeaker," Lu Wei retorted. "Such illegal acts are mostly committed under the cover of darkness, sneaking into farms with weapons. How could they possibly be caught by the village chief and have the whole village broadcast the news?" However, he changed the subject. "Is it possible that the target is something else? I remember the farm has a lot of record-breaking produce, right?" Tang Ji turned his gaze to the southeast, his expression becoming more serious. "Their primary task is to keep an eye on their current territory. They can't afford to be careless. Let's be more careful these next few days." Tang Ji said, "Do you think we should put up a line outside, or put up a sign at the entrance saying, 'Private property, strangers not allowed'?" They had mentioned this to Lin Feng a few days after they arrived. In their eyes, the farm was riddled with flaws. Especially that entrance, which is over 100 meters long and wide open. Although some areas are shaded by low trees, if someone really wanted to come in, they could easily find a gap and sneak in. It's just too unrefined. They asked Lin Feng at the time, "We can't start construction now. How about we put up a fence or an electric fence first? I feel so insecure." Lin Feng said that spring would be better, as the natural rose seedlings he ordered had arrived, and they could be planted directly to form a natural barrier. It achieves multiple benefits and is more effective than a fence. Knowing that Lin Feng had this plan, they didn't mention it again. Anyway, there's nothing to lose on the farm in winter except for those extremely strong animals. But the situation is different now. I have to get it done. I'll take care of it. Lin Feng's storeroom has ropes and such. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he got up and walked towards the warehouse, intending to temporarily use the surrounding bushes as a barrier, at least to serve as a warning. If someone tries to force their way in, they have a reason to take them down directly. Tang Ji nodded. Both of them are decisive and quick to act. Before it was completely dark, 2 simple rope fences were erected around Lin Feng's farm, and signs reading "Private Property, Do Not Trespass" were hung where there were no bushes to block the view. On the other side, the village party secretary received the results of the investigation from the police station, and he stared blankly at the village chief. It's actually true. What's true? The village chief looked puzzled. That man this afternoon really is from the real estate company. He said that someone has indeed taken a liking to the land in our village, although it's just a recent idea and it's still uncertain whether it will work out. Puff dash. The village chief burst out laughing on the spot, like a showriad. Who's interested in our village's land? Is it for charity? In such a remote location, are you going to develop a residential area? Build a shopping mall? Or create a tourist area? The neighboring area is a protected area that's off limits to tourists, so there's no point in coming here. I don't know. I asked the Forestry Bureau, but they didn't give me a definite answer either. The village party secretary shrugged and said frankly, I'm relieved as long as they're not bad people. I think the demolition is basically doomed to fail. Capitalists aren't stupid. The village party secretary glanced at the clock on the wall, stood up, patted his backside, and said to the village chief, I'm off work, are you leaving? Let's go, let's go. Not being proactive about leaving get off work indicates a problem with one's mindset. The village chief put his teacup on the table and followed the village party secretary out. After this little incident, Stone Village returned to its usual tranquility. The villagers went about their business as usual, and didn't seem to care about the demolition or relocation. Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who had been tormented by their own cooking skills for a long time, finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Lin Feng said he'll be back in 3 days. That's great. Tang Ji took a bite of the boiled sweet potato, his voice full of joy. When they first arrived, the two of them cooked for themselves, but later they found that their cooking was not as good as the pig feed that Lin Feng had prepared under his guidance. Since the ingredients in the pig feed were clean anyway, the two of them would take a bowl from the pig feed every morning and evening, and then make do with some fried pork chops or boiled meat with dipping sauce. It sounds heartbreaking, but the taste is actually quite good, much better than their serious cooking. Before Lin Feng returned, sitting on small stools to bask in the sun and watch the three-way battle became their daily routine. Lu Wei tightened his cotton-padded coat, petting the dog while muttering to himself. Are these animals just bored and have nothing better to do? Tang Ji took another bite of sweet potato, savoring the rich sweetness in his mouth, and happily squinted his eyes. Who knows? How come Lin Feng's sweet potatoes are so delicious? Lu Wei did not respond. He's been eating sweet potatoes like snacks these past few days, but he always farts afterward, which is a bit embarrassing. Hey, stop eating. Lu Wei suddenly shoved Tang Ji. Look, isn't someone coming from the entrance? Lu Wei squinted. Through the chaotic battlefield, one could vaguely see a fat man acting suspiciously by the edge of the farm, lifting the rope he was holding and trying to crawl inside. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji jumped up and looked straight to the east. There really is someone there. His eyes widened. Can't you see that huge private property sign? How dare you trespass on this? He glanced at the animals still fighting below and added a blunt truth. And they're quite good at picking their timing. Zhao Neng, a real estate manager who had been taken to the police station and then released, was carefully stepping over the rope. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he smiled. He had finally found the farm that his superiors had instructed him to cultivate good relations with, and had even managed to sneak in. He had long since treated the "no strangers allowed" signs at the entrance as mere decorations. He really didn't understand why such a bumpy, unremarkable farm would receive so much attention from the higher UPS. But he knew that as long as he could win over the farmer and get him to agree to the village's demolition plan, countless benefits would follow. Hilarious. Who would turn down demolition compensation these days? As long as the price is right. Zhao looked up and saw the small house high up, and 2 people waving at him from the doorway. He immediately grinned. Young people these days are quite enthusiastic, there's really no need to welcome him like this. Tang Ji and Lu Wei watched the fat man recklessly rushing in and frantically waved for him to leave. Putting aside the issue of private land, didn't you see how lively that open space in the middle of the farm is? Oh, it's not lively now. All the animals stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the intruder who had swaggered in and interrupted their pleasures. At first, their fighting was somewhat serious. By risking the dignity of their tribe, the farm boss wins. Later on, it was just for fun. With the farmer away, these animals were finally able to let loose and roam freely. Anyway, the two new food handlers didn't dare to do anything to them. The two men were quite perceptive. After being warned once, they didn't act rashly again, and they were able to coexist peacefully. Moreover, the dogs were very competent big brothers. Every time they stepped in to stop the fight, everyone had almost had their fill of fighting, and it was time for them to go home, eat, and rest. But what's with these strange humans today? Can't you see they're having a great time fighting? Lu Wei covered his face and rubbed his ribs vigorously. During the brawl that day, I don't know who kicked me, the bruises haven't completely faded yet. Based on his understanding of these animals, he knew that if this person took just 2 more steps forward, he was bound to be in big trouble. Tang Ji's shout grew louder. He cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and roared, "Don't go any further. If you take another step forward, we will not be responsible for anything that happens." Zhao Neng quickly waved his hand, looked up, and shouted to the 2 people at the door, "I mean no harm. I'm here to bring you good news and I'd like to have a talk with you." He then took 2 steps forward, kicking aside a plump gray pheasant blocking his way, muttering discontentedly, "Get out of the way. Don't you have any manners?" The guinea fowl, which hadn't intended to make the first move, was suddenly kicked. Although it didn't hurt much, it dangerously narrowed its eyes. "You dare mess with me, chicken master? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Then don't live." Good heavens! Upon seeing this, Lu Wei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This guy was really courting death. Tang Ji forgot to continue shouting. His Adam's apple bobbed, and remembering the bruise on Lu Wei's chest, his voice became uncertain. "This won't kill anyone, will it? You should know that exposed parts of the human body are very vulnerable. What if you were blinded by a scratch? If you anger these guinea fowl, the Ninian white bone claw is notoriously vicious." According to Lu Wei's description, if someone who has not received professional training and does not know how to dodge gets hit, it could really cause a serious accident. Lu Wei hadn't even uttered the word "save people" yet. The fat man was like a plastic bag caught in a gust of wind, first being kicked hard by a gray pheasant. Immediately afterwards, all the animals pounced on him like a storm, pecking and kicking wildly, treating him like a live target and repeatedly tormenting him. "Wolf Green, little black wolf, go! Save the people first. Don't let anyone die." Lu Wei quickly commanded the pack of dogs to charge forward, silently chanting in his mind, "Hopefully, this person has thick enough flesh and strong enough bones, so they won't be able to withstand the strain." Tang Ji had only run 2 steps when he caught a glimpse of the commotion to his side. He suddenly turned around and used his body to block the big dumpling from going out to check. He remembered Lin Feng's warning, this big guy was no joke when he got angry. "No, no, no." Tang Ji pressed down hard on the big dumpling's head, pleading with a bitter face, "We won't get involved, please, spare his life." Lu Wei glanced at Tang Ji and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. What kind of mess is this? Now we can only hope that Tang Ji can stop the big dumpling. Surrounded and beaten by chickens and geese, Zhao Neng was filled with confusion, fear, and excruciating pain. He had no recollection of how he was flipped over. When he came to his senses, he could only cover his chubby face with his hands and curl his body into a ball. Why does a guinea fowl kick hurt so much? Why does a rooster's beak look like an awl? And that goose, does it have inverted teeth in its mouth? He rolled around on the ground trying to avoid it, letting out screams that were even more agonizing than those of a pig being slaughtered, sending chills down one's spine. "Ah, don't pull my hair. Get away. All of you get away, help, help me." Fortunately, Lu Wei rushed forward quickly enough. Under the cover of the dogs, he grabbed the plastic bag, no, the intruder's leg, pulled him by the ankle, and dragged him out of the farm, cursing all the while. "Didn't I tell you not to come in? Is the sign at the door broken? Can't you see that huge 'Beware of ferocious beasts inside, do not enter' sign? If you're not afraid of dying, then don't be so brave as to call for help. Shut up. It's so noisy." He and Tang Ji had observed these animals over the past few days and found that, no matter how well behaved they were, they only stayed in the western woods and never went to the main road in the east. That place is much safer than Lin Feng's yard. Tang Ji, having successfully subdued the large ball of fur, finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Lu Wei being protected by the dog and dragged along like a training tire. In any case, the person has been rescued. He was forced to use one hand to tickle the big dumpling, while using the other hand to quickly call Lin Feng. The farmer must be informed of this matter, they are unsure how to handle it. Lin Feng tensed up immediately upon receiving the call. "How badly are you injured? I hope no one is dead?" he asked cautiously, afraid of causing a major incident. Tang Ji hesitated for a moment, sensing that Lin Feng's reaction was a bit off, but he still forced himself to reply. "He's not dead." He was shouting really loudly, and his voice sounded very strong. "He should be all right." Lin Feng nodded, looked at the meat sauce in his hand, then glanced at the dozen or so hungry mouths beside him, and after a moment of silence said, "I definitely won't be able to go back today. I'll call the village chief in a bit, and you can decide how to handle it. If you go to the hospital for a medical examination, one of you two should go with me. I'll reimburse you for any expenses incurred." After giving a few more instructions and hanging up the phone, Lin Feng sighed deeply, feeling extremely depressed. He raised his hand to stop Dong Han, who wanted to come up and ask questions, and first called the village secretary, asking him to help handle the matter, saying that he was in the city and could not get back. The village party secretary readily agreed, which put Lin Feng at ease. Seeing that he had finished his work, Dong Han asked with concern, "Something happened at the farm? Do you need me to send someone to help you? I have lawyers or connections, and if all else fails." "Need not." Lin Feng shook his head and briefly explained the situation. "I told you before, my guinea fowl and geese rebelled when I wasn't home, they fought every day." Dong Han knew about this and even watched the video posted by Lu Wei for amusement. Lin Feng's expression at the time didn't look like he was worried at all, on the contrary, it seemed like he was enjoying the show. So there will definitely be more to come. Sure enough, Lin Feng continued. Today, a warrior ignored Tang Ji and the others' advice and forced his way into the animal battlefield. According to Tang Ji, the man was kicked down by the guinea pig like a plastic bag and then got a good beating. I don't know how things are now, but Lu Wei dragged the person away. His last look was one of relief. Fortunately, Tang Ji was reliable and kept the big dumpling under control, otherwise things would have been much worse. Dong Han and the others listened with a sense of wonder, feeling as if they were watching a wonderful animated film through Lin Feng's description. Poultry ganging up on humans, with a giant panda potentially joining the fray at any moment. This scene probably only appears in cartoons. After hanging up on Lin Feng, the village secretary rushed from the village committee to the entrance of Lin Feng's farm, where things had already calmed down. Only the ever-talkative ducks were still quacking, as if commenting on today's battle or complaining that they hadn't had enough. He looked down at the fat man sitting in the snow, clutching his waist, and felt that the man looked incredibly familiar. "Isn't this the real estate company manager who came the day before yesterday? What's his name? Zhao Neng? That's the one who was taken away by the police at the end. How did he sneak back again, and even end up at Lin Feng's house?" The village party secretary couldn't help but have doubts again. Is there something really wrong with this person? Zhao was in so much pain that he was crying and sniffling, his black suit covered in goose feathers and chicken droppings. Noticing the light around him dim, he paused for a second, then looked up to meet the village secretary's gaze. "For some reason, I suddenly felt guilty, so I stopped howling and cursing, and got up to run away." The village secretary grabbed him and became even more certain that this man was up to no good. Calling the police first was the right decision. "Don't run away, wait for the police to arrive." As he spoke, he turned to Lu Wei, revealing a gentle smile as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am the village secretary of Stone Village. You must be Lin Feng's newly recruited employees?" He knew that these two were going to be stationed in the village permanently, but this was the first time he had seen them today. "He looks like a retired soldier, very reliable. Can you tell me what's going on?" the village party secretary asked. Lu Wei nodded and began by introducing himself. "My name is Lu Wei." He then recounted the events in a clear and organized manner. "After hearing the village broadcast the day before yesterday, Tang Ji and I put up a warning sign at the entrance of the farm. The situation on the farm is special, and Lin Feng is not at home, so we have to remind outsiders to be careful. First, make it clear that there are warning signs at the entrance and the other party is illegally entering." The village party secretary nodded in approval. The two had considered things quite thoroughly. He gestured to Lu Wei to continue, emphasizing the importance of the person on the ground. Lu Wei, somewhat helpless, continued. "This guy not only forced his way in, but he also wouldn't listen when we called him to come out, insisting that he had something good to talk about. But the farmer isn't here, so what do we have to talk about? We kept trying to persuade him to leave, but he wouldn't listen and even kicked a guinea fowl, and then he got beaten up by the group. If I hadn't rushed forward quickly, I don't know what would have happened." This could easily become the first case in the country of a person who broke into a farm and was beaten to death by poultry, which could support countless comedians. After listening, the village party secretary looked at Zhao Neng on the ground with sympathy. Lin Feng had heard about how amazing the animals at his house were, even though he didn't visit often. He'd mostly heard about the South China tiger and the giant dumpling, but this time, he suddenly paused, remembering that South China tigers do not reside on farms, and that Tuanza did not make a move back then. So she asked in a low voice, "The giant panda isn't here?" He said he was speaking softly, but the room was so quiet that Zhao Neng heard him too. He froze. "What is that? A bear, a panda? Is it the giant panda he's thinking of?" "No, it tried to make a move, but Tang Ji held it back." Lu Wei shook his head, his tone tinged with relief. Although one of the main reasons the farmer hired them was to be able to rescue intruders from the giant bear's paws in an emergency. But it's best to avoid experiencing these things if you can. If a fight were to break out, even they wouldn't be entirely confident of escaping unscathed. That's good, that's good. The village party secretary nodded repeatedly, visibly relieved. He then remembered that there was someone sitting on the ground, and bent down to comfort them. It's all right, the farmer is easy to talk to. Just explain the situation clearly, and he shouldn't hold you responsible for trespassing. Zhao Neng was in so much pain he could only gasp for breath. Upon hearing this, he glared fiercely at the village secretary. Who cares if he doesn't pursue the matter? He can't even stand up now. Upon hearing that the incident occurred at Lin Feng's home, the police arrived even faster than last time. In just 1 year, Lin Feng's family left a very deep impression on them. The key issue is that none of the people taken from his home were normal. I wonder which powerful figure will be involved this time. When they arrived, Zhao Neng had already been moved to the village committee's reception room by the village party secretary and Lu Wei. Although the weather has warmed up, it's still freezing to stay outdoors all the time. The two were also worried that he might not get hurt by the chickens, ducks, and geese, but instead catch a cold in the snow, which would be a great injustice. When the police saw Zhao Neng, they were also taken aback. He's someone I know. This saves a lot of trouble, let's get straight to the point. What, it's you again? Did you bring proper paperwork today? And what got you beaten up like this? Upon seeing the police, Zhao Neng immediately began clutching his back and groaning in pain. They looked so pitiful, it was just a bit late. Lu Wei glanced at him and answered the policeman for him. Comrade, this person trespassed and then got beaten up by guinea fowl, pheasants, and geese. I guarantee I didn't lay a hand on him. The policeman was also an acquaintance. Although he didn't recognize the person in front of him, he was familiar with Lin Feng's farm. So he asked the same question as the village party secretary. Giant panda, you haven't handled it yet, have you? Although it was a question, the person seemed quite certain about it. If the giant panda had actually made a move, the outcome certainly wouldn't have been like this. Lu Wei paused for a moment, realizing that everyone's focus was remarkably consistent. Then, he honestly shook his head and said, no, the big dumpling was held down. The policeman nodded, patted Zhao Neng's noticeably broader shoulder, and comforted him, saying, you're quite lucky. Unlike the previous ones, who could send flying with a single slap and break several ribs, Zhao Neng looked completely bewildered. The village party secretary began to suppress his laughter. Zhao felt mocked, but he couldn't argue with the police. So he took this opportunity, pointed at Lu Wei, and said, Officer, I want to sue them. The police found this intriguing, so they asked, what are you going to sue them for? Zhao Neng suddenly got stuck. Yes, what is he suing for? Gang up on? A fight? Neither of those are right. Fortunately, a dull pain in his body reminded him a second later, so he simply resorted to pleading and said, anyway, someone has to take responsibility for all these injuries I've sustained. He acted like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Seeing his expression, Lu Wei was about to retort. At this moment, the village doctor from Stone Village spoke first, his words like a sharp knife piercing Zhao Neng's heart. The injury assessment probably doesn't even qualify as minor. Tisk, the one who did this wasn't even human, not even a dog. Dogs can blame themselves for not being on a leash, but guinea fowl are the ones that get the most aggressive. Getting beaten up by a chicken is something that will only make people laugh if they tell others. The village party secretary tried even harder to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking like a leaf. The policeman glanced at the village doctor, who was barely noticeable in the corner, and imagined the scene from those words. He almost couldn't hold back and quickly cleared his throat. They are professionally trained so that they won't laugh out loud, no matter how funny it is. Seeing that the parties involved did not intend to settle the matter privately, the police said, come back to the station with me, everyone, and give your statements. State clearly what responsibilities you want to be held accountable for. Of course, whether or not it can be established is not up to you. These words were clearly meant for Zhao Neng's ears. The village party secretary nodded to Lu Wei, then walked over to the policeman, indicating that he had something to say. The policeman glanced at Zhao Neng and followed the village secretary to a corner. The village party secretary said, I just want to ask, is this person really alright? Lin Feng's farm produced many high-grade crops last year, as well as giant pandas, South China tigers, and pheasants. We even caught poachers last time. The farmer isn't home. He's come twice already, and this time he just crept up to the door. He pointed at Zhao Neng. The first time he asked to visit the village, I refused, but this time. After a moment's thought, the police officer realized something even more significant than what the village secretary had considered, and his expression immediately turned serious. He sincerely thanked the village party secretary. Thank you. The police admitted that they hadn't thought about it too deeply at first. To be honest, I had my doubts last time. How could real estate agents come knocking on the door of such an extremely remote mountain village as Shida Village? But the other party's explanation was reasonable, so I didn't pursue it any further. But this time is different. This person went directly to Lin Feng's farm, which is very abnormal. Lin Feng's word doesn't count when it comes to the demolition. The key point is that the farm had some really good stuff that they knew about, and it had been a hot commodity in the county for quite some time. So-called spies don't just steal military-related things, anything that can bring them profit is their target. I heard that the wheat yield here is ridiculously high. The police became increasingly suspicious and became more vigilant about the matter. However, no one expected that upon further investigation, it turned out that Zhao Neng and the real estate company behind him were not really involved in any major problems. They were simply trying to exploit information asymmetry to cheat rural people out of their money. But following the clues, they uncovered a big fish who had been hiding in the province for nearly 20 years, and he was a person of considerable status. Of course, that's a story for another time. When Lin Feng heard from Lu Wei that the intruders wanted to pursue legal action against the farm, he immediately called Zhang Wei, a lawyer he knew. Zhang Wei, who had just finished a case, sat wearily in his office chair, rubbing his temples. After receiving Lin Feng's call and hearing what had happened, her headache and fatigue instantly disappeared. His voice was full of laughter, and he asked with great enthusiasm, "Ha, say that again? You mean, someone trespassed onto your farm without permission and got beaten up by your guinea fowl, oh right, and your geese? Minor rib fracture, 2 bald patches on the scalp, did a goose pluck them? And countless bruises and minor contusions all over the body? Puffed, cough, cough." He suppressed a smile and analyzed the situation for Lin Feng with a serious expression. "Oh, these can barely be considered minor injuries. At most, it's a civil dispute, not a criminal case." Zhang Wei suppressed a laugh and pressed on, "So what responsibility does he want to pursue? Whether this case becomes a case or not, it's enough to make him laugh for a year." He waved to his assistant to take the coffee away. With Lin Feng's incident as a wake-up call, he was now completely sober. Lin Feng answered honestly, "I don't know. I'm in the city and haven't gone home. I just wanted to ask what would happen if he really sued me." Zhang Wei burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, how do you calculate it? Under normal circumstances, the police station would just reject it. He broke in illegally, which in itself could involve a criminal offense. Of course, if he's not satisfied and takes it to court, don't worry, I'll handle the case for you for free. I just want to see that unlucky guy who wandered into the farm and got plucked bald by the geese. Oh right, I also want to live stream the fight. After all, the scenario of someone barging into someone else's farm and getting attacked by animals without doing anything is so vivid that netizens are sure to love watching it. This is an excellent opportunity to educate the public on the law and attract attention." Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing that this senior lawyer wanted to watch the show, so he decided to be honest. "I have the video footage from the scene. Do you want to see it? Thanks to Lu Wei, I've been sending him battlefield updates every day lately, which also helps me practice editing." Therefore, the phone placed at the door recorded the entire incident. Tang Ji doesn't know how to edit videos, so he just sent the original video over. Luckily, we were connected to Wi-Fi. "I'll show you the video, is that alright?" Lin Feng had some concerns. "I remember that it's not good to spread some videos indiscriminately. Legal professionals are meticulous, so he had to ask clearly." Zhang Wei blinked, then turned to his assistant and asked, "Did I just say what was on my mind?" The assistant nodded innocently. Zhang Wei immediately straightened his suit, adopting a sanctimonious demeanor. "You can entrust the case to me, that way we won't be considered to be illegally disseminating information, but rather passing on case evidence." The assistant mentally gave his boss a thumbs up for his shamelessness. "There's not even a case yet, so where would the evidence come from?" "Why yeah, but he kind of wants to see it too, what should I do?" Lin Feng said, then wait a moment. He hung up the phone after saying that. He looked at the 2 GB video on his phone and skillfully dragged it into the editing software. "I quickly optimized it into a 100 megabytes version, about 3 minutes long, and sent it to Zhang Wei." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Wei finally couldn't resist and watched the video with his assistant, who had repeatedly sworn never to leak its contents. The two of them burst into laughter and collapsed in the office. "Sorry, they are professionally trained and will never laugh unless they really can't help it." The assistant wiped away tears of laughter. If this video were posted online, getting millions of views would be a piece of cake, and it would definitely be in the top 10 funniest videos of the year. Zhang Wei had thought it would be outrageous, but he never expected it to be this outrageous. Especially the latter half, the scene where Lu Wei rushes down from the courtyard gate, cursing and dragging someone out by the ankle. It's clear they were really in a hurry to save people. They were able to run fast and steadily while dragging a person who looked like a tire. In short, thank you Lin Feng. He gave me happiness today, and he has secured happiness for a long time to come. Zhang Wei turned to his assistant, his expression suddenly changing. "If this case were assigned to you, how would you handle it?" The assistant was taken aback, her mouth moving faster than her brain. "Can this even be filed as a case? He illegally entered the premises first, shouldn't he bear the responsibility himself?" He realized as soon as he said it that Attorney Zhang was probably testing him on the law, so he quickly added, To be honest, depending on the severity of the circumstances, illegal trespassing could be punishable by up to 3 years in prison or detention. Moreover, the video contains protected animals such as pheasants and giant pandas, which theoretically could warrant a heavier sentence. Jiang Wei nodded in satisfaction. This little assistant is almost ready to graduate. Sure enough, that's what the police station told Zhao Neng as well. Although the farm is large, the warning signs at the entrance are so clear and conspicuous that his attempts to argue that he didn't see them or stumbled in are untenable. Besides, they don't intend to pursue this now, but if they really take it seriously, it might not be over for 3 years. Have you thought it through? The policeman's emotionless voice was like a bucket of ice water poured over Zhao Neng's head and down to his feet. Zhao Neng, who had been shouting just moments before, immediately wilted and his mind became completely clear. He never imagined that something that seemed simple would be so difficult to accomplish. I came twice and went to the police station twice. This time it was even worse. He was beaten up by a bunch of bastards and was covered in injuries. He had nowhere to complain. It was all his own fault. Lu Wei had no idea how frustrated Zhao Neng was. He completed his statement smoothly, and the police let him go back to the farm. Even the ID he always carried with him, given to him by his former leader, was not used. After this experience, Lin Feng was eager to return home. Fortunately, everything is going smoothly on Han Dong's side. 3 days later, they finally announced that Lin Feng could be temporarily released. All data has been entered. The next time we need him to come, we'll probably have to wait until the official machine setup is complete. On the day he left, every worker in the factory who knew him showed their reluctance to see him go. The bibimbap sauce is already mixed? How can I live without Chef Lin's bibimbap sauce? Hey, don't let the head chef hear that, it wouldn't be good. But speaking of which, when will this sauce be available? The design team members were moved to tears, and one designer almost wanted to go home with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not deterred by these cries of anguish and hurried to his farm. Eager to return home, he arrived at his doorstep before noon. The moment he stepped into the farm, the animals that were fighting fiercely in the center seemed to be paused, all turning to look at him with eyes full of shock and helplessness. Immediately afterwards, they scattered like birds and beasts, as if they had just bumped into their homeroom teacher who had returned to class early while they were fooling around in the corridor. They all went back to their own homes and mothers, leaving behind only a few tufts of fluff that they hadn't had time to take with them. It was as if the fierce three-way battle just now was merely Lin Feng's illusion. The mixed-breed puppies watching from the yard entrance were the first to spot him. They ran over enthusiastically, wagging their tails like propellers, and rubbing their wet noses against his trousers, expressing their joy at their owner's return. Lu Wei also came out of the house. He knew that the cables he had laid were definitely blocking the road, preventing Lin Feng's pickup truck from getting in. He had to go and help clear them away. Lin Feng smiled and nodded at him. Thank you for your hard work over the past 2 weeks. Lu Wei shook his head, of course. It is the farmer's responsibility to keep an eye on the farm when they are not there. Besides, the work isn't busy. You only need to feed the livestock once in the morning and once in the evening, and you can arrange the rest of the time as you please. It's really not hard work. There was only one thing that made it difficult for them to endure. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. I really miss Lin Feng's cooking. Lu Wei even felt that at least 50% of the dog's enthusiasm for their owner's return was for a better diet. As April arrived, the snow and ice that had accumulated in Stone Village all winter finally began to melt. One day, a flock of migratory birds flew over the farm. Seeing the vibrant greenery below, they chirped and circled for a while before finally landing. They formed various formations in the air, sometimes like arrows darting through the air, sometimes like rock spreading its wings, a magnificent sight that made people tremble. Lin Feng stood on the edge of the field, his heart surging with emotion as he gazed at this scene. Spring is truly coming. The happiest of all are the guinea fowl and pheasants, as the warmer weather brings more insects to the ground, making them a ready-made delicacy. Even the cattle and sheep that had been cooped up in the cowshed all winter were running and frolicking on the grassland, their tails swishing happily. Spring has arrived. Looking at this vibrant scene, Tang Ji murmured to himself. Lin Feng nodded. The students should be back in about a week. We'll have to get busy then. He looked at the 2 new employees, his tone filled with anticipation. Tang Ji and Lu Wei exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with confusion. Lin Feng found the scene quite novel. Looking at the 2 of them, he vaguely saw himself from last year, when he knew nothing and just rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He smiled wryly and said with a hint of nostalgia, "You haven't experienced spring plowing before, have you? This year is a good opportunity to learn. Tilling the soil, applying base fertilizer, selecting seeds, raising seedlings. Oh, right, I also ordered some flower seedlings and saplings, so I need to dig the planting pits in advance. But we only have a little over 100 acres of land, so it's not too much of a problem." He glanced at the 2 of them and suddenly remembered something. "Why don't you take this opportunity to get a tractor driver's license? I'll pay for it." It's not hard to pass, I passed on my first try. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were a little confused. Do you need a license to drive a tractor? One silently thought of his tank driver's license, and the other thought of his fighter jet driver's license, and suddenly realized that these licenses seemed to be useless here. The two looked at each other and nodded in unison. Let's take the test. The certificates I currently have, apart from my driver's license, are not very useful in this small village. Okay. Lin Feng took out his phone. I'll tell the village chief to register you. The theory classes seem to be online, but the practical training will have to be done in the county. You guys take my car first. Never mind, I'll just give you a car instead. It's so inconvenient to get from Shida village to the county or city. If there's an emergency, you can't rely on buses at all. Unexpectedly, Tang Ji shook his head. We've already picked out and ordered the car. We can just pick it up when it arrives. You don't need to prepare anything. I'll have to buy a car sooner or later anyway, so buying it sooner will be more convenient. Lin Feng looked at his two employees with a puzzled expression. When did they buy the car? I had no idea. Lu Wei smiled sheepishly, scratched the back of his head, and said a little embarrassedly, a comrade of mine did this after retiring from the army, so we ordered a cooling van from him. He can help us complete all the paperwork at once, which is convenient and worry-free. As for the special modifications made to the vehicle, there was no need to go into details with the farmer. Okay. Lin Feng didn't ask any more questions. The two of them bought the car themselves, which actually saved them a lot of trouble. Although he doesn't care about the money to buy a car right now, when it comes to living, it's always good to save money where you can. Just then, a loud eagle cry suddenly pierced the sky above the farm, causing Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who were brushing the cows, to look up. Under the blazing sun, their necks were almost sore from looking up. Men's interest in birds of prey is probably ingrained in their very being. They had not only seen Lin Feng's little falcon, but had also petted it. As long as Lin Feng is home, if you give him 2 strips of meat, the little guy will show his belly and let them touch it as they please. Didn't it fly away with the migratory birds before? Is it chasing the migratory birds back again? Lin Feng squinted at the sky and murmured. Tang Ji was taken aback and asked, "You recognize this bird?" It felt like there wasn't a single animal around that Lin Feng wasn't familiar with. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he hadn't actually mentioned it to these two people, so he pointed towards the orchard. Don't you two always ask what that wooden house in the orchard is for? That's the nest we built for their family last year. As soon as he finished speaking, a crested eagle with a wingspan of over 1 meter swooped down from the sky and landed steadily on Lin Feng's raised arm. Coo coo coo, coo coo coo. I'm back, farmer, it's been a long time. Hiss. The eagle's claws gripped his forearm, causing Lin Feng to gasp in pain, but he didn't shake them off. He used only his other hand to stroke the back of the male crested eagle. Welcome back. The orchard will be in your care again this year. The male crested goshawk nodded happily and flapped its wings twice. It loved that orchard, where there were always birds and mice to eat. After a warm exchange with Lin Feng for a while, the crested eagle spread its wings and took off again. After finding their mates, the two eagles circled alternately in the sky for a moment before swooping into the wooden house they had lived in the previous year. Clearly, they are still satisfied with their home. Tang Ji looked at Lin Feng with envy in his eyes. It's so cool that a man can get so close to a crested goshawk and let the bird of prey stand steadily on his forearm. When he was a child, he watched martial arts dramas and fantasized about raising a majestic eagle as a companion, just like the protagonist. But as I grew up and learned about the cruelty of falconry, and developed an awareness of animal protection, I gradually gave up the idea. I never expected to see such a scene in real life after retiring. Seeing the overflowing envy in Tang Ji's eyes, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. If you get along well with it, you can also let it stand on your shoulders. To be honest, having these birds of prey perch on your arm isn't exactly a pleasant experience. The force of those claws is something most people can't withstand. Lin Feng was certain that after a winter, this crested eagle had completely forgotten to control its strength when landing on people. Even if his arm hasn't been pecked open with several bloody holes, it's bound to have a few small dents and some broken skin. Tang Ji noticed Lin Feng's grimacing expression and knew it must be in a lot of pain. But he was still more concerned with how to get the crested goshawk to perch on his shoulders, and asked directly, "So how do we do it?" Lin Feng glanced at him, shook his arm, and said, "It's simple. Just start praising it more from now on, and once they start incubating their eggs, I'll hand over the task of feeding the couple to you. It's simply a matter of first showing goodwill, then using delicious food as a lure. As long as the animal itself isn't too afraid of people, it's generally successful." Tang Ji looked incredulous. How could it be that simple? If it were that easy, why would those who train hawks create a "it's either you or me" rule? He retorted seriously, "I've checked the information. If you really want to keep an eagle awake, you have to stay up for several days and tough it out. Lin Feng gave him a strange look and asked in return. The purpose of training hawks is to tame them and make them completely obedient to commands, much like the role of ancient hunting dogs. But do we need to tame them? Lin Feng said. If you want it to perch on your shoulder, build a good relationship with it and make it treat you like its own bird. The difference between them is huge. He doesn't expect the crested eagle to submit, much less use it for hunting or warning. He would be grateful if they caught more rats from the farm for food. Even if the crested goshawk does nothing, the species itself is enough to intimidate the small birds in the orchard. The timid wouldn't dare to be neighbors with birds of prey. All Lin Feng had to do was help prepare some food when they had difficulty raising their young. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Tang Ji was taken aback by Lin Feng's theory. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make a lot of sense. Besides, it's illegal to keep hawks alive these days. Lin Feng glanced at him coolly. What are you thinking? Keeping hawks alive? I think you want to end up in jail. Despite receiving a cold shoulder, Tang Ji was still quite happy. He didn't ask for much, he just hoped that one day the crested eagle would perch on his shoulder so he could take a full view photo. That cool factor is definitely no less than a photo taken in front of a fighter jet, and the key is that you can show it off anytime. The return of the crested goshawks is like a signal, and all sorts of small animals begin to flock to the farm. Among them were small birds that Lin Feng recognized but couldn't name. A vast expanse of vibrant colors. An uninformed person might mistake this for a nature reserve rather than a farm. When Zhou Cheng arrived, he was deeply impressed by the bustling scene at the farm. Last year he thought Lin Feng's farm was too remote and too empty, but now that spring has just begun, it feels a bit crowded. That's amazing, Zhou Cheng exclaimed after watching for a while. You know what? The scenes I've seen while patrolling the reserve are nothing compared to the bustling atmosphere here. Monitoring the return of migratory birds is a task their department undertakes annually in cooperation with the Forestry Bureau. Yesterday, with the assistance of forest rangers, the data from the year-round monitoring in the reserve was finally captured and transmitted back. However, after seeing the photos and videos, everyone felt that there seemed to be fewer migratory birds this year than last year. Before the specific reasons could be discussed and resolved, he received a call from Lin Feng, who instructed him to come and take a look at the situation at the leader's request. After all that fuss, it turns out that some of those missing migratory birds might not have even gone to the nature reserve, but instead landed directly on Lin Feng's farm. Hearing Zhou Cheng's exclamation, Lin Feng didn't seem particularly happy. Instead, he said seriously, I don't object to them coming. Professor Sun came to see them and said the birds are all quite healthy. It's just, please don't come and steal my poultry's food. He added helplessly, the rooster at home, leading the flock, has already fought 2 battles with the migratory birds. This fight was nothing like the playful sparring among the 3 races when he wasn't home. It was a real, brutal fight where feathers were pulled and blood was drawn. Zhou Cheng glanced at Lin Feng somewhat guiltily and stammered. Well, the fight might be because your farm doesn't have enough food. Lin Feng asked in return with a forced smile. Tell me, where is this place again? Which farm would prepare ample food for uninvited wild animals? Zhou Cheng continued scratching his face, avoiding eye contact, and quickly changed the subject. The ecology around your place is really good. The grass and trees are even greener than those in nature reserves. No wonder so many birds are willing to come here. Lin Feng thought for a moment. It's probably because of the sedimentation over the winter. After all, no one buries fertilizer or anything like that in the protected area. He then changed the subject, saying, I'm just worried that if these birds ruin such beautiful grass and trees for a few more days, they won't be able to look at all. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Qingli immediately sounded the alarm and said righteously, even so, I won't try to get rid of these wild animals, so just give up on that idea. Lin Feng? He never expected Zhou Cheng to get rid of the animals. If the forest ranger really had that ability, the big and small dumplings and the South China tiger family wouldn't have been able to stay on the farm for so long. Moreover, apart from occasionally fighting with guinea fowl, geese and ducks, these wild animals haven't done anything outrageous, so Lin Feng doesn't dislike them. So this person just thought about a lot of things? Lin Feng looked at Zhou Cheng and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Forget about the subsidy, I don't need the money. But if you're really so kind, could you send someone to talk to my poultry and tell them to stop fighting with the migratory birds? I'd be so grateful. He said this half jokingly and half seriously. The guinea fowl have been causing quite a ruckus these past few days, damaging 2 sections of the fence in the yard. Cleaning up the mess every day takes a lot of effort. Zhou Cheng chuckled dryly. He couldn't take on this job. Animal fights can't be resolved with ideological work. He quickly changed the subject, pulling a notebook from his backpack. Well, let me register the types and numbers of migratory birds here first, so I can report back later. As he spoke, he squatted down on the ground and began to draw and write on the birds that flew in the sky and ran on the ground. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on him, making him look quite serious, like someone conducting a field survey. Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe and looked at him, suddenly finding the scene rather interesting. 2 years ago, the farm was deserted, but now even forest police have to come and check in. Just then, several small doves fluttered down to Zhou Cheng's feet and pecked at the breadcrumbs he had accidentally dropped. Zhou Cheng was so frightened that he dared not move, afraid of disturbing the little guys, but he couldn't help but show a curious smile on his face. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Well, it seems the reputation of this ecological farm is completely well-deserved. The weather in Stone Village wasn't great the day the students returned. A sudden drop in temperature, accompanied by dark clouds, descended, and after noon, fine sleet began to fall. Wang Li jumped off the well-heated bus with Wu Yong and the others. He shivered from the cold, but his excitement remained undiminished. I, Hu Hansen, am back. Tremble, my taste buds. He patted the junior student next to him on the shoulder and glanced longingly towards the farm to the west. Once the rain stops, I'll take you up the mountain to pay our respects. Our good life here is all thanks to Brother Feng. Yang Yi, a new junior student this year, nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling. He was lured in by the layers upon layers of posts on the forum. Legend has it that Brother Feng's dishes, from braised pork belly with bamboo shoots to braised pork, from wild vegetable dumplings to braised pork hock, are so delicious that every photo makes your mouth water. In order to experience this taste for himself, he gritted his teeth and passed the entrance exam to become Professor Li's graduate student. Now that my wish has finally come true, I had already planned it all out. I have to fill a 9-grid WeChat moments with posts, and then write a 1,000-word article on the forum to make the younger students who didn't have the chance to come to school so envious they'd want to bang their heads against the wall. On the other side, Wu Yong solemnly bid farewell to his ABS, which he had worked on all winter. Sorry bro, what do a young lady's praise matter compared to Brother Feng's delicious food? Anyway, not many people in the village are watching, so you should just retire for now. But it doesn't matter, he can get back into training this winter. Rain and snow fell on his eyelashes, but he was already missing the bubbling meat soup on Brother Feng's stove. As is customary, the students will have to take care of their own dinner tonight. Lin Feng's side will not start providing meals to everyone normally until the next morning. I thought the rented house would be empty, but when I pushed the door open, I saw 2 women cleaning up on the first floor. Upon seeing them, the aunties immediately greeted them warmly. You're back. You must be exhausted from the long journey, right? Go back to your room and rest. The beds are all made up for you, just put on the sheets and you're good to go. Don't worry about the hot water, it will be available tonight. Thank you, Auntie. The students quickly expressed their gratitude, feeling warm inside at being remembered so fondly by the villagers so soon after their return. The aunties were also happy. With these students back, Stone Village was about to become lively again. Moreover, there are many planting problems in the fields this year, and we still have to rely on these educated children. Lin Feng also received news that the students had returned. Although it's a little later than expected, it won't delay spring planting, which is just right. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were finally convinced. It turns out that Lin Feng, the seemingly ordinary farm owner, actually has a very close partnership with the agricultural university. They still remember the farm's profit figures that almost made their jaws drop when they first looked at the data. Lin Feng explained with a smile. Actually, I didn't expect to earn so much in the first year. It's all thanks to Professor Li and the support from the agricultural university. I can only say that the opportunity came at the right time. After all, the farm business plan he bought at a high price clearly stated that it would likely lose money in the first 3 years, and it would be good if it could start to make a profit in the 7th year. And what happened? A jade pendant allowed him to recoup his investment ahead of schedule, making it the ultimate cheat code for farming, bar none. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Wei and Tang Ji looked at him with a mixture of admiration and understanding. Making money, especially making a lot of money, is indeed inseparable from luck. Especially those who have survived countless battles and hardships, they are even more convinced of the so-called fate. This is not superstition, but rather a pattern that has not yet been fully understood. By the way, Lin Feng smiled at them again and said, based on last year's experience, food is a big problem. It's too troublesome to have everyone come to my place to get food every day, especially since the South China tigers come back to wander around from time to time. So this year I plan to rent a house in the village and convert it into a canteen, so that everyone can eat there together in the future. Professor Li has agreed to this, and the agricultural university has also provided subsidies. Lu Wei and Tang Ji expressed their understanding and immediately asked the question they were most concerned about. Then you should cook the meal, okay? They remembered that Lin Feng had mentioned this matter when they were discussing work. Lin Feng nodded, that's right. You two don't need to help me. Just go over when it's almost lunchtime. I've asked the village aunties to help with the washing and cleaning at the canteen. In addition to the students, the village secretary and the village doctor have also discussed with me about eating together in the canteen. You two should know each other, right? The two nodded. I had already met with him when dealing with that real estate manager's matter. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course, if you feel uncomfortable eating with a group of people, you can go get your food in advance and come back to eat. There are insulated lunch boxes at home." The two nodded again, indicating that they understood. Lin Feng added, "By the way, you two help me catch a few guinea fowl tomorrow morning. There are a lot of students, so catch 5 or 6. We won't skimp on the food." He remembered that before the students left, he said he would kill guinea fowl to improve their meals when they came back, and he had to keep his word. Lin Feng originally planned to bring some roasted sweet potatoes or bibimbap sauce to the students at the service station for dinner, to help them out of their predicament of only being able to eat instant noodles and snacks. Unexpectedly, just as they got off the bus and put down their luggage, Jiang Ming rushed into the farm. Fortunately, the farm animals had good memories. Even after some time had passed, they still remembered the person who used to frequent the farm. Instead of attacking him, they escorted him all the way to the yard. Otherwise, the consequences could be unpredictable. Jiang Ming was completely unaware that he had just strolled around the hospital entrance, and as soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Feng! Brother Feng!" God knows how he got through the past month. Whether at home or at school, whenever I have free time, I wish I could fast forward through time and drag it straight to the day I return to Stone Village. I want to see my dear brother Feng, but I also want to satisfy my taste buds. He stood in the yard, stamping the mud off his feet. His nose had already caught the faint aroma of wheat wafting from the kitchen, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. "Jiang Ming, you're back too? I thought you'd be a few days later." Hearing the shout, Lin Feng quickly came out of the house. Seeing that it was Jiang Ming, he immediately smiled and hurriedly led him into the living room. "Come in quickly, it's still raining outside, why didn't you bring an umbrella?" He looked Jiang Ming up and down, then asked, "Didn't Professor Lee say he was going to send you here this year to cultivate the experimental fields? Have all the procedures been completed? You actually came with the students." Jiang Ming chuckled. "Thanks to you, things are now very easy to do here, like opening farms and leasing land. I completed all the procedures online. The village chief and the village party secretary are old acquaintances and helped me a lot. I'm just waiting for the land to be allocated." This result was within Lin Feng's expectations. The village of Shitu is severely aging, and much of its land is lying fallow. Some people are willing to rent it out for farming, and the villagers are eager to revitalize it as soon as possible. Professor Lee mentioned to me that the experimental field would be used for joint control with ours, and the main crop would be pumpkin, right? Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Ming nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "I brought the seeds with me this time, let me show them to you first." He took a small plastic bag out of his backpack. The bag, which weighed about a pound, wasn't even full, it contained more than 20 seeds. Each one is plump and healthy, with a lustrous color, clearly indicating that they were carefully selected. What's so special about this?" Lin Feng looked at the seeds and then looked at Jiang Ming with some confusion. Jiang Ming laughed. "Brother Feng, you're still the same as always." Seeing Lin Feng raise an eyebrow, he wisely changed his tune. "Excellent. Come, let me introduce you to these seeds. They've even traveled through space. According to the model's prediction, the average size will be over 90 kilograms. On average, over 90 kilograms? Lin Feng was instantly shocked. The largest pumpkin he had ever grown was only about 40 pounds. How big of a field would it take to support a pumpkin that weighed over 90 pounds? No wonder they came here to rent land for a control experiment. They really have high hopes for this batch of pumpkins. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, these pumpkin seeds are no different from ordinary seeds in appearance. He must carefully distinguish them when planting them so as not to mix them up. Such a big pumpkin must be very fertilizer intensive, right? After pondering for a while, Lin Feng raised a question from a planting perspective. Jiang Ming nodded and gave him an approving look. "That's right, it needs twice the fertilizer of regular pumpkins to grow well." When it came to serious matters, the two began to discuss the key points of planting. After all, the number of seeds is limited, and there is no room for trial and error. Lin Feng listened and nodded, secretly calculating in his mind. Then just pile up the spiritual water and spiritual fertilizer, only fertile soil can produce miracles. After finishing their business, Jiang Ming carefully put the pumpkin seeds back in his pocket and looked at Lin Feng earnestly, saying, "You're not the only one participating in this pumpkin control experiment, several well-known farms across the country are involved. We have to win." Lin Feng, the competitive spirit of agricultural researchers is indeed simple and direct. Whether we win or not, that's something to think about after September. Your pumpkin is so big, we might not be able to see it until October. Let's put aside the pleasantries and talk about what to do for dinner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's daydreaming instantly ceased, and he looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. "That's the most important thing. You don't want us to come all this way and have to eat snacks and instant noodles for our first meal, do you?" Lin Feng suppressed a laugh. "Don't worry, I was prepared." Wu Yang and his students cleaned the house thoroughly. Once everything was tidied up, they saw Jiang Ming, who had just left without his luggage and without even an umbrella, returning with light steps. Wu Yang sat in the chair, took a sip of hot water, and asked him curiously, "Where did you go? Why were you in such a hurry?" Jiang Ming couldn't stop smiling as he said to everyone, "Brother Feng said he'll bring over some roasted sweet potatoes, bread, and bibimbap sauce later." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They had been longing for Brother Feng's cooking skills for the past few days. As expected of Senior Zhang, who was renowned throughout the school for his sense of smell and taste, his begging skills are truly extraordinary. Indeed, everyone agreed that Jiang Ming's immediate visit to Lin Feng's house was definitely not for any important business. This is the reputation of foodies. Seeing everyone's expressions, Jiang Ming knew what they were thinking, and quickly took out the pumpkin seeds he had been protecting and showed them to them. "I'm going to talk about growing pumpkins. It's a serious matter, not about eating them." Everyone nodded in unison, their expressions resolute as if they were about to join an organization. Jiang Ming's lips twitched at the sight, but he didn't bother to explain and simply said, "Anyway, everyone attended the pre-departure meeting. Although our land hasn't been decided yet, the breeding work is about to begin." Wu Yang raised his hand. "Then I'll go and mix some seedling soil tomorrow to try. By the way, it needs to be sent to Brother Feng's place. Should we start cultivating it together?" Jiang Ming nodded, carefully put the seeds away, and said, "Since we're going to do it anyway, we might as well do it together." In the evening, Lu Wei and Tang Ji helped Lin Feng deliver the prepared toast, sweet potatoes, and bibimbap sauce to the cafeteria. I also took the opportunity to check out where I'll be eating in the future. The students learned from Jiang Ming that although Brother Feng had not officially started work today, he would bring them some food to fill their stomachs. After tidying up their accommodations, the students gradually gathered at the cafeteria. The elderly reminisced about the flavors of their memories, while the newlyweds eagerly anticipated the meal. Many of them fought tooth and nail for a spot to come here, and now they can finally taste the legendary flavor. As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the cafeteria, he was greeted by a chorus of greetings. "Brother Feng." "Good evening, Brother Feng." "Brother Feng, I've missed you so much." Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Hello everyone. I'll need your help again this year at the farm." He pointed to what he had brought. "I didn't make anything decent, just some bread, sweet potatoes I grew myself, and some meat sauce, just enough to fill my stomach. We'll start serving meals normally tomorrow, at the same times as before." "Thank you, Brother Feng," Wu Yang shouted the loudest from the crowd. Lin Feng spotted him in the crowd at a glance and joked, "Wow, you've lost weight. The little belly that I couldn't lose even after doing farm work actually shrank quite a bit after just one winter break." The mere mention of thinness brought tears to the eyes of not only Wu Yang but also all the elderly people present. Is this thinness something they wanted to achieve? That's hilarious. Absolutely not. It's just that without Brother Feng's cooking skills, nothing tastes good anymore when I go back. Before, when they lived here, they would eat until they were stuffed every meal. If it weren't for Brother Feng stopping them, they would have stuffed themselves full. Now that I'm home, I eat until I'm 80% full at every meal. Even snacks, takeout, fried chicken, and spicy hot pot don't pique my interest at all. How could you not lose weight? And yet, even though they're all in such a miserable state, their parents are still praising them. Wow, no wonder you studied agriculture. You even know to conserve food at home and stop ordering takeout. Is it because they don't want to order? It's all because the takeout food just doesn't taste as good as what Brother Feng makes. The meat sauce that I managed to snatch from the farm was all gone by the time I got to school, so there was no chance to take it home. In the end, they even had to stuff rice into the jar, just to lick the last bit of sauce clean. All they want to do is shout, "Brother Feng, please go public. We'll definitely sell out." Fortunately, even without the bibimbap sauce, we can finally enjoy Brother Feng's cooking again. Long live Brother Feng. Standing in the cafeteria, Lin Feng could clearly see that there were fewer familiar faces and more new faces among this year's students. A strange feeling welled up inside him, but he knew he would soon get used to this change of personnel. Like Wu Yang and Wang Li, if they hadn't continued their doctoral studies, we probably wouldn't have seen them again next year. As Lin Feng left the cafeteria, his spirits seemed inexplicably low. Tang Ji and Lu Wei gave him several strange looks. Lin Feng took a deep breath, shrugged, and said in a slightly innocent tone, "I don't know why, but seeing those familiar faces disappear makes me a little sentimental. But isn't that life? We're always making new friends and saying goodbye to familiar ones." Upon hearing this, Tang Ji and Lu Wei were instantly stunned. Weren't they the same? In the end, they only had each other left. But this sudden wave of despondency was interrupted by Lin Feng after only a second. He asked, "Oh, right, I forgot to ask, do you two know how to kill a chicken?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei were taken aback, not understanding why the topic had changed so quickly, but their thoughts immediately drifted to the guinea fowl on the farm. These chickens are agile and always seem to be doing difficult moves, so their meat must be very chewy, right? Lu Wei was unsure whether he knew how to kill guinea pigs, so he scratched his head and said, I do know how to kill chickens, but my technique is a bit rough. Just make sure the internal organs are cleaned properly, without tearing the intestines, and that the chicken feathers are plucked cleanly. Lin Feng's requirements were not high. Chickens are relatively easy to process, unlike large livestock like cattle and pigs which require more effort to butcher. If no one else is available, he can do it himself, he just needs to be more careful when removing the internal organs. But since someone else knew how, he was naturally happy to save himself the trouble, and comforted Lu Wei. As long as you can get clean chicken, that's fine. He glanced toward the orchard and added, anyway, the crested eagles are back. We don't want to deal with their internal organs, we can just leave them all to them. He was confident that the crested eagle would not only not mind, but would also devour the free treat. This was the first time Lu Wei and Tang Ji had heard this kind of statement, and they didn't quite understand how a perfectly good crested eagle could be described as a garbage collector in Lin Feng's words. But the thought of being able to build a good relationship with the crested eagles by feeding them their internal organs still made Tang Ji quite happy. The day after the students returned, Lin Feng officially started cooking. Although he still cooks the same way, he feels much more relaxed now that he has 2 more helpers at home. Ah, this is the taste. It's the lean pork congee that Brother Feng makes. Wu Yang had just come downstairs and hadn't even reached the cafeteria when he started shouting. Lin Feng, who was 5 meters away, could hear him clearly with his drooling. It smells so good. Yang Yi also sniffed the fragrance in the air, and tears almost streamed down her face. He thought the meat sauce last night was amazing enough, but it turns out it was just an appetizer. It seems the seniors were right, with Brother Feng around, life in this village is full of hope. Brother Feng, give me another half spoonful, please. Wu Yang raised his rice bowl high and shouted, feeling as if he could swallow a whole cow. An extra half spoonful of rice porridge is no big deal, and I can even eat a slice of steamed bread with it. Lin Feng glanced at his now flat stomach, and still added half a spoonful, but refused his request to add a slice of steamed bun. Warning, indigestion. He shook the rice spoon in his hand. If any of you manage to hold out until you go to the village doctor for a stomach strengthening and digestive pill, once I find out, you can forget about having control over how much food you eat. From now on, I will ration it for you. His bottom line is being 80% full. Wu Yang met Lin Feng's gaze, shook his head vigorously, his movements revealing cowardice, yet he still muttered defiantly, I can really eat it if I stuff it in, it's just a slice of steamed bun. A slice of steamed bun coated in egg wash and fried until golden brown. Lin Feng stared at him with a forced smile, without saying a word. In the crowd, someone, taking advantage of their distance, muttered to themselves, actually, I brought my own digestive tablets, so I don't need to go to the village doctor to get them. Lin Feng immediately looked up and scanned the area, his gaze seeming to say, let me see which little cutie dares to make such a dangerous statement. Warnings, meat porridge and steamed buns will be reduced by half. Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who were at the end of the line, arrived a little late and were waiting for their meals with the village chief and the village doctor, looking on with surprise. Do these kids not even want a stomach anymore? Although Tang Ji and Lu Wei also went through a phase where they couldn't help but overeat when they first ate Lin Feng's cooking, they never needed to take digestive pills. Ahem, Lin Feng's family has canned hawthorn and hawthorn slices too. The two were momentarily distracted, but the sudden low-pressure atmosphere released by the village doctor in front of them instantly brought them back to reality. Oh my god, this is a bit scary, what should I do? Cough cough. The village doctor simply cleared his throat, but the students standing in front of him visibly trembled, and their backs straightened up unconsciously. Many students were drawn by the coughing and curiously looked towards the back of the line, only to be met with the village doctor's smiling but unusually kind gaze. Several of them shivered in unison. It's just about controlling your food intake, I can definitely control it. They frantically warned themselves in their hearts. Have we forgotten the lessons of last year? Because they overate, they bought all the digestive tablets the village doctor had. When the tablets ended up in the doctor's hands, they were no longer dealing with a kind and gentle doctor, but with a devil. A devil who doesn't like 4 drips, but only likes injections in the buttocks. Unfortunately, this is currently the peak season for influenza. The person you absolutely mustn't mess with in Stone Village is Brother Feng. If you mess with him, you'll have no food to eat. The second one is the village doctor. With his precise control over the injection technique and massage pressure, he successfully secured his position as the second most dangerous person. Why does such a cruel invention as the buttock injection exist in this world? Lin Feng keenly noticed the change in the group and took a moment during his meal break to give the village doctor a thumbs up. He never expected that the village doctor would have such a deterrent effect. Indeed, talented people shine wherever they are. After breakfast, Lin Feng took Lu Wei and Tang Ji to the henhouse to catch guinea fowl, and the task of killing the chickens was naturally left to the two of them. While the two were busy, Lin Feng stayed home to review and organize this year's planting plan, intending to take advantage of Professor Li and the others' current free time to ask them for help with the planning. See how the various plants are distributed most rationally. Once the land has completely thawed, we can plow and apply base fertilizer. The seller who had previously ordered the roses also contacted him, and the 100 rose seedlings would be delivered in 2 weeks, in early May. Perfect timing. He wanted to take this opportunity to plant the various flowers, trees, and fruit trees that had appeared in the system. For some reason, his life seemed to become busier as soon as the students from the agricultural university returned. After the two brought back the slaughtered chicken, Lin Feng had almost finished his work and started preparing lunch. The main dish for this meal was spicy diced chicken, the essence of which lies in dried chili peppers and dried Sichuan peppercorns. The top quality goods he sourced from the agricultural expo, combined with chili peppers grown on his own farm, will definitely bring out the best in these guinea fowl. The chicken was chopped into small cubes, and the meat, which should have been whitish, turned out to be a healthy pale red. The auntie who was helping to cut the dried chilies looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Xiao Lin, the chickens you raise look special, their bellies are filled with thick layers of fat. How do you raise them?" Lin Feng chatted with his aunt while preparing the chicken. "I usually feed it beans and corn kernels, and maybe it's grown this way because I've raised it for a long time." "That's strange, that's how we raise them too." The aunt muttered to herself with a puzzled look, pondering the secrets of raising chickens in her own home. Could it be that they were given hormones? Wait a minute, Xiaolin eats these chickens himself, so he definitely wouldn't use hormones to grow them faster. "Auntie, are the chili peppers cut yet?" Lin Feng had already cut and marinated the chicken, and asked, looking down. Okay. The aunt quickly got up and handed a stainless steel basin from the counter to Lin Feng. It was filled with evenly sized pieces of chili peppers, their vibrant red color making it look incredibly appetizing. She wiped her hands on her apron and asked again, "Does this mean I won't have any work to do next?" "Yes, thank you for your trouble, auntie," Lin Feng responded while splashing some water onto the dried chili peppers. "Soaking them briefly will prevent them from burning when cooking." Upon hearing this, the aunt smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. "Then I'll go home and cook." Before leaving, she glanced one last time at the chicken on the cutting board, and sighed as she untied her apron. Such a good chicken, tisk tisk, cultured people really know how to appreciate the finer things in life. Lin Feng watched his aunt's retreating figure and sighed silently in his heart. I reckon that she won't have to go far before the whole village knows how well her family raises chickens. He could imagine that scene even with his eyes closed. The elderly men and women surrounded the auntie, asking her all sorts of questions. He had been raising chickens for a year, and he thought that people in the village would know something about it, but he didn't expect his aunt to be so surprised. "Alright, I'd better avoid going to the village these next few days. Otherwise, if you meet someone, they'll definitely stop you and ask you all sorts of questions." He was really overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the village elders. After frying the aromatic oil, Lin Feng added the chicken. When the aroma of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns burst in the pot, he couldn't help but walk outside, sneeze twice, rub his nose, and then return to the kitchen. Looking at the bright red chilies fried in the pan, he suddenly wondered if he had put in too many dried chilies. So much so that even a range hood can't remove this pungent smell. Standing in front of the stove, Lin Feng, who needed to stir-fry over a low flame for a long time, soon had his eyes redden from the smoke. He sniffed and muttered. The aunt who just helped cut the chili peppers got home. I wonder if she washed her hands properly. Please don't let her touch her grandson's face without washing them. For him, dried chili peppers have always been a side dish for seasoning, and this is the first time he has ever used so many at once. Unexpectedly, these Jingtiao peppers were so effective, under the influence of the oil, they completely overturned the range hood, filling the entire room with their aroma. Fortunately, before taking it out of the pot, Lin Feng took a bite and found that the chicken wasn't as spicy as he had imagined. For him, it was just the right level of spiciness. It's that feeling where your mouth is burning, but it tastes so good and so comforting that you just can't stop eating it. Moreover, the spiciness didn't carry its power to the stomach, which is reassuring. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of hot air and scooped all the food out of the pot. This dish tastes even better when it's cooled down. So he came to cook much earlier today. The remaining time was just right for him to prepare the chicken head. Chicken heads are definitely not suitable for making spicy diced chicken. If you chop them into small pieces, they'll be all bones and you won't be able to suck them up at all. Why not just braise them? Then you can break the pig brains and chicken tongues apart and eat them separately, it'll be so flavorful. Then, pair it with stir-fried chicken giblets, and you have 2 more dishes to enjoy with your drinks. Achoo! As soon as it was mealtime, the students who had just come downstairs were irritated by the smell of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns wafting from the dining hall, causing them to sneeze repeatedly. Achoo! This is the smell. It's been captivating me for over an hour. Wow, chili peppers and chicken are such a perfect match. Brother Feng is so thoughtful. The soup for lunch today was actually fruit milk. Today's main dish is spicy diced chicken, with simple stir-fried greens and eggplant with minced meat as side dishes. The main purpose is to provide a refreshing balance when eating spicy food. Ouch, that's really spicy. Jiang Ming had just taken his first bite when the pungent chili made him shudder, feeling as if his entire mouth had been instantly set on fire. But he wasn't intimidated at all, on the contrary, he felt his appetite had been whetted. Everyone says that chicken itself has little flavor, but his lips and tongue could clearly taste the unique tenderness of this chicken. Biting into a piece of chicken reveals a golden, crispy skin that seems to have absorbed all the essence of the oil, while the meat inside remains tender and juicy. The key is that the spiciness that Brother Feng prepared comes on strong but goes off quickly, leaving behind only the pure aroma of meat and sesame. Jiang Mingfei took a few quick breaths and drank some fruit milk to relieve the heat in his mouth. He glanced at the chilly sky outside, then at the cool chicken pieces in front of him, and found himself sweating profusely in the cold environment, feeling quite comfortable. This feeling is not much different from eating hot pot in an air-conditioned room in the summer. The Sichuan girl who was not far from him ate with great relish and gave it the highest praise. Wow, Brother Feng, I guarantee this spicy diced chicken is definitely more authentic than many of the chefs back home. Ling Shui, a girl from Sichuan, smacked her lips as she ate, exclaiming, "It's so delicious. Especially this chicken, it's amazing. The outside is crispy and chewy, while the inside is so tender it's practically bouncy." Her eyes sparkled. "I thought that once I left my hometown, I would never be able to eat such delicious spicy diced chicken again. It's really delicious, and the chili is so fragrant. Brother Feng, if you opened a shop in our area, even if you're from another province, I guarantee you'd make a fortune." Yu Suwang smiled and clinked her milk cup with hers. "So, was it worth it to apply for Professor Li's graduate program?" "Aha!" Ling Shui nodded vigorously, her small body seemingly hiding boundless joy. It wasn't just a loss, it was a huge win. She didn't even leave the red chili peppers and the side dishes behind, chewing them one by one with relish. Jiang Ming and Yang Yi, who were standing next to each other, had already turned red from the spiciness, but they still couldn't stop eating. Their eyes were glistening with tears when they looked at each other, and neither of them wanted to put down their bowl first. "After eating this, who knows how long it will be before we have to wait for the next time, so we must seize the opportunity to eat a few more bites. Brother Feng, we're out of rice." After finishing his first bowl of rice, Jiang Ming rushed to the rice cooker only to find that the bottom of the pot was empty. Lin Feng nodded, his expression calm. "Yes, I know. Spicy diced chicken goes well with rice, so I deliberately controlled the amount of rice." Upon hearing this, the village doctor, whose face was flushed red from the spiciness, looked up at Lin Feng with satisfaction, then lowered his head again to continue struggling with the diced chicken in his bowl. Although spitting out bones is a kind of fun, he still secretly hopes that there is a kind of chicken in the world that doesn't grow bones, or one that is covered in cartilage. Everyone was extremely satisfied with the meal, except for the fact that there wasn't enough rice. Especially with milk to relieve the spiciness, no one went to the village doctor for an appetite stimulant because the spicy chicken cubes were too spicy. Lin Feng's fears did not come true. After all, everyone's tolerance for spiciness is vastly different. He felt the flavor was just right, spicy and flavorful without losing the original taste of the chicken. When Ling Shui, a girl from Sichuan, ate it, it was no different from chewing on the minced meat and eggplant next to her. She even scrambled all the chili peppers out of her friend Yu Suwang's bowl. Apart from occasionally taking a light breath, there was absolutely no indication that the chili peppers had any effect on her. Even when Lin Feng asked for her opinion, she said, "It would taste even better if it were spicier." Upon hearing this devilish statement, Jiang Ming smacked his already swollen lips hard, and looked at the new junior with a hint of admiration in his eyes. However, even though many people's lips were swollen and they could barely speak properly because of the spiciness, not a single person came to Lin Feng to say anything bad about the guinea chicken. Instead, quite a few people gathered around to inquire, "Can other chickens be cooked this delicious? When can we have another meal?" In this chilly early spring weather, eating some spicy food is just right. They knew in their hearts that they wouldn't be able to get any more guinea pigs from Brother Feng's farm anytime soon, but there were still plenty of other chickens available outside. In the evening, considering that the lunch had been too spicy and for the students' stomachs, Lin Feng made chicken noodle soup. The chicken soup, simmered all afternoon, was clear, glossy, and incredibly fragrant. Paired with noodles as thin as silver threads, the taste is truly beyond description with just the word delicious. "This is good, this is good." The village party secretary smelled the pure chicken soup simmering slowly over a wood-fired pot and praised it from the bottom of his heart. He thought the spicy chicken at noon was indeed delicious, but for an elderly person like him, the flavor was still too strong. Eating it occasionally is fine, but if you eat it often, even the best stomach might not be able to handle it. He stirred the noodles in the bowl with his chopsticks, and the aroma of the chicken soup spread more intensely with the steam. No wonder everyone likes Lin Feng. Knowing that he ate a heavy meal at noon, they arranged a light and easily digestible dinner, satisfying his appetite without burdening his body. The village doctor, having drunk a large bowl of chicken soup, leaned back in his chair contentedly. If the spicy diced chicken at noon is like a scorching furnace, bringing the exhilarating feeling of sweating profusely, then the chicken noodle soup at night is like a soothing hot spring, its essence being to nourish silently and gently. The village party secretary, a satisfied smile on his face, turned to the village doctor and said, "Xiao Lin is a good kid, shouldn't we give him a little bit of that information?" The village doctor let out a burp. "Don't rush, don't let the child get excited for nothing. We can wait until we're more or less certain before making a decision." "Yes, yes, yes." The village party secretary expressed his strong agreement. Although the higher authorities have expressed this intention, there have been many similar intentions in recent years, but how many of them have actually come to fruition? Let's wait for confirmation from above before making any decisions. Anyway, the information we get is either first-hand or second-hand, so it's never too late to tell him later. The two reached a consensus and temporarily put the matter out of their minds. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was being kept in the dark by the village officials, was sitting in the living room with Tang Ji and Lu Wei. The three of them had a movie in front of them, and on the table were a small plate of spicy stir-fried chicken giblets, a plate of braised chicken heads, and a small bottle of rice wine. Tang Ji took a sip of rice wine and asked, "Do these chili peppers have seeds? Are you planting them this year?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I bought them together at the agricultural expo before, and I'm planting them this year." He thought for a moment and then said, "But we also grow other varieties. I think the screw pepper looks good too, and I plan to mix it in this year. The dried Urjingtiao peppers have an exceptionally fragrant flavor, while the fresh Luosijiao peppers are even more delicious." Lin Feng plans to plant these two varieties this year. Last year's variety of products was too mixed up. Although the spiciness levels varied, once the curiosity wore off, it felt unnecessary. Just like the delicious baby pumpkin, the ones he plans to plant on a large scale this year are the chestnut pumpkin and honey pumpkin that he selected last year. Few pests and diseases, easy to manage, high yield and good taste, these are its biggest advantages. Tang Ji was unaware of Lin Feng's thoughts. He only knew that Lin Feng would grow this kind of chili pepper, which meant he could continue to eat it, and he immediately became happy. He absolutely loves this chili pepper. Lu Wei didn't care. He wasn't very tolerant of any kind of chili peppers, but he thought that braised chicken heads were especially delicious. The blissful night for the three men quickly came to an end. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he was greeted with another new and busy day. Spring seems to be being pushed forward relentlessly. While Lin Feng was busy cultivating seedlings, selecting seeds, and dividing up new territories for his animals, the farm's land had unknowingly turned into a vibrant green. The cows are now far more interested in the newly sprouted grass than in the hay stored up over the winter. To find enough tender grass to fill their bellies, they wandered from the west side of the farm to the north side, without feeling tired at all. Watching Lin Feng cut wood and nail together chicken coops and duck sheds himself, Lu Wei's jaw almost dropped open. He asked hesitantly, "Is there anything you can't do?" Lin Feng looked at him strangely, not understanding why he suddenly asked that question. "There are so many things I don't know how to do. No, I mean, this is just too exquisitely made." Lu Wei realized that Lin Feng had misunderstood his words, so he quickly gestured to the chicken coop in front of him, which was about 30 centimeters off the ground and 2 meters high, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. "You can't buy this thing online for less than 4 figures. Even if you gave me the whole tutorial and materials kit, I might not be able to make one that looked this decent." But in Lin Feng's hands, those pieces of wood and wire mesh were like toys. With a few quick taps, he nailed out a neat chicken coop. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought this man possessed magic. Lin Feng was not entirely satisfied with the chicken coop, he could only say it was usable. After all, to make something truly good and refined, all the assemblies should be replaced with mortise and tenon joints, which are more suitable than nails. However, the combination of a nail gun and nails is convenient and quick, and it's sufficient for the current situation. He put down the nail gun and said with a smile, "At first, it was to save money. The ones sold online were too expensive, but the materials themselves didn't cost much. Later, as I made them more often, I gradually became more skilled." Lu Wei wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with both envy and admiration. To be a good farmer, you need to master so many skills. She can cook, shoot and edit videos, do carpentry, farm and raise livestock, and even cooks pig feed that tastes better than others. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder they can live such a good life. Seeing him in a daze, Lin Feng said, "If you want to learn, I'll teach you after the spring planting season is over." Lu Wei was immediately tempted. Tang Ji knows how to tan leather and make small items from it. What used to seem insignificant has now become a decent side business. But what about him? Apart from the skills he learned in the army, he doesn't know anything else. 9 out of 10 of the skills he was once proud of are now useless here. He also considered creating a short video account. Shooting videos was fine, but editing them was harder than disassembling and assembling a handgun in 3 minutes. Lin Feng noticed his hesitation and waved his hand to reassure him. No rush, go back and think about it slowly. After spring planting, whenever you want to learn, come find me anytime. Lu Wei scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It's a deal then. I'll use my salary to pay for the tuition. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. No need to pay. Once you've learned it, if my farm needs any carpentry work, you can help me for free. Doesn't that make up for it? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh, and his worries dissipated. He nodded emphatically. Okay, it's settled then. Seeing how readily he agreed, Lin Feng began to have the illusion that he was Huang Shiren, a notorious landlord in Chinese folklore known for his cruelty and tyranny. Poor 11er. Just as Lin Feng was about to help Lu Wei move the newly built chicken coop into the chicken pen, his phone suddenly started vibrating wildly in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered. Hello, yes, this is Lin Feng. The rose seedlings have been shipped and will arrive the day after tomorrow? Okay, thank you. I'll go to the county to hand over the cards then. Please bring the cards. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your help, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up in a wide smile. Lu Wei glanced at him and asked, have the seedlings arrived? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. They'll arrive the day after tomorrow, mainly wild roses, and some other seedlings. He thought for a moment. Let's call Tang Ji later and go to the farm entrance to dig a hole, bury a layer of base fertilizer first, and then we can plant the seedlings as soon as they arrive. Okay. Lu Wei readily agreed, but first he had to get the chicken coop set up. He pushed a chicken coop down the mountain, sighing as he went. These chicken coops with wheels are so convenient, you can just push them around when you need to move them. Once the location is found and fixed, simply pull the brake down hard, then nail long nails into the pre-drilled holes at the four corners, and the entire chicken coop will be firmly fixed to the ground. Even if you want to move to a different place in the future, it will still be convenient. Such ingenuity could probably only be conceived and made into a real object by someone who is both a carpenter and a chicken farmer. The grown-up chickens were particularly interested in the new chicken coop. As soon as Lin Feng laid out the bedding, hens that were incubating their eggs rushed in eagerly. Spring is here, the weather is getting warmer, it's the perfect time for new life to be born. The birds by the lake clearly think so too, and have been particularly lively these past few days. Lin Feng could stumble upon many interesting things while standing by the lake. For example, a male pheasant took a fancy to his family's handsome rooster. That's right, both are male. Ever since his last failed attempt to overpower the rooster, it seems to have developed PTSD. Whenever it sees that pheasant, it immediately starts beating it up. A few days later, Lin Feng never saw the pheasant again. When it comes to cultivating wild roses, Lin Feng's original idea was very simple. Plant them at a distance, and wait until they grow tall enough to block the wide entrance. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei and Tang Ji both disagreed. The two of them walked back and forth along the several hundred-meter area several times before carefully drawing small dots with lime, indicating to Lin Feng to dig the pits according to these marks. The areas for planting flowers and trees were also clearly marked, with lilacs and locust trees arranged in a very specific way. According to Lu Wei, if the farm is planted like this, it will become very difficult for outsiders to directly spy on the inside of the farm, especially the houses at the highest point. However, thanks to the clever design of the visual angle, one can still clearly see the farm entrance from Lin Feng's yard, even as the flowers and trees grow taller. To this, Lin Feng could only shout 666. He really couldn't understand why Lu Wei was always thinking about learning this and that. With this skill, isn't it much better than video editing or carpentry? What is this man insecure about? Or is he still in Versailles? Lu Wei blushed deeply from the praise and whispered in defense. Well, many people in the team can do it, I'm not the best. Lin Feng shoveled the shovel in his hand into the ground. Would you like to see the world of ordinary people like us? Out of 10 people, you might find one who knows carpentry, one who knows editing, but you definitely won't find one who understands your craft. It might not be found in 100 or 1,000 people. This skill would be on par with a formation master if it were in a novel. Although it's more of a support role, it's absolutely awesome. When the two sides face off, I can make sure you can't even find my own home. Just thinking about it is exciting. Lin Feng looked at Lu Wei intently. Such great skills shouldn't go to waste. Why don't you go and see if there are any gardener certification exams you can take? With your skills, earning $1 million a year is not a dream. The number of people who will hire you will be so high that they could stretch from my house to the Mariana Trench. Lu Wei became even more embarrassed, and the speed at which he dug the hole increased, his ears turning as red as ripe cranberries. No, really no. I think my life is great right now, really. There's no need to send his people all the way to the Mariana Trench. Wait, where is the Mariana Trench? Never mind, it's not important. If he and Tang Ji were willing to work as bodyguards for wealthy people, they could easily earn hundreds of thousands a year, even if they didn't reach $1 million. but that job is too tiring. If you encounter a bad employer, not only will you be mentally and physically exhausted, but you may also be subjected to harassment. Nothing beats this. Meals and accommodation are provided, and insurance is also included. Aside from the occasional purchase of clothing, I can basically save all of my salary. Besides, he's not short of money. He's done so many missions during his years in the army that he's already saved enough to support himself. The key is that Lin Feng's farm is comfortable to stay at, the mountains and water are beautiful, and the people are even better. He wanted to find a side job, since farm work was sometimes quite leisurely, and playing on his phone all the time wasn't a good idea. The weather was great the day the roses arrived, especially warm, and the temperature remained stable for the next few days, with no drop in temperature or rain/snow. Lin Feng drove his pickup truck twice from the county to transport all the flower and tree seedlings back to the village. Brother Feng, you ordered so many wild roses? When the roses arrived at his home, Zhang Mingzhang brought his younger schoolmates over to watch and help with planting. Right. Lin Feng squatted on the ground, unwrapping the straw wrapping the roots of the flower seedlings. I saw them at the agricultural expo and bought some. They said they were a particularly good variety, so I'll try planting some. As expected of seedlings that dared to be exhibited at the agricultural expo, even though they are only 2 years old, they look much stronger than ordinary seedlings. Are these lilacs and locust trees also among them? Zhang Ming then looked at the saplings next to him. They were all of excellent quality, with fresh and vibrant buds on the branches, showing no signs of wilting. The soil covering the roots was also very carefully applied, demonstrating a highly professional technique. He tried hard to recall, but he didn't seem to have seen either of these at the agricultural expo. Could it be that I was too focused on Professor Li's task at the time and missed it? It's not impossible. Lin Feng nodded. They were all ordered together, but not from the same company. Knowing that the roses would arrive today, we had them delivered them together. He added, these flowers are all edible varieties, I wonder what they taste like. Zhang Ming and his classmates nodded together, and some of them couldn't help but swallow. They're all edible, I wonder how delicious they'll be. Slurp. Lin Feng, who was diligently planting and watering the flowers, never expected that it would all be because of a single sentence he uttered. The students' gazes at the flowers had shifted from curiosity to blatant craving. These seedlings were indeed worth it. Nourished by the spiritual spring water and spiritual fertilizer, they all exuded a vibrant energy after just one night. Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't be long before they grew into the strongest fence protecting the farm. More importantly, they can be harvested for their petals in the summer, their fruits in the fall, and even their roots are edible. However, he would never consider doing so in order to make them grow stronger in the short term. May is fast approaching. Lin Feng, did Professor Li say that we can start planting potatoes today? After breakfast, Tang Ji, carrying a hoe, came looking for Lin Feng and stood at the door asking, shall we start now? Lin Feng was rummaging through the seed warehouse. He remembered that he had bought a new type of pumpkin and sweet pepper seeds last year and put them here. Why couldn't he find them after looking for a long time? Upon hearing Tang Ji's question, he looked up and his head slammed against the shelf with a loud thud. He cried out in pain and quickly covered the back of his head before backing away. In that brief moment of bending down, he caught a glimpse of a jar in the corner, labeled as containing pumpkin and bell pepper seeds. It can only be said that you may try to plant flowers with care but they may not bloom, while you may plant willows without intention but they may thrive. This time, it wasn't all for nothing. Are you all right? Tang Ji stood at the door and heard the loud thud clearly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Lin Feng rubbed the back of his head, looked at his hands, they weren't stained with blood, just a little dust, and shook his head. It's nothing, at most it'll just swell up a little. Fortunately, we found the seed. Tang Ji looked at the small jar in his hand and asked, what's this? A kind of colorful, sweet pepper that looks like a small pumpkin, almost like a fruit. Lin Feng shook the jar, a hint of smugness in his voice. I bought this at the agricultural expo last year. I had so many things at the time, and after winter, I almost couldn't find it. Tang Ji's eye twitched, and he really wanted to ask, do you know what you're saying? A chili pepper that looks like a pumpkin and is sweet, can it really be called a chili pepper? But none of that matters, he came to ask about planting potatoes. Lin Feng glanced at the hoe in Tang Ji's hand and also thought about this year's planting arrangements. Because Zhang Ming is coming to set up an experimental field, planting this year seems even simpler than last year. Anyone can copy homework. We've all finished elementary school, so let's stop pretending and come clean. Moreover, the students from the agricultural university said they would come and help after they finished planting their 100 mu of potatoes. However, Lin Feng probably wouldn't need it, since 3 people in his family were planting potatoes together this year. Plant them. Lin Feng nodded. I've already taken out the potato seeds. There are 5 boxes in total, and 1 box is enough to plant 1 acre of land. The top 2 boxes are for colored potatoes, don't mix them up. He added, I don't need a hoe, I'll go to the garage and get the ridging machine. Tang Ji blinked and looked at the hoe in his hand. Why don't you need a hoe to plant potatoes? In his mind, this was a necessity. But he had to admit that when he and Lu Wei first saw the row of dazzling agricultural machines at Lin Feng's house, they were like looking at toys. The curiosity and shock they felt were like having a cat tugging at their hearts. Tanks and fighter jets have their cool factor, and these toy-like agricultural machines are quite impressive to look at too. I couldn't wait to try it right there. Lin Feng was very satisfied with their reaction. Hee, things are different now. We've made money and upgraded our equipment. Tang Ji responded, put down his hoe, and called Lu Wei to help him pull the potato seeds into the field. They all knew where the potato fields were. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a patch of unknown blue-purple wildflowers had appeared on Lin Feng's large meadow, swaying in the wind, looking quite lovely. Being too cute has the biggest drawback of being unsafe. The next second, the little blue flower, which had been standing tall and proud just moments before, was bent over by a plump bee, as if it were bearing an unbearable weight. When he straightened up again, he looked utterly ravaged. God have mercy on him. What are you looking at? Lu Wei glanced at Tang Ji, who was still lost in thought as he went down the slope, and asked, little bees. Even the little bees at Lin Feng's house are fatter than other people's. Tang Ji found it interesting no matter how many times he watched it. When he first saw these little bees, he thought they were some new species of insects. When he saw Lin Feng using particularly good wood to build them a house, his jaw almost dropped in astonishment. I asked around and found out that it wasn't a hairy, fat worm wearing a bee's skin, but a type of bee called a bumblebee. Although their honey is difficult to harvest, they are exceptionally good at pollinating. Don't even mention the little bees, look at their potatoes, they're all different colors. The first time I ate them, I thought they were spoiled. Lu Wei will never forget how he felt when he saw the black potatoes in the pot. He almost thought Lin Feng was trying to poison them. Tang Ji thought of a pot of pitch-black potatoes and nodded. At times like these, he has to admit that color can affect appetite. Then he remembered the seeds Lin Feng had just told him, and so he said mysteriously to Lu Wei, Lin Feng just told me that he also has a kind of chili pepper that looks like a pumpkin, tastes sweet, and has colorful seeds. Whether it's chili peppers or potatoes, so many novel crops made him start to wonder if his former boss had really just sent them over to have an easy job. There might be another meaning behind this. Lu Wei didn't think that much. His mind was full of thoughts about what the chili peppers should look like and how sweet they would taste. Lin Feng said that the taste must be different from the bell peppers and sweet peppers on the market, which suddenly made me curious. Not long after the two arrived, Lin Feng followed them, pushing a ridge raising machine. The land had already been prepared with a rotary tiller, and sufficient base fertilizer had been applied. Their task this year is simple. Make ridges, plant potato seeds, cover with soil, and finally lay straw to keep warm. The most laborious tasks, ridging and covering with soil, can be done by machine. The process on Zhang Ming's side is similar to this side. However, due to funding issues, the students there mostly planted the crops themselves, which was much more tiring than what Lin Feng did. Let's draw the lines first, with a row spacing of 60 centimeters. That's it. Lin Feng demonstrated to the two of them. First, measure out a 60-centimeter interval along the edge of the field, then pull two lines at once, so that people don't have to keep going back and forth. Then just step back and forth along these two lines. Simple, right? He added, once we've tamped about half an acre, the ridging machine can be brought in. There's no special technique. Just hold the handle, apply the throttle, and follow the footprints in a straight line. After Lin Feng finished demonstrating, he straightened up and looked at the two people by the field. How was it? Not difficult, right? Not only is it not difficult, Tang Ji and Lu Wei were utterly stunned. Their understanding of farming is still stuck 20 years in the past. Those with better conditions used oxen, while those with worse conditions relied entirely on manpower. Just digging the ground could exhaust a person. Back then, tractors were as precious as luxury cars are today. But now, it's all over so easily? However, they reasoned that since the country's arsenal had undergone several upgrades, the development of agricultural machinery was understandable. Compared to those things, it was Lin Feng's little trinkets that truly amazed them. So agriculture has developed to this extent now? Farming, which used to be incredibly difficult, was no challenge at all in Lin Feng's words. It doesn't seem impossible for one person to manage a farm of several hundred acres. Seeing the hesitation on their faces, Lin Feng asked in a low voice, is there a problem? Oh, no. Lu Wei realized what was happening, shook his head vigorously, and said honestly, I just find it a bit novel. He quickly raised his hand, I'll draw the lines first, and let Tang Ji start the ridging machine. We'll switch after we finish 1 acre. Tang Ji had no objection, and Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Lu Wei walked up to Lin Feng, finally unable to suppress the question in his mind. If machines are so useful, why do so many people in the village still use hoes? Tang Ji also perked up his ears. If he hadn't seen that all the uncles and aunts in the village were using hoes, he wouldn't have brought a hoe directly to find Lin Feng in the morning. Lin Feng didn't speak directly, but simply gestured with his chin towards the ridging machine at his feet. Not counting the cost of fuel, a typical durable model would cost 4 figures, but mine would cost 5 figures. He paused, then said, "The cost of planting 1 acre of potatoes is about 2,500 yuan. In a normal year, you can earn a few hundred yuan, and in a good year, you can earn at most 1,000 yuan. There was no need to say more, he knew they would understand. The elderly in the village have been frugal their whole lives. How could they bear to spend this money on a machine? In fact, if the farm hadn't made a 7-figure profit last year, he would never have bought it in the last few years. Isn't renting the machines cost-effective? Even hiring workers is cheaper than buying all that equipment. Look at Zhang Ming and his team's experimental fields. At most, they just rent machinery, which costs a few dozen yuan per mu." He added, "Many families in the village only plant 1 or 2 acres of potatoes at most. The whole family can manage it by helping each other, so there's no need to use machines." After listening, did Lu Wei and Tang Ji still have anything they didn't understand? The two looked at each other and sighed softly. That's the principle, it's the same everywhere, it's just a matter of weighing the pros and cons. That was the end of that, and the three of them focused on planting potatoes. After Tang Ji drove the ridging machine to create 5 neat furrows, Lin Feng carried the potato seeds and placed them into the furrows at a spacing of about 1 foot's width. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Just as they were working together smoothly, a shout suddenly came from the ridge of the field. Lin Feng looked up and saw that it was none other than Zhang Ming. He straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and asked in a loud voice, "What happened? What went wrong at the experimental field?" He originally planned to plant 10 acres of potatoes this year, but he bought too many different kinds of seeds from the agricultural expo, so he had to reduce the potato planting area to 5 acres. He gave the remaining potato seeds to the experimental field for free, agreeing to bring back a batch to feed the pigs when the harvest came. So when he saw Zhang Ming rushing over, his first thought was, "Did something go wrong with the potatoes?" Zhang Ming quickly shook his head. "Professor Li asked me to come so that I could record a video of you planting potatoes." He waved the camera in his hand and explained his purpose. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "I have no problem with that. You ask them if they're willing to be on camera. If not, remember to blur their faces later." Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who had already walked some distance away, quickly waved their hands to indicate that they didn't care when they heard this. Standing by the field, watching the three work together seamlessly, Zhang Ming finally understood why the professor had asked him to film this video. This is too. He clearly remembered the scene of Lin Feng planting potatoes last year, and now seeing the three of them doing the work so efficiently, he couldn't find the right words to describe it. Planting potatoes is supposed to be a lot of hard work, but they made it seem easy and simple. This is exactly what he imagined a private farm should look like. Without hiring workers, one person can manage a farm with these handy machines. Just how many skills does Brother Feng still have up his sleeve, and how many surprises can he bring? He believes that seeing this real video will definitely give his younger schoolmates more confidence in their future. He held up the camera and took pictures for a while, then asked, "Brother Feng, can I try out that ridging machine?" A hands-on experience is more convincing when included in a report. Lin Feng glanced at Tang Ji, who understood and gave up his seat. He took the camera from Zhang Ming and helped film the other person operating the machine. After testing the 2 rows of land, Zhang Ming thanked Tang Ji with shining eyes, waved to Lin Feng, and ran off in a flash. "It's so good to be young." Tang Ji sighed as he watched his retreating figure. Lin Feng glanced at him, his tone flat but carrying an undisguised teasing. "He's 27, and you're 29. Tang Ji and Lu Wei. Planting potatoes is like a signal, announcing the official start of spring plowing. Lin Feng has been so busy these past few days, juggling seedling cultivation and cooking, that he didn't even notice the apricot blossoms quietly blooming in the orchard. She had no time to pay attention to the 2 adorable little dumplings. The neglected dumplings were clearly unhappy. Bears need to feel noticed too. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Lu Wei was about to go out to feed the pigs when he was blocked at the door by 2 giant pandas, and he didn't know how to react for a moment. The 2 little ones looked sullen, almost ready to roll up their sleeves and snatch the pig feed bucket from his hand. "Hurry up, I'm being robbed." Lin Feng paused, stirring the pig feed. Anyone who could snatch something from Special Forces soldiers couldn't be human. Could it be that the little ones are throwing a tantrum? Alas, the number of pigs is increasing, and the piglets are growing bigger every day, so the amount of pig feed he needs to cook has doubled. Still feeling uneasy, he tapped the large iron ladle against the side of the pot and went to the door to see what was going on. Sure enough, Lu Wei was surrounded by 2 little dumplings, one big and one small. The 2 men stared intently at the pig feed bucket in his hand, their intentions practically written on their faces. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, the 2 little ones immediately put on a wronged expression, let go of Lu Wei, and rushed towards him. "Wah-ah! Xiong Xiong is starving. The food has been terrible these past few days, I'm so upset. I want to eat meat, big chunks of meat. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly raised his right hand to stop Tuanzi from lunging at him. Hey, don't we eat the same food every day? Are you complaining that there aren't enough dishes at each meal? Wah! The two little dumplings stopped in their tracks, looking aggrieved, and plopped down on the ground, refusing to move. Is there anything Lin Feng doesn't understand? Indeed, 2 dishes and a soup are enough for humans, but for bears, it is too monotonous. Alright, just tell me what you want to eat next time, don't make things difficult for the other people on the farm. He shook his head helplessly and turned to the kitchen to find food for the children. After feeding the cows, Tang Ji returned and walked over to Lu Wei. Looking at the mess on the ground, he asked in confusion, "What are you standing here for? Why did you spill the pig feed?" Lu Wei didn't react much, he just said blankly, "Can you believe it? A giant panda robbed me just to express its dissatisfaction with Brother Feng? It must be a spirit." He muttered again, "What does this have to do with me?" Seeing his expression, Tang Ji reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "You still don't understand? When it comes to food, the little dumpling is hard to talk about, but the big dumpling is very shrewd." "That's a fair point." The two exchanged a smile and reluctantly began cleaning up the mess on the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng opened the refrigerator. Fortunately, there was enough beef to thaw today. He wasn't stingy and took out a large piece. Lu Wei stared at the piece of beef and couldn't help but click his tongue. Lin Feng was truly generous. He gave away such a large piece of beef to the giant panda without hesitation. He knew that Lin Feng never skimped on food. These were all top-quality yellow cattle, freshly slaughtered locally, and 10 or so kilograms would cost at least 1,000 yuan. No wonder these animals are so attached to Lin Feng. Who wouldn't like such a generous human friend who was willing to give them meat? Of course, Lin Feng prepared more than just meat for the giant panda. He also provided a piece of chestnut pumpkin, an apple, and 2 cabbage leaves, making for a fairly balanced diet. The little dumplings beamed with joy the moment they saw the rice bowl and smelled the aroma of meat. The 2 little ones happily took turns rubbing their wet noses against Lin Feng's palm, being incredibly well-behaved. Then he politely walked into the courtyard, found a quiet spot in the sun to sit down, and began to enjoy his delicious meal. Compared to his previous fierce appearance, he was like a completely different bear. With just a little trickery, the bear can win affection and live a perfect life. Tang Ji watched the pandas eating heartily for a while, and even though he had just eaten breakfast, he felt inexplicably hungry. After a long pause, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind. "Do you still have the tomato stewed beef brisket we had for lunch today?" Lin Feng's tomato stewed beef, especially the kind with canned tomatoes from the storage room, is practically on par with braised pork belly as a perfect dish to eat with rice. You can easily slurp down a whole bowl of rice. It's a pity, the canned food is still there, but the beef ended up in the bear's mouth. Lin Feng returned to the pig feed pot, ladling out the cooked pig feed as he spoke. "Don't worry, the lunch menu will remain the same, just change it to beef brisket. I'll take it out of the freezer later, there's still time to thaw it." He paused, then added, "Luckily, we had meat at home for lunch, otherwise we would have had to kill chickens and ducks. We can't feed frozen meat to the little dumplings, can we?" As he said this, he also felt a little sorry for the 2 guys. "I've been too busy lately and haven't had much time to take care of them, they've all gotten a bit thinner." Oh. When Tang Ji heard that the dish he was looking forward to was still there, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing Lin Feng carrying a bucket of pig feed, he quickly went to greet him. "Give it to me, I'll take it to the pigsty for Lu Wei. Is this the last bucket for today?" Lin Feng nodded, and Tang Ji conveniently picked up the bucket and headed towards the pig pen. Speaking of which, Lin Feng's pig, Ermin, is getting fatter and fatter, and it looks incredibly delicious. I just don't know when Lin Feng plans to kill it and eat it. They also wanted to take advantage of the fact that the weather hadn't gotten too hot yet, so they could enjoy another authentic pork stew. The pigs in the pen were unaware of Tang Ji's dangerous thoughts. They buried their heads in their food bowls and ate heartily. Strangely enough, the pig feed he and Lu Wei cooked was always greenish, while Lin Feng's was golden yellow, which looked much more appetizing than theirs. The 2 of them still haven't figured out exactly what the difference is. As spring deepens, the greenery in the mountains and forests grows richer day by day. On Lin Feng's ranch, countless unnamed wildflowers bloomed in competition, creating a sea of flowers, and bumblebees could be seen busily working everywhere. After a light drizzle, spring plowing officially began in Shida village. Because Lin Feng's family had all the necessary machinery, they didn't have to resort to farming with human labor and oxen, or rent machinery from elsewhere, unlike other families in the village. He himself barely lifted a finger. Tang Ji and Lu Wei treated the farm machinery like toys, buying to operate it and having a great time. It's a bit pricey, but it's really worth it. Tang Ji drove the small machine and easily planted 10 acres of wheat without getting tired at all. His eyes were incredibly bright, and his tone was full of lingering interest. "This thing is so interesting. Lin Feng sighed inwardly as he looked at the two people who were so engrossed in farming and working. Oh well, as long as they're happy, it saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Finally, it was Lu Wei's turn to plant corn, but he hesitated and asked, Brother Feng, why are some of the corn plants in these 5 acres spaced 60 centimeters apart, while others are only 1 meter apart? And since they're all corn, why not plant them together, like wheat, in a more concentrated area? It's a different variety. Lin Feng, busy planting his new variety of chili seedlings, replied without looking up. You're planting the most common corn now, to make pancakes and feed livestock. Half of the seeds are from last year's savings, and the other half are newly bought. He paused, then said, There are 2 acres of glutinous corn seeds over there, which are for eating the tender ears. You two are late. I ate all of last year's stock over the winter. This variety tastes the best. The remaining 3 acres are planted with a new type of corn, the really good kind, so the spacing needs to be wider. According to the seller, these are premium corn seeds cultivated on overseas farms, called long-haired corn. The plant can grow to more than 4 meters tall, and the corn silk can be 1 meter long. This corn mainly uses corn silk, which is said to be effective in lowering blood lipids and blood sugar. Of course, he didn't forget to share some seeds with Jiang Ming. I still remember the bewildered look on Jiang Ming's face when he received the corn seeds. Brother, you can secretly plant the seeds I couldn't find at the agricultural expo. If I tell Professor Li, he'll kill me. Jiang Ming was half-jokingly complaining at the time, but then he turned around and happily took the seeds to Professor Li to report. He really likes new varieties, especially those that can be researched without spending money. Professor Li was also quite happy. He never expected that last year, when he only provided Lin Feng with some free seeds on a whim, he would actually receive new seeds from Lin Feng in less than a year. Of course, his current focus is entirely on the new type of pumpkin. As long as the giant pumpkin in the pot, which has already grown its 3rd leaf and is striving to sprout its 4th, is doing well, nothing else matters. Jiang Ming's experimental field with Lin Feng can be used to grow pumpkins, the rest can be planted entirely with corn. However, he made sure to record everything he was supposed to, since he needed to make comparisons between the 2 sides. This was something Lin Feng had specifically reminded him of. He also wanted to see what the difference was between crops grown on land treated with ordinary fertilizer and on land he had mixed with spiritual fertilizer and watered with spiritual spring water. Professor Li regretted last year that Lin Feng's farm had not recorded data or made comparisons, and this year he was able to make up for it. In fact, Lin Feng's family has grown many new crops this year, not just new types of corn, but also new varieties of taro, chives, green beans, and cowpeas. Taro is sweeter, larger, and has a more glutinous texture. Leeks have become incredibly potent, although their color has darkened to black, their kidney tonifying and aphrodisiac effects have been enhanced. Green beans are nothing special, except that they have lower levels of saponins and phytohemagglutinins, making them safer to eat raw. But who would eat raw green beans for no reason? The cowpeas were simply stretched out, reportedly reaching an average length of 1.5 meters, and the yield doubled. Lin Feng's small but exquisite farm approach is becoming increasingly stable. Spring plowing is in full swing. Because of the experimental fields, students from the agricultural university visited in large numbers again, and Lin Feng was already able to handle it with ease. After all, the food allowance they provide is quite substantial. The planting of giant pumpkins was arranged by Jiang Ming after the visit and internship. That day, he specifically called Lin Feng over. In fact, Lin Feng's family had already finished planting the giant pumpkins long ago. Firstly, he didn't get many seeds, and secondly, the farm is now much more mechanized than before, so planting this little bit of stuff is no effort at all. To ensure the healthy growth of this new pumpkin variety, Jiang Ming used organic fertilizer, which was brought from Lin Feng's home, on his 28-mu experimental field, at 3 times the usual amount. They did this because they were afraid that students would think the dosage was outrageous and refused to follow the instructions. The seedlings in Professor Li's pot are the best proof. The triple fertilizer not only failed to burn the seeds, but the loss of nutrients in the soil was particularly noticeable from the very beginning. Upon learning of Professor Li's idea, Lin Feng was especially grateful that he hadn't been idle during the winter. He maintained the temperature and humidity to keep the earthworms on the farm working, and the composting never stopped. Otherwise, we might not have been able to supply such a large quantity. In farming, fertilizer alone is a considerable expense. Lin Feng's family has cows, pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, but even so, the organic fertilizer they produce is almost not enough. It's easy to imagine how much money the agricultural university must have spent on fertilizer alone to lease these plots of land this year. The students held the cultivated melon seedlings, their faces mostly filled with doubt. Wouldn't these seemingly ordinary seedlings really die from being piled with strong fertilizer? Only Ling Shui, standing behind Wu Yong, had no doubt that it was true and meticulously followed the professor's instructions. She already loved eating pumpkin, and the thought of tasting the new variety in a few months filled her with excitement. Wu Yang glanced at Ling Shui, who was standing beside him with a serious expression, and suddenly felt a sense of empathy and anticipation. Delicious food, especially one that you grow yourself, makes your mouth water just thinking about it. After planting the crops, Lin Feng, along with Tang Ji and Lu Wei, placed scarecrows throughout the farm. These good seeds, even when buried in the ground, remain just as attractive to birds. He planned to have the little black wolf bring its cubs over to help guard the place, and he would pay them with dried meat. As the three were diligently working, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and asked. The aunties in the village said it's time to go to the woods to collect wild thorns now. I'm planning to go this afternoon. Do you two want to come? There are some in the woods to our west. I discovered them last spring. It's a huge area. Go! Tang Ji and Lu Wei replied in unison without hesitation. Lin Feng nodded, then let's set off after dinner. I need to be back before I start making dinner. Okay. Neither of them objected. This was the first time they had had the opportunity to enter the woods since arriving at the farm. At first, it was cold, and going into the woods was pure torture. Once the weather warms up, spring plowing will begin again. Lin Feng is so busy every day that he has no time to go into the woods. Lu Wei glanced at Lin Feng, then at Tang Ji, and began to wonder. He doesn't even know what powers he is? Lin Feng noticed the confusion on his face, along with a hint of embarrassment at asking the question, and almost burst out laughing. This foodie agreed to go without knowing anything. He quickly rattled off a few other names. It's raspberry, also called mountain raspberry, April raspberry. Oh, it's a mountain pudding. Lu Wei suddenly realized, and his interest instantly became much more genuine. I ate these when I was a kid. Some of them were so sweet, and the best part was they were free. It's a pity they're gone once the season is over. Lin Feng nodded in agreement with his statement. It is indeed a seasonal item, and that is precisely why it is so precious. He added, and you see, even the same kind of mountain product has quite different names in different places. Tang Ji chimed in, we get to know them early where I'm from, and everyone calls them March bubble. I also know what bubble thorn is. In the mountains where I'm from, there are usually more black ones. He looked at Lin Feng and said, it's almost the end of May, and you haven't mentioned it. I thought it wasn't here. Don't let its small size fool you, it's surprisingly sweet. Tang Ji recalled, I remember when I was a child, my mother would pick its leaves and sell them in the county. They were quite popular. Lin Feng said with a smile, if you like to eat it, pick more this afternoon. This stuff can be used to make wine or jam. Upon hearing this, the two became even more interested. Originally, Tang Ji and Lu Wei were not fond of the cloyingly sweet taste of jam. I had eaten bread spread with sweet and sour jam at Lin Feng's house, and I found it to be surprisingly delicious. Especially when jam is mixed with a little sorghum liquor, the taste is absolutely amazing. The effect of 1 + 1 is far greater than 2, making it the perfect accompaniment to meals. In an instant, the two, who had only wanted to join in the fun, exchanged a glance and made up their minds, picking more wouldn't be a bad idea. After lunch, the three entrusted the farm to Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf, and headed into the mountains with their respective baskets. As he walked, Lin Feng would occasionally look up and observe something. Tang Ji observed for a while, but found nothing unusual, so he asked, what are you looking at so intently? Based on his experience and vigilance, he was certain that there was no danger in the vicinity. Lin Feng pointed to the pine tree next to him and the locust tree not far away. The locust tree should be blooming in a few days. Let's scout out a spot first, and then pick some locust blossoms to make dumplings. And these pine trees, I plan to collect some pollen to take back with me. Songhua cake is a famous local delicacy. Pine trees are a treasure, pine nuts are edible, and even the pollen can be consumed. However, not everyone knows that pine pollen is edible. For example, Lu Wei, who was walking in front, couldn't help but turn around when he heard this, and looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. Why does he think that there's nothing this man can't eat? They are practically at the top of the food chain. Is it delicious? He couldn't imagine the smell of pine pollen, and asked while swallowing hard. Even though she's only been here for 2 months, she's already developed a conditioned reflex of drooling whenever Lin Feng talks about food. It should taste pretty good. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng could only give this answer. The main problem is that locals love Songhua cake, but it has never been widely known. Perhaps because the audience isn't that wide, he doesn't dare to make any definitive statements. But this stuff is good for your health, it's more like a medicinal dish than a regular snack. Tang Ji and Lu Wei immediately looked at the nearby pine trees and patted their chests, saying, it's alright, we'll come and help you pick them. For the sake of delicious food I've never tried before, this little bit of work is nothing. Lin Feng thanked them sincerely, since this was not within their job scope. After walking a little further, a conspicuous patch of prickly ash appeared before our eyes. The bright red berries looked like rubies in the sunlight. They arrived a little early, so not many were fully red, most were still greenish blue with a slightly sour taste. You're a little early. Tang Ji casually picked a red fruit, popped it into his mouth, chewed it, and said, "But it tastes good, quite sweet." Lin Feng also plucked one and put it in his mouth. The unique fruity aroma spread on his tongue, and he squinted his eyes happily, not too early. He told the two of them about how last year, the little dumpling had taken over the prickly pear orchard. Lin Feng didn't believe that when the wild thorns were ripe in large quantities, those two foodies would just watch the delicious food in front of them without doing anything. Once the little dumplings arrive, no one but himself can snatch even a tiny bit from under their claws. After hearing the glorious deeds of the two little dumplings, Tang Ji's lips twitched violently. This is something those two lazy bones who lung around Lin Feng's house all day would never do. He also realized how difficult things were for Lin Feng, and thought to himself that the Forestry Bureau should give Lin Feng a banner just for that. However, haven't the two little dumplings disappeared since they left yesterday? No, the day before yesterday. As Lu Wei carefully picked the fruit, afraid of crushing it with his clumsy hands, he casually asked a question. He felt this was a bit unusual. Unlike the South China tiger, which could easily go missing for a week or 10 days, the little ones always stayed at Lin Feng's house and would never leave. Lin Feng found a densely packed patch of fruit and continued picking, saying without looking up, "That's normal. Spring has arrived, and the bamboo shoots in the mountains are very fresh. They wouldn't miss out. No matter how delicious my cooking is, bamboo shoots are a delicacy etched into their genes." Tang Ji and Lu Wei listened and felt that they had learned another piece of common sense. As the old saying goes, you shouldn't talk about someone behind their back, because that person might appear beside you the next second. The same applies to bears. Lin Feng's basket had just been covered with a thin layer of thorns when he heard a roar coming from the woods behind him. That voice sounded very familiar. It was probably his son, De Tuanzi. Upon hearing the roar, Tang Ji and Lu Wei immediately stopped what they were doing and looked into the depths of the forest. What if it's a bear I don't recognize? No, that's impossible. This forest isn't very large. How could it possibly gather so many ferocious beasts all at once? There probably isn't enough food to go around, right? Oh, no, that's enough. They both turned their gazes to Lin Feng, the man who was still intently picking fruit. With him around, it wouldn't be surprising if any number of ferocious beasts gathered here, as long as those beasts were shameless enough. Lin Feng tilted his head in confusion, not understanding why they were looking at him like that. Thinking they were afraid of the roar, he said directly, "It's our family's big dumpling." Although it's unclear what made it angry, it was definitely its bear. More than a kilometer away from them, the big dumpling was angrily roaring at the giant panda behind it, which was even larger than itself. "Get lost, stop following me, you're so annoying." Even if the giant panda behind it is the strongest male panda in the nearby forest, it doesn't mean it has to like the other one. Who would like a stinky bear that only steals their food? And didn't you see it was carrying a baby? Roll! The thought of having his branch, laden with wild fruits and tender buds, taken away filled De Tuanzi with rage. That was the best branch it had chosen after a long selection process, originally intended for Lin Feng. It believed that Lin Feng would be very happy to see this gift and would pat its head and praise it. But now, everything is gone. The male bear also said something, inviting it to eat delicious honey together, promising to treat the baby cubs well, and that it would never look down on them. In human terms, this is just empty promises. Doesn't it know whether there's good honey in its territory? Besides, a little dumpling is the best baby in the world. Who would complain about it? The whole world loves it. You're such a greasy bear, you know that. Big Dumpling, carrying Milk Dumpling, hurried towards Lin Feng's house, getting angrier the more she thought about it, feeling that she desperately needed an apple or a pear. Or any fruit will do, just to comfort my wounded little heart. The male panda following behind was full of grievances and a little confused. It wanted to get the plump mother bear and her cub that it had its eye on away from these wild berries that might not even be sweet, and instead send them to its territory to eat the best honey. After the cub grows up and leaves, I'll have a chubby baby with it. See, it didn't say it wouldn't raise the puppies. How responsible and loving. Besides, isn't honey tastier than fruit? Why is this mother bear so angry? After walking several hundred meters with its head down, the little dumpling suddenly twitched its nose and caught Lin Feng's scent in the air. A surge of grievance welled up inside it, and it immediately quickened its pace with the little dumpling. The male panda following behind was in completely unfamiliar territory and felt uneasy. It was struggling to discern whether the suddenly appearing unfamiliar smell posed any danger. Before it could figure out the outcome, the fierce-looking mother bear with her cub sped off, startling it into following quickly. This is the scent of a human. No, if we encounter danger, having it around will always increase our chances of winning. From a young age, its parents warned it that if it encountered traces of humans in the forest, it was usually bad news, and it had to stay far away. The moment Lin Feng saw the little dumpling running towards him, his first instinct was to hide the basket of thorns on the ground behind him. Those two are bound to have bad luck when they see a prickly pear. But he was still a step too slow. The two little dumplings had already sped up and rushed over, then hid behind him. The target wasn't the thorns at all, it seemed more like they were trying to avoid some kind of dirty thing that they couldn't stand being near. Lin Feng looked puzzled, gazing in the direction the giant panda had come from. Soon, he spotted another giant panda peering in his direction from among the trees. The panda's eyes were full of wariness, yet also deep confusion, as if it were wondering, why can other giant pandas hide behind humans so openly? Lin Feng pointed to the giant panda about 30 meters away and asked the little dumpling, "Wait, what's going on? Why is it following you too? You can't be in heat, can you?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei's attention was completely drawn to the running pandas, and they didn't notice the other panda at all. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the two looked in the direction he was pointing and instantly froze on the spot. Another giant panda has arrived. Judging by its size, it seems even more robust than a big dumpling. The big dumpling glanced disdainfully at the follower bear, then its gaze was fixed on Lin Feng's basket, which was full of bright red fruit. It couldn't help but sniff. Now, when it looked at Lin Feng, its beautiful panda eyes seemed to be filled with little stars, clearly saying, "May I eat this?" Lin Feng turned its large head around, making it look at the extra male panda, and asked, "What exactly happened?" Giant panda cubs usually don't leave their mothers until they are about 2 years old. The little one is only a little over a year old, so the big one shouldn't be in heat now. Moreover, there are South China tigers at home. The little ones have been playing with the South China tigers for so long that they have picked up some tiger smell from them. Even if things weren't so bad, there are South China tiger territorial markings on the farm grounds. How could this male bear dare to follow them here? The little dumpling glanced at the male bear, then turned back to look at Lin Feng, grabbed his trouser leg, and began to complain loudly. That aggrieved look on his face was as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. The male bear over there was completely taken aback by what he heard. When did it ever steal its food? When did they start making empty promises about it? What does drawing a big pie mean? What is a flatbread? No, that's not right at all. It genuinely wanted to invite this beautiful and adorable mother bear and her cubs to its territory to enjoy delicious honey together. Although there isn't much sweet honey yet, there will be plenty when the weather gets warmer. The male bear's plan was originally perfect. First, use honey, which no bear can resist, to lure the big ball of fur to your territory. Then show the mother bear her rich territory and warm, comfortable den, demonstrating her strength. In this way, the big dumpling and the little one will definitely not want to leave, and they can form a new family and nurture the baby together. Anyway, it saw that the little dumpling would be able to live independently in less than 6 months, so being a stepfather wouldn't be difficult, as there was plenty of food in the forest. To everyone's surprise, it stalled at the very first step, and the big dumpling just ran off with its cubs. It was so upset. What puzzled it even more was how familiar the mother and daughter were with humans. The big dumpling even dared to directly steal fruit from humans and eat it. Could it be that its roundness isn't due to its own strength? If Lin Feng could understand the male bear's question, he would surely tell him with deep sorrow. That's right, the big dumpling's physique is mostly due to its own efforts in eating, and has little to do with its strength. It's all thanks to his feeding. Of course, that's not entirely true. De Tuanzi is indeed very good at judging situations and using his charm and tantrums, and he can always get something delicious from him. By the way, Tang Ji and Lu Wei have also gone from being very serious at the beginning to being completely unable to resist giant pandas now. It is precisely because of this ability to act cute and roll around that the big dumpling has grown so plump and chubby, looking exceptionally full and adorable. In reality, Lin Feng couldn't figure out what the new male bear was thinking, nor could he understand the big dumpling's complaints. But he knew that if he didn't intervene, all the wild thorns he had painstakingly picked over the past hour would end up in the bellies of the little ones. Honestly, even complaining doesn't stop them from sneaking a bite. Lin Feng hadn't expected that even if the bear hadn't eaten them all, the thorny berries in the basket would be mostly ruined. Giant pandas are not gentle when they grab fruit to eat, and they crush the surrounding area in the process. Lots of fruit pulp were stuck to the side of the basket, a bright red mess, making him almost want to give up the basket for a moment. He looked at the mother and daughter bears, his expression filled with helplessness. Even if the sky falls, I'll still chew on it first. It's true that a foodie's nature is hard to change. The two little dumplings clearly knew they'd been caught red-handed stealing food. However, neither of them was too worried that Lin Feng would get angry. The big dumpling slowly pulled its head out of the basket little by little, grinned at Lin Feng with a fawning smile, its teeth still covered with the pink flesh of the bubbly fruit. The unswallowed juice slid down the corners of his mouth, leaving pink flower-like marks on the white hair on his chest. The little dumpling quickly stuck out its pink tongue and licked its teeth, attempting to destroy all the evidence. Lin Feng's smile began to twitch. Eat up, eat up. When have I ever treated you too badly? He shook his head, glanced again at the bear that dared not approach, and decided to head back home. As soon as he took a step, the two little ones immediately followed, one big and one small, without even glancing at the male bear. Lin Feng and the others originally thought that with human intervention, the male giant panda would most likely give up. To my utter surprise, it turned out to be the kind of creature that, once it set its sights on someone, would never let go. They quietly settled down in the woods west of Lin Feng's house, constantly teetering between trying to please the little dumpling and getting beaten up. When Tang Ji and Lu Wei had nothing to do, they would stand by the farm with sunflower seeds in their pockets and watch the excitement. Well, this is the first time I've realized that any species can be a master of persistence. Occasionally, a small dog would come over and join them in guarding the area. Anyway, the male bear seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and refused to step into the farm. Lin Feng then plunged headlong into his busy work. The locust and lilac flowers in my yard bloomed at the same time, and the rose bushes, nourished by the spring water and organic fertilizer, also sprouted many buds, waiting for them to bloom in time. It smells so good, it really smells so good. It smells so good. Every day, the students come to observe the germination of the seeds. Whenever they pass by Lin Feng's locust grove and lilac grove, they can't help but stop and stand under the flowers, basking in their beauty for a while. Jiang Ming sniffed, his mind replaying the locust flower dishes Lin Feng had mentioned. Saliva slid down his cheek with a plop, but he quickly swallowed it back and asked, "Didn't Brother Feng say that we'd be able to eat locust flower dumplings in the next couple of days?" "Yeah, I think we'll be able to eat it today." Wu Yong, standing at the door, nodded, his tone resolute. How did you know?" Jiang Ming gave him a strange look, wondering where he had heard this rumor. This information channel is so important to him that he has to share it. Could it be that this man is having a secret affair with Brother Feng behind his back? Jiang Ming's gaze towards Wu Yong gradually changed, as if his eyes were saying, "I never expected you to be this kind of person." Wu Yong glanced at Jiang Ming with disdain and said irritably, "Brother Feng brought the ladder over, what do you think he can do with it?" Oh. Jiang Ming quickly peeked towards Feng Ji's house and vaguely saw a figure walking down the hillside. "This makes me wonder how Brother Feng planted his trees. It looked unremarkable when it was first planted. Now that it has grown so large, with its branches and leaves spread out, standing on the main road, you can't see anything inside the farm except from a few specific spots, it's hidden so well. That's really impressive. Brother Feng, shall we eat locust flowers today?" The students who had just entered the farm had already raised their voices to ask questions. Lin Feng nodded. Now is the perfect time for them to bloom, and we'll pick a batch and try making locust flower dumplings today. For Lin Feng, locust flower dumplings had always remained a legend, he had never actually eaten them. The main reason is that in the cities he visited, it didn't seem to be a popular dish. Another reason is that the locust tree's flowering period is too short, only half a month. Although the tree is beautiful when it is in full bloom, it is hard to find it again after the season. Unlike the lilacs next to it, which bloom twice a year, if you miss it in spring, you can have another bloom in autumn. Although there are few ways to eat it, its aroma is strong and it can provide bumblebees with plenty of food in the fall. Wow! Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people cheered, especially the girls. Which fairy could resist food made with fresh flowers? Just as Lin Feng was busy picking locust flowers, the village secretary strolled over under the warm spring sunshine and called out to him, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng peeked out from the locust tree bushes, saw it was the village secretary, and without stopping what he was doing, asked directly, "What's wrong? Can't we talk about this here?" The village party secretary took 2 steps closer, asked him for a bunch of locust flowers to try, and said as he ate, "It's nothing major, just asking if your farm is still selling specialty products this year? A new round of trade fairs is starting in June." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng climbed down the ladder and took the documents from the village secretary to look through them. Sure enough, the government tasted the benefits of economic development last year, and this year's policies are more comprehensive and effective. He carefully put the documents away and replied, "Sell." He pointed to the rose bushes that already had flower buds and pointed them out to the village secretary. "We planted a lot of edible flowers this year, which will allow us to add some varieties, such as flower cakes. However, this is just a plan at the moment." The village party secretary was overjoyed to hear about the new product. Lin Feng's skills are the living advertisement of Stone Village, so his flower cakes are definitely top-notch. He couldn't resist his greed and pointed to the readily available locust blossoms and the soon-to-bloom lilacs, asking, "What do you mean tentative? Can't we just make it official? Look, we have the materials right here." Lin Feng shook his head. Locust flowers are usually eaten fresh, and the season is over in less than 2 weeks. The flowering period is too short to be suitable for mass production. Cloves can be used, but only to make jam. That works too. The village party secretary, hearing there was hope, quickly chimed in, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Everything Lin Feng makes, whether it's flower cakes or jam, is definitely a signature dish of the shop. Of course, the more items the better, as it will attract more customers. Moreover, many villagers have followed suit this year. As long as this virtuous cycle can be established, Stone Village will definitely get better and better. If you open the shop on Children's Day, can you finish making it? If so, I'll have Uncle Juan come and pick it up. The village party secretary rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng shook his head again. Not really, the roses haven't bloomed yet. The village party secretary looked completely bewildered. Lin Feng nodded emphatically and explained. The roses are about to bloom, but 1 or 2 are simply not enough. The official flowering period will be at least 1 or 2 weeks away. Even if it blooms on June 1st, there will only be a few scattered flowers, which is not enough for anything. The roses don't look like they'll bloom until mid to late June, so they definitely won't be ready for the opening. He paused, then added, if we really need to make up the numbers, we can get some clove jam, but the quantity definitely won't be large. Look at these flowers, there are many buds now, but few bloom, so the amount of sauce we can make is limited. With each word Lin Feng spoke, the village secretary's face fell further, until he finally froze on the spot, feeling utterly disappointed. A perfectly good advertisement, just gone like that? Lin Feng shrugged. He didn't have the ability to make all the flowers bloom overnight, so what else could he do? The village party secretary looked rather dejected. His original vision of a resounding success on opening day seemed to be in jeopardy. The next second, a gentle spring breeze carrying the scent of lilacs drifted over. Even though only a few blossoms were in bloom, the domineering fragrance was not overwhelmed by the sweetness of the locust flowers, it remained distinctly clear. Lin Feng also smelled it and secretly rejoiced that he had argued with Lu Wei and forced him to increase the planting spacing of the lilacs. It's only a few flowers and it's already so fragrant. If it were planted densely, the fragrance would probably make people dizzy. You should know that even the most pleasant scent can become an annoying smell once you cross a certain threshold. Thankfully, I persevered. Then, clove jam will do too. The village party secretary quickly rallied from his disappointment and hurriedly confirmed with Lin Feng, anything that can attract people is fine, even just one thing is good enough. Seeing his enthusiasm, Lin Feng asked, how about you cut a few flowering branches from my house on opening day and put them in a vase? That way, you won't need flower jam, the fragrance alone will outshine all the other flower baskets. Want? The village party secretary answered resolutely, his eyes lighting up again, I'll go back and think of some other ideas. We can't afford to lose. After saying that, he composed himself and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng stood in the locust grove, watching the village secretary's departing figure, and shook his head. Having a village chief who is so dedicated to the development of Stone Village is actually a good thing. The first batch of locust flowers picked was not much, but in the evening, the students still got to taste the locust flower dumplings they had been longing for. It's no exaggeration to say that when they entered the canteen, the whole room was filled with the fragrance of locust blossoms. Unlike the sweet fragrance from Lin Feng's farm, the aroma here had an added layer of smoky, appetizing scent. The dumplings on the plate are all plump and white, shaped like ingots. They look adorable, and you can tell at a glance that they have thin skins and generous fillings. Yu Suwang blew on the piping hot dumpling, took a small bite, and her mouth was instantly filled with the fragrance of locust blossoms. The taste was like eating the whole of spring. She squinted her eyes with enjoyment and noticed that many of the male students, who were usually quite boisterous when eating, unconsciously became more refined after finishing their first dumpling. These locust flower dumplings are so delicious. I can't believe I've never had them before. Wow, this tastes exactly like I imagined, even better. Handmade dumplings are so delicious. Brother Feng, shall we have these again tomorrow? Lin Feng chewed on the tender and juicy dumplings, his eyes filled with tenderness. Skills are something you learn once you've mastered them. Of course, the quality of the ingredients themselves is also crucial. He carefully considered the student's suggestions. It's okay to eat it again, but not tomorrow. He swallowed the dumpling in his mouth and said with a smile, tomorrow won't work. Let's give the tree some breathing room. I've practically plucked it bald today. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the students in the cafeteria burst into laughter, secretly looking forward to the next meal of locust flower dumplings. As the days passed, when the second batch of locust flowers bloomed again, Lin Feng planned to pick a batch to make locust flower cakes. His locust and lilac trees have been aggressively occupied by bumblebees these past few days. The lilacs were alright, the chubby little guys noticed that Lin Feng was picking flowers that they had already collected nectar from, or even damaged a bit, so they weren't so resistant. But it's different here with locust flowers. Because Lin Feng specifically picked the flower buds that hadn't fully opened yet, in the eyes of the bumblebees, this was practically stealing their food. Whenever he carried the ladder to the locust tree, the little creatures would gather around him in droves, buzzing and circling him. Although it didn't actually launch an attack, Lin Feng somehow sensed a pitiful grievance in the seemingly ordinary flapping of wings. This made him feel guilty every time he picked locust flowers and cut even a little too many. These bumblebees are, after all, the biggest contributors to the pollination of his crops. He can't really steal all of their food. Finally, having no other choice but to gather enough locust flower cakes for everyone to eat, Lin Feng turned his attention to the locust trees in the western forest. The locust trees in the forest farm are much taller than the ones on his land. He could easily reach all the locust blossoms from the second or third step of the ladder at home. Those in the woods had to stand at the very top of the ladder to barely reach the lower branches. Are you all right? If not, I can go up next. At the bottom of the ladder, Tang Ji, who was holding the ladder for Lin Feng, looked up with a worried expression and asked. While Lin Feng was in the woods, Lu Wei ran off to pick wild thorns again. The wine and bread that Lin Feng made with prickly ash tasted quite good, and were definitely worth having more of. However, without Lin Feng by his side these past few days, he dared not come here on his own despite the pressure from the two bears. After all, these are the food items that the big dumpling has its eye on. The little dumpling usually looks amiable and only knows how to act cute and charming, but once it comes to food, it immediately becomes fierce and no one can take it from it. Tang Ji originally wanted to go too, but he was really worried about Lin Feng, who was standing on the ladder and looked so frightening. Wow, that male panda is quite capable. Standing high up, Lin Feng could see far and wide, and he immediately spotted the male giant panda fawning over the cubs. What? Tang Ji didn't hear clearly and didn't immediately understand what he said. Lin Feng gave a live broadcast to Tang Ji, who couldn't see the scene. That male panda must have gone to great lengths to pursue our little dumpling this time. It caught a really fat rabbit, and it was carrying a bamboo shoot in its mouth, and it was offering it to the rabbit to curry favor. His farm has lush vegetation and a good environment. Although it is the domain of migratory birds during the day, many herbivores sneak over for a midnight snack at night. Lin Feng had seen rabbits, hedgehogs, foxes, and the like in the night vision camera. This inadvertently attracted a lot of prey, enriching the South China tiger's food reserves. However, although the big dumpling loves to eat meat, it never catches these small things. Instead, it prefers to use crumbs to lure those less intelligent birds, which can be described as waiting for birds to come to the tree stump. Oh, I forgot to mention, it also steals bird eggs. In short, he has a special fondness for poultry, but fortunately, he never harms his own chickens. Lin Feng stopped picking flowers and looked over there with great interest, pondering, does the rabbit suit de Tuanzi's taste? Tang Ji, standing under the tree, thought for a moment and said seriously, I actually think that male panda is quite nice. Could it be that de Tuanzi is rejecting it because of her cubs? Based on his observations over the past few days, this male panda is quite strong, it can even catch squirrels. The key is that they are also considerate, treating both big and small dumplings perfectly. There has never been the kind of behavior depicted in the documentary where males drive away or harm offspring that are not their own in order to dominate females. These days, giant pandas are already rare, and pandas this good are even rarer. Lin Feng couldn't explain it either, so he shrugged. How could we possibly guess what a giant panda is thinking? He turned his attention away from the pandas and continued picking fresh locust flowers. Tang Ji, holding the ladder, let out a long sigh and replied earnestly, You're right. I can't even fathom the thoughts of human girls, so I shouldn't try to fathom the thoughts of giant pandas. But Lin Feng, do you think these two bears can make it work? Tang Ji was genuinely curious. Before coming to the farm, he had never imagined that the animal world could be so fascinating. Not to mention the two pandas, even the birds on the farm are always bustling about like they're having a big meeting. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then shook his head. It seems unlikely. After all, the baby can't be independent yet, and I don't think that male bear will be so loyal. Tang Ji opened his mouth but didn't refute it. Lin Feng's words made perfect sense. Lin Feng, who was focused on picking locust flowers and chatting with Tang Ji from time to time, naturally did not notice the commotion over there. Little did they know that after his little ones finished eating the rabbit and bamboo shoots given to them by the male bear, they turned around and ran away. Right now, I'm comfortably lying in the yard, basking in the sun. The male bear stood forlornly at the edge of the forest, being watched intently by the wolf cubs, and its stomach growled with hunger. Its claws dug at the soft ground, its mind filled with questions. Why do the mother and daughter refuse to stay with it even though they accepted the food? And we still have to be antagonized by these dogs? But if it still wants to be friends with the Tuanzi, it can't afford to mess with Lin Feng's dog. It's so difficult. Lin Feng carried the ladder out of the forest, and upon seeing the male bear, he almost turned and left. He genuinely didn't want to get involved in the love-hate entanglements of giant pandas. Watching the excitement occasionally was fine, but getting involved himself was out of the question. But the moment he saw the panda also saw him, clearly not wanting to miss the opportunity. After all, it was really wrong today, and it needs to find someone in the know to talk to it. This male giant panda, which had been keeping its distance from Lin Feng, showed for the first time that it wanted to approach him. Lin Feng watched the giant panda slowly approaching him. Although he was full of doubts, he did not sense any intention to attack, so he stood still and observed what would happen. But Tang Ji and Lu Wei behind him were so nervous that their hair was practically standing on end. The freshly shaved buzz cut looks like it has instantly grown 3 millimeters taller. That's a giant panda that's taller and stronger than Lin Feng when it stands up. and it's the kind of creature that can even catch a nimble rabbit. However, the panda's next actions almost made their jaws drop. The male bear stared with a pair of confused and aggrieved black eyes, walked up to Lin Feng, sat down with a plop, and whimpered. Even if you can't understand the specifics, you can guess the gist. Is this male bear complaining to Lin Feng? Or is it tattling? Lin Feng, however, looked completely bewildered. He genuinely couldn't understand what the panda was saying. He usually understood the animals at home only because he had spent a lot of time with them and knew them well enough. Frankly, it was all just guesswork. But this bear was completely unfamiliar to him. Lu Wei, who was at the very back, looked for a long time before finally blurting out a blunt truth. It must be talking about big and small dumplings. Lin Feng, that's like saying nothing at all. Lin Feng sighed deeply, tentatively placed his hand on the male bear's large head and rubbed it, then asked, "How about you come with me to my place?" As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of his own farm. The male bear was taken aback. Following the direction Lin Feng was pointing, it clearly saw the human house high up. It nodded its big head vigorously. It knew that the wife it had chosen was right there. At this moment, it suddenly wanted to see what kind of magic that place had that made the big dumpling stay there every day without getting tired of it. Then, let's go. Lin Feng sighed. If the big dumpling doesn't like it, so be it. He'll compensate the bear with some food so it can leave sooner. Love can't be forced. And if you count the days, the South China tiger family will be back soon. A tiger mom can get along with a cute little cub, but she might not be able to tolerate an adult male panda. If they really fight, it will be troublesome. This was the first time the male bear had truly set foot in Lin Feng's territory. Although there aren't many trees here, and there's not much for bears to hide in, and the smells are all over the place, it's inexplicably more comfortable than the forest. The bear couldn't quite describe the feeling, but suddenly understood why the big dumpling always liked to stay there. Wow, there are so many cows, sheep, and chickens over there. Good heavens, such fat pigs are just wandering around on the grass, and there's more than one. The male bear was so stunned by what it saw on the farm that it didn't even realize it was walking in the wrong direction. Even after entering the courtyard, his head was still fixed on the direction of the pigsty, and he couldn't turn back. At this moment, only one thought remained in its mind. My own territory, which I'm so proud of, seems to be less well equipped than this place. Oh no, I'm afraid I've already lost at the starting line. Just then, the farm dogs wandered back. They come back to exchange scents. The fact that the owner personally took the giant panda home signifies that he has acknowledged its identity. As the farm's most capable bodyguard team, they had to come and identify the bear. That way, they won't stop the panda from entering the farm again next time. The commotion of the group startled the little ones, both big and small, who were lazily sunbathing in the yard. When they saw that Lin Feng had brought the male bear back and even brought it into the house, they immediately sat up. The mother and daughter stared at Lin Feng with incredulous eyes. What's going on? Don't you know what this male bear is planning? Do you really not care about us, mother and daughter? Never mind, you don't care, but we do care about you. The two little dumplings got up anxiously, walked quickly to Lin Feng's side, and hugged his legs on either side, clearly indicating their separation from the male bear. Suddenly locked in his movements, Lin Feng felt the force on his thigh, took a deep breath and tugged hard, but found that he couldn't pull it out at all, so he had no choice but to give up struggling. He put down the ladder from his shoulder and watched Tang Ji carry it away, freeing his hand just enough to touch the faces of the little dumpling and the big dumpling. Great, he immediately noticed their unwiped mouths, instantly confirming his guess. Why did you bring it in? Ha! Did I tell you to eat someone else's rabbit meat? You ate it and ran away, not wanting to take responsibility. How can you be so scummy? Upon hearing this, the mother and daughter instantly felt guilty, but then they thought again. So what if someone is a jerk? The jerk is a different bear, not you. Even when you're in the wrong, you're still full of bravado. JPG. Lin Feng, male giant panda? The little dumpling's eyes darted around twice, then suddenly let out a fierce roar at the male bear. So what if I ate one of your rabbits? You want me to go with you? No way. This little dumpling belongs only to this farm and only recognizes two-legged creatures. Lin Feng didn't understand what the big dumpling was yelling, but he could feel his thighs being hugged tighter and tighter, so tight that he could hardly stand up. The male panda understood, and it was so astonished by the reason that it was practically petrified on the spot. He was rejected not because he wasn't good enough, nor because he lacked ability, but because this female bear preferred two-legged creatures. Is this reasonable? This is completely unreasonable. Moreover, the farm still smells of big cats, which means that this human is keeping a wild animal. How could this mother and daughter be so foolish? The male bear was frantic and quickly walked over to the two little balls, trying to reason with them and bring the mother and daughter, who had gone astray, back on the right track. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity and with a sudden burst of strength, finally managed to pull his legs out of the two little dumplings' embrace. He turned and went into the kitchen, found 2 apples, handed them to the 2 adult pandas, then took the little cub away, gesturing for them to go aside and talk slowly. If things go smoothly, great, if not, don't bother him anymore. He just wants to catch his breath right now, because he has to keep working later. The male bear looked at the sweet-smelling apple in his hand, then glanced at the humans who had turned and left. Confirming that the fruit was for him and Detwanzi, he carefully compared the sizes and handed the larger one to Detwanzi. The little dumpling couldn't help but roll its eyes when it saw this action. If you don't come, both of these apples are mine. Despite its disdain, the paws honestly reached out and grabbed the apple in its hand. Lu Wei watched the whole thing from the sidelines and sighed silently. This male panda's love life is likely to be full of ups and downs. After calming the little dumpling down, Lin Feng went to the cafeteria to prepare dinner, ignoring the still sulking big dumpling and the male bear who was still trying to win his favor. Lu Wei and Tang Ji couldn't get involved either. After confirming that the male panda was focused on chasing his wife and wouldn't cause any trouble, they also went to the village canteen. When they returned to the farm after their meal, they immediately noticed something. The atmosphere on the farm tonight was unusually tense. The air seemed to have frozen, carrying an indescribable sense of solemnity. Even the usually lively chirping of insects and birds seemed to have disappeared. Isn't something wrong? Lu Wei spoke first, breaking the unusual silence. He looked towards the western sky. Although the sun was blocked by the mountain peaks, it left behind a sky full of colorful clouds, which dyed half of the sky red. That red color seemed to carry the dangerous aura of an imminent great battle. Lin Feng also felt that this was unusual. At this time of day, no matter where the puppies are playing, they would always rush over and surround him, begging for treats. But today, not a single one of them was to be seen. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace, then simply started jogging. Could it be that the South China tiger has returned? If you happen to run into that male panda in the yard, while the dogs stay home to maintain order or watch the fun, my God, please don't let there be any conflict. Lin Feng guessed half right, and fortunately, things didn't get to the worst point. As soon as the South China tiger entered the western forest area, it sensed an unfamiliar presence that could not be ignored. That was the scent of a fully grown bear, carrying a hint of danger. Based on its years of experience, it judged that this unfamiliar giant panda had been in this area for quite some time and had not wandered in by mistake. In other words, this bear knew that the territory belonged to someone, but it was still determined to break in. This is a provocation. A blatant provocation against the owner of this territory. I simply can't stand it. The South China tiger let out a deep roar, its amber pupils slightly contracting in the twilight. It slowed its pace, following the scent as it approached the farm step by step. It knew this was Lin Feng's territory, but the anger of its territory being violated made it impossible for it to remain calm. The South China tiger followed the scent of the giant panda for a long time in the western forest, but couldn't find it. It was about to give up when it unexpectedly ran into the bear that was running around in its territory in Lin Feng's yard. Now, the tiger mom's territory invasion has instantly turned into best friend bringing a wild bear home, and the whole tiger is acting strangely. It hissed at the large dumpling, as if asking, "Ha, big dumpling, is this the husband you found?" Upon hearing this, the big bear bristled and howled in rebuttal. Your husband. Your husband." The male giant panda was already wary of the tiger mother's sudden return, and upon hearing their conversation, the entire bear became uneasy. Although she wasn't actually its husband yet, being treated so disliked made her feel so resentful that it was practically bursting out from between her fur. For a moment, the two bears and the tiger stood frozen in place, falling into a long silence. In Lin Feng's eyes, this scene was exactly like a standoff. Fortunately, I returned in time, before a fight broke out. Don't hit him! Don't hit him! Lin Feng shouted as he rushed in. When Tiger Mom and the others saw Lin Feng return, they were all somewhat stunned. They haven't fought yet, they're still arguing. Lin Feng didn't have time to ponder their thoughts. Seeing that the situation had eased slightly, he quickly stepped forward and patted the male bear's large head first. What are you doing? Trying to fight while I'm not home? After saying that, he glared at the big dumpling. Isn't Tiger Mom your best friend? You can't even balance being a best friend and a suitor? If you really break something, I'll deduct it from your food allowance. Ignoring the large tiger's wide-eyed stare and its expression as if it had swallowed a fly, Lin Feng walked straight to the South China tiger, squatted down, and explained. That giant panda likes big balls of fluff and came to pursue her. It will probably leave once it succeeds, and maybe your good friend will go with it too. In Lin Feng's mind, this male giant panda should rightfully have its own territory, and it was clearly not like the big dumpling that would give up its territory just to take advantage of humans. You're a mother of 3 now, you should be able to understand.